第1章寒夜重生。牙齿咬碎骨头的脆响像冰锥一样扎进林峰的耳膜。他躺在冰冷的地板上，脖颈处的剧痛几乎让一时溃散，视线却固执地粘在天花板的裂缝上。那道裂缝是去年暴雨时留下的，当时刘雨晴还笑着说像道流星，让他有空赶紧帮忙修补。雨晴，这块比较嫩，你先吃。张浩的声音带着令人作呕的温柔。林峰艰难地转动眼球，看见那个总是西装革履的男人正蹲在自己腿边。而他暗恋了3年的刘雨晴正蜷缩在墙角瑟瑟发抖，脸颊上还沾着暗红的血渍。我不敢。刘雨晴的声音抖得不成样子，却没拒绝递到嘴边的食物。林峰的喉咙里涌上腥甜的温热，他想嘶吼，想质问，可破洞的气管只能发出呵呵的漏气声。3天前，大雪封城的第5天，食物耗尽的他敲响了刘雨晴家的门。当时刘雨晴扑进他怀里哭，说张浩把最后一点干粮抢走了，他快饿死了。他信了。他把空间里省下来的压缩饼干全给了他，甚至冒着风雪出去找柴火。可当他冻得半僵回来时，迎接他的是张浩藏在门后的钢管。林峰啊林峰，你真是个蠢货。张浩用靴底碾过他的手指，骨裂声混着轻笑响起。你以为晴晴真看得上你？要不是看你老实好骗，谁耐烦跟你演戏？刘雨晴终于抬起头，那双曾让林峰心动的杏眼里此刻只剩恐惧和贪婪。对不起，我们快饿死了。你那么喜欢我，肯定愿意成全我们的吧？愿意你妈！林峰的视野开始模糊，剧痛渐渐被麻木取代。他感觉自己的温热的血液正缓缓流出，血在零下30度的室温里迅速凝固成冰渣。一时沉入黑暗的前一秒，他最后看到的是刘雨晴终于吃了之后满足的表情，喉结滚动的弧度。恨，蚀骨的恨意像岩浆一样灼烧着残存的意识。如果能重来一次。哗啦，冰水泼在脸上的刺骨寒意让林峰猛地抽搐了一下。他豁然睁开眼，剧烈的喘息着，脖颈处的幻痛仍在隐隐作祟。映入眼帘的不是熟悉的天花板裂缝，而是泛黄的墙纸和悬挂在墙上的日历。20某某年11月15日。林峰的瞳孔骤然收缩，他挣扎着从床上弹坐起来，差点被缠在腿上的被子绊倒。他踉跄着扑到书桌前，抓起那本印着小猫图案的日历。那是刘雨晴去年送他的生日礼物，说他的房间太肃静了。指尖划过凹凸的数字，11月15日被红笔圈了出来。他记得这个日子，前世的今天，他还在为刘雨晴的生日准备礼物，挑了支他念叨很久的口红。而全球大雪是12月15日开始下的，距离那场吞噬一切的灾难还有整整30天。林峰跌坐在椅子上，心脏狂跳的像是要冲破肋骨。他死死攥着日历，指节因为用力而发白，纸张被捏出深深的褶皱。桌角的镜子里映出一张苍白的脸，眼下淡淡的黑眼圈，嘴角因为熬夜冒出的燎泡，分明是20几岁的模样。不是吗？他真的回来了。前世的那种剧痛如同潮水般再次涌来，胃里一阵翻江倒海。林峰冲进卫生间，趴在马桶上剧烈的干呕，直到吐出酸水才稍稍缓解。他抬起头，看着镜子里那个眼神惊恐又茫然的自己，猛地一拳砸在洗手台上。刘雨晴，张浩，他咬着牙念出这2个名字，每个字都像是从牙缝里挤出来的，带着血腥味。镜子里的青年眼眶瞬间红透，不是悲伤，是淬了毒的仇恨。就在这时，脑海里突然传来一阵轻微的嗡鸣，像是有扇尘封的门被推开，一股奇异的感觉蔓延至4肢百骸。林峰下意识地看向洗手台上的漱口杯，一个荒诞的念头不受控制地冒出来，把它拿过来。下一秒，那只蓝色的塑料杯凭空消失了。林峰浑身一僵，心脏差点停跳。他颤抖着集中意念，脑海中竟浮现出一片广袤的空间，像是被白色雾气笼罩的体育馆，而那只漱口杯正静静地躺在空间中央。这是他再次尝试用意念命令杯子出来。冰凉的触感立刻回到掌心，杯子完好无损地出现在手中。空间异能。林峰的呼吸变得急促，他冲到客厅，把沙发上的抱枕、茶几上的遥控器、书架上的书，一件件物品凭空收进放出。随着尝试次数增多，他对这个空间的感知越来越清晰。大概有2个足球场那么大，内部温度恒定在20度左右，能清晰看到每个角落的物品，而且时间仿佛是静止的。前世他只是个普通的公司职员，在末世里挣扎求生，从未听说过有人拥有这种能力。重生者的金手指吗？林峰瘫坐在地毯上，看着空荡荡的客厅，突然笑出声，笑着笑着眼泪就流了下来。前世的他空有对刘雨晴的一片痴心，却在末世里活得像条狗，最终落得尸骨无存的下场。但现在不一样了，他有30天的时间，有这个能储存一切的空间，还有一颗被仇恨淬炼的无比坚硬的心。林峰抹掉眼泪，眼神变得冰冷如霜。他走到窗边，看着楼下车水马龙的街道， 11月份的阳光透过玻璃洒在身上，却驱不散骨髓里的寒意。30天后，这里将变成冰封的地狱，而他要在地狱降临前搭建好最坚固的堡垒。至于刘雨晴和张浩，林峰拿起手机，屏幕上还停留在和刘雨晴的聊天界面，最后一条是他昨天发的晚安。他面膜表情的按下电源键，将手机扔回桌上。钱是你们欠我的，这辈子我会连本带利，一点一点的讨回来。他打开电脑，搜索框里敲下一行字：房屋急售，低于市场价，3天内成交。窗外的阳光渐渐西斜，将林峰的影子拉得很长，在地板上投下一道冰冷的剪影。距离末世还有30天。
Chapter 2 Fundraising and Disguise. The pale light of the computer screen illuminated Lin Feng's face, displaying a myriad of search results for urgent house sales, resembling a collection of life and death certificates awaiting selection. His fingertips hovered above the mouse as he suddenly recalled that an old photo album, left by his parents, was hidden in the attic of this house. In his previous life, he never had the chance to gaze upon it again after being dragged from the refuge. A series of rapid knocks at the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts, causing Lin Feng to tense his spine instinctively. Who could it be at this hour? He tiptoed to the door, peering through the peephole to see Lu Yuqing's sweet smile, a thermos in her hand. His heart constricted painfully, a searing ache coursing up his neck. No matter how sweet her smile, it could not conceal the fact that his heart had long since rotted and darkened. This once beautiful face that may have stirred his heart now evoked nothing but profound disgust and loathing. He felt an overwhelming urge to send this woman straight to hell. Yet, as the apocalypse had yet to arrive, Lin Feng hesitated to bear the weight of a murder charge before that time came. If he were to end up in prison for such a reason, what would be the meaning of his second chance at life? Since fate had granted him this opportunity to start new, he not only sought revenge, but also aspired to live better than anyone else. It was far too unworthy to sacrifice his future for such a worthless individual. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng splashed cold water on his cheeks, ensuring his voice betrayed no oddity before unlocking the door. Lin Feng, why did you take so long to open the door? Lu Yuqing squeezed in, the scent of gardenia perfume making Lin Feng's stomach churn. My mother made some pork rib soup for you to help with your cold. I saw your post yesterday. The thermos was placed on the coffee table, and Lu Yuqing's gaze scanned the living room, pausing briefly on the open computer screen. What are you busy with? Nothing much. Just looking at houses. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, deliberately creating distance. I want to sell this old house and find a place closer to the company. Sell the house. Lu Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise, her tone perfectly tinged with astonishment. Isn't this a dream your uncle and aunt left for you? Besides, your company isn't that far from here. She reached out to touch Lin Feng's forehead. Are you feeling dizzy? Lin Feng instinctively turned his head away, her hand freezing in midair, a flicker of barely noticeable surprise in her eyes. In his prior life, he would have felt his heart race at such a touch. But now that hand felt as if it bore the stench of decay, making him want to sever it and discard it in the trash. Money has been tight lately. Lin Feng averted his gaze, flipping through the calendar on the table. Isn't your birthday coming up? I want to buy you a nice gift. Her words acted as a key, instantly unlocking Lu Yuqing's smile. You're still so polite with me. By the way, how are things with Zhang Hao? Lin Feng abruptly interrupted her, relishing the moment as her expression stiffened. What do you mean? We're just ordinary friends. Don't listen to what those people at the company are saying. She stood up to retrieve the thermos. Remember to drink the soup? I have to go now. I'm meeting Zhang Hao this afternoon to look at a project. At the mention of Zhang Hao, her voice lifted slightly. Lin Feng watched her figure vanish at the stairwell, the warmth on his face dissipating in an instant. Approaching the window, he observed Lu Yuqing climb into Zhang Hao's black Mercedes. As the window rolled down, Zhang Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, an action intimate as that of a couple. Ordinary friends? Lin Feng scoffed, turning to toss the thermos into the trash. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by such cheap affection, spending his parents' savings on gifts for Lu Yuqing, ultimately becoming their reserve food. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was the agent calling. Mr. Lin, I have a client very interested in your house. Can we discuss the price? Absolutely not. Lin Feng's tone was resolute. 20% below market price, full payment. Transfer within 3 days. If it's less than that, I'm not interested. I need the money urgently. The agent fell silent for a few moments. Your price is indeed too urgent. All right, I will communicate with the client and get back to you. After ending the call, Lin Feng opened the banking app. Staring at the meager balance of less than 50,000, his brows knitting together. The proceeds from selling the house would take at least a week to arrive. But he urgently needed funds to execute his plans for the apocalypse. He could not afford to wait. Opening his contact list, he found his cousin's name. His finger hovering over the dial button for a long time before pressing it. His cousin, a relative on his mother's side, had always looked down on him, mocking his lack of ambition the last time they met. Yet now, he was the only one who could lend him money quickly. Hello, Lin Feng? The sun must have risen in the west. You actually called me? His cousin's voice dripped with mockery. Bro, I need to borrow some money. Borrow money? For what? Just to tide me over, I'll pay you back in a month, and I'll put the house up as collateral. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the wall clock, each tick bringing him closer to the end of the world. 500,000 at 3 times the bank's interest rate. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then laughter erupted. How much is that rundown house of yours worth? Lin Feng, I'm not saying you. But at your age, you still don't know how to live a practical life. Always thinking about nonsense. I'm going to handle the mortgage right now. Lin Feng interrupted him. If you want to lend me the money, I'll find someone else. His cousin's laughter abruptly ceased. Where are you? I'll come over now. 2 hours later, Lin Feng stood at the real estate agent's door with the signed mortgage contract and a transfer record of 500,000. His cousin's gaze, as he left, resembled that of someone looking at a fool, likely thinking he would never repay the money. But he did not realize that in a month, those bills would turn to worthless paper. As for revealing the truth about the impending apocalypse, I was reluctant to speak of it. Even if I did, he would probably just dismiss it as nonsense, thinking me a fool. People like him only thought of taking advantage, never genuinely regarding me as family. He still believed that my rundown house was worth something? He must have forgotten that this is a prime location in the city center. Even if the building is old, selling it for over $1 million would not be a challenge. The phone vibrated again. This time, it was a message from Liu Yuqing. Shall we have dinner together tonight? I know a new Japanese restaurant that's fantastic. Lin Feng stared at the heart emoji on the screen. His finger hovered over the delete key for a long time before finally replying. Sure, I'll wait for you after work. Wait for you? What a joke. I would give anything to chop off the heads of you 2 adulterers right now. And you want to have dinner together? Dream on. Perhaps you're just thinking about devouring me? I had been blind before, foolishly acting like a sycophant without realizing it. But I am no longer that easily manipulated person. Lin Feng had no time to waste on this woman. Just wait. When the apocalypse arrives, they will be the ones begging for mercy. Chapter 3 Survival Checklist. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a narrow beam on the floor. Lin Feng sat at his desk, his fingertips tracing deep grooves in the notebook. 3 sheets of paper lay sprawled before him, titled Survival Essentials, Shelter Renovation Plan, and Funding Budget. The handwriting hasty, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. This was the fruit of an entire night's labor. After the initial exhilaration of his rebirth faded, Lin Feng forced himself into a state of absolute calm. To survive better in the apocalypse, 2 things were essential: to construct the most robust fortress and to gather the food needed for survival. The foundation of all this was money. The apocalypse would not merely entail a global drop in temperature. That was merely the prologue to this calamity. As time progressed, the surviving flora and fauna would undergo horrifying mutations. Even in the realm of humanity, a terrifying zombie virus would emerge, plunging everything into a deeper inferno. As a multitude of calamities looms on the horizon, the absence of thorough preparation could lead one to either sit idly and await demise or succumb to the shackles of servitude, even resorting to hoarding provisions. Thus, for Lin Feng, constructing an impregnable refuge has become an urgent priority. Regarding Liu Yuqing and her despicable ilk, their reckoning must be postponed for now. Lin Feng perused the list of essential survival supplies. The first page densely populated with his food requirements. A minimum of 200 boxes of compressed biscuits, each box containing 120 pieces. 5,000 cans of meat calculated at 2 cans per day, 100 large bags of freeze-dried vegetables, and 500 kilograms each of rice and flour. These figures were derived from his experiences in a past life, where, in a frozen apocalypse with temperatures plummeting to minus 30 degrees, the human body consumed energy at threefold its usual rate, not to mention the potential crisis of food shortages. Certainly, these provisions were far from sufficient. Having endured the merciless trials of the apocalypse, Lin Feng had developed an almost pathological obsession with food. The necessity of abundance weighed heavily on him, enough to ensure his survival until the end of his days. Otherwise, an inexplicable panic would gnaw his insides. In the water section, a conspicuous red circle encircled the figure, 200 barrels of purified water as a baseline, along with 10 sets of large-scale purification equipment and 500 filters. After the city was engulfed by snow, the municipal water system froze entirely by the 7th day, and the melted snow water was tainted with unknown impurities, leading to severe diarrhea upon consumption, a fate more dreadful than starvation. Naturally, with his spatial abilities at hand, the more supplies he could amass, the better. These were merely the basic reserves. As for what followed, whether through expenditure or special means, the potential for accumulation was boundless. His fingers glided to the medication section, and Lin Feng's breath momentarily faltered. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless individuals suffering from ailments, unable to procure even a single painkiller, left to languish in agony as they succumbed to their fates. He had annotated the list with parentheses next to the quantities of ibuprofen, antibiotics, and hemostatic powder, indicating that more would be preferable. What troubled him most were the energy sources and weaponry. At least 3 backup gasoline generators were necessary, and solar panels needed to blanket the entire rooftop. The cost of such equipment far exceeded his savings. The acquisition channels for regulated knives and firearms posed an even greater challenge, prompting him to draw a question mark on the paper, alongside a note, "My Lygia." This notion had germinated when his spatial abilities awakened in the first chapter. The lax gun regulations abroad might offer a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, the total budget inscribed in the lower right corner of his notebook was a staggering figure, 5 million. Lin Feng stared at this number, his fingers unconsciously tracing the wooden grain of the table. He opened his mobile banking app, and the balance of 632 yuan pierced through the illusion of safety that rebirth had bestowed upon him. The savings left by his parents, previously squandered on a limited edition handbag for Su Qing in his past life, now seemed utterly ludicrous. He murmured to himself, "I must have funds," his gaze fixating on the silhouette of the old residential building outside the window. The house his parents had left him, on the 6th floor, boasting a south-facing balcony, was a home he had known throughout his childhood. There lay his father's toolbox for appliance repairs, his mother's earthen jars for pickling vegetables, and the height marks he had etched into the doorframe. During the snowbound city lockdown in his previous life, he had sheltered within those walls until the food ran out, at which point he sought out Su Qing. Yet, that house was far too fragile. The flimsy security door could not withstand the frenzied survivors. The single-pane glass would shatter in low temperatures, not to mention the zombies that later crashed through the windows. Abruptly, Lin Feng slammed the notebook shut, knocking over a chair as he stood. He approached the wardrobe, retrieving the property deed buried at the bottom of the box. The red cover still dusted from the moving process. His fingertips brushed over the lettering, and he recalled his mother's words before her passing. "As long as there is a house, there is a home." His heart constricted momentarily, but was soon overwhelmed by a more intense desire for survival. In the apocalypse, without the shelter of concrete and steel, a home could only become a grave. He took out his phone, the number for the real estate agent saved from last year when he had contemplated installing an elevator. Before dialing, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, addressing his own reflection in the mirror. Selling it is not abandoning it. It is a means to survive, to carry on their legacy. As the call connected, his voice remained unnervingly calm, as if discussing someone else's affairs. "Hello, I have a house to sell, urgently. The price is negotiable, but it must be a full cash transaction, completed within 3 days." After terminating the call, Lin Feng stuffed the property deed into his bag and turned to begin packing. He carefully placed his parents' photograph deep within his spatial compartment, then gathered the wrenches and pliers from the toolbox, throwing them in without knowing their utility. Better to have them than to lack them, especially with ample space available for storage. As he exited the rental unit with his backpack, he encountered Aunt Wong, who was out early to buy groceries. "Little Lin, off to work?" "Yes, Andy, good morning." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the plastic bag in her hand, which contained 2 bunches of greens and a slab of pork belly. In 30 days, such an ordinary morning would transform into a luxury. He quickened his pace towards the subway station. His phone vibrated in his pocket. A message from the agent. "A client wishes to view the property at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Is that convenient for you?" Lin Feng replied affirmatively. And as he looked up, he caught the weather forecast on the subway television. Normal temperatures nationwide for the upcoming week, with light rain in some areas. Normal? Lin Feng smirked slightly. Soon, this normal would become a luxury. He touched the property deed in his pocket, feeling the rough texture of the paper, akin to a ticket to a new beginning. Selling the house would secure a vessel capable of navigating the frozen apocalypse. This thought was vividly etched in his mind, guiding him deeper into the subway station. Chapter 4. Swift transactions. The subway sped through the dark tunnel, and Lin Feng fixated on the billboards flashing by outside, showcasing stars with radiant smiles, promoting the latest smartphones. He felt the property deed in his pocket, the edges pressing into his palm, imparting a peculiar sense of solidity. The mobile map indicated that the old house left by his parents was merely 3 stations away. Although the neighborhood had been constructed nearly 20 years ago, its prime location allowed for a mere 10-minute walk to the city center shopping district, with one of the top 3 elementary schools adjacent. In his previous life, the agent had evaluated the property, estimating it could sell for at least $3.8 million at market value. Now, eager to offload it, his bottom line was set at $3.2 million. Upon exiting the subway station, the autumn breeze swirled fallen leaves around the street corner. Lin Feng looked up at the familiar residential building, its red brick walls weathered and mottled white from the ravages of time, while the sycamore tree at the entrance had shed most of its leaves. He had lived here for 18 years, only moving to a rental near the university when he enrolled. "Shaolin," a slightly raspy voice called from behind. Lin Feng turned to see Uncle Zhang from across the hall, holding a birdcage, his reading glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. "Uncle Zhang," he greeted hastily. "Out for a stroll with your bird?" "Indeed, it's getting chillier." Uncle Zhang squinted at him. "Why are you back? Didn't you say you were coming on the weekend?" Lin Feng's heart tightened slightly. Every Saturday, he returned to dust the portrait of his parents, a routine well known among the neighbors. He offered a vague smile. "The company isn't busy today, just came back to grab a few things." Uncle Zhang didn't dwell on it, pointing towards the building. "I just saw the agent take some people upstairs. Isn't your neighbor across the hall selling their house? Let me tell you with the current market." Before he could finish, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Agent Xiao Li was accompanying a middle-aged couple down the stairs, the woman still complaining. "This 6th floor has no elevator. My husband Wang's knees can't handle the climb." Spotting Lin Feng, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. "Mr. Lin, you finally arrived. This is Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu. They live nearby and are looking to buy a marital home for their son." The couple's gaze immediately fell upon Lin Feng, laden with scrutiny. Mr. Liu produced a cigarette and offered it to Lin Feng, who politely declined with a wave of his hand, prompting Mr. Liu to light one for himself. "So, you are the homeowner? We just viewed this property. The layout is decent, albeit somewhat antiquated. It is an old house, yet the plumbing and electrical systems were renovated just last year." Lin Feng stepped aside to allow them into the hallway. "Would you like to take a closer look inside?" Mrs. Liu appeared somewhat hesitant, but was ultimately coaxed upstairs by her husband. Lin Feng followed closely behind, each step on the staircase recalling the sensation of being carried up by his father in his childhood. Back then, his father's broad and warm shoulders provided comfort. Now, only the cold memory remained. Upon opening the door, sunlight flooded the living room through the glass balcony doors. On the walls hung his high school certificates, and in the corner of the desk lay a half-used box of red ink cartridges. His mother, a primary school teacher during her lifetime, often graded assignments at the dining table. Mrs. Liu's eyes swept over the yellowed wallpaper, her brow furrowing tighter. "This decor needs a complete overhaul, which is yet another expense. The price is negotiable." Lin Feng approached the window, gesturing towards the nearby commercial district. Look at this location. It's only a 10-minute walk to the pedestrian street. And the vegetable market is right downstairs. Life is quite convenient here. Mr. Liu extinguished his cigarette. The agent mentioned you are in urgent need of cash? Lin Feng did not conceal the truth. Yes, I plan to start a small business, but I'm short on funds. This justification had been premeditated, designed to evoke no suspicion while clarifying the reason for the low-priced, urgent sale. How much do you want? Mr. Liu asked directly. 330,000. Lin Feng stated the price he had in mind, which was 10,000 more than the minimum, leaving room for negotiation. Impossible, Mrs. Liu immediately interjected. We just asked the agent, and the market price for this house is only 350,000. Why is your urgent sale still so expensive? Mrs. Liu, you may not be fully informed, Lin Feng replied, retrieving his phone to display the pre-saved housing transaction records. Last month, a unit in the adjacent building sold for 340,000, despite being 8 square meters smaller than mine. My asking price is indeed reasonable. Mr. Liu leaned in to examine the information, his brow furrowing. But you lack an elevator, and this is the top floor. Let me put it this way, Lin Feng interjected, his tone imbued with an unassailable finality. 320,000, all cash, and we can sign the contract today. You won't find another unit at this price in the entire complex. A brief silence enveloped the living room, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. Mr. and Mrs. Liu exchanged glances, clearly engaged in rapid calculations. Lin Feng could hear the pounding of his own heart. He understood this was a gamble. If this deal fell through, finding another cash buyer within 3 days would be a daunting task. Though the apocalypse was not imminent, time equated to money, and the sooner he prepared, the better. We'll take another look. Mrs. Liu tugged her husband towards the exit. Xiaoli, please show us other neighborhoods. The agent, Xiaoli, was visibly anxious, wringing his hands. Just as he prepared to interject, Lin Feng seized his arm. Watching the couple's figures disappear at the staircase's bend, his expression remained inscrutable. He recognized that the couple was not genuinely interested in purchasing. They merely sought to negotiate a lower price. Mr. Lin, how about this? Xiaoli, perspiring profusely, suggested. What if you lower it to 315,000? No need, Lin Feng replied, walking to the balcony and gazing at Grandpa Zhang's birdcage swaying in the breeze. Please contact other clients for me and inform them of the 320,000, all cash, with the transfer to be completed within 3 days. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed a local number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A deep male voice responded from the other end. I am Liu Lei, the son of the couple who just viewed the house. My parents do not understand the market. I am willing to purchase your property for 320,000 and can handle the paperwork immediately. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was the couple's son. Suppressing his elation, he maintained a calm tone. Certainly, I will wait for you at the property. After ending the call, Xiaoli stared at him, dumbfounded. Did this really just happen? Lin Feng remained silent as he approached the desk, gently caressing the pen his mother had once used. This sum of money would suffice for him to procure his first batch of supplies in America. An hour later, Liu Lei arrived hastily with a lawyer in tow. This young man, clad in a suit, was evidently much more decisive than his parents. After a cursory glance at the property deed and inspecting the house's condition, he promptly agreed to sign the contract. Mr. Lin, you are selling this house at quite a loss, the lawyer remarked as he verified the contract. In this location, waiting another 6 months could easily yield an increase of 50,000. Lin Feng smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate. In 6 months, not to mention 50,000. 500,000 wouldn't even secure a single compressed biscuit. As the notification of the bank transfer echoed through his phone, Lin Feng was bidding farewell to Grandpa Zhang downstairs. The instant his phone vibrated, he felt a faint hum of latent energy within him, as if anticipating the influx of supplies. Shaolin, make sure to visit often. Grandpa Zhang waved his birdcage. Don't always think about making money. Understood, Grandpa. Lin Feng nodded before merging into the throng of pedestrians at the street corner. He did not look back, nor did he cast a final glance at the house that had housed 18 years of memories. The banking app displayed a balance of 324,765, 289 yuan after various fees were deducted. Coupled with the 500,000 he had borrowed from his cousin, he now possessed nearly 380 million in funds. Standing at the bus stop, Lin Feng observed the vehicles weaving through the streets, a subtle smile finally gracing his lips. He opened the ticketing app, searching for flights to America, with the earliest departure at 7 o'clock the following morning. To New York, he murmured to himself, his fingertips pressing the confirmation button on the screen. The cold surface mirrored the flames flickering in his eyes, a manifestation of his desire for survival and a relentless thirst for vengeance. With 27 days remaining until the apocalypse, his stockpiling plan was officially underway. Chapter 5. Midnight shopping in New York. As the plane landed at Kennedy Airport, a light rain fell over New York. Following the throng, Lin Feng exited customs, the damp air mingling with the scent of exhaust, instinctively tightening his nerves. In his previous life, any unfamiliar scent after a heavy snowfall had signified danger. He purchased a map from the airport convenience store, his fingertips tracing the markings of Manhattan. Based on his pre-departure research, there were 3 24-hour warehouse supermarkets in Queens. The nearest Costco, located less than 10 kilometers away. Taxi. Lin Feng raised his hand to hail a yellow cab, deliberately lowering his voice as he provided the address. The driver, a bearded African-American gentleman, assessed him through the rearview mirror. Chinese? First time in New York? Yes, just starting a small business, Lin Feng replied, leaning back against the seat, feigning sleep while discreetly observing the street scenery outside. At that moment, New York remained a cacophony of vehicles, the neon signs blending into a vibrant glow amidst the rain. Little did anyone know that in 30 days, this rain would transform into an unending blizzard. The taxi halted in front of the supermarket, the meter reading $475. As Lin Feng scanned to pay, the driver suddenly remarked, "It's best not to venture out too late tonight. Things have been a bit unsettled in Queens lately." Lin Feng paused briefly, then understood he was referring to security concerns. He offered a slight smile. "Thank you." The supermarket's massive glass doors slid open, a rush of cool air mixed with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread enveloping him. Pushing the shopping cart inside, his heart raced with excitement. The shelves were neatly stocked with cans, a refrigerated section displaying bright red steaks, and mountains of toilet paper, items that could incite violence in the apocalypse, now quietly awaiting selection. He refrained from making any immediate purchases, choosing instead to leisurely browse the expansive Costco, which spanned the equivalent of 2 football fields and was divided into food, household goods, and outdoor supplies, with surveillance cameras silently rotating from a ceiling. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, the number of customers dwindled. Lin Feng adjusted the hood of his sweatshirt, burying half his face within his scarf, while his eyes quickly scanned the supermarket's exterior surveillance cameras. 3 cameras were positioned high above, directly facing the entrance and parking lot. A housewife clad in pajamas navigates through the frozen food aisle, while a man in work attire hurls an entire case of beer into a shopping cart. The overhead announcements incessantly promote Thanksgiving sales. Lin Feng pushes an empty shopping cart amidst the crowd, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the folding knife nestled within his pocket, an acquisition from the airport duty-free shop. Although its blade measures merely 10 centimeters, it is sufficiently formidable for unforeseen circumstances. He feigns interest in selecting instant noodles, yet his gaze discreetly notes the surveillance blind spots in the ceiling. Behind the food section's pillar, at the corner of the daily necessities shelf, and in the gap between the refrigerator and the wall, 3 prime hiding spots are etched into his memory. As he approaches the canned goods section, a sudden cacophony erupts from the entrance. A group of hooded young black men is grappling with security, one tall and lanky individual deliberately toppling a promotional display, the clattering cans creating a stir among the onlookers. "Excuse me," Lin Feng murmurs, maneuvering his shopping cart towards the refrigerated section. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpses the youths brandishing their phones at the security personnel, shouting accusations of racial discrimination, while more hooded figures flood in from various supermarket entrances. This is no mere altercation. It is an orchestrated wave of zero-cost shopping. Contemplating how to partake in this zero-cost spree, Lin Feng realizes that an opportunity has presented itself. This particular moment aligns with the preference of these individuals for zero-cost shopping, inadvertently aiding his mission. Initially, he had merely intended to scout the location. Now, he can take direct action. The alarm suddenly pierces the air, and the red warning lights on the ceiling flash manically. A staff member clad in a blue vest shouts into a walkie-talkie, but is pushed back by the thronging crowd. A curly-haired youth kicks over a shelf, scattering diapers and baby formula across the floor, which is instantly seized by the mob. Lin Feng is jostled behind a pillar, seizing the chance to press his hand against the canned goods shelf behind him. Ideas surge like a tidal wave, and 30 cans of luncheon meat silently slip into the void. He quickly crouches, feigning to tie his shoelaces, his fingers brushing against scattered energy bar wrappers, as yet another batch of supplies vanishes into the hidden space. The surveillance room must be consumed by footage of the zero-cost shopping chaos. No one would notice the rows of cans disappearing behind the pillar. Stop them! The manager shouts, brandishing a baseball bat as he rushes forward, only to be doused in soda by a black girl. Lin Feng seizes the moment to slip into the daily necessities section, where piles of toilet paper and wet wipes tower like small mountains. He intentionally knocks over a nearby shelf of laundry detergent, the viscous liquid spreading across the ground, attracting the attention of nearby looters. While the crowd is engrossed in seizing the toilet paper, he stands in the shadow of the shelf, covertly collecting an entire row of disinfectant and wipes into the hidden space. A crash resounds from the beverage section as someone begins smashing the freezer with a fire axe. Lin Feng witnesses uniformed police officers storming into the supermarket, yet they are obstructed by a dozen onlookers brandishing smartphones. This is a common tactic in New York's zero-cost shopping, using filming to create public pressure and hinder law enforcement. Amidst the escalating chaos, he finds himself in the outdoor supplies section, where no one has yet attended to the jackets and sleeping bags, their cold resistance ratings glaringly visible. Lin Feng snatches 3 size 50 polar jackets, draping them over his arm, and as a looter topples a shelf of climbing backpacks, he swiftly gathers an entire row of sleeping bags into the hidden space. The supplies within the concealed area have now risen to 3 meters high, the outlines of cans and clothing distinctly discernible in his mind. There are guns here, someone shouts, causing the crowd to surge towards the sporting goods section. A sense of urgency grips Lin Feng. The hunting section of the American supermarket indeed offers shotguns for sale. Though the ammunition is stored separately, it could incite complete pandemonium. No longer wishing to linger, he pushes his half-filled shopping cart towards the exit, the few bottles of mineral water and bread inside serving merely as a facade. As he passes the food section, he spots a burly man adorned with gold chains slicing open a bag of flour with a utility knife, the white powder billowing into the air. Lin Feng holds his breath, dashing past, utilizing the flour as cover to snatch the last 2 rows of compressed biscuits into the hidden space. The inventory list in his mind updates rapidly. Canned goods fill the left section, daily necessities pile in the right corner, and the cold weather jackets are neatly arranged in the center. This haul is sufficient to sustain him for 3 months. The revolving door at the exit is deformed from the force of impact, as police confront the looters in the parking lot. Lin Feng blends in with the crouched customers, gradually making his way to the bicycle parking area. He discards the shopping cart into the chaotic crowd, vaults over a low fence, and leaps into a pre-ordered rideshare vehicle. To Brooklyn Asian Supermarket, Lin Feng states, watching in the rearview mirror as Costco recedes into the distance, the red warning lights still flashing. The driver, of Pakistani descent, glances at him through the mirror. Another wave, I presume? This is the 3rd time this month. Lin Feng remains silent, pulling out his phone to check the time, 11:40 p.m. There remains an hour before the Asian supermarket closes, ample time to procure more rice and seasonings. Outside the window, the aftershocks of a zero-cost shopping spree continue to ripple. The convenience store shutter is pried open. In graffiti, you spray the word freedom on the side of a police car. The rain begins to fall again, the icy droplets tapping against the car window. Lin Feng gazes at the inventory list on his phone, his fingertip lingering over the word weapons. The chaos of zero-cost shopping may alleviate his supply concerns, yet it cannot procure true hard currency, guns, and ammunition. He recalls the hunting supply store sign he saw upon entry, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Driver, change course to the hunting supply store in Queens. The windshield wipers carve arcs across the glass, and the neon sign ahead blurs into a halo amidst the rain. Lin Feng touches the folding knife in his pocket. The sound of cans clinking in the hidden space echoes like a countdown. In 25 days, he requires sufficient firepower to confront that frozen purgatory. Chapter 6. Rainy Night Shotgun. As the taxi screeches to a halt at the corner of Queens, Lin Feng is engrossed in the layout of the hunting supply store displayed on his phone. The establishment, named the Call of the Wild, is nestled between an auto repair shop and a pizzeria, its glass door adorned with a faded poster of a moose. While the surveillance camera at the entrance is obscured by chewing gum, clearly, he is not the only one with an eye on this place. Arrived, $15.70. The Pakistani driver indicates the meter, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng's tightly gripped canvas bag for a brief moment. Rain drizzles diagonally against the car window, revealing dim yellow lights glowing from the second floor of the store. As Lin Feng scans to pay, he deliberately tilts his phone screen towards the driver. A friend mentioned that this store has great shotguns. I thought I'd buy one as a gift for my dad. The search page displaying shotgun models is precisely what he prepared en route. The driver smirks slightly, but does not respond. As he turns, the wheels splash water against a nearby trash can. Lin Feng waits until the taillights vanish around the corner before crossing the waterlogged sidewalk and reaching the fire escape on the side of the store. The metal stairs creak underfoot, their sound particularly piercing in the rainy night. The second-floor window is ajar, letting out a strong scent of gunpowder. Lin Feng holds his breath as he climbs onto the windowsill, spotting three muscular men adorned with skull tattoos gathered around the counter. One is smashing a glass display case with a crowbar, while the store owner, dressed in hunting gear, is bound to a chair, tape over his mouth. Fear evident in his murky eyes. Hurry up, the commotion at Costco has attracted the police, growls a burly man with a scruffy beard, twirling a revolver in his hand. Another scrawny youth has already pried open the display case, stuffing a silver-plated shotgun into his backpack, the sound of clattering metal echoing in the empty room. Lin Feng crouches beneath the window ledge, drawing forth his folding knife, its blade glinting coldly in the rain-drenched night. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the display case shatters completely, scattering shotguns and ammunition across the floor. As the bearded man bends down to collect the fallen items, Lin Feng seizes the moment to vault into the room, purposefully knocking over a nearby metal shelf upon landing. The clatter of tools and parts tumbling down causes the three men to turn their heads simultaneously, and he swiftly presses his hand against the scattered boxes of ammunition. "Who is there?" The bearded man raised his revolver, but upon seeing Lin Feng, he froze momentarily. The young Eastern man clad in a hoodie bore no trace of fear. Instead, an eerie calm enveloped him. Lin Feng did not grant him the opportunity to fire, deftly sidestepping the gun's muzzle and flinging his folding knife. The blade brushed past the thin monkey's ear, embedding itself in the mounted deer head on the wall, startling the adversary into dropping his shotgun. In that fleeting moment of distraction among the three, Lin Feng dashed behind the counter, his thoughts surging like a tsunami. The remaining dozens of various hunting rifles, magazines, and bullets in the display case, along with scattered parts on the floor, vanished without a trace. "Where's my gun?" The thin monkey screeched, grasping at the empty ground. The bearded man reacted swiftly, raising his revolver and pulling the trigger. Lin Feng was prepared. He didn't even dodge. The bullet seemed to vanish as it was fired at him, yet it had indeed been discharged. Seizing the moment while the adversary reloaded, he lunged toward the bound store owner, using his folding knife to sever the ropes. "Where's the back door?" The store owner crawled and pointed to the corner of the wall. There is a tunnel leading to the pizza shop. Just as Lin Feng pushed the store owner toward the tunnel, the bearded man fired again. The bullet again disappeared, though the sound of gunfire echoed. "Get him!" The thin monkey brandished a spring knife and lunged, only to be tripped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped on his wrist, bent down to retrieve the shotgun that the adversary had not managed to stow away in his backpack, perfect for a distraction. He deliberately allowed the gun barrel to protrude from beneath his trench coat and burst through the back door into the tunnel. The tunnel was thick with a musty odor, just wide enough for one person. Lin Feng sprinted through the darkness as the bearded man's curses and gunshots rang out behind him, utilizing the visibility within the space. He skillfully avoided the debris on the ground. Upon reaching the exit, he abruptly halted. A uniformed police officer was inspecting the door lock with a flashlight, the beam flickering in the darkness. Lin Feng swiftly turned, reaching into the space to retrieve a tactical jacket he had just collected from Costco, donning it, and applying flour to his face to feign a robbery victim as he stumbled out. "Officer, there has been a robbery." The officer, startled, aimed his gun at him, commanding, "Don't move." They took the hunting rifles and are still inside. Lin Feng pointed toward the tunnel entrance, deliberately allowing the officer to see the torn tactical jacket, which had been snagged by an unknown object during his escape, serving as an excellent disguise. Seizing the opportunity while the officer called for backup, Lin Feng quietly retreated, blending into the shadows of the pizza shop's kitchen. He watched as police cars sped toward the scene, their red and blue lights illuminating the night sky, before vaulting over the backyard fence, disappearing into the depths of the rainy night. His phone vibrated in his pocket, a closing reminder from the Asian supermarket. Lin Feng glanced at the time, 12:25 a.m. He hailed a passing taxi, providing the address while also checking the hunting rifles he had scavenged. In the spatial realm, dozens of rifles stood neatly beside a pile of canned goods, the brass-colored bullets gleaming in the dim light. With these, he could at least establish a foothold in the early days of the apocalypse. The roller shutter of the Asian supermarket had already descended halfway, and the owner was tallying accounts with a calculator. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, he waved dismissively. "We're closing soon. Come back tomorrow. I need rice and seasonings, quickly." Lin Feng placed several $100 bills on the counter, the watermark gleaming under the fluorescent lights. The owner's demeanor softened immediately, opening the side door to let him in. "You have a maximum of 10 minutes. The warehouse was piled high with sacks of Northeast rice, and a row of soy sauce and vinegar hung on the wall. Lin Feng pretended to select items, swiftly sliding 20 bags of rice, 50 bottles of soy sauce, and 30 bags of salt into the space as his fingers brushed against the sacks. The owner remained at the door, yawning and scrolling on his phone, completely oblivious to the diminishing stock in the warehouse's corner. By the time Lin Feng exited the supermarket, the items had entirely vanished, and the owner was still unaware of the dire situation unfolding within the warehouse. The rain had begun to lighten. Standing on the street in the early hours, Lin Feng gazed at the faint lightening of the sky and suddenly felt that the pressure of the impending apocalypse was not as burdensome. He pulled out his phone and booked the earliest flight home. The time on the screen flickered. 24 days until the apocalypse. As the taxi crossed the Brooklyn Bridge, the eastern horizon lightened. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, gilding the skyscrapers of Manhattan. Lin Feng watched the Statue of Liberty glide past the window, suddenly reminded of the excruciating pain from being torn apart in his previous life. "We're almost at the airport." The driver's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng nodded, feeling the folding knife in his pocket. By the time the owner of the Asian supermarket realizes that the warehouse is empty and calls the police, he would likely already be back in his home country. Fortunately, the supermarket was not large, and being night, there were no other employees besides the owner. Otherwise, it would not have gone so smoothly. As for the other supplies, he would think of a way back home. After all, constructing a refuge was the priority, and time was short. Chapter 7. The Journey Home and Undercurrents. At the airport security checkpoint, Lin Feng placed his canvas bag on the conveyor belt. His backpack contained only a few changes of clothes and an old book. The real cargo rested quietly in the space. Dozens of rifle barrels were currently pressed against boxes of canned goods, and thousands of bullets were meticulously stored in accompanying boxes. Under normal circumstances, bringing firearms back from abroad would be impossible. However, with everything stored in the spatial realm, there was naturally no concern about such possibilities. "Sir, please remove your hat and glasses." The security officer's voice bore a mechanical politeness. Lin Feng complied, revealing a recently scabbed overcut on his forehead, incurred last night while scaling a fence. The metal detector swept over him, emitting a faint beeping sound. The security officer frowned slightly. "What do you have in your pocket?" Lin Feng retrieved the folding knife and placed it on the tray, its blade reflecting light into the officer's eyes. A utility knife for outdoor use. He maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he felt a pang of regret for forgetting to stow it away in the spatial realm, hoping no complications would arise. Fortunately, the officer merely glanced at the knife's blade length and waved him through, advising, "Remember to check in next time." However, the blade was confiscated, not intending to be returned. No matter, it was fortunate that no trouble arose. After all, it was just a folding knife. As he passed through the departure hall, the electronic screen displayed the morning news. The host, smiling, reported, New York police successfully quelled multiple riots last night, arresting 27 individuals involved. Images of the Costco supermarket ruins flashed across the screen. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed the significant loss of food and supplies. Lin Feng pulled down the brim of his hat and found a seat in the corner. The elderly lady next to him was checking the weather forecast on her phone. Snow is expected in Boston next week. This winter seems to have arrived unusually early. Indeed, quite abnormal, Lin Feng interjected, but the elderly lady had already turned away, her attention fully on her phone screen. He took out his phone, opened the chat interface with his cousin, the last message still lingering from the day he borrowed money. A threat loomed. "If you don't repay by the end of the month, I'll take the house." Lin Feng scoffed softly, switching his phone to airplane mode and leaning back against the seat. The supplies in the spatial realm were distinctly recognizable in his mind. Sacks of rice stacked on the left from an unknown factory, bottles of soy sauce, and salt on the right. And beside the hunting rifles in the center lay a night vision device he had casually acquired from a hunting supply store. He attempted to reposition them using his thoughts, easily moving a few boxes of freeze-dried vegetables away from in front of the rifles, ensuring that when the time came to retrieve something, he would not be flustered. As the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal, the sky was already tinged with the faint light of dawn. Lin Feng joined the flow of passengers heading to the boarding gate, deliberately slowing his pace. As he passed by the duty-free shop, his gaze lingered momentarily on the whiskey and cigarettes displayed on the shelves. With a mere thought, an entire row of products vanished silently. The space's liquor section instantaneously filled, creating a curious resonance with the adjacent pharmaceutical area. In the cramped confines of economy class, Lin Feng settled beside a Chinese mother cradling her infant by the window. As the aircraft ascended, the baby emitted a piercing wail, prompting the mother to hurriedly produce a bottle to soothe the child. Lin Feng watched as the vast expanse of New York City gradually shrank outside his window. The chaotic streets of Queens were already submerged beneath the clouds. Yet his mind inexplicably drifted back to the hunting supplies store owner, bound to a chair. He wondered if the man could await the police's rescue, or if, in the impending frozen apocalypse, this slight turmoil was merely the prelude to the death's overture. "Sir, would you like a beverage?" The flight attendant's voice interrupted his reverie. Lin Feng shook his head, retrieving an old book from his backpack, the field survival manual left by his parents, with a yellowed maple leaf specimen tucked within its pages. He traced the contours of the specimen, recalling how he had relied on the knowledge contained within this book to set traps for wild rabbits during a snowbound city in a past life, never foreseeing that he would ultimately fall victim to the very person he had trusted most. As the airplane traversed the Pacific, the mother next to him had fallen asleep, her baby's breathing now even and calm. Lin Feng opened the manual, his eyes landing on the page regarding the treatment of frostbite. His fingertips glided over the phrase, "Maintaining body temperature is the foremost duty of survival." This suddenly reminded him of the 20 gasoline generators in the space, which he had covertly acquired from the factory before his return. Instinctively, he checked the fuel reserves with his mind and discovered the supply of diesel drums was insufficient. Upon returning home, he would need to procure another batch, preferably number 35 anti-gel diesel, to ensure proper functionality in sub-zero environments. When his phone regained signal, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon in his homeland. Upon powering on, he received a text from the agency. "Mr. Lin, the mortgage procedures have been completed, and 500,000 has been transferred to your account." This was promptly followed by a message from Liu Yuqing, laced with a teasing tone. "Lin Feng, where have you been these past few days? You haven't answered your phone. You haven't forgotten my birthday, have you?" Lin Feng stared at the messages on the screen. the warmth in his eyes gradually cooling. On this very day in his past life, he had been selecting a tie for Liu Yuqing's birthday party. Yet at this moment, he merely wished to ascertain whether the two unfaithful lovers had begun preparing for the apocalypse. He refrained from responding, opting instead to open a mapping application to search for steel market and construction team, checking off several highly rated businesses. His first task upon returning home would be to transform that old house into a genuine fortress of steel. As the plane touched down at the capital airport, the setting sun painted the runway in hues of gold and crimson. Lin Feng followed the throngs of passengers out of the terminal, the autumn breeze carrying a chill that made him instinctively draw in his neck. He retrieved his phone and booked the earliest high-speed train back to the secondary city. Then called the construction team. I have a house to renovate. The requirements are simple. Make it as sturdy and as swift as possible. The foreman on the other end of the line sounded somewhat impatient. Our schedule is fully booked. Money is not an issue, Lin Feng interrupted, quoting a figure far above market price. Start work within 3 days, use the best materials, and ensure the steel structure's thickness reaches 10 millimeters. The foreman's tone immediately transformed to one of enthusiasm. No problem. I'll bring the blueprints tomorrow. Hanging up, Lin Feng stood in the high-speed train station's plaza, observing the bustling crowd around him. Most were dragging luggage, their faces etched with the fatigue of travel. None realized that in 24 days, this vibrant scene would be buried beneath a blanket of snow. He purchased a cup of hot coffee, and as his fingertips brushed against the scalding paper cup, he was abruptly reminded of the excruciating pain from his previous life when he was devoured. That intermingling of cold and heat would forever remain etched in his memory. As the train commenced its journey, the city outside gradually receded. Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The supplies within the space were nearly prepared. Although still insufficient, he could gradually gather more. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the arrival of the heavy snowfall. He was aware that Liu Yuqing and Zhang Hao's birthday party would transpire in 3 days. Yet he felt little desire to concern himself with the two treacherous individuals at this moment. Chapter 8. The Villa and the Blueprint. As the high-speed train approached the platform, Lin Feng found himself lost in thought, gazing at images of the villa displayed on his phone. The 3-story structure, nestled in a valley on the outskirts of the city, was adorned with ivy climbing its gray brick facade, the basement's ventilation shaft concealed by dense shrubbery. This was the goal he had settled upon after sifting through over 30 properties on the plain, located 20 kilometers from the city center. It evaded crowded areas while allowing for swift access via a concealed mountain road. Passengers disembarking, please take your luggage. The announcement jolted him back to reality. Lin Feng shouldered his canvas bag and followed the crowd out of the station, the late autumn sunlight streaming through gaps in the platform's awning, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. He pulled out his phone, seeing that Liu Yuqing's message remained unread. The party is set for the night after tomorrow at Star KTV. You must come. His finger hovered above the delete button for 3 seconds before ultimately locking the screen. He hailed a taxi, providing the address of the real estate agency, driver, to Anjia Real Estate in the east of the city as quickly as possible. When the agent Xiao Li laid eyes on Lin Feng, his eyes sparkled as if lit by a bulb. Mr. Lin, you finally made it. I have selected 3 villas as per your request, all equipped with basements, clear ownership, and most importantly, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. One is for urgent sale. The owner is emigrating, listed at $320,000, nearly $50,000 below market value. Lin Feng accepted the tablet, which displayed a rotating 3D layout of the villa, 3 floors above ground and 1 basement below, complete with an independent garage and a 200-square-meter yard. He pointed towards the basement area. What is the thickness of a load-bearing wall here? I'll need to ask the property management. Xiaoli clearly hadn't anticipated his scrutiny and scratched his head as he pulled up the owner's number. I'll inquire right now. While waiting for a response, Lin Feng flipped through exterior photos of the villa. The yard featured an old locust tree. The garage door was a manual roll-up type, and the yard wall stood under 2 meters tall, all areas requiring renovation. He swiftly calculated in his mind. Wall reinforcement would necessitate 10-centimeter thick steel plates. The roll-up door needed to be replaced with a hydraulic bulletproof version. The yard wall should be raised to at least 3 meters with an electric fence added. plus waterproofing and moisture-proofing for the basement. Initial estimates for the renovation would start at $1 million. Got the information? Shaoli hung up, his tone brimming with excitement. The basement's load-bearing wall is 30 centimeters of reinforced concrete, and the owner had waterproofing done last year. Lin Feng stood up. Let us go see the property. 40 minutes later, the taxi halted in front of the villa. The rusted iron gate creaked ominously as he pushed it open. The yard was overrun with weeds, reaching knee height, and the leaves of the old locust tree carpeted the ground. The main house's glass was coated in dust, resembling an abandoned structure. The owner moved out 6 months ago and has yet to find a suitable buyer, Shaoli explained. Look at this location. It's fantastic, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With only one road in and out, absolute privacy. Lin Feng remained silent, heading straight for the basement. A damp, musty odor greeted him. He stomped on the floor, feeling the solidness of the concrete through his shoes. The drainage hole in the corner was unobstructed, and the thermometer displayed a humidity level of 65, better than he had anticipated. He activated his phone's flashlight, illuminating the exposed steel beams of the ceiling, which glimmered with a bluish-black hue, showing no signs of corrosion. This one will do. Lin Feng turned to exit, inquiring, "Can we sign a contract today?" Shaoli stood frozen for a moment before catching up. "Why, yes. The owner's authorization is at the office. If it's a full payment, we can transfer ownership this afternoon." Financing. Lin Feng's voice echoed clearly in the empty yard. 30% down payment. The remainder via commercial loan, and expedite the disbursement. Xiao Li's expression soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Mr. Lin, it's nearly the end of the month. Loan approval will take at least a week. Increase the offer." Lin Feng announced a figure that was twice the standard agency fee, urging the bank to expedite the process, insisting that everything must be completed within 3 days. The allure of money was instantaneous. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng was already seated in the bank's VIP room, as the client manager across from him respectfully presented the loan agreement. "Mr. Lin, your qualifications are exceptional. The evaluation of this villa is $3,800,000. A loan of $2,200,000 will pose no issues, with an annual interest rate calculated at 4.2%. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Feng signed the document. He glanced at the repayment term of 30 years and smirked coldly. 30 years hence, this piece of paper would likely only find its way into the crevices of some zombie's teeth. As the property transfer procedures concluded, the sun was setting behind the western hills, holding the newly minted property deed at the villa's entrance. His mobile banking app notified him that after deducting the $1 million down payment and various taxes, he still had $2,150,000 remaining from the sale of his old home. He promptly dialed the construction team he had contacted earlier. "Wang Gong, I've sent you the address via WeChat. Bring the best materials. We start work tonight." Now, Wang Gong's voice was laced with sleepiness. "It's nearly 7. Labor costs have doubled, and we require a 30% advance on materials." Lin Feng opened the transfer interface. "I want to convert this into a climate-controlled warehouse. The walls, doors, windows, flooring, every possible reinforcement must adhere to the highest standards." Half an hour later, the roar of trucks shattered the tranquility of the valley. 5 workers entered the yard, carrying steel and tools, while Wang Gong held the blueprints, gesturing to Lin Feng. "How does this look?" "We'll add 10 millimeters of steel plating to the outer walls. Replace the windows with double-layer bulletproof glass. Ensure the basement has 3 layers of waterproofing, and install a new independent ventilation system along with the generator room." Lin Feng pointed to the garage area. "It must accommodate 2 diesel generators with exhaust pipes extending to the back mountain. Raise the yard's perimeter wall to 3 meters. Install an electric fence on top and hydraulic stakes at the entrance." He paused briefly and added, "All materials must be of the finest quality. If funds fall short, inform me immediately." Wang Gong gazed at the figures on the blueprint, swallowing hard. "The renovation costs are likely to exceed $1,500,000. "No problem," Lin Feng replied, retrieving a bank card he had prepared in advance, transferring an initial deposit of $500,000. As the first steel column was hoisted into place, Lin Feng stood in the yard, lighting a cigarette. The location was ideal. Although it was in the suburbs, a gas station was not far away. when the apocalypse arrives. The gasoline and diesel there would belong to him, and while it might not be substantial, it should suffice. After all, this would only serve as an emergency supply. For normal electricity usage, solar power was preferable. If used sparingly, it should be adequate. Sparks flickered in the twilight, reflecting the chill in his eyes. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was an invitation to a birthday party from Liu Yuqing, accompanied by a photo of her and Zhang Hao. The two of them nestled together in a KTV booth, their smiles blinding. Lin Feng stubbed out his cigarette underfoot and turned to enter the basement. This would be his sanctuary, his fortress, the starting point of his revenge. The sound of electric drills echoed through the night sky, as if counting down to the impending apocalypse. There were 21 days left until the snow fell. Chapter 9. Steel Strongholds and Deceptive Invitations at 3 o'clock in the morning. The valley was pierced by the roar of a diesel generator. Lin Feng stood on the terrace of the villa's second floor, watching his breath dissipate in the cold air. He tightened his tactical jacket around him, observing the workers hoisting the 10th steel plate onto the west wall. On his phone screen, Wang Gong had just sent the renovation list, revealing that 5 tons of steel had already been consumed in just the early hours of the day, and the account balance was visibly dwindling. After deducting the 50,000 advance, 1,650,000 remained. Mr. Lin, the bulletproof glass has arrived. Wang Gong, bundled in a military coat, rushed up, his hard hat dusted with snowflakes. I went down the hill to purchase materials and noticed the snow by the roadside hasn't melted. The weather is quite strange. He rubbed his frostbitten hands and pulled out a tape measure. The double-layer vacuum bulletproof glass you requested is 12 millimeters thick. The manufacturer claims it can withstand rifle shots from 50 meters away. Lin Feng accepted the glass sample, tapping it with his knuckles, listening to the dull echo. He approached the window and pointed to the frame's position. Remove the original wooden framework entirely and replace it with a steel structure. Secure the glass to the frame, filling the gaps with fireproof sealant. He paused and added, the basement windows should be designed to be concealed, appearing as solid walls from the outside, yet capable of opening for ventilation. Wang Gong promptly noted this down, the pen scratching on paper. Understood. The concealed windows will be controlled by hydraulic rods, with the sound of operation not exceeding 30 decibels. He glanced at the sky. If we start now, we could dismantle 3 window frames before dawn. Lin Feng nodded and descended the stairs. In the first-floor living room, 2 workers were using electric saws to cut through the original load-bearing wall, with which shavings flying as the inner, mottled brickwork was exposed. He walked over and kicked at a loose brick in the wall corner. Several red bricks fell away immediately. Do you see? All load-bearing walls must be reinforced with welded steel plates. First, secure them with rebar mesh, then pour concrete, and finally, affix steel plates for triple protection. Wang Gong clicked his tongue at the cost. Just the rebar will require an additional 5 tons. Money is no object. Lin Feng opened his mobile banking app and transferred 200,000 directly to Wang Gong's account as an expedited fee, instructing him to have the materials delivered overnight. Wang Gong's eyes lit up at the notification, and he grabbed the intercom, shouting, "Everyone, perk up. Boss Lin has increased the budget. We will work through the night to set up the framework." The sound of electric drills grew louder in the basement. As Lin Feng descended, a cloud of dust enveloped him. 3 workers were securing insulation to the wall. He touched the thickness of the foam board and told the lead worker, "This won't do. Replace it with 5-centimeter thick fire retardant boards with a density of at least 80 kilograms per cubic meter." He pointed to the drainage outlet in the corner. "We need to install a one-way valve here to prevent backflow and add 3 layers of waterproofing using the best membranes available." The lead worker wiped the sweat from his brow. "Mr. Lin, your requirements are even higher than those for a nuclear power station." "Roughly speaking," Lin Feng replied, retrieving 2 boxes of bottled water and several bags of bread from a hidden compartment in the space, intending to stave off hunger until the materials arrived. The workers gratefully devoured the provisions, their spirits visibly lifted. Lin Feng exited the basement to check on the progress in the yard. A truck was unloading steel, while workers used a crane to position the steel plates, and another group was welding them into place. He noticed that the welding points in the corner were not sturdy enough and immediately called over the welder. These welds need to be 2 millimeters thicker, and the patterns must be uniform. I'll send someone to inspect the integrity tomorrow. The welder looked astonished. Mr. Lin, you understand this? I know a thing or two. Lin Feng responded, refraining from elaborating. This knowledge was hard-earned from his past life among old welders in the ruins. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Lu Yuqing. He stared at the screen for 3 seconds before pressing the answer button, his voice rough from sleep. Hello? Lin Feng. Why'd you take so long to answer? Lu Yuqing's tone was playful. Is your outfit for the birthday party ready? Zhang Hao said he would wear a suit. Don't dress too casually. Lin Feng walked over to the steel pile, examining the labeled models, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I have prepared a rather formal gift. What kind of gift? Tell me quickly. It's a secret. Lin Feng hung up the phone, the warmth in his eyes instantly freezing. He walked to the garage, and with a mere thought, the silver-plated hunting rifle he had acquired from a New York hunting goods store materialized in his hand. After checking for any signs of wear on the gun, he confirmed it was in perfect condition before storing it back in a hidden space. As the first rays of sunlight crested the mountain at 6 o'clock in the morning, the west wall of the villa had already been erected with half-meter-high steel plates. Lin Feng stood before the steel plates, pounding his fist against them, listening to the muffled sound. Wang Gong approached with blueprints in hand. Mr. Lin, the location for the generator room has been finalized. It will be beside the garage, utilizing theater-grade, soundproof materials, ensuring that no sound is heard from the outside when it operates. He pointed at the red line on the blueprint, indicating that the exhaust pipe would run from this point to the back mountain, buried 3 meters underground, ensuring complete concealment. Very well. Lin Feng gazed into the distance at the winding mountain road, contemplating the installation of an electric wire on the courtyard wall, setting the voltage to 380 volts. Enough to stun a person without being fatal. I do not wish to court trouble, at least not at this moment. After a pause, he mentioned the hydraulic lifting piles at the entrance, which will be controlled both remotely and manually to prevent failure due to power outages. Engineer Wang quickly noted, the electric wire would utilize infrared sensors, triggering an alarm when someone approached and would activate 5 seconds later. The hydraulic piles could bear a weight of 50 tons, impervious even to a tank's assault. At 10 in the morning, the steel supplier arrived with samples. Lin Feng picked up a steel plate and measured its thickness with calipers, 10 centimeters, meeting the specifications. He tested it with a magnet, confirming its purity without any impurities. He instructed the manufacturer to deliver an additional 15 tons today, offering to cover double the shipping costs. The supplier smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with delight. No problem. I'll call for a vehicle right now, ensuring it arrives before dark. After sending off the supplier, Lin Feng returned to the basement. The insulation layer had been laid halfway, and workers were cutting the steel plates. Suddenly, he recalled the incident from his previous life when heavy snow sealed the city, causing water to infiltrate the basement and spoil supplies. He quickly told Engineer Wang, the basement floor needs to be raised by 30 centimeters, creating a waterproof slope, followed by the installation of anti-slip steel plates. This would require repouring concrete, which would incur extra costs. Lin Feng interrupted him, insisting that work must commence in the afternoon, and he wanted to see any accumulated water drained within 10 minutes. Engineer Wang gritted his teeth. Understood. I'll expedite the concrete delivery from the mixing station. During lunch, Lin Feng sat on a stone in the courtyard, nibbling on compressed biscuits. Lu Yuqing's birthday party? Naturally, Lin Feng did not attend. He had no desire to join the revelry of that couple. To be blunt, he feared that upon arrival, he might be unable to restrain his anger and would directly eliminate the two of them. At present, the villa renovation was consuming vast amounts of money, and his funds were already stretched thin, requiring at least tens of millions to maintain. Today, he had borrowed a substantial sum from various online lending platforms and friends, nearly exhausting all available credit from banks and credit cards, cobbling together over 2 million, which barely sufficed for a short while. Fortunately, many building materials were covered by contracts allowing deferred payment until after inspection and completion. Otherwise, with the meager funds he currently possessed, he wouldn't even have enough to fill the gaps. As for the friends he had borrowed from, Lin Feng subtly advised them to stockpile food. Whether they took his advice was beyond his control. Chapter 10. Resource reserves and contingency plans. The tumult of the villa renovation continued. Yet Lin Feng temporarily set aside his concerns about the construction progress. He sat on a makeshift folding chair. Spread before him was a yellowed paper detailing his repeatedly calculated spatial characteristics report. 3 days prior, he had conducted an experiment. He placed a piece of fresh beef and a box of strawberries in the space, while simultaneously placing identical samples outside. Today, the external beef had begun to emit a foul odor, and the strawberries had turned mushy and watery, whereas the samples within the space had hardly changed, merely experiencing a slight loss of moisture. Using the portable microscope he carried, he observed that the samples inside exhibited almost no active bacteria, nor were there any signs of viral proliferation. It was not time that had stopped, but rather a sterile environment. Lin Feng murmured to himself. This discovery invigorated him. It meant he could store a greater variety of supplies, particularly those perishable items that are traditionally difficult to preserve. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed the previously contacted pig farm owner. Boss Wang, how have you considered my previous proposal? Mr. Lin. The voice on the other end hesitated. 100 pigs is no small matter, and it requires processing, which entails significant labor. A deposit of 100,000 transferred immediately. Lin Feng interrupted, his tone leaving no room for debate. The remaining balance of 350,000 will be paid in full by the 1st of next month. The requirements are straightforward. All pork must be cut into 20-pound portions, with the entrails cleaned and packaged separately, and must be slaughtered and delivered on the same day. Boss Wang fell silent for a few seconds, clearly calculating the profits. Understood. I will arrange it right away and ensure it meets your specifications. However, do you have space to store all that meat? That is not your concern. Lin Feng hung up the phone and promptly transferred the deposit of 100,000. The sterile environment within the space was perfectly suited to preserve this fresh meat, eliminating the need for salting or freezing, and in the apocalypse, being able to consume fresh pork would be an absolute luxury. After finalizing the pork arrangements, he reached out to vegetable bases and fruit wholesalers in the suburbs. I want 500,000 worth of vegetables. Any kind will do, primarily potatoes, cabbages, and radishes. The more variety, the better, he stated over the phone, and also requested 500,000 worth of fruits, including apples, oranges, and kiwis, regardless of their shelf life. Each would require a 50,000 deposit, with the balance due on the 1st of next month. The vegetable base owner readily agreed. No problem, we have temperature-controlled storage to ensure freshness. However, with such a large order, are you opening a supermarket? Close enough, Lin Feng evasively replied, a subtle smirk playing on his lips after hanging up the phone. These vegetables and fruits would be sufficient for him to last several years, and if he encountered reliable survivors, they could serve as valuable trading commodities. In the apocalypse, fresh produce would be far more precious than gold, especially when humanity had yet to restore its original productivity by the time he met his demise. It can only be said that for those people, merely surviving would be a daunting challenge, let alone enjoying life, which would be a distant dream. Having arranged these matters, he rose and walked to the terrace of the villa. The construction team was busy installing soundproof panels for the generator room, with engineer Wang nearby directing operations. Mr. Lin, how does the soundproofing seem to you? He knocked on the panels, and the sound was significantly muffled. It is acceptable. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that 2 generators were needed, one for regular use and one as a backup, both diesel-powered with a minimum output of 20 kilowatts. The fuel tanks must be buried underground, with a capacity of 5,000 liters, secured with an anti-theft mesh. Understood, it has already been ordered and will be delivered tomorrow. Engineer Wang handed over a list. This is the material that needs to be procured next. Please review it and let me know if there is anything else to add. Lin Feng took the list, scanning the items including surveillance equipment, electric wire systems, and ventilation ducts, and added, please also include 10 air purifiers equipped with HEPA filters, to be installed in the basement and on each floor. Additionally, purchase 50 barrels of number 35 diesel for the generator room. Certainly, I will arrange that immediately. As Lin Feng descended from the terrace, he calculated his remaining funds. After selling the old house, he had around 180,000 left, and, after deducting expenses, roughly 100,000 remained. Given the follow-up costs of the villa renovation, the funds were becoming tight. As for the payments due next month for the pork, vegetables, and fruits, by that time, the city would likely be in chaos. He had set the payment dates for next month, and by then, money might prove unnecessary. Regarding whether the supplies within the space would suffice, he recalled the large supermarket in the city center, where he had worked as an assistant manager, overseeing logistics. According to his memories from his previous life, 5 days after the snowfall began, the entire city would come to a standstill. And that day would coincide with his scheduled duty, requiring him to go down for inspections. By then, all the supplies in the supermarket would be his. As for the reason to scour for resources in the United States, it was primarily for weapons. Domestic regulations on firearms were stringent, making it difficult to acquire decent weaponry. While American hunting and outdoor stores offered ample opportunities to obtain sufficient firearms and ammunition. Of course, gathering supplies from American supermarkets was also a precautionary measure. After all, in an apocalypse, resources are never in excess. In the afternoon, Lin Feng ventured into the city, feigning to handle business matters at the company. He circled around the large supermarket, carefully observing the layout and the locations of surveillance cameras. The supermarket had 3 levels, the first floor for fresh produce and food, the second for daily necessities, and the third for electronics and clothing. The warehouse was located underground, stocked with a considerable amount of goods. However, there was no need for observation. At that time, Lin Feng was the only one at the supermarket, as everyone else was on leave. "Manager Lin, what brings you back?" An employee greeted him warmly. "Just came to pick up a few things," Lin Feng replied with a smile, casually browsing the aisles. "How is the stock recently? I've heard that temperatures are set to drop." "Indeed, the manager has instructed us to prepare more heating supplies and convenience foods." The employee pointed towards the shelves filled with down jackets and instant noodles, noting that they had received 10,000 boxes of instant noodles alone. Lin Feng nodded, silently taking note. These supplies would soon become his assets. After chatting with the employee for a few more moments to understand the inventory situation and security measures, he left the supermarket. By the time he returned to the villa, night had already fallen. The construction team was still working hard, and the searchlights in the yard illuminated the area brightly. Lin Feng descended into the basement, surveying the storage room that was beginning to take shape, nodding in satisfaction. This would be his safe haven in the apocalypse, housing his hopes for survival. He retrieved a rifle from his storage space and meticulously wiped it down. This firearm, brought back from the United States, boasted excellent performance, long range, and considerable power. He checked the bullets in the magazine to ensure it was ready for immediate use. 19 days, Lin Feng murmured to himself as he gazed at the calendar on the wall. In 19 days, heavy snow will seal the city and the apocalypse will descend. He was already prepared. He placed the rifle back in the storage space and exited the basement. The cold wind outside carried the scent of snow. Lin Feng understood that a massive storm was quietly brewing, and he intended to survive this tempest, reclaiming everything from those who had betrayed him. Chapter 11. Inventory of weapons and refinement of defense. Before the morning mist had dissipated, Lin Feng stood in the villa's yard. The workers from the construction crew were still asleep in their tents, with only Wang Gong pacing at the generator room entrance, holding blueprints. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, he hurried over. "Mr. Lin, the diesel generator will arrive in the morning, and the foundation for the fuel tank is already set." "Well done," Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the steel piled in the yard. "Today, we will erect the framework for the electric fence around the wall, and this afternoon, I will send someone to deliver the transformer." He paused and added, "Additionally, purchase 20 more cameras with a resolution of at least 4 million pixels, capable of night vision and alarm functions." Wang Gong took out a notebook to jot down the instructions. "Understood. The cameras will be installed at the 4 corners of the wall and at the entrance to ensure there are no blind spots." An hour later, Lin Feng entered the villa. The insulation layer in the basement had been completed, and the workers who had risen were busy cutting steel plates in preparation for the flooring. He walked to the corner, and with a thought, the supplies in his storage space began to materialize clearly in his mind. A deposit receipt for 100 pigs lay on top, followed by contracts for vegetables and fruits, and beneath that were the firearms and ammunition he had brought back from New York, neatly organized. Focusing his thoughts, he retrieved an M4 rifle and 5 magazines from a space. The cool touch of the gun was familiar, and he skillfully checked the chamber and magazine before taking out cleaning tools to wipe it down meticulously. In his previous life, he had only seen guns on television. But after his rebirth, he had diligently researched firearms online, and now disassembling and assembling them felt second nature. In addition, Lin Feng had purchased many high-capacity hard drives, storing a wealth of knowledge within them. After all, much of this information would vanish after the apocalypse, so preparation was essential. He had considered buying physical books, believing they would store better, but the online bookstores primarily offered literary works. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had still acquired some specialized books. 18 days, he murmured. Placing the cleaned rifle on a gun rack he had specially commissioned Wang Gong to construct, made from 10mm thick steel plates and fixed to the basement's load-bearing wall. He then retrieved the silver-plated hunting rifle and night vision goggles from his storage space, arranging them neatly alongside 5 machetes and 10 entrenching tools. With the inventory of weapons nearly complete, he began to organize the medical supplies. The cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics were categorized, alongside the painkillers and hemostatic powders scavenged from American pharmacies. He deliberately set aside a portion in a first aid kit on the first floor, pretending it was for everyday use, while the remainder was stored deep within the space. As he prepared to leave, Lin Feng gathered all the weapons back into storage. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he could not risk having the workers discover the firearms. At 10 in the morning, the diesel generator arrived. 2 brand new generators were hoisted into the generator room, and Wang Gong, holding the instruction manual, explained to Lin Feng, "This is imported from Germany, with low fuel consumption and low failure rates. It can run continuously for 72 hours without issue." He pointed to the fuel tank, which held 5,000 liters. Sufficient for a month. Lin Feng nodded and moved outside the generator room, watching the workers bury the fuel tank underground. "Bury it deep, at least 2 meters, he instructed. "Plant some grass on top to disguise it as ordinary ground." Having dealt with the generator, he drove to a pig farm in the suburbs. Boss Wang was directing workers in cleaning the pig pens, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, you arrived just in time. I have selected 100 pigs, all over 300 pounds, guaranteed to have excellent meat quality." Lin Feng followed him into the pig pen, where a pungent odor assaulted his senses. He wrinkled his brow and pointed to a few robust-looking pigs. "These will do, but ensure they are processed cleanly when slaughtered, and package the offal separately. I have use for it." "Rest assured, we have professional butchers," Boss Wang assured him, promising to divide the meat into small portions and vacuum pack it to ensure freshness. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then toured the vegetable base and fruit wholesalers' warehouses, confirming that they were preparing stocks as per the contract. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Wang Gong was directing workers in installing the electric fence, and upon seeing Lin Feng return, he promptly reported, "The transformer and cameras have arrived. We can calibrate them tomorrow." "Excellent," Lin Feng replied as he approached the monitoring room, which had originally been the study on the 2nd floor, but was now transformed into a surveillance center. The display must operate 24 hours a day, with a hard drive capacity of at least 2 terabytes. He added also, install a backup power supply that can automatically switch on during outages. Wang Gong took note of everything and suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Lin, your villa is so tightly secured. What are you planning to do?" Lin Feng smiled and concocted a reason. "Just doing a little business, stocking up, afraid of being targeted." He did not wish to elaborate further. Too many words could lead to missteps, especially before the impending apocalypse. As evening approached, the weather suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered, and a strong wind picked up, signaling impending rain. Lin Feng stood on the terrace, gazing at the distant sky, feeling an unsettling premonition. In his previous life, the weather had also begun to behave strangely at this time, though no one paid attention. He took out his phone to check the weather forecast, which indicated that temperatures would continue to drop over the next week, with potential rain mixed with snow. Just in time, Lin Feng murmured to himself, realizing this would be a good test of the villa's waterproofing and insulation. During dinner, he ordered some takeout, along with several roasted duck legs, and shared the meal with the workers. They chatted about the recent weather and news. A young worker remarked, "I heard it's snowing up north. This winter seems to be arriving particularly early." "Indeed, quite unusual," another worker agreed. "My spouse mentioned buying more winter clothes, fearing the cold." Lin Feng listened to their conversation without interjecting. He knew that this snowfall was merely the beginning. The real freeze lay ahead. When that time came, even those in the south would experience plummeting temperatures, dropping below -10 or even 20 degrees. Though such temperatures might not seem significant, one must remember that this was not a northern region with central heating. What is even more dire is that merely a month after the temperature dropped, the zombie virus erupted abruptly, plunging an already tenuous situation into complete chaos, growing increasingly severe. In every nation, the virus spread, initially among the military, directly causing humanity to lose its capacity for resistance entirely. Continuous temperature drops could perhaps be attributed to natural disasters, but the peculiar and coincidental manner in which the virus proliferated makes it difficult to believe there is no underlying conspiracy. He glanced at the time. There were still 18 days until the apocalypse, and many matters remained to be addressed. After finishing dinner, he returned to the basement to organize the supplies within. The deposits for pork, vegetables, and fruits had already been paid, and the weapons and medicines were nearly ready. All that remained was to wait. He was confident that as long as he followed the plan, he would survive the apocalypse and ensure that those who betrayed him would pay the price. As night deepened, the construction sounds in the villa gradually subsided, leaving only the generator humming softly. Lin Feng lay on the makeshift bed, but found no inclination to sleep. He recalled the betrayal he faced in his previous life at the hands of Su Qing and Zhang Hao, and feelings of hatred surged within him anew. "Just wait. Soon you will understand what despair truly is," he murmured, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. The wind outside intensified, mingling with raindrops that pattered against the glass, creating cacophony of sound. Chapter 12. Returning to work at the company, the construction at the villa was nearing completion. Lin Feng purposely rose early to change into a suit, his shirt crisply ironed, and the creases of his trousers pressed impeccably flat. As he adjusted his tie in front of the mirror, his fingertips brushed against the folding knife hidden inside his shirt, a habit he had developed. Though he had space, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and being discovered would be problematic. Furthermore, the folding knife was not merely for self-defense. It primarily served as a psychological comfort. After experiencing the apocalypse, Lin Feng now felt uncomfortable without a weapon on him, a situation that would require time to alleviate. "Wang Gong, I am heading to the company for a while. I will return in the afternoon to check the surveillance system," he instructed over the intercom, the sound of a drill and Wang Gong's muffled response filtering through the receiver. As he started the car, the dashboard indicated an outdoor temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, with a thin layer of frost covering the windshield that required 3 wipes from the wipers to clear. Lin Feng had not been to the company for several days. Relying on various leaves of absence to sustain himself, his annual leave was almost depleted. Fortunately, the company had not been particularly busy lately. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take such an extended leave all at once. The reason he had not yet tendered his resignation was twofold. Firstly, there was the matter concerning Lu Yuqing and the others, and secondly, and more importantly, it was due to the vast supermarket owned by the company. It is worth noting that in this city, the supermarket managed by the company was a behemoth, not only the largest but also far exceeding the second-ranked competitor. With the apocalypse looming, Lin Feng had no intention of letting go of this lucrative opportunity. Therefore, even though he understood that societal order would completely collapse in half a month, rendering his current job meaningless, he could not resign. Once he left, he would lose the chance to infiltrate the supermarket and warehouse. Upon arriving at the company, the revolving door of the office building enveloped him in warmth, and the receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Manager Lin. Sister Yuqing just asked about you." Lin Feng nodded without responding. As the elevator displayed the 12th floor, he adjusted his expression in the reflection of the cabin. To effectively portray the amiable and friendly deputy manager, he would need to invest some effort. The sound of keyboards echoed in the office, where Lu Yuqing was sitting by the window applying lipstick. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately lifted her lip gloss, asking, "Lin Feng, do you think the shade is pretty?" Zhang Hao said, "I look like a strawberry with this." She turned to call out to the neighboring workstation, "How? Don't you think so?" Zhang Hao, with a fried dough stick in his mouth, poked his head out, unconcerned about the oil splattering on his shirt. Yuqing looks good in anything. His gaze swept over Lin Feng's suit, and he suddenly chuckled. "Manager Lin, why are you so formally dressed today? Are you going to meet a client?" Lin Feng placed his briefcase on the desk and leisurely opened his schedule. "I need to inspect the stock at the supermarket this afternoon. With the recent temperature drop, the leadership has instructed us to focus on essential goods." He deliberately emphasized the word supermarket, catching a glimpse of Lu Yuqing's eyelashes fluttering. "Inspecting the supermarket?" Lu Yuqing swiveled her office chair closer, her perfume mingling with the scent of fried dough, creating an overwhelming aroma. "Take me with you. I've been wanting to browse. And I heard imported chocolate is on sale." "Company policy forbids it," Lin Feng replied, flipping through the folder to extract a copy of the supplier contract. "Aren't you going to watch a movie with Zhang Hao this afternoon?" He recalled that in his previous life, they used the excuse of watching a movie, but in reality, they went to the suburbs to inspect the warehouse. In hindsight, they probably knew something was amiss or were simply hoarding supplies. Zhang Hao's laughter abruptly ceased. "How did you know we were going to the movies?" "I heard it from the receptionist," Lin Feng replied without looking up, marking a date on the contract where the final payment to the vegetable supplier was due next month. "Lu Yuqing, please follow up on this." He pushed the document towards her, observing her fingertips linger on the figure of 500,000 for half a second, a cold smile forming within him. During the lunch break, Lin Feng feigned a trip to the tea room, deliberately passing by the stairwell. Sure enough, he overheard Lu Yuqing speaking in a hushed tone. "Is it all right to store that batch of canned goods in your basement? My mom said we should stock up since the weather forecast keeps predicting snow." Zhang Hao's response was unclear, but phrases like "locking the warehouse" still reached his ears. They could not possibly know that the apocalypse was imminent. Thus, it could only indicate one thing. They were pilfering products from the warehouse. How bold they were! It was a pity that if it weren't for the impending apocalypse, Lin Feng would have thoroughly investigated the matter and ensured both of them faced consequences. As he turned with a coffee cup in hand, he unexpectedly collided with Zhang Hao emerging from the stairwell, their gazes locking in midair. The other man's expression shifted to one of caution, quickly replaced by a smile. "Manager Lin, are you also here for water?" "Yes," Lin Feng replied, taking a sip of coffee and noticing Zhang Hao's poorly fastened tie. This suddenly reminded him of the strength with which those hands had torn at his clothing in his previous life, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. "I heard you have a vacant house in the suburbs?" Zhang Hao's smile faltered. "Yes, why?" "Nothing much," Lin Feng replied, setting down his cup and intentionally bumping shoulders with him. "I'll be inspecting the supermarket this afternoon. Would you like to join me? I could use help carrying back a few boxes of mineral water." No. I already made plans with Yuqing." Zhang Hao hastily waved his hand, almost fleeing into the elevator. Lin Feng stood rooted, watching the elevator doors close, the steam from his coffee fogging his glasses. At 3 in the afternoon, the supermarket buzzed with activity, with sales associates stacking winter jackets on the shelves. Lin Feng walked through the refrigerated section with a checklist in hand, suddenly halting in the pork section. Just then, a call from Boss Wang came through. "Mr. Lin, the 100 pigs you requested are ready. The slaughterhouse said they can begin tomorrow. The money isn't an issue." Lin Feng interrupted him, eyeing the pork belly priced at 38 yuan per gene in the refrigerated display. "The internal organs must be cleaned thoroughly, especially the liver and intestines, and vacuum-packed separately." After hanging up, he instructed the arriving store manager, "Report all frozen stock to me. We need to ensure at least 5,000 gene in reserves by early next month." As he exited the supermarket, a mix of rain and snow began to fall from the sky. The moment he sat in the car, his phone buzzed with a bank notification. The 50,000 yuan deposit to the vegetable supplier had been credited. In the rearview mirror, the supermarket sign blurred against the backdrop of wind and snow. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and set an alarm. There were 17 days until the apocalypse, and 12 days until the citywide shutdown due to snow and ice. Strictly speaking, the day the snowstorm arrived should be considered the onset of the apocalypse. After all, from the day the city halted operations, the relentless snowfall and biting cold had not ceased. This city, once free from snow year-round, had from that day forth irrevocably fallen into the shadow of the apocalypse. Regrettably, it was the peak of the northern snow season, and people regarded the severe cold as merely ordinary weather, failing to notice any abnormalities. It was not until 5 days later, when temperatures in the north plummeted to an unfathomable level, that the entire nation fell into paralysis, marking the day when everyone acknowledged the true onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 13, the final waiting time. The electrical network of the villa was finally calibrated. The last blue light flickering across the wall. Lin Feng gazed at the clear images on the surveillance screen, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Rubbing his weary eyes, he turned to the window. Snow had fallen steadily for an entire day, blanketing the ground in a thin layer of white. With 16 days remaining until the end of the world, this early snowfall felt like a portent, filling the air with an unsettling atmosphere. Mr. Lin, all the equipment has been calibrated. Wang Gong handed over a list, densely packed with parameters of various facilities. The electrical network maintained a stable voltage of 380 volts, with a triggering time precise to the second. The surveillance system could cover a radius of 100 meters around the villa, and night vision had been tested, clearly capturing rabbits up to 50 meters away. Lin Feng took the list, reviewing it meticulously, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. I will transfer the remaining payment to you promptly. He paused briefly, adding, Let us call it a day. Let the workers return to rest, and we shall address the final touches tomorrow. Wang Gong acknowledged his words and began directing the workers to pack up and leave. Before departing, Wang Gong glanced up at the sky, muttering, What kind of strange weather is this? It's snowing so heavily, truly bizarre. The north was already a winter wonderland, yet this was the south, a city almost insulated from snow, hence Wang Gong's astonishment. The last time Lin Feng beheld snow, he too felt a sense of novelty. At that time, he was filled with the delight and excitement of a southerner witnessing snowfall for the first time, completely unaware that this snow heralded the advent of the apocalypse. The villa fell into silence, save for the low hum of the generator. Over the next 5 days, Lin Feng immersed himself in the villa, working alongside the workers to perfect the details. Each night, he activated the surveillance system, watching the snowstorm intensify in the valley, mentally calculating the time. On the 6th morning, while inspecting supplies, Lin Feng noticed the neatly stacked pork and vegetables in the space, suddenly recalling the days he had been trapped indoors by heavy snow in his past life. Back then, not only was driving impossible, but even walking required struggling through snow that reached his knees. A moment's carelessness could lead to plunging into hidden traps beneath the snow. A snow vehicle was essential, he murmured to himself, immediately picking up his phone to search for relevant information. After some comparisons, he selected an all-terrain snow vehicle, powerful and equipped for extended journeys, capable of accommodating anti-skid chains and snow shovels, ideal for navigating deep snow. When he reached the dealer, the representative expressed surprise upon learning he wished to purchase a snow vehicle, remarking, Buying this now? The snowfall doesn't seem that substantial. Price is not an issue. I want it in stock, and I want to pick it up today. Lin Feng interrupted, his tone leaving no room for debate. After hanging up, he requested a leave from work and hurriedly boarded a flight to the dealership. Snow continued to fall heavily in the north, with the roads becoming increasingly icy, causing vehicles to crawl at a snail's pace. After over 5 hours, Lin Feng finally arrived at the dealership. The snow vehicle sat majestically in the center of the showroom, its silver-gray body gleaming under the lights, exuding an imposing presence. He circled the vehicle, inspecting its condition, and nodded in satisfaction. This one? How much? The dealer quoted a price, significantly higher than online listings, but Lin Feng did not haggle, paying the amount directly. Have it delivered to this address. He wrote down the villa's address, urging for the swiftest delivery possible. By the time he returned to the villa, night had fallen. In the subsequent 7 days, Lin Feng scarcely closed his eyes. He meticulously unpacked all the weapons from his storage, disassembling, maintaining, and reassembling them until he could operate them proficiently with his eyes closed. Taking advantage of a break in the snowfall, he drove to the city center supermarket under the pretext of checking supplies. mentally noting the locations of emergency food and drinking water in the warehouse. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, the days of citywide shutdown loomed closer, and the supplies there would serve as his final stockpile. During this time, Liu Yuqing called him twice, once to discuss the outstanding payment for vegetables, and once to boast about the expensive down jacket Zhang Hao had bought her. Lin Feng responded perfunctorily to both calls. Early on the 8th day, Lin Feng was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he found representatives from a vegetable base and fruit wholesaler delivering the last batch of produce. Lin Feng instructed them to unload the goods in the yard, then confirmed that he would transfer the final payment as per the contract. Thankfully, a contract had been signed. Otherwise, after purchasing the snow vehicle, he would have had little money left for the final payment, given the considerable expense of shipping over such a long distance. Once they departed, he stored the vegetables and fruits in his space, checking the villa's facilities once more. The electrical network functioned correctly, the surveillance images were clear, and the alarm system was primed to trigger at the slightest approach to the yard. Should the apocalypse arrive, he could elevate the alert level to the highest setting, ensuring that any moving object would set off the alarm. However, for the present, it was unnecessary to raise the level that high, as many wild animals still roamed nearby. With all preparations for the apocalypse complete, Lin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the snow intensify outside, feeling an unusual calm within. The past few days had been uneventful, and no extraordinary incidents occurred. The snow fell swiftly, but also ceased just as quickly. Now, the outside world remained bathed in bright sunlight. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. Only 3 days remained before the apocalypse descended. He couldn't help but think of Liu Yuqing and Zhang Hao, wondering what the two of them were busying themselves with. They were likely still scheming about where to go on dates. Damn it, despite being involved with Zhang Hao, she still felt the need to provoke me. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, cursing his past blindness to such an obvious situation. A cold smirk crept onto his lips, no matter how pleased they were now. They could not escape his vengeance. In the subsequent 3 days, Lin Feng refrained from venturing outdoors, remaining in the villa, spending his time reading or inspecting supplies and equipment. As the end of the world approached, snow began to fall again, growing heavier until it surpassed his knees, transforming the outside world into a vast expanse of white. Occasionally, a few birds landed on the villa's walls, curiously observing the solitary fortress before flapping their wings and flying away. Lin Feng sat by the window, gazing at the snow. The weather forecast indicated a severe blizzard was imminent, with temperatures plummeting to minus 30 degrees. He understood that this was the signal of the apocalypse's arrival. The snow vehicle had been delivered, its fuel tank filled to the brim. With it, future excursions to gather supplies would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Although Lin Feng believed he might not need to venture out for supplies, he meticulously inspected the snow vehicle, ensuring it could start up reliably at any moment. Having completed all these tasks, he settled on the sofa, picked up a book, and awaited the inevitable. As the clock struck midnight, the howling winds and raging snow outside intensified, resembling the cries of countless wild beasts. The villa's windows rattled under the force of the wind, and the generator's hum grew more urgent. Lin Feng closed his book, approached the window, and surveyed the chaotic world outside. The heavy snow had already submerged the walls, enveloping the landscape in disarray, as if the entire world had been devoured. The apocalypse has arrived, Lin Feng murmured, his eyes devoid of fear, only brimming with anticipation and detachment. Though this was not universally recognized as the apocalypse, for the people of this city, this day marked the true beginning of their end. He understood that from this moment on, the old world had come to an end, and a new order was about to commence. He would survive in this chaotic apocalypse and reclaim everything from those who had betrayed him. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Heavy Snow and Spatial Anomalies in the Early Morning. As Lin Feng pushed open the villa's grand door, the snow had already accumulated to his knees. He trudged through the thigh-deep snow towards the garage, and the moment he started the snowmobile, the engine's roar echoed far into the silent valley. The thermometer outside the car window displayed a chilling minus 17 degrees, and the breath he exhaled crystallized in a frost on the windshield, compelling him to frequently activate the defrost function. With only 4 days remaining until the apocalypse, the citywide suspension order had arrived as anticipated. Last evening, the company chat erupted in chaos. The red alert for heavy snow was upgraded, and the municipal authorities urgently notified all non-essential services to halt operations, leaving only supermarkets and hospitals to maintain basic functions. Lin Feng stared at his phone screen, his finger hovering over the word received for half a second before he ultimately replied, "The supermarket in my jurisdiction will conduct normal inspections tomorrow to ensure the supply of goods." Lu Yuqing sent a pouting emoji in the chat. "Manager Lin, you must be so exhausted. The snow where I live has reached my waist. I can't even step outside." Zhang Hao quickly chimed in. "Exactly, Lin Gu. What's the point of inspections in this weather? The leaders won't say anything." Lin Feng did not respond and exited the chat interface. He knew their intentions all too well. They merely wished to stay home, yet lacked the courage to admit it, seeking someone to shield them from accountability. The snowmobile crunched over the icy mountain road, the chains scraping harshly against the ground. Lin Feng switched on the car radio, where intermittent traffic broadcasts warned. The thickness of snow on the city's main roads has reached 50 centimeters. Citizens are advised to refrain from unnecessary outings. He maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid a toppled truck by the roadside. In his past life, he was crammed into a rented room with Lu Yuqing, gazing out at the snowy landscape, marveling at how a timely snow heralds a bountiful year. Ridiculous. He smirked, lowering the radio volume. By 9 in the morning, the snowmobile halted at the loading area behind the supermarket. The once bustling passage was now deserted, with only the snow forming a slope on the unloading platform. Lin Feng walked through the employee entrance, but the fingerprint scanner was sluggish in the cold, requiring 3 attempts to unlock the door. The supermarket lay in darkness, the emergency lights casting a green glow that flickered between the shelves like floating will-o'-the-wisps. He retrieved a powerful flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. Finding the goods on the shelves remained unchanged from the previous night. Instant noodles had toppled into a lopsided mound, and frost clung to the glass of the milk fridge, indicating that the refrigeration system had failed. "Is anyone there?" Lin Feng called out, his voice echoing in the empty sales floor, met with silence. He checked his phone, and the latest message from the company chat was time-stamped at 3 in the morning. Each store may independently decide operating hours. Closure is permitted as long as safety is ensured. Excellent. He opened the conversation with the store manager and sent the pre-composed message. "I have arrived for inspection. Everything appears normal. Employees need not report to work. We will reassess after the snow ceases." The moment he pressed send, he knew the solitary performance could officially begin. The surveillance room was located in a corner of the second-floor office. Lin Feng ascended the stairs, each step crunching on the accumulated snow. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a screen filled entirely with static snowflakes. The low temperature had rendered the surveillance system utterly paralyzed. Yet, he did not let his guard down. He fetched a chair, stood upon it, and severed both the power and network cables behind the main unit. A faint spark erupted at the wire's end, and the acrid smell of burning plastic filled the air. Just in case, he murmured to himself. The headquarters was certainly empty at this hour. Even if a diligent worker accessed the remote monitoring, they would only see a message indicating a signal interruption. By the time they thought to send someone for repairs, the city would already have turned into a frozen hell. Returning to the first floor, Lin Feng stood at the center of the sales area, for the first time unreservedly employing his spatial abilities under the bright daylight. He extended his hand towards the nearest snack shelf, and with a mere thought, an entire row of chocolates and chips vanished in a thin air. A faint humming resonated within the space, as if greedily consuming these supplies. He moved steadily down the aisle, the beam of his flashlight revealing the shelves rapidly becoming barren. Snack area, canned goods section, daily necessities zone. His powers flowed increasingly smoothly, to the point where he barely needed to lift his hand. Any product within his line of sight would automatically soar into the void. As he passed the refrigerated section, he intentionally slowed down. The meats and frozen foods inside had not completely thawed, perfectly aligning with the storage conditions of the space. Although he was uncertain whether items stored in the void would defrost, even if they did, it mattered little as they would not spoil. Ding! A carton of milk slipped off the shelf, producing a crisp sound in the empty sales floor. Lin Feng bent down to pick it up, suddenly realizing that the scene within the void had changed. The previously towering supplies now occupied only the bottom layer, surrounded by an endless gray void. He was taken aback, attempting to pull an entire row of refrigerated cabinets into the space, but it still appeared more than sufficient. Had it expanded? Lin Feng approached the warehouse door and unlocked the rolling shutter with a spare key. The frigid temperatures turned the warehouse into a natural freezer. Entire boxes of mineral water had frozen solid, and frost clung to the bags of rice and flour. Taking a deep breath, he maximized his focus. The supplies in the warehouse vanished at a visibly rapid pace, from the innermost grains and oils to the pile of paper towels at the entrance. In merely 10 minutes, it was emptied. Standing in the now deserted warehouse, Lin Feng felt a slight warmth radiating from his brow. The boundaries of the space crystallized clearly in his consciousness. It had expanded at least threefold since his rebirth. The combined items from the supermarket and warehouse occupied less than a third of the available space. So that was it. He realized with sudden clarity. When he had acquired this space upon his rebirth, it was only 1/3 of its current size. Could it be that his abilities evolved with usage? This revelation sent his heart racing. A sufficiently large space meant the potential to stockpile more resources for survival. As he checked the mother and baby section, Lin Feng's flashlight illuminated fever reducers on the bottom shelf. He crouched down, collecting 2 entire boxes of ibuprofen into the void, then reconsidered, deciding to gather all items into the space. After all, it was expansive and better to store them now in case they became useful later. He then dashed towards the pharmacy section, clearing out all medications. In the apocalypse, medicine was an invaluable resource. By 3 in the afternoon, Lin Feng stood at the supermarket's entrance, glancing back. This supermarket, which had operated for 5 years, had now become a hollow shell. The only source of light being the flickering green of the emergency lights in the darkness. He secured the employee entrance and tossed the key into the snow pile, never to be used again. As he started the vehicle, Lin Feng watched the supermarket shrink in the rearview mirror, suddenly feeling the warmth in his brow transform into a flowing warmth that spread through his veins to the tips of his fingers and toes. For more days, the snowmobile merged into the vast curtain of snow. This was merely the prelude to the apocalypse. No one would perceive anything amiss. But when the snow continued to fall relentlessly, despair would inevitably descend. Chapter 15. Global snow disaster in the villa's fireplace. Flames crackled, casting Lin Feng's silhouette on the wall, stretching and contracting with a flickering light. Although the room was equipped with air conditioning for warmth, Lin Feng had deliberately added a fireplace to conserve electricity. After all, having watched numerous outdoor survival programs, he felt that the presence of a fireplace added an authentic flavor to surviving the apocalypse. Since it was already the end of the world, why not take the opportunity to enjoy such primal warmth? More importantly, should any electrical appliances fail, this traditional method of heating would undoubtedly prove more reliable. He had long since stockpiled a substantial amount of coal and split wood in the void, sufficient to last for quite some time. Relishing the warmth of the villa, Lin Feng sat on the sofa with a cup of hot cocoa, while the LCD television before him displayed urgent news. In the footage, palm trees near the equator were blanketed in thick white snow. The Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro was capped with a heavy layer of snow, and even the deserts of Saudi Arabia appeared eerily white. According to global meteorological monitoring data, extreme snowfall has simultaneously occurred in both the northern and southern hemispheres over the past 12 hours. The broadcaster's voice trembled, barely concealing the gravity of the situation, while the backdrop displayed a world map, with red snowstorm warnings covering all regions except for Antarctica. In Brazil's Amazon rainforest, snow accumulated to a thickness of 5 centimeters, and floating ice was reported in Sydney Harbor, marking an unprecedented global climatic anomaly in recorded history. Lin Feng sipped his hot cocoa, his gaze drifting to the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the screen. It had been exactly 4 days since he had raided the supermarket. During these 4 days, the snow outside the villa had surged at a rate of half a meter per day, accumulating to nearly 2 meters in depth. He could only observe the pristine white world through the surveillance cameras. In Lin Feng's memory, when the snowfall ceased, The snow would almost reach the second-floor windows. By that time, if the snow in the villa's yard was not cleared, the power lines would likely be buried beneath it, rendering them utterly useless. Thus, once the snowfall stopped, clearing the snow in the yard would become his imperative task. Unfortunately, time was too tight. Otherwise, he would have wished to enclose the entire yard beneath a layer of bulletproof glass. With such a measure in place, no one would dare intrude upon the villa, regardless of their methods. As for the current renovations to the villa, he had primarily focused on fortifying the main structure. From a distance, the villa resembled a steel fortress, with only the main entrance accessible, while all other areas were securely sealed. Unless the adversary resorted to missiles, even armed intruders could merely storm into the yard, with entry into the house being utterly impossible. Such defenses were more than sufficient for safety. At that moment, his phone vibrated on the coffee table, signaling new messages in the company group chat. Xiao Wang from a marketing department shared a video. Snow piled up on his balcony had reached the top of the security net, and he was laboriously clearing it with a shovel, captioning it, "This snow falls harder than in the Northeast. I hope the year-end bonus doesn't freeze away." Following that, Sister Lee from the finance department reassured, "Don't worry, I just checked the weather forecast. It says it will warm up next Monday." Lu Yuqing posted a selfie, wrapped in a mink coat, standing in her yard beside a snowman adorned with a pink scarf. "The snow scene is beautiful, but going out is such a hassle. Zhang Hao said he would take me skiing." Since Lin Feng had ignored Lu Yuqing for the past few days, she had begun to unabashedly share information about Zhang Hao. Lin Feng understood her intentions all too well. She merely wished to convey that if he chose to disregard her, she had plenty of other suitors. Engage with her? He would not let himself be treated as mere reserve stock. Lin Feng's fingers glided across the screen, the coldness at the corners of his mouth rising as he observed the naive remarks in a group chat. They remained oblivious that this snowfall was not merely an ordinary weather phenomenon, but an ominous herald of the apocalypse. He opened the weather forecast app, where the snowflake icon had been persistently flashing for 5 days. The forecast for the next 10 days displayed identical snowflake icons. The news on the television continued. Currently, 73 countries worldwide have declared a state of emergency, with some regions experiencing water and power outages. The United Nations Meteorological Organization has convened an emergency meeting, preliminarily determining that this global snowfall may be related to anomalies in the polar vortex, though the specific causes remain unclear. The scene abruptly shifted to a live broadcast from a reporter on the streets of Sydney, clad in a down jacket, pointing at a ski resort behind him. Unbelievable. Just yesterday it was 40 degrees Celsius here, and now it's suitable for skiing. Lin Feng switched channels to the local news, reporting the city's current conditions. Snow depth in the main urban area has surpassed 2 meters, with some older buildings experiencing collapses. Municipal authorities urge citizens to minimize outings. Currently, snow removal vehicles can only ensure access to key locations such as hospitals and supermarkets. The camera swept across the frozen streets, where cars half buried in snow resembled white tombs, and occasionally, sanitation workers donned in heavy protective gear moved sluggishly, like robots, to clear the snow. He recalled the conversation he had with the pig farm owner yesterday. The latter had complained over the phone. "The snow is too heavy. The slaughterhouse machinery has frozen up, and the pigs you ordered may not be deliverable." Lin Feng directly transferred 300,000. Use a snowmobile for delivery, at 1,000 for each pig delivered. The motivation of money is boundless. In the early hours of today, the last batch of pork finally arrived at the villa. The supplies within had already amassed to mountainous heights, yet the newly expanded area remained conspicuously empty. Lin Feng attempted to mentally inventory the contents. 100 pigs' fresh meat and offal occupied the left section. The goods raided from the supermarket filled the central layer, while vegetables, fruits, and medicines were neatly arranged on the right, with weapons and snowmobiles parked in the innermost section. He estimated that even if he added the supplies from 2 more supermarkets, there would still be ample space. The sudden ping of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a notification from the community property management. Due to the excessive snowfall, the water supply pipes had frozen and cracked, and from this day forward, water would be supplied in scheduled intervals. Residents were advised to prepare for water storage. Lin Feng walked to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. The water flow had become weak. He opened the storage space, gazing at the pure water stored within. The quantity was not staggering, yet sufficient to sustain him for over a decade. However, he intended to reserve this water solely for drinking purposes. Using it for bathing or other daily needs would clearly be inadequate. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had long prepared for this. He had equipped himself with devices like water purifiers, which would allow him to purify snow water for daily use. In the apocalypse, there had been no reports of snow water posing any lethal issues. While it may not be pristine, it would not lead to fatal consequences. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of consuming the purified snow water directly. It would merely suffice for general household needs. The atmosphere in the company group chat gradually grew tense. Xiao Wang shared a video of a burst water pipe at his building, where gushing tap water instantly transformed into an ice waterfall. "It's over. My place has no water." "Do you have any?" Sisterly replied. "I still have a little. If I conserve it, it should last until the water supply resumes." Zhang Hao suddenly chimed in. "What is the panic? It's just a water outage. I have 10 boxes of mineral water stocked." Lu Yuqing immediately echoed. Zhang Hao is truly visionary. Lin Feng observed these messages and closed the chat interface. He approached the window, wiping the condensation off the glass with a warm towel. The snow continued to fall outside, the feather-like flakes dancing wildly in the beams of light from the floodlights. The villa's perimeter wall had been completely covered by snow, with only a small section of the surveillance tower visible above the blanket. In the distance, the city lay shrouded in darkness, with sporadic lights flickering like the dying breaths of the moribund. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the television signal abruptly cut out, the screen filling with static. Lin Feng tried every channel, only to be met with the same image. He turned on the radio, which emitted only a crackling sound. However, his phone still had a signal, and it was full strength, indicating that the communication system had not collapsed. It was merely the result of extreme weather. With no one on duty, he recalled that the collapse of communication had occurred about a month later, coinciding with the outbreak of the zombie virus. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, listening to the howling winds and snow outside. This snowfall blanketed the entire planet, shattering all meteorological records. Those still engaging in idle chatter, taking selfies, and complaining in the group chat would soon come to realize that they were not merely facing a common snow disaster, but an apocalypse capable of obliterating human civilization. He closed his eyes, fragments of memories from his past life flooding his mind. Frozen corpses, the struggle for a mere piece of bread, the sinister faces of Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, prompting Lin Feng to rise and add more logs. Chapter 16. Breakfast at dawn. Awakened by the alarm set on his phone, Lin Feng glanced around. The embers in the fireplace still glowed a faint red, and the thermometer read 22 degrees, a stark contrast to the frigid minus 25 degrees outside, creating two distinct worlds. He stepped onto the wool carpet as he made his way to the kitchen, pulling open the built-in refrigerator. This area was independently powered by solar energy, containing frozen top-grade steaks and salmon looted from the supermarket. Although the sunlight was not particularly strong and the power generation was limited, the villa's roof had been fitted with relatively expensive solar panels, providing sufficient daily power supply. The mobile phone vibrated on the kitchen counter, with the company's group chat notifications reaching a staggering 99. Upon opening it, he found the latest message posted at 5 in the morning. The marketing department's Xiao Wang shared a video of the corridor, where emergency lights flickered in the darkness, captioned, "Our building has lost power. The property management claims the lines have frozen. When it will be repaired remains uncertain." Below this, a series of similar complaints ensued. Customer service's Sister Zhang lamented that her home was also without electricity, and in the frigid air, the heating was inoperative. Her tone tinged with desperation. "I still have some noodles. Anyone who wants them can come and take them." Administrative departments oldly posted a photograph of his bowl of noodles, a meager broth devoid of any vegetables. In an instant, someone responded, "I'm downstairs." "I'll go too." The group chat became lively, yet an undeniable undercurrent of anxiety permeated the exchanges. Lin Feng placed a frying pan on the induction stove. as a block of butter melted swiftly upon contact with heat, releasing a rich aroma of cream. He sliced a 300-gram piece of Wagyu steak, seasoning it with black pepper and sea salt, listening to the sound of the meat sizzling in the pan, akin to the most melodious symphony in a post-apocalyptic world. The egg was to be cooked sunny side up, the toast browned at the edges, accompanied by strawberries and blueberries freshly picked from the garden, and finally, a cup of hot milk poured to complete the meal. This breakfast was more sumptuous than at any time before the apocalypse. As for why he chose steak for breakfast, it was certainly to flaunt it to others. Otherwise, what was the point of hoarding so much food? A notification chimed as Lu Yuqing posted a grid of images in the group, showcasing her household supplies. Several boxes of instant noodles stacked in a corner, with a few bags of frozen dumplings scattered nearby. Fortunately, I had the foresight. This will last us for half a month. She even included a photo of Zhang Hao holding a beer, captioned, "Even amidst chaos, one must indulge in a drink." Immediately, others chimed in, praising her cleverness. But there were more pleas for help. "I only have 2 bags of chips left, and the nearby supermarket is closed. Does anyone know where I can buy groceries?" Panic spread like vines throughout the chat, yet decorum was still maintained. No one dared to ask outright. Instead, they subtly inquired about sources of supplies. The apocalypse had only just begun, and everyone was still exercising restraint, but in a few days, such civility would surely dissipate. Lin Feng, however, was oblivious to how Lu Yuqing had come to stockpile such an abundance of instant noodles. In their previous life together, he had never noticed her hoarding them. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. No wonder he had been persuaded to leave after just a few days of staying with her. She likely didn't want him to discover her secret. Setting breakfast on the walnut dining table, he snapped a photo with his phone. Sunlight streamed through the only window not blocked by snow, casting a golden sheen over the food. The glistening steak, the runny egg yolk, and the droplets of water on the berries were vividly apparent. He pondered for a moment before captioning it, just a simple meal, and then posted it to his social media. The instant he sent it, the group chat abruptly paused for a few seconds. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wang expressed astonishment. "Manager Lin, your breakfast is incredibly lavish. Is that steak?" Sister Zhang quickly followed suit. "Lin Feng, where are you? Do you have so much food?" Lin Feng chose not to respond to the group messages, leisurely savoring his breakfast. The steak was cooked to perfection, juices oozing out as he cut into it, while the strawberries offered a delightful balance of sweet and tart. The sterile environment preserved the freshness of the food impeccably, even more intense than when freshly picked. He anticipated the reactions his social media post would provoke. This was precisely what he desired. After finishing his breakfast, he opened the surveillance system. On the screen, the surroundings of the villa were still blanketed in snow, with only the traces of wind swirling through the drifts. However, the footage from the city revealed more activity. Several figures, heavily bundled, wandered the streets, occasionally banging on the shutters of nearby shops. In the distance, at an intersection, people were shoving each other, seemingly fighting over something. It had begun, Lin Feng murmured to himself. 5 consecutive days of heavy snow, coupled with power outages and supply disruptions, had shattered the initial calm, now replaced by hunger and cold. They were merely tentatively seeking resources. In a few days, when the last of their reserves were exhausted, true chaos would ensue. The discussions in the company group chat had veered away from supplies, with rumors beginning to circulate. "I heard this snow is caused by nuclear radiation. My relative at the Meteorological Bureau says we're entering a mini ice age, with all the Antarctic glaciers melting." Sister Lee still insisted, "Don't believe the rumors. The authorities haven't said anything. It will surely be resolved in a few days." Yet her words fell on deaf ears. More and more individuals began to share images of their empty refrigerators or recount their failed attempts to procure supplies. Convenience store doors had been pried open. The interiors already cleared out, and the roads were slick with ice, nearly causing them to fall. I saw someone snatching leftovers from a delivery cabinet. Lin Feng opened a mapping application, marking potential locations for resources: pharmacies, gas stations, sporting goods stores. There was still 3/4 of space available, ample room for more useful items. Yet he remained unhurried. Venturing out now would attract too much attention. He planned to wait until the situation became messier, which would present the optimal opportunity. Furthermore, Lin Feng did not intend to venture far. Although he had some martial skills and possessed a firearm, there were always uncertainties. With a solid foundation already established, he needed to be more cautious. For now, he intended to scour the gas station nearest to the villa for supplies. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a friend request from the company's intern, Shaolin. The verification message read, "Manager Lin, please, I beg you for some food. My parents are running out of supplies, and I can pay." Lin Feng stared at the message, his finger hovering over the approve button for several seconds, ultimately opting to decline. In this apocalypse, sympathy was the most futile emotion. He was no saint. The survival of these individuals was of no concern to him, and he was not well acquainted with the intern, having only met a few times. Outside, the snow continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. Lin Feng descended to the basement, checking the generator and taking stock of the supplies. Everything was neatly organized, mirroring his current state of mind. In the company group chat, arguments began to erupt. Xiao Wang accused Lu Yuqing of selfishness, hoarding resources without sharing. Lu Yuqing retorted, calling him opportunistic, saying she had purchased all of it herself. Zhang Hao attempted to mediate, offering to sell a few boxes of instant noodles at a high price. Lin Feng exited the chat interface, choosing to disengage. He understood that this social media post was merely the beginning, a declaration of his existence in this crumbling world. What lay ahead was a matter of fortifying this bastion and awaiting the perfect moment for retribution. The snow continued to fall, panic was spreading, and within this frozen world, Lin Feng's villa stood as a warm and sturdy island. Chapter 17. The friend's daughter. The firewood in the fireplace had burned down to embers, prompting Lin Feng to kick a piece of pine wood into the flames, sparks dancing against the fireproof bricks. He nestled into the sofa, scrolling through his phone, where the company group chat had devolved into a plea for assistance. Some shared images of their empty refrigerators, while others cursed the delayed food deliveries. Yet Lu Yuqing was still holding on, posting a photo of her instant noodles, captioned, "Just a simple meal, nothing compared to Manager Lin's steak." In a previous life, seeing Lu Yuqing post about instant noodles would have evoked envy, but now, Lin Feng felt an urge to share a food photo in the group, perhaps to mock her for eating instant noodles. But he reconsidered. Now was not the time. She had 10 boxes of instant noodles at home. In a couple of days, she would learn the folly of boasting about having food without the means to back it up. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a private message from Lu Yuqing. "Lin Feng, do you still have food? We finished the frozen dumplings." And Zhang Hao said he wants to come over for a meal. Accompanying the message was a playful emoji. "Come over? What a nerve, bringing that scoundrel along. Does she think I'll let them eat my meat as filling for dumplings?" Lin Feng glanced at the message, casually opening his photo gallery to select a picture of the red wine steak he had taken the night before. On the table, illuminated by flickering candlelight, the decanter filled with burgundy glimmered with a ruby hue, accompanied by a sliced black truffle. He sent the message, then directly silenced his phone, tossing it into the corner of the coffee table. The abundance of supplies in the space was sufficient to stock a supermarket. It could easily sustain not just a few meals for individuals, but even a whole queue. However, he desired nothing more than to let this unscrupulous couple gaze at the photos while only being able to subsist on instant noodles. This was merely the interest. The true reckoning awaited them later. The television screen displayed nothing but static, as even the last local channel had lost its signal. Lin Feng rose and walked to the game room, opening a box containing electronic storage devices, rummaging until he found a portable hard drive. The resources he had downloaded in New York were merely seed files. He had intended to leisurely download them upon his return, but the apocalypse arrived sooner than anticipated. Now, with the internet severed, these seeds were no different from scrap metal. A miscalculation. He clicked his tongue and tossed the hard drive back into the box. Had he known, he would have downloaded more ready-made films and TV shows. Now, with nothing to do but read or stare blankly. Even the comfort of the villa could not stave off boredom. The surveillance footage revealed more figures in the city than in the morning. Fortunately, the monitoring equipment he had chosen allowed for a distant view, akin to a telescope. Otherwise, he would have been unable to discern such minute details. Some individuals struggled through the snow while dragging carts. Others pried open a roadside vending machine, and a few gathered beneath a bus stop, seemingly in discussion. Yet no one carried weapons. Any conflict amounted to mere shoving and verbal altercations. As he had anticipated in the early days of the apocalypse, people had not yet completely unraveled. The inertia of decades of civilization kept them exhibiting their final restraint. However, once it was confirmed that this was indeed the end, the darkness of human nature would soon emerge. Let us go for a stroll. Lin Feng clapped his hands. After all, idleness bred idleness. The diesel and oil at the gas station were still insufficiently stocked. It was an opportune moment to scavenge while order had not completely collapsed. He retrieved a full set of gear from the space. Windproof and cold-resistant tactical jacket and pants, snow boots rated for -50 degrees, goggles, and a mask. Finally, he tucked a military dagger into a compartment and strapped on a tactical backpack containing an M4 rifle. Standing before the dressing mirror, he was bundled up like a dumpling, with only his eyes visible. He moved his limbs. The material of the cold-weather gear was lightweight, permitting ease of movement. After checking the safety of his weapons and ensuring the bullets were chambered, he pushed open the window on the second floor. The accumulated snow had already reached 10 centimeters beneath the windowsill. Should it continue for another 2 days, the window might indeed be blocked. With a thought, a fully terrain tracked vehicle slowly slid out from the space and settled steadily onto the snow outside the window. This specialized snow vehicle stood about 1.5 meters tall, with tracks exceeding 0.5 meter in width. The anti-slip lugs on the tires left clear patterns in the snow, and the noise upon ignition was much quieter than that of an ordinary snowmobile. Climbing into the driver's cabin, the heating system immediately dispensed warm air. Lin Feng turned the steering wheel, and the tracked vehicle effortlessly crushed through waist-deep snow, following the reserve path along the villa's outer wall toward the mountain road. The trees along the way revealed only half their trunks, resembling dead branches thrust into the snow, with the occasional sight of frozen animal corpses encased in transparent ice. These could serve as reserve food, but the frozen meat appeared unappetizing. Considering his current status as a prosperous individual, such scraps were beneath his notice. An hour later, the tracked vehicle reached the gas station on the city's outskirts. Once bustling with traffic, the station was now desolate. The fuel pumps lay buried beneath snow, and the convenience store's glass was shattered across the ground. Lin Feng extinguished the engine, shouldering his rifle as he stepped outside, the soles of his boots crunching on the icy surface. Just as he was about to pry open the convenience store door, he heard a faint sobbing sound from behind the shelves. "Who is there?" Lin Feng raised his gun, his eyes scanning the surroundings through the goggles with heightened vigilance. A small girl, approximately 13 or 14 years old, emerged from behind a shelf, wearing a pink down jacket. Her hair crusted with ice and her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, she immediately crouched down, covering her head. "Don't kill me. I haven't taken anything." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and lowered his weapon, pulling down his mask. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" The girl looked up, revealing a face frozen to a shade of deep purple. Upon recognizing Lin Feng's silhouette, she suddenly froze in astonishment. "You're Lin, uncle?" His face seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Feng stared at her for several seconds before suddenly recalling someone, his voice involuntarily rising. "You're old Zhou's daughter? Zhouya?" Zhou Mingyuan, the director of his former company's department, was also his mentor. When he first entered the company, it was Zhou Mingyuan who advocated for his promotion from the grassroots level, personally guiding him in business matters and even taking on responsibility during times of exclusion. If Zhou Mingyuan had not abruptly resigned 3 years ago to establish an ecological farm, Lin Feng might never have ascended to the position of deputy manager. During their last phone conversation, Zhou Mingyuan had laughed, saying he wanted his daughter to recognize him as a godfather. "Yes." Zhouya timidly nodded, tears welling up again. "My dad said you were his most trusted brother. Where's your father?" "ISN to your family in the nearby Zhejiazhuang, less than 2 kilometers from this gas station." Lin Feng's heart tightened. Zhejiazhuang was a village on the outskirts, where Zhou Mingyuan's farm was situated. He had visited it twice. The environment was remote and should not have been affected so quickly. Zhouya's voice trembled even more as she mentioned her father. Late last night, someone broke into the farm to steal food. She clutched the edge of her clothing, her fingers turning white. My dad wouldn't let them touch the seeds in the warehouse, and they beat him with sticks. My mom pushed me out through the ventilation of the cellar, telling me to run to the gas station, saying there might be a vehicle here. So soon? Although it had been snowing for 4 days, it still felt too early. Did they not fear that the weather might suddenly improve and order be restored? Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings. The shelves of the convenience store were in disarray, and several bags of trampled snacks lay scattered on the ground. He bent down to steady Zhouya's shoulder. Her body felt like ice. How long have you been running? I've been walking since dawn until just now. Zhouya's lips were chapped and cracked. The snow is too deep. I almost got stuck several times. I dare not go home, and I don't know how my parents are. Suddenly, she grasped Lin Feng's arm, her eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope. Uncle Lin, can you help save them? My dad said you were the most capable. Lin Feng gazed toward the direction of Zhouya's Wang, shrouded in the white snow curtain, obscuring any view. The looters dared to lay hands on Zhou Mingyuan, clearly having shed all reservations. After all, it was a rural farm with sparse population. Even if something were to happen, no one would know. Perhaps this was the reason. Returning now would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Yet, as long as I possess a gun, I am the tiger. Still, the kindness Zhou Mingyuan had shown him was something he could never forget. Years ago, when his mother was gravely ill, it was Zhou Mingyuan who secretly slipped him 50,000 yuan without requiring an IOU. When his mother passed away, it was also Zhou Mingyuan who assisted in the arrangements. The kindness he received was deeper than the sea. Frost had formed on the goggles, and Lin Feng wiped it away with a gloved hand. His voice muffled through the mask. Let us get in the vehicle to warm up. He pulled Zhouya up, indicating the tracked vehicle. Tell me the exact location of your family's farm, and what those people looked like. Zhouya appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to agree. But then she scrambled into the vehicle, her frozen hands tightly gripping the door handle. As Lin Feng started the engine, he caught a glimpse of her curled up in the back seat through the rearview mirror, silent tears streaming down her face. The tracked vehicle slowly departed from the gas station, heading towards Zhouya's Wang. Chapter 18. Rescue as the tracked vehicle rolled over the stone bridge at the village entrance. Lin Feng gestured for Zhouya to remain calm. Her complexion had improved significantly. He had given her a little food to fill her stomach. The temperature inside the vehicle was warm, restoring a hint of color to her previously pale face. Outside the window, the outline of Zhouya's Wang emerged faintly through the snowy mist. Dozens of farmhouses resembled frozen clams, and the wisps of smoke from cooking had long vanished, leaving only the skeletal branches of ancient locust trees reaching toward the leaden gray sky. At the third intersection ahead, turn left. That's the back entrance to my family's farm. Zhouya's voice trembled, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of the seat. My father mentioned that the back door had a hidden lock, something that few were aware of. Lin Feng nodded, switching the tracked vehicle to silent mode. The roar of the engine instantly diminished, leaving only the sound of tracks crunching over the snow. He retrieved a night vision binocular from his tactical backpack, a military-grade device he had brought back from New York, capable of clearly seeing the barbed wire 300 meters away in low-light conditions. When they were still 50 meters from the farm, he parked the vehicle in a grove of trees. The snow barely reached halfway up the tracks, and the snow clinging to the branches was blown down by the wind, perfectly obscuring the vehicle's outline. Stay quiet in the vehicle, Lin Feng instructed, unbuckling his seatbelt. He tapped the steel plate on the inside of the door, which was bulletproof. Even if someone shot at it, it would not penetrate. Lock the door, and don't open it until I return. Zhouya nodded, gripping the hem of her clothing, her eyes reddening. Uncle Lin, be careful. Lin Feng opened the door, and the cold wind rushed into his winter gear. He hunched over as he moved through the pine forest, the snow reaching only to his knees, each step requiring considerable effort. The farm's fence was 20 meters away, the rusted iron bars adorned with icicles and several loops of discarded barbed wire wrapped around them. This was previously used by Zhou Mingyuan to fend off wild boars, but it had now become cover for intruders. He lay in the snow, aligning the binoculars with the main house of the farm. It was a 2-story red brick structure. Half of the solar panels on the roof collapsed under the weight of the snow, The ground floor's windows shattered, while the door hung ajar, almost as if it were a trap left intentionally. 3. No, for figures move inside. Lin Feng counted the shadows, his fingers lightly brushing the trigger guard of his rifle. The first figure paced in the living room, a machete striking the door frame with a loud clank. Clad in a military green coat with shining sleeves, his disheveled hair stuck to his helmet, he appeared to be the leader of this group. The second figure crouched by the stove, rifling through items, a fuzzy skull pattern on his down jacket, occasionally shoving something into his mouth, likely pilfering food stored by Zhou Mingyuan. Suddenly, two figures burst out from the staircase, both wearing black tactical jackets. One raised a machete, fiercely hacking at the second-floor door, splintering wood as the door groaned in agony. The other kicked at the nearby storage room door, cursing loudly, "You old hag, hand over the food, or I'll sell your daughter to the mountains." Lin Feng's pupils constricted. The storage room? Zhou Mingyuan and his wife could very well be hiding inside. He adjusted the focus of his binoculars and saw a faint light seeping through the crack of the storage room door, the doorknob wrapped in several loops of chain. Clearly, it had been reinforced in haste, but judging by the door's shuttering, it likely wouldn't hold for long. Damn it, why is this door so sturdy? The thug kicking the door retreated 2 steps, preparing to shoulder barge it. The leader suddenly called out to him, "Don't smash it. Go find an axe. There's no way we can't break it." The thug by the stove immediately stood up and headed towards the tool shed. Lin Feng's heart raced. The tool shed was right beside the main house, and if they got an axe, the door of the storage room wouldn't hold for 3 minutes. He quietly backed away, pressing against the trunk of a pine tree. The color of his winter gear closely matched the deep green of the pine, making it difficult to be spotted as long as he remained still. His finger rested on the trigger of his rifle, the safety already disengaged. The crisp sound of the bullet being chambered swallowed by the wind and snow. Inside the main house, the thug with the axe returned, the blade still stained with rust. The leader took the axe, weighing it in his hand, then spat on the ground. "Get out of my way." He raised the axe and brought it down hard on the storage room door. With a crack, the chain broke and a gap appeared in the door. The light from within flickered, and a suppressed female voice, laced with tears, but attempting to remain calm, pleaded, "Don't smash it. The food is in the warehouse. If you had said that earlier, it would have saved us trouble." The leader scoffed, swinging the axe down for a second strike. "Hiding it like a treasure? The entire city is out of food. Who are you saving it for?" As the second crack appeared, all Lin Feng could see was the door shaking violently, braced by someone inside. "Uncle Lin." A faint call came from behind him, startling Lin Feng. He turned abruptly to find Zhou Yi standing at the edge of the pine grove, her tears frozen into icicles on her face. "Who told you to come down?" He lowered his voice, anger lacing his tone. Zhou Yi bit her lip, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her down jacket, her knuckles turning white. "I heard my mom's voice inside. That cry just now, it must have been her." Her voice trembled, teeth chattering. "Dad must be trapped too. We need to go save them, okay?" Lin Feng's heart tightened. He grasped Zhou Yi's shoulder, applying more pressure than before. "What good will crying do? Get back in the vehicle and lock the door. That's an order. Only when you are safe can I focus on saving your parents." "I won't." Zhou Yi shook her head, but Lin Feng's piercing gaze frightened her into swallowing her words. She understood that now was not the time for stubbornness, and tears mixed with snowflakes rolled down her chin, freezing into tiny beads on her chest. Ultimately, she clenched her fists and reluctantly ran back toward the tracked vehicle, her footsteps producing a whimpering sound in the snow, leaving behind a trail of uneven footprints. Lin Feng watched her figure disappear beyond the pines before raising the binoculars again. The lens was firmly fixed on the storage room door, the crack now wide enough to fit a fist, and the shadow bracing against the door grew clearer. He could see the corner of a deep blue down jacket and a few strands of hair blown by the wind. Zhou Yi's mother. "Listen in there. If you don't open the door soon, I'll set this house on fire." The leader suddenly kicked the door, causing the shadow within to sway violently, and a muffled cry of pain from a woman could be faintly heard. He took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, bringing a sharp sting. His right index finger rested lightly on the trigger. He was about 15 meters away from the leader in the living room, a distance at which he was confident he could make a clean shot. Chapter 19. Gunfire in the snow. Lin Feng's breath formed a white mist inside his mask, swiftly drawn away by the ventilation system of his winter gear. He adjusted the rifle scope, the crosshairs steadily locking onto the leader, swinging the axe in the living room. At a distance of 15 meters, he could clearly see the greed-distorted face beneath the helmet. Bang! The suppressor muffled most of the gunfire, producing only a dull thud. The leader's axe abruptly halted mid-air, his helmet clattering to the ground as he groggily touched the back of his head before collapsing like a heavy sack of potatoes. Blood blooming dark red on the concrete floor. The thug crouched by the stove, still chewing on bread, froze at the sight of the leader falling. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, Lin Feng rolled out from behind the pine cover, the second bullet piercing through his throat. Blood spattered from his lips, and the skull-patterned down jacket sparked against the stove as he fell. The two shadows at the staircase turned simultaneously, knives and crowbars glinting in the dim light. Lin Feng darted to the corner of the main house, using the load-bearing wall for cover. The crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed clearly in the empty house. "Damn it! Someone's here!" A thug in a black tactical jacket shouted as he charged forward, his knife striking the door frame, splinters flying onto Lin Feng's goggles. Lin Feng rolled to the side, evading the second strike while pulling the trigger. The bullet found its mark, penetrating the thug's heart. Another thug had just climbed the staircase, and upon seeing the scene, he immediately turned and dashed towards the second floor. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. By the time Lin Feng caught up, the man had already burst through the door of the second floor, a lighter in hand, which he was bringing close to a pile of burlap sacks in the corner. There lay the corn seeds that Zhou Mingyuan had prepared, dry as gunpowder. Seeking death, Lin Feng hurled his entrenching tool, striking the man's wrist with precision. The lighter clattered to the ground as the thug howled in pain, clutching his wrist, only to be kicked down into the pile of sacks by Lin Feng. When the rifle was pressed against his temple, the thug's teeth chattered. "Don't kill me. I just came to borrow some food." "Borrow?" Lin Feng's voice, filtered through his mask, was as cold as the ice and snow outside. "Borrow with an axe? Borrow with a machete?" He glanced at the bloodstains in the corner, the dark red already turning black. Where was Zhou Mingyuan? The thug's gaze darted towards beneath the bed, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically. "He's down there." The man was long gone. Lin Feng struck him unconscious with the butt of his gun. The moment he lifted the bedboard, a heavy stench of blood assaulted his senses. Zhou Mingyuan lay curled beneath the bed, breathless, with a blackish-red scab forming over the wound on his forehead. His military green jacket was stained a deep brown, and in his hand, he still clutched a broken carrying pole, clearly having fought fiercely. "Brother Zhou." Lin Feng's throat tightened as he fished a piece of cloth from his space to gently cover Zhou Mingyuan's face. The skin he touched was already icy. As he stood up, his fists clenched tightly. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed. These thugs deserved to die. The door to the storage room was still slightly swaying. The force that had once pressed against it now evidently weakened. Lin Feng rushed over, kicking open the warped door. Zhou mother was curled up in the corner, a small cut on her forehead seeping blood, yet her eyes held a stubborn glint. In her arms, she cradled a small iron box containing the farm's land contract. "Sister." Lin Feng hurried forward to support her, but as soon as his fingers brushed against her arm, he heard faint groans from the second floor. He immediately raised his rifle and turned to charge up the stairs. The thug he had knocked unconscious was struggling to sit up, and upon seeing Lin Feng raise his weapon, he scrambled back against the wall in fear. "Don't kill me. I don't know anything. They forced me to come." Lin Feng wasted no words, his rifle steady against the thug's chest. With a gunshot, the bullet pierced his heart, and the body fell heavily onto the pile of sacks, stirring up a cloud of dust. When Lin Feng returned to the storage room, Zhou's mother had regained some strength. Seeing the gun on Lin Feng's person, her lips moved, but no words came out. Lin Feng retrieved a first aid kit from his space and knelt down to tend to her forehead wound. "Sister, don't be afraid. It's all resolved." At that moment, Lin Feng no longer cared if anyone discovered his spatial abilities. It was fine if his people knew. Zhou's mother suddenly burst into tears, not mourning for Zhou Mingyuan, but pointing at the seeds in the storage room. Mingyuan said these seeds are the hope for next year. They mustn't have them. Following her gaze, Lin Feng saw the granary filled with plump corn and rice seeds, the bags labeled with Zhou Mingyuan's handwritten notes detailing planting times and precautions. He felt a stirring in his heart and collected the seeds into his space. I will take good care of them. Only then did Zhou's mother look towards the direction beneath the bed, tears silently streaming down her face. He was just too stubborn. They said they would take some food and leave, but he insisted on protecting the seeds. It's not that he was stubborn. Lin Feng applied the bandage firmly. His voice low. These people were never here to borrow food. He pointed to the corpse of the leader in the living room, the axe. It was meant for taking lives. He had tried to gauge these people through the lens of a post-apocalyptic logic. Yet in reality, they might have simply come to seize food. Although the heavy snow had only fallen for a day globally, this city had already been buried under snow for 5 days. They likely sensed that something was amiss, even if they did not believe the end of days would arrive. Just like the salt panic that followed the Fukushima nuclear leak. Many hoarded salt, which was of little use, yet panic drove people to act. It should be noted that most of the land here had been contracted out, and ordinary families rarely stockpiled food. It was not surprising that a farm owner like Zhou Mingyuan had food at home, especially since his family was the only one on the farm and thus a target. In fact, had Zhou Mingyuan not protected the food, but rather given it to them and seized the opportunity to escape, he might have found a way out. After all, although the social order was tenuously maintained, it had not completely collapsed. No one believed the future would be apocalyptic, and it was unlikely anyone would resort to murder just to seize a bit of food. It was probably Zhou Mingyuan's resistance, combined with the remoteness of the location, that had fully awakened their malicious intent. However, at this juncture, one could only interpret these murderers with the utmost malevolence. After all, to the killers, they truly deserved to die. Zhou's mother fell silent. Reaching into her bosom to retrieve a cloth bag containing several bank books and Zhou Mingyuan's identity card. Trembling, she handed them to Lin Feng. Shaolin, I know you're a good kid. Yi is still young, and I'm just a woman. Sister, listen to me. Lin Feng interrupted her, shoving the cloth bag back in her hands. I will take you and Yi to a safe place where there is food and drink. We will talk after the storm has passed. He ascended to the second floor and dragged the 4 corpses into the storage room, locking the door behind him. There was no time to deal with them now. After all, it was the end of days, and this farm would likely not see visitors again. So it was better to discard them. After checking the doors and windows to ensure no threats were overlooked, he returned to the storage room to help Zhou's mother up. Let's go. Yi is still waiting in the car. Zhou's mother glanced back at the direction beneath the bed, her footsteps faltering briefly, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and followed. Lin Feng did not rush her, merely standing at the door waiting until she cast one last glance at the home she had lived in for 3 years before gently closing the door behind them. Chapter 20. The farewell and the flames. Lin Feng locked the door to the storage room and turned to find Zhou's mother standing beside the bed, her fingertips hovering above the cloth covering Zhou Mingyuan. Sister-in-law, it's time to go. He leaned his entrenching tool against the wall, snow seeping through the cracks in the door, accumulating into a thin layer of frost on the ground. Zhou's mother turned around, snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes falling softly. Mingyuan cannot just be left like this. Her voice caught her throat as she glanced at the corpses in the living room, then at the rifle on Lin Feng's back, her throat tightening. Is this appropriate? Lin Feng walked to the window and opened it a crack, the cold wind carrying snowflakes striking his face. In the distance, a telephone pole leaned at an angle, wires dangling like kites with broken strings on the snowy ground. Try making a call, he said, pulling out his phone and offering it to her. The signal bars on the screen remained full, yet Lin Feng was certain she would not be able to connect. Zhou's mother took the phone, her fingers trembling as she struggled to dial the numbers, finally managing to reach 110 after 3 attempts, but only the persistent busy signal greeted her. She then called her brother in the city, but again, no one answered. It's not just us. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, his voice calm as if discussing someone else's affairs. He had heard on the car radio that the power grid in several northern provinces had completely failed, and the reservoirs in the south had frozen, stopping the water supply entirely. He paused, noticing Zhou's mother's face turn pale. And our city has been shut down for 5 days. Do you think if we report now, anyone will come? The ones who come will be here to deal with the aftermath or to seize food. Zhou's mother's phone fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, the thin layer of snow cushioned it, preventing the screen from shattering. She staggered back 2 steps, colliding with the grain bin, producing a muffled sound. How could this happen? Sister-in-law, this is not an ordinary snow disaster. Lin Feng picked up the phone and placed it back in his pocket. The supermarket is empty. The gas station is closed. Today, as I came from the city, I already saw people looting the pharmacy. If we wait a few more days, don't even mention the police. Just being able to take care of ourselves will be a challenge. He lifted the cloth covering from beneath the bed. Zhou Mingyuan's face appeared exceptionally calm under the dim light. Brother Mingyuan is a good person. We cannot let him be desecrated by those thugs. Zhou's mother stared at the kerosene barrel in the corner, suddenly grabbing Lin Feng's wrist. Burn it? Burn it all down? Her nails dug into his cold weather gear. This is what Mingyuan worked so hard to build. Who is it for? Lin Feng retorted, gesturing towards the pried-open warehouse door. Today, there are 4. Tomorrow, there may be 40. They see this house still standing and will only think there are supplies inside. He shook a kerosene barrel. The sound of liquid striking the barrel's walls resonating clearly in the empty room. Once it's burned clean, no one will return. This is the best explanation I can offer. Zhou Mu remained silent for a long while, so long that Lin Feng thought she would not agree. Suddenly, she bent down and gently extracted the shoulder pole from Zhou Mingyuan's grasp, wiping away the bloodstains with a cloth. He always said this pole was passed down from our ancestors, carried by 3 generations. I will keep it. Lin Feng placed the pole into the space and rummaged through the storeroom to find 2 quilts, wrapping Mingyuan Gu tightly to prevent him from freezing. Together, they lifted Zhou Mingyuan's body to the center of the living room, where Zhou Mu meticulously wrapped him in the quilts, tucking in every corner securely. She squatted down and whispered something into his ear. When she stood up, her eyes were red, but not a single tear fell. Lin Feng poured kerosene throughout the house, from the living room to the warehouse, not even sparing the stair railing. Zhou Mu took one last glance at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, where Zhou Mingyuan smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. At that time, he had just taken over this farm, his eyes filled with light. Let's go, she said, stepping out the door with an unusually firm tread upon the snow. Lin Feng flicked on his lighter. The flame flickered in the wind and snow, but ultimately did not extinguish. He tossed the lighter towards the curtain, and the kerosene-soaked fabric instantly ignited in an orange-red flame. The crackling of the fire quickly drowning out the sound of the wind and snow. The 2 stood outside the courtyard gate, watching the flames burst forth from the windows and doors, licking the beams and dyeing the night sky a vivid crimson. Zhou Mu suddenly spoke. Mingyuan said that fire can ward off evil. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, observing the growing blaze, which could also extinguish the aspirations of others. The fire blazed for a full 2 hours, only gradually being subdued by the heavy snowfall once the roof collapsed. The remaining black smoke mingled with the snowy mist as it ascended into the sky like a silent pillar of smoke. In the snow-covered vehicle, Zhou lay asleep in the back seat, her face still marked with tear stains. Lin Feng opened the back door for Zhou Mu to enter first, then circled to the driver's seat, deliberately lowering the engine's volume as he started the vehicle. Outside the car window, the silhouette of Zhou family village receded further into the snowy haze. Lin Feng glanced at Zhou Mu, who was silently shedding tears, then at the sleeping Zhou Ya, gripping the steering wheel with increasing intensity. He would safeguard the hope that Zhou Mingyuan had protected with his life. He had already dealt with those who took Zhou Mingyuan's life. The snow continued to fall, bitterly cold, and his heart felt even colder. Lin Feng had initially believed that after experiencing the apocalypse, he would be impervious to emotional turmoil, yet he did not anticipate such an event. As the apocalypse had only just begun, the loss of a loved one weighed heavily on his heart. However, thinking of his sister-in-law still being here and his niece still needing care, he realized that displaying sorrow would only deepen their anguish. Surely, Brother Zhou would not wish to witness such a scene. Shaolin, Zhou Mu suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. Mingyuan mentioned that he dug a cellar behind the farm to store some cured meat and pickled vegetables. Do you see? Lin Feng's heart stirred as he turned the car towards the back of the farm. Where? I will go retrieve it. Zhou Mu pointed to a snow-covered dirt slope in the distance. Right beneath that old locust tree, there's a stone slab covering it. Lin Feng parked the car beneath the old locust tree and disembarked, using a shovel to clear away the snow, revealing the stone slab. Upon lifting the slab, a fragrant aroma of cured meat wafted towards him, revealing a cellar neatly stacked with dozens of pieces of cured meat and several jars of pickled vegetables. This will last us for a while, Lin Feng mused, storing the meat and vegetables in his space, feeling a newfound respect for Zhou Mingyuan's meticulousness. Upon returning to the car, Zhou Mu observed Lin Feng skillfully maneuvering the snow vehicle, her expression slightly more assured. With her husband gone, she needed to take care of her daughter and musters the strength to move forward. Shaolin, this vehicle is truly remarkable. It can traverse such deep snow. It was prepared in advance. I didn't expect it would actually be useful. Lin Feng smiled. You'll see when we arrive. It's much safer than here. At that moment, Zhouya woke up and, upon seeing her mother, immediately leaped into her embrace. Mom, are you all right? Where is Dad? Zhou Mu's tears welled up again as she held her daughter, unable to speak. Lin Feng retrieved a piece of chocolate from his space, offering it to Zhouya. Have something to eat? We will arrive shortly. Zhouya accepted the chocolate, shyly thanking him, taking small bites. The snow vehicle traversed through the snow, leaving deep tracks behind. Lin Feng gazed ahead at the vast snow curtain, fully aware that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse, with many more challenges awaiting them. Yet he felt no fear, with the supplies in his space, the gun in his hand, and those he needed to protect by his side. He had confidence in his ability to survive this ordeal. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually sank in the west, painting the snow-covered landscape with a golden hue. Lin Feng pointed towards a villa blanketed in snow in the distance. Sister, Xiaoya, we have arrived. Zhou Mu and Zhouya looked in the direction he indicated. Seeing the villa standing robustly in the sunset, its high walls topped with electric fencing, the outline of floodlights sweeping across the snowy backdrop. They understood that this would be their new sanctuary in the apocalypse. Chapter 21. A warm life as the tracked vehicle rolled over the last snow barrier surrounding the villa. Zhouya suddenly sat upright in the back seat. She pressed her face against the car window, her eyelashes coated with frost brushing against the glass. Mom, look at that house. Zhou Mu followed her daughter's pointing finger, and the villa in the twilight resembled a slumbering giant. The 3-meter-high wall was topped with electric fencing, and the beams from searchlights swept back and forth across the snowy expanse, while a surveillance camera near the iron gate slowly turned towards them. This is no ordinary residence. It is clearly a meticulously fortified stronghold. Shaolin, is this place really safe? Zhou Mu's voice bore the fatigue of their journey, her palm rubbing against her down jacket to dry the sweat from earlier at the farm. The tracked vehicle halted before the iron gate, and Lin Feng pressed the remote control. With a mechanical rumble, the heavy iron gate slid open, revealing a driveway lined with non-slip mats. You'll find out once we enter, he replied, turning his head to remove his face mask. The breath he exhaled formed a brief mist in the vehicle, which felt significantly warmer than at the farm. As the vehicle came to a stop in the garage, Zhouya eagerly pushed open the car door. Inside the garage, it was warm and cozy, with several rolls of snow chains and spare tires piled in the corner, metal shelves lined with oil cans and toolboxes, and nothing else. Not even a broom out of place. Wow, this place is so clean, she exclaimed, tiptoeing to reach the thermometer on the wall. There's even heating. Zhou Mu followed her out, scanning every corner of the garage. There were no messy items, only the most practical automotive parts, resembling a meticulously maintained storage room. The doubts that had arisen in her mind, due to Lin Feng's decisiveness, quietly dissipated. Let's head upstairs to settle in. Lin Feng locked the car doors, took the cloth bag Zhou Mu had brought, and led her to the second floor, where there were 3 rooms, each with an en-suite bathroom, and heating running all day. The corridor on the second floor was carpeted thickly, making no sound underfoot. Zhouya touched the radiator on the wall, her eyes widening in surprise. There's electricity here? Our home lost power 3 days ago. She recalled her classmates in the city complaining in their group chat that even candles had surged to $50 each. It's self-generated electricity, Lin Feng explained as he opened the door to the largest room at the end of the hallway, which had a balcony. Sister-in-law, You and Xiaoyu can stay here. The room was simply yet warmly furnished, with a neatly folded down comforter, a vintage lamp on the bedside table, and a few agricultural magazines on the desk. It could only be described as coincidental, but he refrained from moving anything, thinking it might make his sister-in-law feel more at home. The balcony windows were unobstructed by snow, revealing the outlines of distant mountains. Zhou Yu immediately dashed over, pressing her face against the glass to count the footprints in the snow. However, the balcony was sealed with bulletproof glass, and in this frigid weather, she would likely not want to feel the wind. I'll go prepare dinner, Lin Feng announced. Lin Feng turned to leave, but was halted by his sister-in-law grasping the sleeve of his clothing. Her fingertips still bore the chill of winter, her gaze filled with gratitude, yet shadowed by unspoken confusion. Shaolin, please tell me honestly, how long will this snow continue to fall? Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Feng gazed out at the deepening night. In the distance, a searchlight abruptly shifted, illuminating a flurry of snow kicked up by the wind. Have you ever seen a documentary about the Ice Age, sister-in-law? It could last a long time, much like it did 10,000 years ago. He refrained from uttering the word apocalypse, fearing it would frighten her. Yet the weight of his words was substantial enough. In truth, the snowfall had not persisted for long, merely a month, and during that time, it had mostly been light flurries. However, by the time Lin Feng was killed for his supplies, the bitter cold would still be present. This would occur 3 months later. If they were to know that zombies would emerge in roughly a month, he wondered how they might react. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Mu's face paled instantly, and she leaned against the wall for support. Those who survive outside are either strong or lucky. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the emergency kit in the corner, deliberately placed in plain sight, containing only a flashlight and first aid supplies. I too am fortunate to have prepared a few essentials in advance. The kitchen, located on the west side of the first floor, was powered independently by a generator. Standing before the countertop, Lin Feng concentrated, and fresh pork ribs and corn materialized on the surface, along with a cabbage still coated in soil. This had been scavenged from the supermarket days prior, still glistening with moisture from its recent display. As the pressure cooker hissed, he chopped potatoes, suddenly hearing a light sound from the staircase. Zhou Yu stood at the kitchen door, clutching a magazine, the cover featuring a photograph of Zhou Mingyuan during an interview. Uncle Lin, my dad said you cook exceptionally well. She whispered, her eyes still red, yet she endeavored to muster a smile. Lin Feng retrieved a piece of chocolate from his space and pressed it into her hand. Go tell your mother that dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. He understood that being alone would frighten her, given the recent events, but she would have to persevere. When a meal was served, Zhou Mu was seated on the sofa in the living room, flipping through several agricultural magazines. The dining table was adorned with braised pork ribs, corn stew with cabbage, and 2 bowls of steaming rice, with Zhou Yu's bowl intentionally filled with an extra piece of rib, marinated in honey, lending a sweet aroma. Eat quickly, it's getting cold. Lin Feng handed chopsticks to Zhou Mu while he scooped soup into his bowl. The sweetness of the corn blended with the richness of the ribs, providing warmth on that frigid night. Zhou Yu devoured her food swiftly, not even bothering to wipe the broth from the corners of her mouth. However, Zhou Mu did not touch her chopsticks, merely staring vacantly into her bowl of rice. The sight of the white grains reminded her of the rice seeds in the farm's warehouse, recalling Zhou Mingyuan's words that having grain in hand kept one's heart at ease. Now, with the place deserted, only this fleeting thought remained. Sister-in-law, please eat more, Lin Feng urged, placing another piece of rib in her bowl. Mingyuan is gone. We must live well. Otherwise, he won't rest easily in the afterlife. These words acted as a key, causing Zhou Mu's tears to finally spill, splattering into her bowl. She covered her mouth, her suppressed cries echoing starkly in the silent living room, while Zhou Yu, understanding, added a piece of corn to her mother's bowl. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly refilling their bowls with hot soup. Outside, the wind and snow intensified, battering the glass with a soft rustle, while the firewood in the fireplace occasionally sparked, casting flickering shadows of the 3 silent figures. After dinner, Zhou Yu washed the dishes, standing on a small stool to reach the faucet. Zhou Mu wanted to help, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Let the child stretch her legs. It's not good to remain cooped up. The two stood in the living room, watching the small figure in the kitchen. Suddenly, Zhou Mu remarked, Xiaoya has Ming Yuan's notebook in her backpack. It contains the account of the farm and the formulas for the cold-resistant rice varieties he wanted to cultivate. Lin Feng felt a spark of interest. May I take a look? The notebook had a leather cover, its corners worn smooth. Flipping to the first page, he found Zhou Mingyuan's strong handwriting. When man misjudges the land for a moment, the land misjudges man for a year. The following pages were filled with dense numbers, detailing which plots had been sown with what, the yield, even the precise amounts of fertilizer used. Toward the last few pages, notes on cold-resistant and frost-resistant varieties appeared, accompanied by simple sketches of rice plants. He always said that should disaster strike, these seeds could be a lifeline. Zhou Mu's fingers traced the familiar script, astonished that it was indeed put to use, albeit not in the manner he had envisioned. Lin Feng closed the notebook, and with a thought, stored it in his space. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will keep it safe. Once the snow ceases, we shall plant these seeds. He spoke earnestly, though Zhou Mu understood it might merely be a form of comfort. Yet, seeing the determination in Lin Feng's eyes, she felt an inexplicable surge of faith. Reminiscent of the time, she watched Zhou Mingyuan clutching the contract, proclaiming his intent to cultivate crops on that barren land. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as Zhouya rushed in, clutching an apple. Mom, Uncle Lin, this one is so sweet. It was a red Fuji apple that Lin Feng had retrieved from his space, its frost intact. He took the apple, slicing it into small pieces and placing them on a plate. Rest well tonight, he said, standing up. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to use the fireplace and emergency lights, as well as how to navigate in the snow. Zhou Mu nodded, taking her daughter's hand as they headed toward the stairs. As they reached the corner of the second floor, she glanced back at the living room, where Lin Feng sat before the fireplace, perusing an agricultural magazine, the firelight dancing across his face. Chapter 22. The final broadcast, the flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, prompting Lin Feng to add a piece of pine wood, the sparks crackling against the fireproof bricks. He reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, the screen brightness dimmed low, casting a cold glow in the dimly lit room. Messages in the company group were still flowing, though the refresh rate had noticeably slowed. Someone inquired if anyone had antipyretics, followed by a string of requests for medicine. Another shared a video depicting residents in the community fighting over relief supplies distributed by the property management, showcasing scenes of shoving and shouting. Liu Yuqing posted a selfie half an hour ago, wrapped in Zhang Hao's military coat, with a backdrop of a corner piled high with canned goods, captioning it, "Thank goodness for foresight," yet only a handful of likes followed, with Zhang Hao being the sole commenter with a heart emoji. Lin Feng scrolled through his circle of friends, pausing momentarily at a photo shared by his former colleague. Lao Li, of an empty refrigerator, captioned, "Out of supplies, out of options." Xiao Wang from the marketing department shared a scenic snow landscape, declaring, "A timely snow heralds a bountiful year. Things will improve." Several acquaintances, unfamiliar to him, reposted various requests for help, their words steeped in uncertainty about the future. He opened Zhou Mingyuan's circle of friends. The last post dated 3 days before the heavy snowfall, featuring a photo of the farm's bountiful rice, captioned, "This year's harvest is promising." Lin Feng stared at the photo for what felt like an eternity, until the screen dimmed automatically and he slowly powered down his phone. There remained half a month, at most 20 days. He recalled that during this time in his previous life, the network signal began to falter, initially shifting from 5G to 3G, then failing to send even text messages, ultimately devolving into a useless piece of metal. The individuals engaged in disputes, seeking help, and feigning calmness within the group would soon lose their final connection, trapped within their own confined spaces, facing the frozen end of days alone. A soft click echoed from the staircase. Lin Feng looked up to see Zhou Mu descending cautiously, supporting herself against the railing, clad in pajamas with a thick coat over them, her hair somewhat disheveled. Unable to sleep, he lowered the volume on his phone, shifting aside to make room for her. "Is the heating sufficient? Would you like another blanket?" Zhou Mu shook her head, sitting at the edge of the sofa, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the fabric of her clothing. Xiaoyu is sleeping soundly. I heard noises upstairs and thought something had happened to you. She paused, gazing out the window. This snow is too ominous. It makes me feel unsettled. Just as Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond, the television on the living room wall suddenly emitted a crackling sound. As the snowflake patterns on the screen gradually faded, blurred patches of color emerged, slowly coming into focus, revealing the logo of the municipal news channel. There was a signal. Lin Feng straightened his posture and picked up the remote control to increase the volume. Mother Zhou also widened her eyes in astonishment. They had not received any television signal for 2 days, not even emergency broadcasts, and it was unexpected that they could watch something at this moment. A familiar female anchor appeared on the screen, though she looked far more haggard than usual, with dark circles under her eyes and her hair simply tied back. Good evening, citizens. This is the Municipal Emergency News Channel. Her voice was slightly hoarse yet remarkably steady. Due to extreme weather conditions, our signal is unstable. This may be the last broadcast for some time, so please pay attention to important information. Lin Feng and Mother Zhou simultaneously held their breath. According to the latest meteorological data, this severe snowfall is expected to last for at least a month. On the map behind the anchor, a red area indicating snowfall covered the entire province. Currently, the snow accumulation in the city has reached 3 meters, and secondary disasters have occurred in some areas, severely damaging the power and water supply systems. After a brief pause, the screen shifted to disaster scenes. Collapsed buildings, vehicles buried in snow, and rescue workers in protective gear struggling through waist-deep snow. The municipal government has initiated the highest level of emergency response, urging all citizens to unite and help each other through this difficult time. The anchor's gaze turned toward the camera, earnest as she implored everyone to stay indoors as much as possible, reduce outings, and conserve electricity and water. In case of emergencies, citizens could dial the emergency rescue hotline, but due to the congested lines, they might not be able to connect promptly. Please understand. Mother Zhou clenched the hem of her clothing, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. A month of snowfall meant they would have to stay in this villa for at least 30 days. No one could predict what the outside world would become. Furthermore, we must remind everyone, the anchor's tone grew serious, that in some areas, incidents of looting and theft have occurred amidst the chaos. Law enforcement will respond with stringent measures. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and ensure the safety of themselves and their families. Do not venture outside unless absolutely necessary, and do not trust strangers seeking help. The screen shifted to surveillance footage showing masked individuals vandalizing a convenience store, their actions brutal as shattered glass glinted coldly in the snow. Please believe that these difficulties are only temporary. The anchor's voice softened, infused with a deliberately cultivated optimism. As long as we stand united, we will surely endure this winter. When spring arrives and the ice and snow melt, everything will be all right. After finishing her final sentence, she bowed slightly to the camera, and the screen suddenly reverted to the snowflake pattern before fading to complete darkness. The living room fell silent, with only the flames in the fireplace flickering. A month, Mother Zhou murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. How are we supposed to endure this? She recalled the vegetables on the farm that had not been harvested in time and thought of her relatives in the city, her eyes reddening once more. Lin Feng remained silent. He understood better than anyone that the anchor's words about spring's arrival were mere illusions. In the previous life, the snow indeed diminished after a month. But the true disaster was just beginning. When temperatures plummeted to -40 degrees, when the last vestiges of electricity were exhausted, and when their stored food ran out, the frozen corpses would begin to change, dragging their stiff limbs onto the streets. Only then would people realize that winter was not an end, but the prologue to an apocalypse. For now, people still held on to hope, believing this was merely an extreme snow disaster, as suggested by the news, thinking they would just have to endure it. They did not know that what awaited them was not spring, but a despair colder than ice and snow. Sister-in-law, do not worry, Lin Feng said as he turned off the television with the remote. We have food and drink, and the house is sturdy. Even if we stay here for another month, it'll be fine. He rummaged through his space and pulled out a bag of biscuits, handing them to Mother Zhou. I've saved all the seeds that Mingyuan Go left behind. When the snow stops, we can find a patch of land to plant them. We will find a way to get by. Mother Zhou accepted the biscuits, but did not eat them, instead staring blankly at the flames in the fireplace. I just worry about Xiaoya. She is still so young. We cannot keep her here forever. After a pause, she looked up at Lin Feng. Xiaolin, do you think those people outside will really behave, as the news says, and steal things? Lin Feng recalled the 4 thugs wielding axes on the farm. The vending machines pried open in the city, and the figures scrambling in the surveillance footage. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, Human nature is inscrutable. We will guard our territory, avoid trouble, and keep others out. That should suffice. He walked to the window, lifting a corner of the heavy curtain. The searchlights outside were still operational, sweeping across the vast expanse of snow, with occasional flashes of blue light from the electric fence atop the walls. The villa resembled an isolated island, surrounded by endless ice and snow, both isolating danger and shielding them from the outside world. Chapter 23. The sister-in-law's gratitude. His phone vibrated in his pocket with a WeChat message from a long-lost classmate. Lin Feng, do you still have food there? My parents are close to starving. Please, I beg you. Lin Feng stared at the message, his finger hovering over the screen, but ultimately choosing not to reply. He was not cold-hearted. He simply understood that once he opened this door, an endless stream of people would come knocking. Though he had this iron fortress to protect him, Lin Feng had no desire to invite trouble. As long as no one knew about the vast supplies hidden in his space, he would remain safe. After all, only someone with immense firepower could breach this house's defenses. Who else could it be besides the military? Yet surely, the military would not mobilize tanks and artillery for just one person, right? Of course, all of this hinged on the absolute secrecy of his spatial ability. As for his sister-in-law and Xiaoya, they were family, and he trusted them completely. Moreover, in this apocalyptic environment, they would be confined to this small villa, with no opportunity to encounter outsiders in the short term, alleviating his concerns about any potential leaks. In the apocalypse, kindness was the most expensive luxury. He could neither afford to give nor provide. I'm going to wipe myself down and prepare for bed, Lin Feng announced, lowering the curtain and picking up the flashlight from the corner. Sister-in-law, you should rest early. Tomorrow, I'll teach Xiaoya how to use the intercom. It'll be easier to contact each other in case of emergencies. His sister-in-law nodded, watching Lin Feng's figure disappear at the stairway before she slowly stood up. The snow continued to fall outside, silently, yet possessing a destructive force. The warmth and tranquility within the villa felt particularly fragile in this frozen world. Lin Feng had no intention of taking a shower. Firstly, in the dead of winter, he had not sweated at all, rendering the chore unnecessary. Secondly, water resources were precious now. It was best to conserve. He simply used a towel to wipe himself down briefly before finishing. However, the acquisition of water resources remained an urgent issue to resolve. How could they truly achieve freedom in water usage? This was something that required careful contemplation. Returning to his room, Lin Feng lay at the head of the bed, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the surveillance display. The screen was divided into 6 images. The searchlight in the yard cast a fan-shaped light on the snowy ground. The garage door was tightly shut, and everything was as still as a frozen painting. He yawned and was about to turn off the display when a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the screen. His sister-in-law was gripping the railing of the corridor, moving slowly, pausing for a moment with each step, as if engaged in a contest with herself. She wore a nightgown without an outer layer, the thin fabric swaying slightly in the warmth of the heating, her hair loosely tied back, with a few strands falling on her cheeks. Just then, a knock on the door echoed, neither too loud nor too soft, but particularly clear in the stillness of the night. "Who is it?" he asked casually, his gaze still fixed on the display. "It's me, Xiaolin." His sister-in-law's voice came through the door, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Feng observed her tightly clenched hand on the display and, after a brief moment of silence, opened the door. The corridor's light illuminated her face, revealing the dark circles beneath her eyes and the redness at the corners, clearly indicating she had recently wept. "Sister-in-law, is there something wrong at this late hour?" He stepped aside to let her enter. his gaze drifting to the door of Zhou Yu's room at the end of the hallway. No light seeped through the crack, suggesting she was sound asleep. Lu Ruoxue stepped into the room and gently closed the door behind her. The soft click resonated like a fine needle piercing Lin Feng's heart. He noticed she was barefoot. Her toes curled against the cold carpet. After all, to conserve energy, the central air conditioning had not been turned on. The recent heavy snowfall had diminished the solar power generation efficiency, so it had been prudent to conserve resources for the time being. Please take a seat. Lin Feng gestured toward the sofa by the window, while he leaned against the headboard of the bed, maintaining a safe distance. The surveillance monitor still glowed, their figures appearing as small squares on the screen. Lu Ruoxue did not sit. Instead, she stood in the middle of the room, her gaze darting anxiously across the wall clock, the lamp on the bedside table, and finally settling on Lin Feng, as if she had made a decisive resolution. Before Lin Feng could react, she suddenly grasped the collar of her nightgown, yanked her arms outward, and the ties of the gown snapped open, the fabric cascading to the floor like petals blown away by the wind. Sister-in-law! Lin Feng sprang to his feet, blood rushing to his head. He watched her smooth, pale body glisten under the light, instinctively turning his face away. What are you doing? Put your clothes back on. However, Lu Ruoxue seemed not to hear. She abruptly turned and embraced him. Her body was cold, carrying the chill of the corridor, her cheek pressed against his chest, her breath quick and labored as if she were suffocating. Shaolin, I know this is wrong. Her voice muffled in his shirt, laced with a sob. But I have nothing left. Ming Yuan is gone, the farm is burned, and I can offer you nothing but this life. Lin Feng's body stiffened instantly, his hand suspended in the air, unsure whether to push her away or to hold her. The points of contact sent subtle shivers through him. He could distinctly feel her rapid heartbeat and the warmth of her tears against his skin, burning like fire. Sister-in-law, please calm down. He forcefully grasped her shoulders, but she clung tightly to his waist. It is my duty to save you. Brother Ming Yuan treated me with immense kindness. How could I possibly? You don't understand. Lu Ruoxue suddenly lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, her lips nearly brushing his chin. The news said it would snow for another month, and people outside are scrambling for supplies. I am just a burden to you and Xiaoya. Sooner or later you will find us troublesome. Her nails dug into his back. Let me repay you just this once, I beg you, or I won't be able to sleep. Always fearing the next moment you will cast us out. As she spoke, she suddenly shoved him with force. Caught off guard, Lin Feng stumbled and fell onto the bed, his lower back hitting the frame painfully. Before he could rise, Lu Ruoxue had already leaped onto him, her knees pressed against the edge of the mattress, her icy hands grasping the hem of his shirt and tugging it upward with determination. Sister-in-law! Lin Feng seized her wrist. Her skin was hot, her pulse racing. Stay clear-headed. If I wanted to drive you away, I would never have brought you here. He looked into her reddened eyes and suddenly understood. The news broadcast had acted as a fuse, igniting all her fears. She feared abandonment, feared having nowhere to go in this apocalyptic world, and thus sought to bind him in this manner. Yet, she did not realize that the supplies in the space could sustain 3 people for decades, not merely a month. But even if they stayed for 10 years, he could provide for her and her daughter. Lu Ruoxue's wrist was gripped painfully, yet she refused to relent, her other hand stubbornly probing towards his waist. My name is Lu Ruoxue, Shaolin, just call me Ruoxue. I know you're a good person, but even good people can grow weary, just let me. Don't move. Lin Feng suddenly intensified his grip, pinning her hand against the mattress. The proximity between them shrank instantly, and he could smell the faint scent of her hair and the salty tang of her tears. He observed her trembling eyelashes, a sensation akin to something blocking his heart, both aching and swollen. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly released her hand and enveloped her tightly in his arms. It was not an embrace filled with desire, but rather a gentle embrace around her back, firm yet tender, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Sister-in-law, please don't do this. His voice lowered, soothing as if comforting a child. I have no intention of casting you out, truly. Lu Ruoxue's body stiffened suddenly, her struggles ceasing abruptly. After a few seconds, she seemed to deflate, her shoulders slumping as she buried her head in his chest, crying uncontrollably. It was not a suppressed sob, but a desperate wail, her tears spilling forth like beads from a broken string, quickly soaking his shirt. I am afraid. Her voice trembled. Mignon is gone. I cannot manage Xiaoyu alone, and outside everyone is fighting for supplies. I fear we may not survive. Do not fear. Lin Feng gently patted her back, feeling her body tremble violently. As long as I am here, you will not go hungry, and no one can harm you. He recalled Zhou Mingyuan's honest smile, silently promising, Brother, rest assured, I will not let them suffer. Lu Ruoxue cried for what felt like an eternity, until her sobs gradually turned into hiccups, her body no longer shaking. Exhausted from her tears, she leaned her head against his shoulder, her breath slowly steadying. Lin Feng maintained his embrace, afraid to move, lest he disturb her slumber. Outside, the wind and snow continued to batter against the glass, the embers of the fireplace occasionally popping. The glow from a surveillance monitor cast a soft light on the wall, reminiscent of gentle moonlight. Lin Feng gazed down at the sleeping Lu Ruoxue in his arms. Her brow remained furrowed, yet her lips were slightly pursed, as if she had finally let go of something. He sighed softly, cautiously adjusting his posture to allow her to rest more comfortably, while he leaned against the headboard, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Throughout that night, neither spoke a word. Chapter 24. The morning after, as the faint light filtering through the curtain fell upon his face, Lin Feng's consciousness slowly resurfaced from the depths like a stone rising from the water's bottom. The weight in his arms jolted him awake. Lu Ruoxue's head rested on his shoulder, her long hair cascading over half her face, her breathing even like the ripples on a tranquil lake. Her arm draped across his waist. The shirt soaked with tears from the previous night was now half dry, bearing uneven stains. Lin Feng's body stiffened momentarily. Then he felt a physiological reaction beyond his control. He shut his eyes, cursing under his breath. He was not a saint, and after a night spent with a warm, soft body, maintaining his boundaries had exhausted his self-restraint. He carefully moved Lu Ruoxue's arm, his actions delicate, afraid to wake her and create an awkward situation. However, the slight movement of the mattress stirred her awake. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes, their gazes collided. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Ruoxue's pupils dilated suddenly, as if she had just recalled the madness of the previous night. She shot up, grasping for her nightgown scattered at the edge of the bed, her fingers trembling as she struggled to tie the sash. Her bare shoulder glowed pale in the morning light, the faint marks on her neck hinting at the struggles of the night before. Her mouth opened, but her voice was hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Ultimately, she lowered her head and hurriedly fastened the buttons of her gown. I'm sorry, Lin Feng, last night. It's fine, Lin Feng interrupted, turning his back as he got out of bed. It's all in the past. He walked to the window and drew the curtains. Blinding white light flooded in, illuminating the awkwardness between them with unrelenting clarity. On the surveillance screen, Zhouya's door remained firmly shut, and a fresh layer of snow blanketed the yard, the spotlight's beam buried beneath the snowfall. Lu Ruoxue approached the door, her hand resting on the doorknob, yet she hesitated to turn it. Is Xiaoyu awake? She seemed to ask herself, as well as Lin Feng. She shouldn't be. Lin Feng's voice was somewhat dry as he pulled out his phone to check the time. 5:30 in the morning, still early compared to the usual wake-up time for students. Zhouyu would likely be no different. You should head back to your room. I will prepare breakfast shortly. The door was gently pulled open and then softly closed. In the corridor, the hurried footsteps of Lu Ruoxue echoed, as if she were fleeing from something. Lin Feng leaned against the window, gazing at the reflection of himself in the glass, raising a hand to press against his tense temples. She had cried until the early hours of the morning, and he had remained in that position, staring into the darkness for half the night. The physiological response had not yet subsided, and he managed a bitter smile. Maintaining his composure was already a tribute to the spirit of Brother Zhou. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he kicked off his slippers, lying back on the bed, too lazy to even pull up the covers. The villa's security system was firmly locked. Without his fingerprints or password, no one could open that iron door. Lu Ruoxue and her daughter were on the second floor, and the food in the fridge was sufficient for them to last until noon, leaving him with little to worry about. As consciousness slipped into darkness, his final thought was that he needed to find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with Lu Ruoxue. It could not remain this awkward indefinitely. Lu Ruoxue grasped the collar of her nightgown and hurried away, her heart racing as if it might explode within her chest. Fragments of last night's memories surged forth: the torn nightgown, Lin Feng's tense jawline, and that final comforting embrace. Each recollection made her cheeks flush with heat, hot enough to fry an egg. She was not a shameless woman. She was merely terrified by a month of news and the desolate farm, which had compelled her to act in such an unusual manner. Thankfully, Lin Feng had not pushed her away, nor had he. She dared not think further, her fingers pressing into the staircase railing, leaving deep crescent imprints. As she approached the stairs, she suddenly halted. Zhou stood at the door of her room. Facing away from her, the hem of her pink nightgown dusted with specks of dirt. Morning light filtered through the vent, casting a slender shadow upon her, taut as a drawn bowstring. Xiaoya, Lu Ruoxue's voice trembled. Why are you awake? Zhou slowly turned around, her face devoid of tears or cries. Yet her gaze was as cold as the snow outside. Her eyes swept over her mother's disheveled hair and the unfastened ties of her nightgown. Finally resting on the slight redness at the corners of her eyes, her lips pressed into a straight line. I heard noises, she said softly, yet each word was clear, resonating from Uncle Lin's room. Lu Ruoxue's face instantly turned pale, her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. She wished to explain, to embrace her daughter, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. Zhouya's gaze was fraught with emotions, confusion, disappointment, and a hint of anger that belied her youth. That look was like a mirror, reflecting all of Lu Ruoxue's disarray and helplessness. You went to Uncle Lin's room, Zhouya said through clenched teeth, seemingly weighing her words. It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. She had risen in the middle of the night for water and had seen her mother push open Lin Feng's door, initially thinking it was an urgent matter, only to return to her room without further thought. But after waiting a long time without her mother returning, anxiety had crept in, prompting her to peek through the door crack. It was only moments ago that she had seen her mother emerge from the room with red-rimmed eyes. Lu Ruoxue opened her mouth, wanting to say she had only gone to express her gratitude, but she found that even she could not deceive herself with such words. Her silence, in Zhouya's eyes, was tantamount to acquiescence. Father has only been gone for 2 days. Zhouya suddenly raised her voice, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. Have you already forgotten him? This statement pierced Lu Ruoxue's heart like an ice pick. She stumbled forward a step. No, Xiaoya, listen to me. I won't listen. Zhouya retreated sharply, colliding with the wall behind her. Even if Uncle Lin saved us, how could you move on so quickly? She choked on her words, wiping her tears forcefully before turning and rushing into her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of the lock clicking shut. Lu Ruoxue stood frozen in place, staring at the closed door, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. Her daughter's words echoed in her ears like an incantation. Father has only been gone for 2 days. Indeed, Mingyuan had departed just 2 days ago, his remains still unburied, and she had almost betrayed him with his most trusted brother. She covered her face, the suppressed sobs finally escaping through her fingers, reverberating harshly in the empty corridor. Lin Feng was awakened by hunger. The day outside was already bright, the fire in the fireplace long extinguished, yet the room remained warm. He stretched, the physiological awkwardness having faded, leaving only a hangover-like fatigue. As he walked towards the room, he heard muffled cries in the corridor. Lu Ruoxue sat at the threshold of Zhouya's door, her back against the wall, her shoulders shaking. She had changed into clean clothes, and her hair was neatly arranged. But her eyes were swollen, resembling walnuts. What happened? Lin Feng approached, his gaze sweeping over the closed door. Where's Xiaoya? Lu Ruoxue looked up, her tears flowing more fiercely. She knows everything. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, instantly grasping the situation. Although Zhouya was young, she was far more perceptive than her peers. She likely suspected something had transpired when she didn't see her mother last night. However, Lin Feng had not anticipated that Zhou Ye had directly witnessed her mother enter his room, although they had not done anything inappropriate. The mere presence of a man and a woman alone in a room was difficult to justify. I will go explain it to her. He raised his hand to knock on the door, only to have Lu Ruoxue grab his wrist. Don't go. Her nails dug painfully into his skin. Let her be. It was my fault. Lin Feng looked into her reddened eyes, then at the firmly closed door, ultimately lowering his hand. I will make breakfast, he said, withdrawing his hand and striving for a calm tone. I will call you when it is ready. As he descended the stairs, he heard the sound of something shattering in Zhou Ye's room, followed by Lu Ruoxue's flustered attempts to console her. He paused for a moment, but ultimately turned and walked into the kitchen. The refrigerator was stocked with plenty of ingredients. He took out eggs, flour, and ham, intending to prepare a simple breakfast. Chapter 25. Reconciliation before breakfast as the edges of the fried eggs puffed golden in the skillet. Lin Feng heard a third sharp sound of something breaking from the second floor. He turned off the gas stove, plated the eggs, and added a spoonful of honey to the warm milk, moving slowly and carefully. The footsteps at the staircase grew nearer. Lu Ruoxue was descending, supporting herself against the railing. Her eyes red as ripe cherries, clutching Zhou Ye's sweater tightly, her knuckles turning white. She still won't open the door? Lin Feng asked, spreading peanut butter on toast. Trying to maintain a neutral tone, Lu Ruoxue nodded, her voice barely audible. I tried to bring her a warm piece of clothing, and she threw the sweater back at me. She paused, her gaze falling upon the breakfast spread on the table, her throat constricting. Should I try again? No need, Lin Feng replied, pushing the cup of milk towards her, the surface beaded with tiny droplets of water. Eat something first. I will check on her. He carried the cup of honeyed milk upstairs, but Zhou Ye's door remained tightly shut, with no light seeping through the crack. The shards of the glass cup that had shattered earlier had been cleaned up by Lu Ruoxue, leaving only a small dark mark on the carpet. Xiaojia. Lin Feng knocked softly, his voice gentle. I made milk with your favorite honey. There was no response from within, only the sound of fabric rustling, as if someone was sulking and tossing about. Leaning against the door frame, Lin Feng recalled Zhou Mingyuan's frequent words. This girl may seem soft, but she has a temper like mine. Once she gets stubborn, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. He chuckled softly and raised his voice. I also made soft-boiled eggs. If you don't eat soon, they will get cold, and the yolks will solidify. After about half a minute of silence, the lock clicked open suddenly. Zhou Ye stood behind the door, her eyes swollen like walnuts, tears still clinging to her lashes, her pink nightgown askew at the collar. Clearly having cried for quite some time, she did not look at Lin Feng, merely lowered her head and shifted aside to allow him to enter. Lin Feng stepped into the room and gently closed the door behind him. The curtains were drawn tightly, making the room as dark as dusk. The picture frame on the desk was turned upside down. Without needing to look, he knew it contained a photo of Zhou Mingyuan holding her. Here is your milk. Lin Feng offered the cup, its warmth palpable through his fingertips. Zhou Ye did not take it, suddenly speaking up. Do you both think my father was a burden? Her voice was hoarse and brittle, like glass cracking in the cold. He has only been gone for a day, and you are already so eager. Xiaojia. Lin Feng interrupted her, placing the cup of milk on the bedside table and crouching down to meet her gaze. I know you're upset. If I were in your shoes, I might be even angrier. He recalled scenes from a past life where Zhou Mingyuan fiercely defended him against the company's leaders, and his heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by something. But you must trust Uncle Lin. Nothing happened between me and your mother. Zhou Ye suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with icy doubt. Then why did you keep her in the room all night? I saw her come out only in the morning. She had cried herself to sleep late into the night. Lin Feng's voice remained steady. Your mother is not what you think. She is merely afraid. He carefully chose his words, gradually unraveling Lu Ruoxue's fears. The news said it would snow for a month. She feared I might see you as a burden and drive you away, which led her to make a foolish decision. Zhou Ye's lips moved as if to speak, but Lin Feng pressed gently on her shoulder. Your mother does not love your father any less than anyone else. She is more heartbroken than anyone. Lin Feng observed the redness at the corners of her eyes, recognizing that women often resort to clumsy methods to protect their children in times like this. She believes that by acting this way, I will always protect you. The room fell silent, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Zhouya's gaze lingered on the cup of milk on the bedside table, where honey had settled into shallow, golden patterns at the bottom. She suddenly sniffled, tears welling up again. Is it really true? She doesn't want Dad anymore? Of course it is true. Lin Feng reached out to wipe away the tears on her cheek. Her skin was burning beneath his fingertips. Your mother held me and cried for a long time last night, saying she was sorry to your father and lamenting her inability to protect you. He paused, lowering his voice further. She's just very frightened, terrified that in this snowy landscape, the three of us will become isolated entities. Zhouya's sobs gradually transformed into soft whimpers, her shoulders shaking. But she cannot. I understand. Lin Feng gently embraced her, and her body stiffened for a moment before relaxing, gripping his clothing tightly. Your mother did indeed choose the wrong method, but her intentions are sincere. Just like your father, who knew full well that fighting head-on would lead to losses, yet still sought to protect those seeds, correct? Zhouya nodded in his embrace, her tears soaking his shirt. I miss Dad. I miss him too. Lin Feng patted her back, feeling her small body tremble slightly from crying. But we cannot dwell in sorrow forever. Otherwise, your father will worry from above. He remembered Lu Ruoshua's breakdown from the night before, recalling her repeated words, I cannot manage Xiaoye alone, suddenly realizing that this mother and daughter were alike, both clumsily guarding something in their own ways. Zhouya cried for a long time, and when her voice finally diminished, she murmured, Should I go apologize to Mom? There is no rush. Lin Feng released her, adjusting her disheveled nightgown. First, let's have breakfast. Otherwise, it will get cold. As he held Zhouya's hand and led her out of the room, Lu Ruoshua stood at the staircase, clutching a rag, her body stiffening at the sight of them. Her eyes filled with apprehension. Zhouya's gaze rested on her mother's swollen eyes for a few seconds before she suddenly broke free from Lin Feng's hand and ran to embrace Lu Ruoshua's waist. Mom. Her voice still nasally. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have smashed the cup. Lu Ruoshua was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, tightly hugging her daughter, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. It's Mom's fault. I shouldn't have made you worry. The two of them held each other and cried for a long time. Lin Feng leaned against the hallway wall, watching them comfort each other, gently patting each other's backs. Feeling the tension in his heart, which had been strained by awkwardness, gradually ease. As they descended the stairs, Zhouya took the initiative to hold Lu Ruoshua's hand. Though no words were exchanged, the tension around her mouth had softened considerably. The last piece of toast on the breakfast table was being devoured by Zhouya as she licked her fingers smeared with jam, her gaze still fixed on her father's notebook. Lin Feng was clearing the plates when he suddenly said, I will step out for a while. Lu Ruoshua paused in her task of wiping the table. Out? But the snow is so heavy. I need to go to the gas station. Lin Feng stacked the plates together, recalling that he had encountered Xiaoyi yesterday and hadn't had the chance to gather fuel from there. Both the generator and snowmobile required ample fuel. These were crucial supplies. Zhouya raised her head. I'll go with you. No. Lin Feng firmly rejected her. The villa needs someone to guard it. You and your mother must stay here. He pointed to the surveillance screen. Do you see those cameras? If any strangers approach, press this red button immediately. The alarm will activate, and the electric grid will be engaged. Lu Ruoshua stepped to the monitoring station, her finger hovering over the button. What if someone really comes? Do not open the door. Do not respond. Lin Feng displayed the parameters for the wall's electric grid, explaining that it could release 30,000 volts of electricity instantly. As long as they did not venture out, no one could intrude. He paused, retrieving 2 stun guns from his space and placing them on the coffee table. Take these. Press this button in case of danger. It will temporarily incapacitate a person without being lethal. Zhouya picked up the stun gun, feeling its weight make her somewhat anxious. Uncle Lin, when will you be back? If all goes well, I should return by noon. Lin Feng glanced outside. The snowfall was lighter than yesterday, but the wind remained strong. I will leave a walkie-talkie by your bedside. Keep the channel open and call me if anything arises. Lu Ruoshua suddenly remembered something. Should I pack some food? I can prepare some biscuits for you. No need. Lin Feng patted his tactical backpack. I have enough. You two stay put. Do not wander around. As long as you remain in the house, you will be quite safe. No one can break into the villa. Zhouya suddenly dashed back to her room and soon returned with a thermos cup. This is ginger tea I made. Take it with you. It's cold outside. The lid was tightly screwed on, clearly prepared with care. Lin Feng accepted the thermos, feeling its warmth. Thank you, Zhouya. He checked the door and window locks, confirmed the electric grid was on standby, and switched the surveillance display to full screen before donning his winter gear. As he zipped up, the mask covered most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible. I'm off. He cast a final glance at the mother and daughter. Lu Ruoxia gripped the stun gun tightly, while Zhouya stared intently at the surveillance screen, her eyes reflecting both concern and a semblance of feigned composure. The iron gate slowly creaked open, and a chilling wind swept in, carrying snowflakes with it. Lin Feng bent down to enter the snowmobile, the sound of the engine starting quickly drowned by the howling snowstorm. Lu Ruoxia and Zhouya leaned against the second-floor window, watching as the tracks of the snowmobile gradually faded into the vast expanse of white. Only when the iron gate closed again did they exchange silent sighs of relief. Lin Feng walked towards the gas station, the crunch of his winter boots echoing against the icy ground. He had stored the snowmobile in his space. Leaving it outside posed too great a risk of unforeseen circumstances. As he approached the convenience store, he bent down to pick up a frozen brick and hurled it toward a pile of shattered glass. The dull thud resonated in the empty space, but elicited no response. He quickened his pace. The sound of his boots crushing glass was particularly jarring. Inside the convenience store, the chaos was worse than the last visit. Several shelves lay toppled, and instant noodle packaging mixed with snow piled in the corner, while dark stains marred the floor, resembling dry blood. It appeared that others had come after him. Lin Feng brushed his fingers over the snow on the shelves. It was just high enough to cover his knuckles, likely left from the previous night. He did not linger in the store, but turned toward the fuel pumps, which were the true focus of his mission. All 3 fuel pumps were buried under a layer of snow, and he scraped away the snow to press the activation button. The leftmost pump's screen flickered twice before displaying a message indicating sufficient fuel, while the middle and right pumps showed malfunction, presumably damaged by someone. Lin Feng retrieved 10 50-liter fuel barrels from his space and stacked them beside the pumps. These barrels had been purchased from a hardware store, marked as food grade, originally intended for cooking oil, but now perfectly suited for diesel. He connected the nozzle to the first barrel and pressed the fuel release button. Diesel gushed into the barrel, forming tiny bubbles in the frigid temperature. Once a barrel was filled, he stored it away and retrieved another empty one, the motions mechanical and practiced. Soon, all 10 barrels were full, yet the fuel gauge still indicated 2/3 remaining. Lin Feng estimated that the pump could still dispense at least 15 more barrels, enough to power the generator for 2 months. However, since the villa relied on solar power, this fuel would primarily be for the snowmobile, serving as a safety reserve. As he busied himself, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision near the fuel tank area. He abruptly turned, raising his rifle toward the source, only to discover a frozen wild dog, rolled half over in the snow by the wind. It was a false alarm. He lowered his weapon and resumed filling the barrels. When the last barrel was full, the pump emitted a click, and the screen reverted to the malfunction interface. Lin Feng brushed off the snow from his hands and approached the fuel tank area. 3 heavy fuel tankers stood side by side, their surfaces encased in a layer of ice, the Sinopec logo blurred by frost. He circled the first tanker to inspect it. The driver's door was unlocked. Thin snow blanketed the steering wheel, and the dashboard had long since gone dark. The tank's lock was a brass padlock, its core stuffed with snow, likely frozen solid. He would need a tool. Lin Feng retrieved a hydraulic cutter from his space and applied pressure to the lock. With a sharp snap, the padlock broke in 2 and fell into the snow. He opened the tank's lid, and a strong smell of diesel mixed with the cold air rushed out. Under the daylight above, he could see the dark brown liquid inside. Sure enough, it was full. Lin Feng smiled and extracted more barrels from his space. This time, 2,200-liter barrels. He found a rubber hose, inserted one end into the tank, and placed the other end into an empty barrel, using his mouth to create suction. As the diesel reached his throat, he quickly released the hose. coughing for a moment as the icy liquid dripped down his chin and chilled his skin. Once the barrels were filled, he stored them away and retrieved new barrels to continue the process. When the 20 large barrels were filled, the liquid level in the tank had only dropped slightly. Lin Feng gazed at the remaining fuel in the tank and suddenly remembered his space could accommodate an armored vehicle. Surely, it could hold several tankers as well. He approached the side of the tanker and tapped the icy metal. Last time, he had been too focused on rescuing Zhou Ye to consider this. Now, with no distractions, it was the perfect opportunity to try. Focusing his mind on the tanker, the edges of his space began to tremble slightly. He felt a familiar pulling force extend from his feet to the tanker's tires. Up, he commanded softly, and the massive tanker lifted slightly, snow cascading from beneath its tires. As he intensified his focus, the entire vehicle seemed to be cradled by an invisible hand, slowly rising into the air before suddenly vanishing from sight. Lin Feng immediately checked the interior of his space. The tanker was securely parked at the edge of the supplies area, aligned next to the snowmobile and generator. Even the snow on its bed remained untouched. He chided himself for not doing this sooner and turned to the second tanker. This one contained gasoline, and its lock was electronic. However, the circuit had long since frozen, and he easily dealt with it using the hydraulic cutter, storing it in his space as well. The third tanker contained gasoline and bore a hazardous materials label. Lin Feng effortlessly stored it in his space as well. The 3 tankers were neatly arranged, taking up far less space than he had anticipated. After securing the tankers, he returned to the convenience store. Earlier, he had been too focused on refueling to conduct a thorough search. He kicked aside a fallen shelf and discovered an unexpected treasure in the back storage room. 5 unopened cases of mineral water, their packaging still encased in ice, likely forgotten in a corner. Every little bit counts, Lin Feng thought as he stored the mineral water in his space, then checked the fire extinguisher cabinet, finding 4 dry powder extinguishers, which he also took. Before leaving, he paused at the entrance of the gas station to take one last look. Amid the disarray, only the emptied fuel pumps and the vacant fuel tank area testified that someone had been there. Lin Feng bent down to gather some snow and scattered it over his footprints, then used his feet to obscure the traces before turning to walk into the vast, swirling snow. After walking approximately 50 meters, he halted, focused his mind, and summoned the snowmobile from his space. Upon entering the driver's cabin, he noticed the dashboard indicated the outdoor temperature had plummeted to -23 degrees. Before starting the vehicle, he took out the walkie-talkie. "Sister-in-law, Xiaoya, please respond if you hear me." "I hear you. Everything is normal," came Lu Ruoshue's voice, crackling with static. "Is everything going smoothly on your end?" "Quite smoothly. I'm on my way back. Should arrive by noon." Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, where the gas station grew increasingly distant. "Take care of home. Wait for my return." The snowmobile rolled over the snow, heading in the direction of the villa. Chapter 27. Fools on the snowy road. As the snowmobile traversed the frozen river, Lin Feng reduced the engine's RPM, the ice beneath the tracks creaking softly under the pressure. He turned on the vehicle's radio, which emitted only the persistent hum of static. Since the last news broadcast yesterday, even the emergency channels had fallen silent. When he was still 5 kilometers from the villa, several dark figures suddenly emerged from around a bend. Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, and the snowmobile skidded to a stop after sliding half a meter. He squinted, his gaze sharpening behind the goggles. 5 men stood in the middle of the road, all clad in bulky winter coats, armed with steel pipes and machetes. One of them brandished a sharpened rebar, its tip glinting coldly. "Get out of the car," shouted the man at the front, missing a front tooth, his speech slurred and windy. "Leave the vehicle and scram." Lin Feng remained motionless, his fingers slowly drifting towards the rifle in the passenger seat. This group had clearly premeditated their actions. The snow beneath their feet was compacted, and a van buried under snow nearby had shattered windows, suggesting they had turned this place into an ambush point. "Can't understand human speech?" The toothless man spat on the ground, the yellow phlegm creating a small dent in the snow. "This snow's so thick that even your own father wouldn't recognize you. Keeping the vehicle is a waste. Better let your grandfathers take it for a spin." Behind him, a lanky figure brandished a steel pipe, urging, Stop wasting time with him. Just smash the glass. Lin Feng pushed open the car door, and a gust of frigid wind rushed into his insulated clothing. He did not raise his weapon. Instead, he stood beside the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 5 individuals. 2 bore frostbite, and 1 had wet pant legs, likely from having fallen into a snowdrift. The eyes of all 5 reflected a singular essence: madness born from hunger. The car is yours. Lin Feng's voice emerged through his mask, cold and metallic, but you cannot drive away. Nonsense, shouted a man with missing teeth. I've driven a tractor before. What is there to fear from this? As he spoke, he lunged toward the driver's seat. Just as his hand brushed the door handle, he caught sight of something Lin Feng had drawn from behind him, and his movements froze. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed directly at his chest. A gun? The lanky figure instinctively took a step back, then defiantly straightened his neck. Don't try to scare us. Where'd you even get a gun now? It must be a toy. He was not entirely wrong. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were still tightly controlled by the authorities, and the most common weapons seen among civilians were hunting rifles. Military-grade rifles, like the one Lin Feng possessed, were indeed rare. Lin Feng remained silent, merely raising the weapon slightly. Brother, maybe we should just leave? The man in the hat tugged at the toothless man's sleeve, his voice trembling. Let us find another way. Find another way. The toothless man shook off his hand, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered vehicle. In this weather, without a car, we might as well be waiting to die. It's just him against the 5 of us. What is there to fear? Suddenly, he pulled out a fruit knife, its blade still stained with rust. I'll count to 3. Either you throw away that gun and get lost, or, before he could finish his threat, the gun fired. The muffled report was largely absorbed by the wind and snow, yet it carried an undeniable, piercing quality. The toothless man's body lurched backward, the fruit knife clattering to the ground. He looked down at the blooming stain on his chest, his eyes widening in disbelief before he collapsed heavily into the snow, scattering fine shards of ice. The remaining 4 were momentarily stunned, dropping their steel pipes and machetes in disarray. A real gun. The man in the hat's legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel, and he turned to flee. Lin Feng was quicker. The second bullet accurately pierced the knee of the lanky figure. The man screamed in agony as he fell, clutching his leg and rolling in the snow, blood quickly staining the white ground. Don't kill me, cried another short, stout man, suddenly dropping to his knees and desperately banging his head against the snow. I was just following them. I didn't do anything. Lin Feng ignored his pleas, the crosshairs of his rifle already locking onto the 3rd target. This man was scrambling towards the back of the van, his movements frantic like a mouse caught by surprise. Bang! The 3rd shot rang out, and his body convulsed violently before falling still. Fool! In this heavy snow, with a thick layer of snow, even if you get on the van, what can you do? It's not a snow vehicle. Do you really think you could drive away? The kneeling stout man was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels, and a foul odor wafted through the cold air. His face streaked with tears. He begged for mercy, rambling about his family and children, attempting to evoke some semblance of sympathy. Lin Feng slowly stepped out from behind the vehicle, keeping his gun trained on him. That van, he gestured with his chin towards the vehicle. Whose was it before? It was ours. We stole it. The stout man trembled uncontrollably. The owner refused to give it to us, so we knocked him out. Lin Feng's finger tightened on the trigger. Don't kill me. I can work for you. I can fix cars. His plea was abruptly cut off by another gunshot. The last standing individual was the lanky man, who had, at some point, picked up a machete from the ground and was now crawling towards Lin Feng, blood and tears mingling on his face, his eyes filled with malice. I'll haunt you even as a ghost, he screamed, mustering all his strength to hurl the machete. The blade arced through the air, landing near Lin Feng's feet. Emotionless, Lin Feng raised his gun, aiming for the man's brow. Bang! After the 5th shot, silence enveloped the world once more, save for the wind and snow softly whispering across the ground. Lin Feng stood still, his breath forming white mist within his mask, which was promptly drawn away by the ventilation system. He did not rush to get back into the car. Instead, he checked each fallen figure, ensuring there were no survivors before retrieving a shovel from his storage. The bloodstains in the snow would soon be covered by fresh flakes. But these bodies could attract unwanted attention, be it from scavenging beasts or other survivors drawn by the scent of blood. He swiftly dug a large pit by the roadside, dragging the 5 corpses into it, his motions practiced as though handling mere refuse. His past life in the apocalypse had long rendered him numb to death. After burying the bodies, he meticulously cleaned the scene of shell casings and blood, knowing that with the ongoing snowfall, all traces would soon be obscured, leaving no signs of disturbance. As he started the engine, he glanced at the time, 11:30, half an hour behind schedule. The voice of Zhou crackled through the intercom. Laced with urgency, "Uncle Lin, where are you?" "Almost there, just ran into a little trouble," Lin Feng replied, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, as if merely caught in traffic. "Prepare dinner. I've brought fresh meat." He refrained from mentioning the encounter with robbers or that he had taken lives. Some things did not need to be shared, at least not for now. The snow vehicle continued on, its treads carving through the fresh snow, leaving 2 distinct tracks that were soon filled by the drifting flakes. Lin Feng watched the silhouette of the villa grow nearer, his fingers gently tapping on the steering wheel. This ambush served as a stark reminder, signaling that the harsh realities of the apocalypse had begun to encroach. When food and fuel become scarce, morals and laws shatter like ice, revealing the primal instincts lurking beneath. He needed to be more cautious, and he needed to grow stronger. In the rearview mirror, the freshly cleared snow had returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Yet Lin Feng understood that from this day forth, this road was no longer safe. Within this world blanketed in ice and snow, predators had begun to emerge, and he had to choose between becoming prey or a more ruthless hunter. He chose the latter. Chapter 28. Moral coercion in the company group as Zhou snagged the last piece of rib from the dinner table. A burst of sparks erupted from the pine logs in the fireplace. Lin Feng observed the mother and daughter discussing the construction plans for the seedling shelter, and suddenly recalled the strawberry jam collected at the gas station earlier that day. He retrieved it from his storage, twisted off the lid, and the sweet and sour aroma wafted through the air. "This is perfect for spreading on bread." He scooped a spoonful on a Zhou's toast. The orange-red jam dotted with tiny fruit pieces. Zhou immediately took a large bite, not bothering to wipe the jam from the corners of her mouth. While Lu Ruoxue smiled and handed her a napkin, warmth radiating from her eyes, surpassing even the flames of the hearth. As he cleared the dining table, Lin Feng took out his phone, noticing it still had 1 bar of signal. He scrolled through the lunch photos he had taken earlier, showcasing oil-braised prawns arranged on a white porcelain plate, accompanied by steaming lamb soup, with vibrant cilantro floating atop the milky broth. The backdrop featuring the crystal chandelier of the villa's dining area. He clicked into his social media, posting a simple caption, "Lunch today." The moment he hit send, the signal flickered and faded to gray. "No more internet," he muttered, shaking his phone, though he was not surprised. This sporadic signal was merely a flicker of hope, and managing to last this long was already fortunate. Zhou leaned over to look. "Will anyone like it?" There used to be many. Lin Feng recalled how, before the apocalypse, each time he posted about food, his colleagues would tease him, with Lu Yuqing always the first to comment. Manager Lin certainly knows how to enjoy life. While Zhang Hao would chime in, asking when he would take them out to experience such delights. As he exited the social media app, just as he was about to set his phone down, the screen suddenly lit up again. It was a message notification from the company group, and the signal had inexplicably returned. Upon opening the group chat, the latest message from Lu Yuqing appeared, sent merely 10 minutes prior, showcasing a photo of her lunch with the caption, "TSK. Manager Lin is certainly living the good life." Following closely was Zhang Hao's reply. "That large shrimp looks incredibly fresh. Unlike us, who are subsisting on instant noodles and canned food, my palate has grown as bland as a sparrow's." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting the astuteness of these two. Shortly after, Lu Yuqing sent another message. "Manager Lin, do you have any surplus food at home? Zhang Hao and I have been eating instant noodles for nearly a week. May we come over for a meal? Consider it an improvement to our dining situation." Zhang Hao chimed in instantly. "Yeah, Lin Gu. We are all brothers in the same company. You surely can't let us starve, can you?" Lin Feng tapped the screen with his fingertips and replied, "Unfortunately, I have recently decided to adopt a dog, and the food I have stockpiled must be reserved for it." I fear I cannot spare anything for you. After sending the message, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. Zhouya, intrigued, asked, "Are we getting a dog?" "Just deceiving them," Lin Feng replied, adding a log to the fireplace. Some people, when given a morsel, expect a whole pig. The chat erupted with messages. Lu Yuqing exclaimed, "Getting a dog?" Manager Lin truly has the leisure to consider such matters amidst this crisis. Zhang Hao retorted, "Lin Gu, that's rather unkind. I assent it. If it weren't for Supervisor Zhou as protection back then, would you have even become a manager? Now that Supervisor Zhou is gone, you've turned your back on us?" Upon seeing the name Zhou Mingyuan, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He quickly typed, "Supervisor Zhou taught me to earn my keep through merit, not to be a fool supporting a pack of ingrates." Li Jie interjected, "Shaolin, how can you speak like that? Are we ingrates? We merely wish to survive. What harm is there in sharing a little of your abundant food? Consider it a charitable act." Xiao Wang added, "Indeed, the entire city is facing a food shortage, and you hoard so much for yourself. Is that appropriate? This is called hoarding, and it will invite retribution." Lu Yuqing proclaimed, "I believe he is doing this intentionally." Aware that the snow would last long, he stockpiled supplies, all the while watching us suffer. Such a person deserves to be exposed. Messages began flooding the chat, accusing Lin Feng of selfishness and demanding solidarity. Some shared videos of their starving children, while others posted pictures of empty refrigerators, and even rumors surfaced, alleging that Lin Feng had secretly transported a truckload of supplies before the supermarket closed. Zhang Hao declared, "I can tell everyone that Manager Lin's house is in the suburban Emerald Villa, where the walls are high, undoubtedly hiding many treasures." Lu Yuqing proposed, "How about we all go seek him out tomorrow? Strength lies in numbers. He surely cannot ignore our plight." Xiao Wang hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if Manager Lin refuses?" Lu Yuqing countered, "What's there to refuse? If he were wise, he would voluntarily share his food. We might even commend him. If he resists, then he should not blame us for being ungracious. After all, the law does not punish the many." Lin Feng observed the torrent of messages, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Just days prior, those who flaunted their instant noodle stockpiles had transformed into moral paragons, draping the mantle of unity and cooperation over his shoulders. He moved his fingers slightly and sent a message. "First, I have not hoarded food. My supplies are barely enough for myself. Second, adopting a dog is part of my plans and does not require your approval. Third, those who are hungry must find their own solutions. Do not expect others to play savior." This message stirred a hornet's nest. Lu Yuqing shot back, "Not hoarding food? Are the large shrimp and mutton in your social media posts gifts from the heavens? Do you take us for fools?" Zhang Hao lamented, "Lin Gu, that's rather hurtful. If it weren't for Supervisor Zhou's guidance, would you have achieved your current position? Now that Supervisor Zhou is gone, you turn your back on us?" Upon seeing Zhou Mingyuan's name again, Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. He quickly typed, "Supervisor Zhou taught me to earn my keep through merit, not to be a fool supporting a pack of ingrates." Li Jie retorted, "Shaolin, how can you speak like that? Are we ingrates? We merely wish to survive. What harm is there in sharing a little of your abundant food? Consider it a charitable act." Xiao Wang echoed, "Indeed, the entire city is facing a food shortage, and you hoard so much for yourself. Is that appropriate? This is called hoarding. It will invite retribution." Lu Yuqing proclaimed, "I believe he is doing this intentionally." Aware that the snow would last long, he stockpiled supplies, all the while watching us suffer. Such a person deserves to be exposed. The group was now a cacophony of accusations against Lin Feng, demanding he share his resources. Some shared videos of their starving children. Others posted pictures of bare refrigerators. And rumors spread that Lin Feng had quietly transported a truckload of supplies before stores closed. Zhang Hao announced, "I can tell everyone that Manager Lin's house is in the suburban Emerald Villa, where the walls are high, undoubtedly hiding many treasures." Lu Yuqing suggested, "Why don't we all go confront him tomorrow? Strength lies in numbers. He cannot ignore our plight." Xiao Wang hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if Manager Lin refuses?" Lu Yuqing insisted, "What's there to refuse? If he were wise, he would voluntarily share his food. We might even commend him. If he resists, then he should not blame us for being ungracious. After all, the law does not punish the many. Lin Feng watched the barrage of messages, a cold smile gracing his lips. Just days earlier, those who flaunted their instant noodle reserves had morphed into moral paragons, draping the mantle of unity and cooperation over his shoulders. He moved his fingers slightly and sent a message. First, I have not hoarded food. My supplies are barely enough for myself. Second, adopting a dog is part of my plans and does not require your approval. Third, those who are hungry must find their own solutions. Do not expect others to play savior. This message stirred a hornet's nest. Liu Yuqing shot back. Not hoarding food? Are the large shrimp and mutton in your social media posts gifts from the heavens? Do you take us for fools? Zhang Hao lamented. Lin Gu, that's rather hurtful. If it weren't for Supervisor Zhou's guidance, would you have achieved your current position? Now that Supervisor Zhou is gone, you turn your back on us? Lin Feng, his demeanor unyielding, decided not to engage further. He silenced the notifications from the group chat, casting his phone aside. As the snow continued to fall outside, the warm glow from the villa illuminated the faces of the three within, creating a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Lin Feng was aware that his latest social media post would undoubtedly incite a new wave of outrage in the group chat, potentially drawing in those driven mad by hunger. Yet, he remained indifferent to their plight. The likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. If they were brave enough to venture out in this low temperature, they could find food at nearby convenience stores far more swiftly than they could at his residence. The current temperature was too frigid, particularly in the southern region, where few possessed adequate winter gear. In northern cities, this might be feasible, but in the south, one would likely have to bundle up in layers just to step outside. Such urban dwellers were hardly equipped to endure the cold as street toughs might. Certain boundaries must be drawn, and some troubles must be nipped in the bud. He was no saint, nor was he a fool. Every grain of rice, every morsel of meat within this villa belonged to him. Why should he share with those who merely engaged in moral coercion from behind their keyboards? The flames in the fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows of Lin Feng upon the walls. He had not intended to confront Zhang Hao and the others so soon, but their audacity warranted swift retribution. Chapter 29. The dark side of the city. After finishing dinner, Lin Feng retreated to his room to rest, feeling somewhat fatigued and desiring a proper respite. As he lay on his bed, the residual warmth from the fireplace seeped through the walls, enveloping the blankets in a cozy warmth. He did not immediately close his eyes, but instead gazed at the chandelier on the ceiling, its metallic shade reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. Today's events replayed in his mind like scenes from a film. The fuel truck at the gas station had parked steadily within the space, its ample supply of gasoline and diesel sufficient for his reserve needs at present. Though Lin Feng would not mind more, he had no intention of searching for additional fuel. It would be wiser to scour a supermarket for supplies instead. The sight of the 5 robbers he encountered on the way back, lying in the snow, their blood crystallizing in the sub-zero air, lingered in his thoughts. The faces of those in the group chat, either mocking or filled with righteous indignation, resembled a swarm of flies buzzing around decaying flesh. He touched his chest, where the sensation of the rifle's recoil still tinged his skin. 5 shots, each one lethal, executed with the fluidity of breath. In the past, he would have frowned at the thought of killing a chicken, but now, as he cleared away the bodies, he could even recall the taste of his breakfast that morning. Cold-hearted indeed, he murmured to himself, his lips betraying no emotion. This may not be a bad thing. Those who were merciful in their past lives have long since become mere memories beneath the grass, their graves overgrown with weeds. In the apocalypse, tears hold little value, and sympathy is utterly futile. To survive, one must forge a heart harder than ice. A faint sound of footsteps emanates from the adjacent room. It is Liu Ruoxiu. He recalls the warmth of her skin and the tremor of her eyelashes from last night, and his throat involuntarily constricts. Fortunately, she has not come tonight, otherwise he cannot guarantee he would remain as composed as he was before. The visage of Zhou Mingyuan flickers in his mind, prompting Lin Feng to close his eyes tightly. He can vanquish robbers and hoard supplies, yet he refuses to be the opportunistic scoundrel who preys on the vulnerable. Suddenly, the monitoring screen at the bedside flickers. Lin Feng opens his eyes. The exterior of the villa remains tranquil, the indicator lights of the electric fence flashing a steady green. He turns over, burying his face in the pillow. Before consciousness succumbs to the darkness, his final thought is to devise a clever plan for dealing with Zhang Hao and Liu Yuqing, the treacherous couple. Simultaneously, within a still-functioning residential building in the city, Liu Yuqing glares at her phone screen, seething with anger. She has just shared the address of the Emerald Villa in a company group and anonymously forwarded it to 5 local mutual aid groups, captioning it with claims of substantial supplies and accusing the homeowner of selfishness. Beside her, Zhang Hao chews on a piece of stale cracker, crumbs falling onto his greasy down jacket. Is this even useful? Everyone in the group is saying it's better to raid a supermarket than go to that villa. How can it not be useful? Liu Yuqing retorts, jabbing at the screen. Even if no one goes, I'll make sure his reputation is tarnished. Why should we be eating instant noodles and stale crackers while he feasts in that villa? As she refreshes the page, she notices that her post has garnered only a few responses, most of which mock her. Is the poster a fool? The Emerald Villa is located halfway up a mountain. The snow on the road there could bury one up to their chest, and it would take 3 days to reach. It would be better to raid the small supermarket downstairs. Yesterday, she saw a few cans still on the back shelves. Agreed. Let us team up to raid Carrefour. I know how to pick the lock at the back door. Anyone interested? Quickly, discussions about the Emerald Villa are overshadowed by new messages. In the city's survival mutual aid group, someone posts a lengthy message. I just returned from Jiafeng Road. The Hualien supermarket there has been completely looted, but the nearby tobacco and alcohol store remains untouched. I saw entire cases of liquor behind the counter. While it won't suffice as food, it can provide warmth and be traded for supplies. If you're interested in teaming up, call me. It's best to bring crowbars as that rolling shutter door is quite thick. Immediately, a flurry of responses follows. Count me in. I have a fire axe. Add me. I know how to bypass the surveillance. I know the owner. The key to the warehouse is hidden under the doormat, but we must hurry. Once this news spreads, others will come to loot. In another resource-sharing group, someone uploads a spreadsheet detailing the status of resource points in various districts. Eastern Community Southgate Convenience Store, scavenged 70. Remaining items may include short shelf-life bread and milk, must be consumed quickly. City Hospital Backdoor Pharmacy, smashed, shelves empty, but the warehouse door is intact, suspected to contain medications. Development Zone Feed Factory has a large quantity of compressed feed, edible for humans, but tastes poor. The advantage is that it hasn't been looted, suitable for novices. Below the table, someone adds, there are buckets of instant noodles in the warehouse next to the feed factory. I grabbed 2 buckets last week. But be cautious of the wild dogs inside. The temporary group for coordinating teams is bustling, messages refreshing so rapidly that they become nearly illegible. Western District Team, targeting Walmart warehouse, gather at 5 p.m., currently 8 members, lacking someone who can pick locks. Northern District Team, planning to raid the university cafeteria's freezer. Does anyone know how to start the generator? There's frozen meat in the freezer. Southern District Team, focusing on the community supermarket. The snow there is shallow, and it's easily accessible. Anyone with a sled to transport supplies? Someone shares a short video of several young people standing in the snow with steel pipes and axes. The shattered glass door of a supermarket in the background. Caption, let us go. We want tea returned empty-handed tonight. This garners over 100 likes. In the basement of an old residential building, several middle-aged individuals huddle around an old laptop, the screen displaying a map of emergency supply points. I suggest we head to the slaughterhouse on the outskirts, says a man in a military coat, pointing at the map. There's bound to be frozen meat there. And no one has thought to go there yet. It's just a longer trip, and we'll need to find a tricycle. A bespectacled woman counters. That's too far and unsafe. We might as well raid Boss Zhang's place next door. He used to run a convenience store and must have stockpiled goods. It's just him and his wife. They'll be easy to handle. No, raiding private homes can lead to vendettas. It's safer to target public properties. The law does not punish the crowd. The network signal flickers like a dying candle, intermittently illuminating the connection among the desperate. People no longer discuss when the snow will cease or whether the government will provide aid, but instead focus on lockpicking, weapon acquisition, team formation, and task delegation. The city's myriad supermarkets, pharmacies, warehouses, and even private shops have been marked with labels indicating they are lootable, high risk, or already emptied, transforming them into prey in this survival game. Posts about the Emerald Villa have long since sunk to the bottom. Occasionally, someone dredges them up, only to mock the original poster's lack of foresight. Head to the suburbs? It's better to expend effort looting what's nearby. If we succeed, we live. If we fail, we die closer to home, reads a highly upvoted comment. The snow continues to fall heavily, enveloping the city in a shroud of silence. Yet in the digital realm, currents of unrest surge beneath the surface. Calls for team formations and resource strategies resemble sparks igniting in a pool of oil, heralding an impending and more profound chaos. Lin Feng, however, remains oblivious to all of this. He has succumbed to deep slumber, and on the monitoring screen, the snow-covered ground surrounding the villa bears only the traces of the wind, tranquil as a frozen tableau. Some events, once set in motion, ignite like sparks falling onto a haystack, blazing fiercely. Chapter 30, Morning Ambiguity at 5 in the morning. Lin Feng awakens promptly. The pale light of the snow filters through the cracks in the curtains, casting a slender beam of brightness upon the floor. The fire in the hearth has long since extinguished, and the room has cooled slightly since last night. However, the cold weather gear draped over the headboard still feels warm to the touch. He quietly swings his legs off the bed, intending to freshen up first. The corridor is eerily silent, the carpet absorbing all sound, with only the emergency light at the stairwell corner emitting a faint green glow. The bathroom door at the end of the hallway is ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Just as Lin Feng is about to push the door open, he suddenly hears the sound of running water from within. He halts, realizing it must be Lu Ruoxue, surprised that she is awake this early. Last night, she drank quite a bit of ginger tea, so it is no wonder she is up to use the restroom at this hour. He is about to turn and retreat when the door creaks open unexpectedly. Lu Ruoxue emerges, clad in a loose cotton nightgown, her hair casually tied back, a few stray strands framing her face. She appears to have just woken up, her eyes still somewhat dazed. Upon seeing Lin Feng at the door, her pupils dilate, and she freezes in place, as if enchanted. The air becomes thick with tension. Lin Feng's gaze instinctively sweeps over her. The neckline of her nightgown hangs somewhat loosely, revealing a glimpse of her fair collarbone, still adorned with a lingering blush from last night. Her bare feet press against the cold tiles, toes curling as if startled like a frightened cat. They both begin to speak simultaneously, only to fall silent again. Lu Ruoxue's cheeks flush crimson, and she hastily attempts to sidestep back into the bathroom, inadvertently tripping over the threshold and stumbling forward. Lin Feng instinctively reaches out to steady her arm. Her skin feels feverishly warm, and through the thin fabric of her nightgown, he distinctly senses the tension of her muscles. The sleeve of her nightgown slides up, revealing a delicate wrist still glistening with droplets of water, likely from washing her hands. "Be careful," Lin Feng's voice comes out hoarse. After steadying her, he promptly releases his grip, yet his fingertips linger with the sensation of heat. Lu Ruoxue bows her head, her long hair obscuring most of her face. Her voice barely above a whisper. "I am done. You can go ahead." As she speaks, she attempts to leave in haste, brushing past Lin Feng. The hem of her nightgown grazes the back of his hand, a feather-light touch that sends a shiver down his spine. Lin Feng observed as she nearly sprinted back to her room. The door emitted a soft click before she slowly pushed open the bathroom door. A thin veil of mist covered the mirror. He turned on the faucet, letting the cold water splash onto his face, suppressing the inexplicable restlessness within. On the vanity, Lu Ruoxue's skincare products were arranged meticulously, but a bottle of hand cream had toppled over, likely knocked aside in her haste. As Lin Feng bent down to pick it up, his fingertips accidentally brushed against her pink toothbrush, its bristles soft. He swiftly withdrew his hand, as if scalded, and turned to splash cold water on his face again. His self-reflection in the mirror bore a frown. The image of Zhou Mingyuan flashed in his mind, prompting him to take a deep breath and quell the chaotic thoughts. Returning to his room, he picked up his phone, instinctively preparing to scroll through his social media feed. The network signal was weaker than the previous night, taking half a minute to load any content. The latest post was from a company group chat. Sent at 3 in the morning. Liu Yuqing had somehow found a satellite image of his villa, captioned, "Look at this place, it could hide several trucks of supplies." Some people are as stingy as can be. Following comments echoed the sentiment. Truly cold-blooded. Do they not realize we are starving? Too far away, otherwise. We ought to knock on the door. Yet, more sarcastic. As if they would help you if you showed up, you would be better off robbing the supermarket downstairs. Indeed, my neighbor snagged a box of milk yesterday, enough for 3 days. Far more useful than typing away here. Scrolling further, a new post on a local forum caught his attention. Order has collapsed. Someone was stabbed to death last night on Sanma Road over a loaf of bread. The original poster claimed to have witnessed the incident, where 2 men fought over the last loaf. One pulling out a folding knife to stab the other before fleeing with the bread, while no one intervened or called the police. The ensuing comments erupted in chaos. I said it long ago, adhering to rules at this time is tantamount to waiting for death. The supermarket downstairs has been robbed 3 times. Now even the shelves have been taken for firewood. Yesterday, I saw someone carrying a gas canister to pry open the ATM at the bank, claiming there was money inside to exchange for supplies. Lin Feng's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he swiped the screen. From food theft to violent brawls, from looting supermarkets to smashing ATMs, in just a few days the facade of civilized society had nearly been stripped away. Once the last vestige of network signal vanished, and everyone realized there was no one to oversee order, true chaos would commence. At that point, human nature would regress to its most primal state, with survival becoming the singular objective. He clicked on his social media, retrieving a photo taken during breakfast preparation that morning. The golden fried egg accompanied by bacon and whole wheat toast, alongside a steaming cup of hot cocoa, framed by the snowy landscape outside the window. After a moment's thought, he added a simple caption, "Good morning, a new day." The instant he hit send, the phone's signal dwindled to nothing, yet the message had successfully been dispatched. In his heart, he quietly reminded himself that even as the world descended into chaos, life must still be lived with dignity. Moreover, he needed them to see that he was doing quite well, just a little longer. Those people at the company, who appeared serious on ordinary days, would likely find it challenging to suddenly engage in illicit activities. But once hunger gnawed at them fiercely, even the most disciplined would be driven to madness. He had witnessed such scenarios far too often in the apocalyptic world. It wouldn't take long, after 2 or 3 days of hunger. They would likely set their sights on those closest to them, viewing each other as potential reserves of sustenance. The apocalypse was truly mad. One would either become another's meal or perceive others as food. The phrase cannibalism was never mere hyperbole. "Liu Yuqing, you wretched woman, just wait." From downstairs, Zhouya's voice rang out, filled with excitement. "Mom, is the toast that Uncle Lin made ready? Almost go call Uncle Lin down for breakfast." Liu Ruoshue's voice still bore a hint of morning grogginess. It was lighter than the day before. Lin Feng tucked his phone away and opened the door. In the hallway, Zhouya was tiptoeing to peek at him. Upon seeing him emerge, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Uncle Lin, breakfast smells wonderful. Let's go." Lin Feng ruffled her hair, his gaze sweeping over Liu Ruoshue's tightly closed door, and the awkwardness in his heart gradually faded. Regardless of the tumult of the previous night, a new day had inevitably arrived. The world outside was collapsing, but within this villa, at least there was warm breakfast and people he needed to protect. That sufficed. Chapter 31. How to utilize water freely as the last crumb of toast fell from Zhouya's fingertips. Lin Feng gazed out at the snow. The sunlight made the snow glisten, yet it brought no warmth. The frost on the bulletproof glass had grown thicker still. The fire in the fireplace was nearly extinguished, leaving only the occasional spark from the glowing embers. Liu Ruoshua rose gracefully to add firewood, while Zhouya flipped through an agricultural magazine, the rustling of its pages concealing an overly quiet awkwardness. Lin Feng's fingers traced circles on his knee. This villa resembled a finely crafted cage. The mother and daughter were the birds inside, and he was the warden. Yet, birds cannot remain motionless forever. They will grow lethargic and forget their ability to fly. He needed to find tasks for them, not trivial chores like wiping tables or folding blankets. but activities that would make them feel that this place could not function without them. His gaze swept across the kitchen sink. He had noted the water level in the storage tank had decreased by 2 fingers during last night's washing. Stacks of bottled mineral water loomed like mountains, sufficient for 3 people to drink indefinitely, but household water needs differed. Washing vegetables, mopping floors, and later, irrigating the seedling shelter, all required substantial amounts of water. One cannot flush toilets with Evian. That is not survival, but rather an extravagant display of wealth, exceedingly foolish. The issue of household water must be resolved. He could also involve them in this aspect, as it would be too dangerous to let them venture outside. Remaining in the villa would eliminate such concerns. Lin Feng picked up his cold coffee and approached the window. The snow in the yard had not reached his calves. The outline of the stone path was entirely obscured, with only the gnarled branches of a few old locust trees protruding from the snow, resembling frozen exclamation marks. He recalled when he first moved in. The construction workers mentioned that the foundations in this area were shallow. They often encountered moist soil while piling and joked that digging 3 meters down would yield fish. Underground water. This thought struck him like an icicle, piercing through the chaotic fog of his mind. He turned and walked toward the study, where the bottom shelf of the bookshelf held a yellowed geological map of the suburbs, left behind by the previous owner. His finger glided over the map, tracing the mark for Jadeite Villa, where indeed a faint blue dot appeared, annotated with loose rock-type pour water, buried at a shallow depth. How shallow exactly? 3 meters? 5 meters? Lin Feng's fingertip tapped emphatically on the map. Digging a well. This was the only long-term solution. Snow can be melted into water, but purification is too troublesome. And who knows what impurities lie within. In the late stages of his previous life, melted snow water caused gastrointestinal distress, and severe cases led to skin ulcers. Although this water was merely for household use, he still felt it unwise to risk his health. However, digging a well could not rely on human labor. The few tools in the garage, like the engineer's shovel and hydraulic shears, were adequate for soft soil, but seemed like toys against the half-meter thick frozen ground. In modern society, well digging had long been mechanized. He needed to figure out how to acquire a drilling machine. He approached the monitoring screen, pulling up the real-time footage of the yard. The snow continued to fall, lightly, but the wind whipped the snowflakes, creating uneven drifts on the ground. Even if machinery were available now, a site would first need to be cleared. However, the immediate priority was to find suitable equipment. A small, portable drilling machine would be ideal, lightweight, easy to operate, and towable by vehicle. Where could he procure such a machine? A construction company? An engineering team? Or perhaps a specialized drilling crew? He reminisced about the city map, recalling a construction machinery rental company located in the western part of the city. Previously, when passing by, he had noticed several small drilling machines prominently displayed at the entrance, their bright orange bodies unmistakable. A visit was necessary, yet it could not be undertaken immediately. The harsh winds and snow outside rendered movement difficult. There was no need to worry about the safety of Lu Ruoxua and Zhouya, as the villa's access could only be controlled by him alone. They were safe within the villa, free from the threat of danger. It was prudent to wait until the snowfall subsided, then choose a daytime to make a swift round trip. The machines and materials were critical, with the drilling rig being of utmost importance. He needed to devise a plan to retrieve it. Undoubtedly, the rental company would be deserted, and the doors would most likely be locked. He would have to use hydraulic cutters to gain access and check if the machines had fuel and could be started. It would be wise to acquire a few spare parts, such as drill bits and oil pipes, to avoid any mishaps on the way. He estimated the time remaining. There were less than 20 days until the zombie outbreak. It was imperative to dig the well and connect the pipeline to the villa before that time. Otherwise, when those creatures wandered near the villa, he would not only be concerned about retrieving the machinery, but also dread even taking out the garbage, fearing they might suddenly appear before him. Furthermore, urgency was key, not in the sense of immediate action, but in the necessity of planning swiftly. Lin Feng mentally outlined the steps. First, he would seek the machinery. Once the snow had lessened, he would drive the snow vehicle to the construction machinery rental company in the west, locate a suitable portable drilling rig, inspect its condition, replenish fuel and oil, and take along spare parts to tow back to the villa. Second, he would clear the site, using the snow vehicle. He would push the accumulated snow in the designated area of a yard to the sides, exposing the ground. The area need not be extensive. A 3-meter square would suffice, while also leveling the site to ensure the drilling rig was stable. Third, he would commence drilling. Following the operational procedures of the drilling rig, he would secure the machine, start it, and begin the drilling process. According to the geological map's indicated depth, he should soon reach the water layer, and during the process, he would need to observe the changes in soil layers, possibly requiring a drill bit change if encountering hard rock. Fourth, filtration will be necessary. Once the well produced water, it could not be used directly. A simple filtration device would need to be constructed with a base layer of pebbles, a middle layer of fine sand, and a top layer of activated carbon, concluded with a layer of gauze. He had previously retrieved sufficient activated carbon from the supermarket's pharmaceutical section. Moreover, he possessed a water purifier, so this aspect posed no issue. The primary concern remained the absence of doctor, coupled with inadequate medical conditions. Otherwise, one could directly bathe in the groundwater without such complications. Falling ill in the apocalypse was no light matter. His thoughts became increasingly lucid, yet new challenges arose. The drilling rig required power, and aside from its engine, lighting and auxiliary equipment would also need electricity during operation, necessitating assurance that the generator had sufficient fuel. The diesel reserves in his space seemed ample, yet he needed to conserve them. Lin Feng moved to the kitchen and opened the window. In the snowy expanse outside, he had chosen the drilling location slightly below the kitchen window, a distance neither too close nor too far from the house, facilitating water access without impacting the foundation. That area had once been an open space, devoid of large tree roots, making drilling likely to proceed smoothly. He returned to the living room, where the red coals in the fireplace had turned to white ash. Lu Ruoxuo was sitting with Zhou Ye, perusing an agriculture magazine, their heads close together, engaged in an unknown discussion, with a hint of a smile on Zhou Ye's face. Lin Feng refrained from approaching them. There was no need to voice these thoughts now, as doing so would only cause them worry. Once he retrieved the machinery and all preparations were in place, he could inform them then. His immediate task was to prepare his equipment for departure, checking the snow vehicle's condition to ensure a smooth round trip. As for assigning them tasks, once the well was nearly complete, he could have Lu Ruoxue record the water level and quality changes, as she was meticulous. Zhou Ye could assist in organizing tools, cleaning the site, and observing the drilling process, allowing her to engage with new experiences. This way, they would not feel superfluous. Lin Feng picked up the entrenching tool from the table, but set it down again. Compared to the drilling rig, it seemed too primitive. Patience and a comprehensive plan were paramount at this moment. He rechecked the supplies in the space, confirming there was adequate fuel, ropes, and maintenance tools. Even 2 barrels of antifreeze to prevent the drilling rig's water tank from freezing. It appeared he had considered everything. Chapter 32. The departure to seek the drilling rig as the last piece of pine wood in the fireplace turned to ash. Lin Feng gazed out at the snowy curtain for a full 5 minutes. The snowfall had indeed diminished. The wind carried the snowflakes down at an angle. No longer the blizzard that had struck 2 days prior, capable of knocking one's nose askew. Even the leaden clouds seemed to emit a faint glow. This was the first proper sunny day since the heavy snow had sealed the city. He extinguished his cigarette, tapping his fingertips rapidly on his knee. He must depart today. His plans for the drilling were already well thought out. Initially, he had intended to wait until the weather improved before venturing out. But it seemed the heavens had sensed his intentions, as the snowfall had significantly lessened. For others, such weather might present a good opportunity to scour for supplies. Yet Lin Feng, weapon in hand, felt little concern. Perhaps those who should worry were the others. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter him, that would simply be their misfortune. After some contemplation, Lin Feng decided to set out immediately. The sooner this task was completed, the more secure he would feel. Time was not on his side. Once the zombies truly emerged, he would be most unwilling to venture outside. The mere stench of decay emanating from the undead was enough to unsettle anyone. Moreover, there was no telling whether being bitten by a zombie would lead to transformation. as depicted in films. Regardless, it was best to minimize contact. Additionally, according to the remaining weather forecast screenshots on his phone, a stronger blizzard was expected in the next 3 days. By then, snow could reach the snow vehicle's cabin, making it impossible to travel to the western city, let alone push open the villa's iron gate. The matter of the drilling rig should not be delayed. It was best to address it sooner rather than later, especially in such weather where there were few pressing matters. Lu Ruoxue was in the kitchen cleaning breakfast dishes, the gentle clinking of porcelain merging with Zhou Yu's rustling pages. He did not intend to disclose his plans to them. Regardless, going out would only heighten their anxiety. In the apocalypse, the fear of the unknown was particularly burdensome, especially for those like them, lacking survival skills in this new reality, entirely dependent on others to survive, should their reliance vanish. It would undoubtedly plunge them into the depths of despair. "Sister-in-law, I'm stepping out for a bit." He stood at the kitchen door, his gaze sweeping over the thermos on the counter, steam still rising from the ginger tea inside. There was a hardware store in the city that had not been looted. He intended to see if there were any useful items. Lu Ruoxue paused, her hands faltering, causing a light clink as the dishes met the sink. Now, the snow hasn't stopped yet. Now is the perfect time. Lin Feng tugged at the zipper of his cold weather gear, the metallic sound crisp. "Once the snow intensifies, we may not be able to move at all. Don't worry, I'll be back by afternoon." Zhou Yu peeked her head from the sofa, still clutching Zhou Mingyuan's notebook. "Uncle Lin, please be careful. I heard from a classmate I can still contact that it's very dangerous outside right now." Noted. Lin Feng tousled her hair before turning into the garage. As the garage's roll-up doors slowly ascended, a chill wind swept in, laced with ice shards that stung his face. He moved behind the snow vehicle, opening the toolbox. The hydraulic cutter's blade gleamed coldly. Although he had ample supplies in his space, Lin Feng still preferred to keep some tools in the vehicle out of habit. He bent down to inspect the snow vehicle's treads, using the entrenching tool to chip away the ice lodged in the crevices. The anti-slip patterns on the tread teeth remained distinct, and the fuel tank contained diesel mixed with anti-gel agents, with the dashboard indicating sufficient range for a round trip to the city. A 5-kilometer journey was trivial for this modified vehicle. Finally, he opened the storage compartment of the passenger seat, loading the rifle magazine with bullets. The crisp sound of metal casings clashing echoed clearly in the empty garage. The surface of the firearm was polished to a gleaming sheen from frequent handling, and Lin Feng securely placed it in the passenger seat. This way, should an unexpected situation arise while driving, he could swiftly grasp the gun's handle, adequately prepared to confront any danger that may present itself. While it was of little concern at home, Lin Feng was adamant about concealing his extraordinary abilities from prying eyes outside. After all, this was a spatial ability. If it were a more aggressive power like flames or lightning, or even a formidable strength akin to a green giant, he might harbor fewer reservations. However, this spatial ability was more akin to a storage tool for him. When it came to safeguarding his life, he relied on the firearm in his possession. This capability was hardly at a level where it could offer protection or serve as a weapon. The moment it was exposed, trouble would ensue. Even if the adversary possessed a firearm, they might not be intimidated, as weapons could potentially be acquired from the police station. But if someone were to suspect that he had a trove of supplies hidden within his spatial realm, that would be a death knell. They wouldn't need confirmation. The mere possibility of such a scenario would be enough to incite their greed. Thus, Lin Feng ensured that his weapon was always within arm's reach when he ventured out, providing him with a sense of security. "Uncle Lin, your gloves." Zhou Yu suddenly rushed over, holding up a pair of brown leather gloves, her fingertips reddened from a cold. "These are Dad's. They are waterproof and warm to wear." Lin Feng accepted the gloves, feeling their substantial texture in his palm. Zhou Mingyuan's hands were larger than his, making the gloves slightly loose on him, yet warmth seeped in from the fingertips. "Thank you, Xiaoya." He slung the gun over his shoulder, zipped his jacket all the way up, and donned the mask that obscured most of his face. "Take care of the house. I'm leaving." Lu Ruoxue stood by the door, her grip on the thermos tightening to the point of whitening. Her lips moved slightly, ultimately uttering, "Come back early." Lin Feng did not look back, bending down to enter the cockpit of the tracked vehicle. The roar of the engine drowned out the howling wind and snow, and through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the villa's second floor, where Zhouya waved from behind the curtain, while Lu Ruoxue's silhouette was framed by the doorway, resembling a still painting. As soon as the vehicle passed through the iron gate, Lin Feng switched to high-speed mode. The tracks crunched over the snow, and he retrieved his mobile phone. The map application slowly loading the route to the western part of the city. The construction machinery rental company was located 5 kilometers away in an industrial park, where he remembered several small orange drilling machines always parked at the entrance. Those portable models with folding supports weighed less than half a ton. Surely, there wouldn't be anyone else with intentions similar to his. In this apocalyptic world, such equipment would be of no use to them, making it unlikely that he would encounter a wasted trip. He touched the holster at his waist, the barrel feeling icy cold. The true threat came from those famished fools who would fight over half a bag of crackers. The tracks carved 2 parallel ruts in the snow, soon filled by fresh snowfall. Lin Feng turned on the vehicle's radio, but only static crackled through, the world eerily quiet like a grave. He took one last look in the rearview mirror. The outline of the villa had diminished to a tiny dot. When he returned with the drilling machine, it would be time to start digging. When water began to flow from the well, it would resolve the issue of water supply, and perhaps life in that villa could return to the semblance of normalcy it once knew before the end of days. Lin Feng pressed the accelerator. The snow vehicle surged forward into the white expanse ahead. The snow on the windshield swept aside by the wipers, revealing the road, cloaked in ice and snow. Chapter 33. The robbers with unwholesome intentions. As the snow vehicle's tracks rolled over the speed bumps at the entrance of the industrial park, Lin Feng lowered the engine's RPM. The snow beneath the tires compressed into a crust of ice, emitting a faint crunching sound, reminiscent of teeth grinding in the ear. He turned the vehicle into a side fire lane, where the snow had not been compacted, reaching up to his knees. Before shutting off the engine, he glanced in the rearview mirror. The 5-kilometer journey had smoothed the tracks, as if no one had ever been there. He stored the snow vehicle within his spatial realm and began searching for his target. The iron gate of the industrial park stood ajar. Rusted bars adorned with a sign for the Chengxi Construction Machinery Rental Company, half of which was buried in snow. Lin Feng took out his binoculars, the scene within gradually coming into focus. The main building's glass was shattered in several places, snowflakes swirling in through the openings, accumulating a thin layer on the ground. The yard was a chaotic mess, with footprints of varying depths scattered about, some stained with dark red smudges, reminiscent of dried blood. The most conspicuous sight was the few orange drilling machines parked in the open space, their supports neatly folded. One of the machines even glinted with metallic coldness, precisely the portable model he sought. Fortunately, it hasn't been targeted, Lin Feng murmured to himself, tucking the binoculars into his winter coat pocket. Judging by the footprints in the snow, someone had been here not long ago, and Lin Feng focused his attention, remaining vigilant against any potential threats. Though these drilling machines appeared imposing, they were nothing more than scrap metal to ordinary survivors. Standing nearly 2 meters high, they could not be moved by mere human strength. Starting them required fuel and mechanical knowledge, making them essentially decorative should he manage to reclaim one. He crouched low and slipped through the iron gate, the snow barely reaching his calves, each step requiring effort. The wind whipped snowflakes against his mask, quickly forming white frost, necessitating periodic wipes to keep his view clear. The footprints in the yard were chaotically scattered, some leading towards the main building, while others extended towards the warehouse. The deepest shoe prints bore jagged edges, likely from the steel-toed boots commonly worn on construction sites. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the drilling machines, their bodies covered in a light dusting of snow, clearly untouched for some time. He circled around to the nearest one, extending his hand to touch the engine casing. The icy metal felt slightly warm, hinting at residual oil. It can still be started, he thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to check the warehouse for spare drill bits, faint sounds of a quarrel suddenly reached his ears from a distance. The voices emanated from the direction of the warehouse, muffled by the thick snow and metal roof. But the girl's cries pierced through, sharp as a needle amidst the howling storm. "Let me go. My dad's toolbox has money. I'll give it all to you." Lin Feng halted in his tracks. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively circled behind the warehouse. There was a small side door, its hinges long rusted, leaving a gap wide enough for a fist. Pressing against the wall, he peered through the opening. Inside the warehouse, an emergency light flickered, casting a pale glow upon three men encircling a girl clad in blue work attire. Shelves had been overturned, tools, steel pipes, and unopened drill bits littering the floor. One man, wearing a knit cap, crouched down, sanding a rusted machete, the blade glinting as he polished away the nicks. "This little girl is quite stubborn," remarked the man in the military coat, gripping the girl by her collar and pushing her against the shelves. "Your father owes us wages. What's wrong with using you to settle the debt?" The girl fought desperately, the sleeves of her work attire tearing, revealing slender wrists already marked with red lines. Her hair was a tangled mess clinging to her face, a cut at the corner of her mouth oozing blood, yet she gritted her teeth and retorted, "My dad already paid you. You lost it yourselves in a bet. Hey, you dare talk back?" The man in the military coat raised his hand and struck her, the sharp sound echoing in the warehouse. The girl's head snapped to the side from the blow, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. Yet she clutched the wrench in her hand as if ready to fight back. Nearby, another man in a jacket scoffed, kicking a box of compressed biscuits on the ground. Money doesn't matter. On a snowy day like today, finding a woman to keep warm is what counts. He reached out to touch the girl's face, leering at her delicate skin, much better than frozen dumplings. Lin Feng's fingers slowly inched toward the holster behind him. It was better to avoid unnecessary confrontations. He was here for the drilling machine, not to play the hero. Although these three fools were despicable, they wielded only steel pipes and machetes, without a firearm in sight, making the risk nearly negligible for him. However, as his gaze fell upon the girl's blood-stained lips, his heart suddenly felt as though it had been pricked by something sharp. In his previous life, after the apocalypse, he had witnessed too many scenes like this. Those women, whose food was snatched away and who were violated, ultimately either perished in the snow or became reserves for certain individuals. At that moment, he could only avert his gaze, pretending not to see, but in the depths of midnight dreams, those desperate eyes would always flicker before him. It was a casual act, Lin Feng murmured to himself, his fingertips already gripping the strap of his rifle. He took a step back, inhaled deeply, and forcefully kicked the side door of the warehouse. With a resounding crash, the rusted iron door swung open halfway, and amidst the sound of breaking hinges, Lin Feng's roar reverberated against the iron roof of the warehouse. "Stop!" Three men turned simultaneously, the man in military overcoat still clutching the girl's collar, while the man in a knitted hat paused mid-swing with a machete. And the man in a jacket halted his hand just inches from the girl's cheek. When they realized there was only one person at the door, the man in military overcoat laughed first. He released the girl and brushed off the dust from his hands. Two buttons of his overcoat had come undone, exposing a darkened sweater underneath. Who was this wild brat? Trying to be a hero? The man in the jacket picked up a steel pipe from the ground, weighing in his hands, noticing the snow water still clinging to it. "Kid, you look all dressed up, but I bet you've never seen blood, have you? Scram, or we'll deal with you too." The girl seized the opportunity to shrink behind the shelves, clutching a wrench tightly, her knuckles turning white. Lin Feng remained motionless, merely staring at them, his gaze beneath the mask as cold as ice. "Put down your things and leave." "Put down?" The man in the knitted hat suddenly erupted with a harsh laugh, the machete gleaming under the emergency light. "You must be freezing your brain. Do you know whose territory this is?" He spat a thick glob onto the ground, the yellow mucus creating a small pit in the snow. "With just you? Dressed like a dumpling, daring to act tough here?" The man in the military overcoat stepped closer, his collar open, revealing a darkened sweater underneath, a grease stain on his chest. He scanned Lin Feng up and down, his eyes filled with mockery. "Kid, you must be a pampered young master from the city, huh? Has the warmth at home fried your brain? Trying to play the hero now?" He suddenly raised his voice, spitting saliva everywhere. "Let me tell you, this girl owes us wages. It's only right for us to take her as payment. Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs?" The man in the jacket struck the steel pipe against his palm, producing a dull thud. He grinned with a lopsided smile, his gaze sliding over Lin Feng. ultimately landing on a holster behind him, and suddenly snickered. "Oh, you brought a piece? Is it a toy gun? Who are you trying to scare?" "The kid next door has one that's shinier than yours." He took 2 steps forward, dragging the steel pipe across the ground with a screech. "I advise you to scram. Or don't blame us for being rude. Do you know what happened to the old man who tried to meddle in our business yesterday? We broke his legs and left him in the snow to feed the wild dogs." Lin Feng had considered such a scenario. After all, firearms were strictly prohibited domestically, and if someone drew a homemade hunting rifle, most would likely scatter in fear. Yet, a modern firearm like the one in his hands could easily be mistaken for a toy. No one would expect that someone could actually obtain such a thing. One could only say that those men were unfortunate, for they were not encountering a mere toy, but a weapon that could take lives. Chapter 34. The gun is real. The girl tightened her grip on the wrench, her knuckles turning white as she grit her teeth and shouted, "They are lying. My dad already paid them. They lost the money gambling." "Shut up." The man in military overcoat suddenly turned, kicking the shelf, causing it to emit a loud crash that startled the girl. When he turned back, his expression was even more menacing. "See? This girl needs to be taught a lesson. Today, we not only take her as payment, but we also make her understand the rules." The man in the knitted hat suddenly pointed at Lin Feng's shoes, laughing uncontrollably. "Look at his shoes. They're supposed to be anti-slip boots. Is he here to rob or to ski? I bet he's never even touched a steel pipe. He'd probably cry for his mommy in a fight." "Ha ha ha." The man in the jacket joined in the laughter, their voices echoing in the warehouse, shaking the emergency lights. "I bet his gun is plastic. Let us see if he dares to take it out. He is probably afraid we'll break it." The man in military overcoat stepped closer, nearly pressing his face against Lin Feng's. The heavy scent of sweat mixed with smoke assaulted Lin Feng. "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and bow 3 times, calling us grandpas 3 times, and we might let you go. Otherwise," he raised the steel pipe in his hand, "this thing doesn't recognize people. It'll break your legs and leave you here to freeze with this girl." His spit landed on Lin Feng's mask, freezing into tiny ice particles. "Don't push your luck. Do you really think we want to touch you? With your delicate skin? I bet 1 strike from the steel pipe will make you cry for your daddy." Suddenly, the man in the jacket pointed the steel pipe at Lin Feng's holster. "Take out your broken toy and let us see. Are you too scared? Afraid of revealing the truth? I tell you, if you don't take it out today, we'll take your arm off for firewood." The man in the knitted hat chimed in. "Take it out. Take it out. Let's see what a city dweller's toy gun looks like." They formed a half circle around Lin Feng, closing in, wielding the steel pipe, their faces brimming with derision and disdain. In their eyes, Lin Feng was merely a fool, oblivious to the dangers of the world, dressed in fine clothes. Possibly only concealing a fruit knife, hardly a threat. Lin Feng's fingers remained clenched on the holster, his gaze as calm as an icebound lake. He regarded the 3 grotesque faces before him, listening to their filthy mockery without a hint of anger, as if observing 3 wild dogs barking madly around decaying flesh. Seeing Lin Feng's lack of response, the man in military overcoat assumed he was stunned and became even more arrogant. "What's wrong? Lost your voice? Weren't you tough just now? Now you're scared? Let me tell you, it's too late. Not only are we taking this girl, but your warm coat looks nice too. It's staying with us." He lunged forward to grab Lin Feng's mask. "Let me see what your pretty little face looks like, so when we break your legs later, I can remember it clearly." Just as his hand was about to touch the mask, Lin Feng moved. His actions were as swift as lightning, and no one saw how he drew his gun from behind. Only hearing the metallic sound of friction as the dark barrel was already aimed at the chest of the man in military overcoat. The black lacquer of the gun glimmered coldly under the emergency light, the anti-slip grooves on the barrel clear and deep, the weight of the gun unmistakably solid, far from something a plastic toy could imitate. The man in military overcoats, nose nearly brushed against the muzzle. He could even smell the faint scent of gunpowder wafting from inside the barrel, a fragrance only a real gun possessed. The outstretched hand of the man in military overcoat froze in midair, just a few centimeters from Lin Feng's mask, his arrogance and ridicule deflating like a puncture balloon, replaced by sheer terror. His pupils dilated, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. His throat made strange sounds, but he could not utter a single word. What are you waiting for? The man in the jacket, not noticing the details of the gun, thought the man in military overcoat was simply stunned and charged forward, swinging the steel pipe. Give him a taste. Let him know who's boss. The man in the knitted hat also raised his machete, shouting, exactly, acting tough with a broken toy gun. Watch me smash it in a scrap. Lin Feng ignored the two fools, suddenly exerting strength, kicking the man in military overcoat hard in the chest. With a dull thud, the man flew back like a broken sack, crashing into the shelves behind him, causing the metal frame to shake violently, tools clattering to the ground. He curled up on the ground, clutching his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unable to even scream from the pain. Damn, you dare to lay a hand on me? The man in the jacket was thoroughly enraged. Swinging the steel pipe towards the back of Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng sidestepped to avoid the steel pipe, raising his rifle above his head. Bang! The gunfire echoed deafeningly, puncturing a hole in the corrugated iron roof of the warehouse, snowflakes cascading through the breach. The figure in the jacket was frozen in midair, as if ensnared by a spell. His fierce expression suddenly solidified. He stared blankly at the gaping hole above, then slowly lowered his gaze to the firearm in Lin Feng's hands. The dark muzzle still emitted wisps of smoke. That thunderous sound could not have been produced by a toy gun. The hand of the man in the beanie, which had been brandishing a machete, suddenly slackened, and the weapon clattered to the ground. His complexion turned as pale as paper, his lips quivering as he stammered, Real gun? The steel pipe of the jacket clanged to the ground, striking his foot, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on the gun, his legs giving way as he collapsed into the snow with a thud. No, it cannot be. How could it be a gun now? Do you still think it is a toy? Lin Feng's voice, icy and piercing, emerged from behind a mask, the muzzle slowly pivoting towards the face of the man in the jacket. Fear gripped the man, and he scrambled backward, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, I was wrong. I was blind. Please spare me. The man in the beanie also fell to his knees, desperately bowing before Lin Feng, his forehead striking the snow and splattering it. Grandfather, we will leave now, right away. We will never dare to return. Please do not shoot. The figure in the military coat, huddled on the ground, struggled to raise his head, gazing at the smoking gun. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he crawled hurriedly toward the back door of the warehouse, urging, Go, quickly. The men in the jacket and beanie, jolted from their stupor, disregarded the items on the ground and stumbled after the military coat towards the rear exit. As they rushed past the shelves, they knocked over an oil barrel. Diesel spreading across the ground, its acrid scent permeating the air, yet none dared to look back. Upon reaching the back door, the military coat abruptly halted, glancing back at Lin Feng. In his eyes lay not gratitude, but a deep-seated animosity, akin to a wounded wild dog, forever marking the hunter's face. Kid, just wait. This isn't over. He spat, his voice quavering with fear as he vanished into the snowstorm beyond the door, the three figures swiftly disappearing into the white curtain outside, leaving behind a chaotic trail of footprints and distant curses. Lin Feng had briefly entertained the thought of shooting them, but reconsidered. Killing such scum would only tarnish his hands. Those of their ilk likely would not survive the first month after the zombie apocalypse. More importantly, Lin Feng was not truly cold-blooded enough to take a life unless it was a sworn enemy from the outset. Having killed someone would inevitably stir emotions within him, a testament that his blood still ran warm. Though he felt no remorse for letting the three go, reason whispered that they should have been eliminated. Such individuals would undoubtedly seek revenge given the opportunity. The warehouse now contained only Lin Feng, the girl, and the remnants of their chaos. The emergency lights flickered. Snowflakes continued to drift through the hole in the roof, landing on the rifle's barrel and swiftly melting into droplets. Lin Feng set down his weapon, checking the magazine. That shot had merely been a deterrent, and he had ample ammunition remaining. He chose not to pursue the three fools. They were not worth his time. The immediate priority was to ascertain the condition of the drilling machines. As for their threats, empty bravado from those lacking strength was mere bluster. Should they dare return, he would not hesitate to let them taste the bullets. He turned to the girl cowering behind the shelves. She still clutched the wrench, eyeing him warily, her fear not yet dissipated, but now tinged with curiosity. Her mouth was still bleeding, and the imprint of a slap on her cheek was vividly bruised, glaringly apparent under the pale light. Lin Feng remained silent, first inspecting the front door of the warehouse. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and several orange drilling machines stood quietly in the yard, blanketed in a thin layer of snow, appearing intact. Excellent. His objective remained secure. The earlier confrontation was merely an interlude. Although it had consumed some time, it had been resolved decisively. He had neither sullied his hands nor neglected to address a lingering discomfort. Thus he did not consider it a loss. He raised his hand to wipe the frost from his mask and proceeded deeper into the warehouse, intent on locating some spare drill bits and oil pipes. Those items were compact and would occupy little space, perfectly suited for the drilling machines in the yard. The glow of the emergency light elongated behind him, and the girl watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the bag of biscuits on the ground, suddenly murmuring, "Thank you." Lin Feng paused momentarily, without turning back, merely gesturing with his hand as he continued onward into the depths of the warehouse. The wind and snow continued to pour in through the breach in the roof, gradually accumulating a thin layer of snow that concealed the earlier bloodstains and footprints. Only the hole left by the gunshot silently bore witness to the recent conflict. Chapter 35. Those who can operate the drilling machines, the corrugated iron roof of the warehouse continued to shed snowflakes, the hole created by the gunshot resembling a dark, unblinking eye, coldly observing the disarray below. The shelves overturned by the military coat leaned askew, wrenches, drill bits, and unopened oil pipes scattered across the floor. One of the oil pipes had been crushed, diesel spreading on the snow with dark, palm-sized stains, the acrid smell mingling with the faint scent of gunpowder. Freezing into a cold vortex in the 20-degree below zero air, Lin Feng remained still, only exhaling a breath of white mist after confirming that the silhouettes of the three robbers had completely vanished into the snowstorm of the back door. He raised his hand to wipe his mask, the ice shards scraping painfully against his skin, and when his palm touched the gun holster, he could still feel the residual warmth of the rifle. With a click, he unfastened the holster's clasp and lifted the rifle into his hands. The smoke from the barrel had dissipated, and a thin layer of frost clung to the metal surface. The snowflakes that had splattered during the shot now frozen into tiny ice crystals. He brushed the ice particles off the trigger guard with his thumb, checked the magazine, relieved to find it only missing a single bullet. The depths of the warehouse were filled with usable items, tools, and equipment that he could scavenge later. After all, the thief does not leave empty-handed. There was still ample space, and he could easily accommodate everything. Just then, a stifled gasp echoed behind Lin Feng, accompanied by the tremor of someone who had just escaped the grip of suffocation. He turned slightly to see the girl in the blue work clothes, supporting herself against the shelf as she slowly straightened. Her knees trembled, and the collar that had been seized by the military coat was wrinkled, revealing a red mark on her collarbone. Most striking was her face. The left cheek was swollen, 5 distinct finger marks visible, and the blood crust at the corner of her mouth had frozen hard, yet she bit down on her lower lip, refusing to let tears fall. The girl's gaze fell upon the rifle in Lin Feng's hands, her pupils constricting as she instinctively took a half-step back, her back pressing against the cold shelf. However, when her eyes swept over Lin Feng's figure, landing on the familiar black winter coat and the emergency bag behind him, her expression shifted abruptly. You are Mr. Lin from the Emerald Villa?" Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something, tinged with incredulous curiosity. Her gaze firmly fixed on the zipper of Lin Feng's winter coat. There hung an inconspicuous silver pendant, which Wang Yu had picked up while he was modifying the electric net. He had casually attached it to the zipper at the time. Lin Feng's movements momentarily stilled. The mask obscured most of his face, and the cold air altered his voice. How could she recognize him? "How do you know?" He did not immediately confirm, his fingers still resting on the rifle, poised to raise it at any moment. In the apocalypse, familiarity could sometimes be more perilous than anonymity, even for the girl who had narrowly escaped a dire fate. The girl's eyes brightened, as if she had found a lifeline, and she eagerly stepped forward. Last month, I went with my father to equip your electric net. You were wearing this winter coat. At that time, you even asked my father if the generator could be compatible with solar panels. My name is Wang Yu, and my father is Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo. The name resembled a key, unlocking a certain corner of Lin Feng's memory. The middle-aged man, who always had a cigarette in his mouth and oil stains on his cuffs, bore hands calloused enough to scratch sandpaper, yet could connect cable joints with an artistry surpassing craftsmanship. He had indeed mentioned having a daughter working at a rental company, remarking that the girl was more capable than any boy. However, at that moment, he was fixated on the surveillance screen and did not pay attention to the appearance of the little girl who constantly handed him tools. It turned out to be her. Lin Feng's fingers released the trigger, returning the rifle to his shoulder, the sling tightening against his thermal suit, outlining a composed silhouette. Wang Gong is your father. This statement was not a question, but a declaration. He finally understood why he found the girl's gaze somewhat familiar. Her stubbornness in grasping a wrench was identical to Wang Jiangwo's when he twisted cables. Wang Yu nodded vigorously, tears finally rolling down her cheeks, landing on the badge on her chest. The photograph on the badge was still fresh, depicting her in a school uniform, radiating a brilliant smile. A stark contrast to her current disheveled state. Yes, my father went out 3 days ago to find food and never returned. I can't reach him on the phone, and I dare not go outside. I can only stay here. Her voice dwindled, the last few words nearly swallowed by her sobs. The emergency lights in the warehouse flickered, casting her shadow long against the grease-stained wall, resembling a leaf that might be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the depths of the warehouse. There, several machines were covered with oilcloth, and a label reading rental registration was affixed to a corner metal cabinet. Evidently an effort by Wang Yu to maintain order here. Yet, in the apocalypse, such maintenance was fragile, akin to a paper shield, incapable of withstanding true predators. He remained silent, turning towards the warehouse's main entrance. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the orange drilling rig in the yard was cloaked by snow, resembling a steel behemoth lying in the white expanse. Can you operate that? Lin Feng raised his hand, pointing towards the yard, his voice emerging through the mask. The cold hardness layered with a subtle consideration. Wang Yu followed his gesture, momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously, the tears in her eyes replaced by a sudden brightness. Yes, that ZJ-100 model was brought in by my father last year. I've assisted in its calibration no less than 20 times. She stepped forward, seemingly anxious to convince Lin Feng. Her pace quickening. Before starting, check the diesel tank and oil level. At sub-zero temperatures, you must add anti-gel, or the fuel lines will freeze. The clay layer requires a spiral drill bit, and the penetration rate must not exceed 30 centimeters per minute. If you encounter gravel, switch to alloy teeth. And always monitor the pressure gauge. Her explanation was coherent, leaving no detail overlooked, clearly demonstrating her familiarity. Lin Feng listened quietly, the worry that had hung over him due to the absence of an operation manual dissipating like a stone falling to the ground. What a remarkable coincidence. He needed a drilling rig but lacked an operator. This girl, recently rescued, was not only the daughter of someone he recognized, but also proficient in the operation of this very machine. It felt as if fate had orchestrated this. Or perhaps it was merely one of the countless coincidences in this apocalyptic world. I'll take one back. Lin Feng turned, his gaze landing firmly on Wang Yu's face. His eyes sharp beneath the mask. Drilling will resolve the water issue. Wang Yu's breath caught sharply, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothing tightening instantly. She understood. This was not a question, but the beginning of a transaction. I can help you operate it. Her voice trembled slightly, yet held no hesitation. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze with determination, her reddened cheeks glowing defiantly beneath the emergency lights. As long as it allows me to survive. She was aware that she had no bargaining power. With her father missing and the rental company having been raided, she felt like a kite severed from its string, ready to fall amidst the storm of the apocalypse. The man before her possessed a gun, the capability to protect her, and a villa that could shelter them from the elements. This was the last lifeline she could grasp. Lin Feng regarded her. This girl, barely 18 or 19, still bore traces of youthful innocence in her eyes. Yet she had already learned to weigh the pros and cons in a dire situation. Ericole Soja. If Zhou Mingyuan were gone, that girl who always cherished her notebook would likely behave similarly, relinquishing all modesty to survive. The villa has food, warmth, and is safer than here. Lin Feng's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. But I do not take in idlers, nor do I trust strangers. He paused, his gaze lingering on her for 2 seconds, his expression so direct that Wang Yu instinctively tightened her grip on her work pants. The well must be drilled correctly, and rules must be followed. He added, each word striking like ice pellets against the ground, do not ask what should not be asked. Do not touch what should not be touched. The warehouse fell into a brief silence, only the hum of the emergency lights current filling the air. Wang Yu bit her lip until it turned pale, the scab breaking and oozing fresh blood. She glanced at her frostbitten hands, then up at the raging snowstorm outside, ultimately taking a deep breath, as if making a sacrificial decision. I understand everything. Her voice was soft, yet remarkably resolute. As long as I can live, I will do whatever is necessary. Lin Feng's expression remained unyielding. In the apocalypse, such promises were as cheap as scrap paper, but what he sought was not a promise, but value. Wang Yu's value lay in her ability to operate the drilling rig, and that was sufficient. Chapter 36. The way to gain trust, follow me. He turned towards the small door on the inner side of the warehouse, where a sign reading office hung. The lock was long rusted and wrapped in several loops of chain, evidently a location previously used to store important documents. He retrieved a hydraulic cutter from his waist, the alloy blade glinting coldly in the light. With a series of crisp snaps, the chains fell apart, the lock core clattering into the snow with a dull thud. As he pushed the door open, a mix of ink and dust rushed at him. The office was small, containing a peeling wooden desk, 2 chairs, and a corner metal cabinet stacked with thick rental contracts. The windows covered with newspapers that let in only a sliver of light. Gather your belongings. Lin Feng locked the door behind him, securing it from the inside. Only take essentials. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment before understanding his intent. She approached the metal cabinet, opening the bottom drawer to retrieve a faded canvas bag. Inside, there was little, a dog-eared textbook on mechanical principles, a family photo, and a plastic folder containing her identity card and a few coins. She slung the canvas bag over her shoulder, casting a final glance at the empty drawer, as if bidding farewell to the version of herself that could still smile while discussing drilling parameters. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, watching her complete the task, his expression calm and unaffected. The office was soundproof, the howling wind and snow outside nearly inaudible, providing sufficient privacy. There are 2 others in the villa. Lin Feng suddenly broke the silence. My friend's widow and daughter. They do not know your background, nor do they need to. Wang Yu nodded, nervously twisting the strap of her bag. I understand. Less talk means fewer mistakes. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon her slightly trembling shoulders. This girl, just stepping into adulthood, resembled a frightened puppy, yet she endeavored to present a submissive demeanor. He said nothing further, merely walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and gestured for her to come over. Wang Yu paused, biting her lower lip, yet slowly made her way to him. An hour later, when the office door opened again, Lin Feng adjusted the zipper of his thermal suit, pulling the mask back over his face, obscuring most of his features. Wang Yu followed him, her hair slightly disheveled, traces of unshed tears in the corners of her eyes, though the redness of her cheeks had subsided somewhat. She kept her head down, avoiding Lin Feng's gaze, tightly clutching the canvas bag. Let us go. Lin Feng stepped out of the office first, locking the door behind him and tossing the key into the snow. They would not return here again. He never anticipated such a profound connection with them. The villa renovation was undertaken by her father, and Lin Feng had merely paid a deposit, with the final payment due at the end of the month. Yet now, having rescued his daughter and gained her companionship, regardless of whether Wang Gong was still alive, the final payment would not be forthcoming. As long as his daughter remained composed, he would, out of a sense of conscience, provide her with a semblance of a normal life, perhaps. The snow in the warehouse was trampled into disarray, and Lin Feng disregarded the scattered tools. Making his way directly to the drilling machine in the yard. He chose the newest folding model, its side bearing the label, ZJ100, weight 480 kilograms. Would start. Lin Feng kicked the tracks of the drilling machine, the snow atop it frozen into a crust of ice. Wang Yu approached, bending down to inspect the diesel tank. Then feeling the engine's casing. It should work. I've added anti-gel. She retrieved a thin pair of gloves from her canvas bag, lifted the side cover of the machine, and adeptly pressed several buttons. The engine roared to life, shattering the silence of the snowy expanse and causing the ground to tremble slightly. The orange-red machine began to vibrate gently, wisps of white smoke escaping from the exhaust. No problem. Wang Yu switched off the engine and turned to Lin Feng, her gaze imbued with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. It can be towed away. Lin Feng nodded and instructed her to close her eyes. Wang Yu complied without further thought, having already been subjected to his previous actions. After securing the drilling machine within the spatial realm, he led Wang Yu away, only retrieving the snow vehicle from the space once they were nearly outside, allowing her to open her eyes then. He opened the passenger door, cold winds swirling in with snowflakes. Wang Yu hesitated briefly, but eventually bent down to sit inside. The interior of the vehicle was comparatively warmer than the outside, affording her a moment of relief from her tense body. As Lin Feng circled around to the driver's seat, he was about to start the engine when a thought struck him. He exited the vehicle and approached the warehouse. Opening the spatial realm, he gathered the scattered tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, spare drill bits, even several boxes of compressed biscuits and half a barrel of diesel left by the robbers, into it. In this apocalyptic world, every scrap of material could prove life-saving at a critical moment. Upon returning to the driver's cabin, he found Wang Yu gazing out the window, her profile appearing somewhat pale in the glow of the snow. Buckle up. Lin Feng did not glance at her, simply starting the snow vehicle. The engine's roar filled the air once more as the tracks crunched over the snow, slowly pulling the drilling machine away from the rental company's gate. Wang Yu instinctively gripped the handrail, watching the place filled with countless memories of her and her father gradually fade from the rearview mirror. Upon reaching the villa, I will arrange a room for you. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence, stating that on the first floor, she could manage her own room. Whatever she wished to do would not concern him. Wang Yu's body stiffened slightly, responding in a low voice. Tomorrow we will begin drilling. I have already selected the location, in the southeast corner of the yard. Lin Feng continued, as if delegating tasks, stating that if she needed any tools, she should inform him in advance. Understood. For the remainder of the journey, they both fell into silence. The snow vehicle traversed the vast white expanse, the monotonous crunch of the tracks echoing rhythmically. Occasionally, Wang Yu would glance outside at the houses and roads buried beneath the heavy snow. Once familiar homesteads, now transformed into treacherous unfamiliarity. She was uncertain of what awaited her, but at least she would no longer face the darkness and fear alone. Meanwhile, Lin Feng contemplated the intricacies of the drilling process. With the drilling machine and Wang Yu's technical skills, resolving the water supply issue should not pose a challenge. Yet he was reluctant to place complete trust in this girl. In the apocalypse, any trust could manifest into a fatal flaw. He needed to remain ever vigilant. Arranging for her to stay on the first floor served not only to facilitate oversight, but also as a silent warning. The snow vehicle rounded a bend, and the outline of the villa gradually came into focus. The red roof, set against the white snow, resembled an island amidst a vast ocean, emanating a sense of warmth and safety. "We are almost there," Lin Feng remarked as a gentle reminder. Wang Yu instinctively sat up straighter, her eyes reflecting a flicker of nervousness and anticipation. The snow vehicle slowly entered through the villa's iron gates, where Lu Ruoxue and Zhou Yu awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yu inside, their expressions morphed into surprise. "Uncle Lin," Zhou Yu dashed over, feigning surprise at discovering Wang Yu in the passenger seat. Pausing momentarily, "Who is this?" Lin Feng halted the vehicle and unbuckled his seatbelt. "This is Wang Yu, the daughter of Wang Gong, who previously assisted us with the electric grid. She has encountered some family issues and will be staying with us temporarily. She is proficient with the drilling machine and will help us drill wells." Lu Ruoxue also approached, her gaze warm as it settled on Wang Yu. "Come inside. It's cold out here." Wang Yu offered an awkward smile, following Lin Feng out of the vehicle, her feet sinking into the snow of the villa's yard, feeling the ground beneath her more solid than that of the rental company's warehouse. "Xiaojia, take Wang Yu to the room at the far east of the first floor," Lin Feng instructed, ensuring the bedding was prepared and finding her a clean outfit to change into. "Certainly." Zhouya eagerly grasped Wang Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Wang Jia, I'll take you. That room has heating, it's so warm." Wang Yu glanced at Lin Feng, and upon receiving his nod, she followed Zhouya inside. As they passed Lu Ruoxue, she quietly murmured her thanks, her voice tinged with shyness. Lin Feng watched their figures disappear through the door before turning to retrieve the drilling machine. Lu Ruoxue had witnessed Lin Feng's ability to conjure items from thin air multiple times, so she expressed no surprise and asked no further questions. However, her belief in the notion of an impending apocalypse grew stronger. Lu Ruoxue approached, handing him tools, softly inquiring, "Is she alone?" "Yes, her father is gone." Lin Feng responded flatly, acknowledging her skill with the drilling machine, which would indeed be a help. Lu Ruoxue did not press further, merely sighing, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, such stories were all too common. Lin Feng parked the drilling machine in the garage, conducted a thorough inspection of the equipment, ensuring everything was in order before brushing the snow off his hands. "Tomorrow we will commence drilling," he informed Lu Ruoxue, suggesting Wang Yu operate the machine while they observed. Lu Ruoxue nodded. "I'll prepare some hot water. You must have been frozen during your journey back." Lin Feng watched her retreating figure as she entered the villa, then glanced up at the window of the room on the east side of the first floor, noting that the curtains had already been drawn. As night descended, the flames in the fireplace reignited, dispelling the chill within the villa. Lin Feng settled onto the sofa in the living room, listening to Zhouya upstairs as she shared plans for the seedling greenhouse with Wang Yu, while the sounds of Lu Ruoxue preparing dinner wafted in from the kitchen. Everything seemed to return to a semblance of tranquility. Chapter 37. Blizzard in dormancy. As Wang Yu organized her belongings in the room on the first floor, the wood in the fireplace crackled, sending sparks flying for the third time. Lin Feng stood before the monitoring screen on the second floor, his fingertips gliding over the image of the white world outside. The indicator lights of the electric grid surrounding the villa flickered rhythmically in green, casting an eerie blue halo upon the snow. Meanwhile, on the right side of the screen, the surveillance feed from the city direction had long been engulfed by the blizzard, reduced to a blurred expanse of white. "It has thickened," he murmured to himself, shifting his gaze to the window. Initially, he had intended to commence drilling the day after Wang Yu's arrival, but a sudden heavy snowfall had rendered construction impossible. The relentless blizzard showed no signs of abating after 3 days. What had begun as fluffy snowflakes had transformed into dense snowflakes by the second day, and now it had become leaden gray snowballs, thudding against the bulletproof glass with a dull thud. The snow in the courtyard had risen to waist height among the wintergreen shrubs, and the distant road was completely obliterated by the snow curtain, with only the occasional glimpse of a power pole's top revealing that a road once existed. Lu Ruoxue entered, carrying a cup of hot cocoa, droplets of condensation clinging to the cup's surface. The latest message from the Meteorological Bureau stated that the snow thickness has surpassed 4 meters. Her voice trembled slightly. She had never heard of such snow before. Lin Feng accepted the hot cocoa, warmth spreading through his palms. Normalcy was a concept that held no meaning in the apocalypse. He took a sip of the sweet, rich liquid, his gaze returning to the screen of his phone. Messages in the company group chat resembled crumpled paper soaked by melted snow, crowded within the dialogue box. Xiao Wang from the marketing department had posted a video half an hour ago. In a dimly lit room, a small boy wept inconsolably, clutching an empty bowl, while a woman's muffled sobs echoed in the background. The accompanying text revealed that the child had not eaten properly for 3 days and pleaded for any spare biscuits, even half a piece. Below were a few scattered replies, either lamenting their own food shortages or lamenting the wretched weather that kept them indoors. Sisterly shared a photo, an empty refrigerator with the freezer drawer pulled out, revealing only a thin layer of frost. Even frozen buns were gone, without a solution. They would truly be left to the mercy of the harsh winds. Lin Feng's fingertips glided across the screen, spotting several messages directed at him. Manager Lin, your villa must be warm, right? This was old Zhang from the administrative department, who used to frequently seek excuses to bum cigarettes from him. I heard that the Jade Villa has underfloor heating. Here, we don't even have air conditioning. It's too cold to sleep. The speaker was Accountant Zhao from the finance department, who often complained about the sloppiness of his reimbursement forms. No one mentioned moral assistance anymore, nor did anyone dare directly to request supplies. The blizzard acted like an invisible wall, not only sealing off the roads, but also dulling the sharpness of their pretenses. Yet, the jealousy and resentment woven between the lines were more piercing than the cold winds outside. Lin Feng scoffed and exited the group chat. He opened his photo album and retrieved several screenshots from a secured folder. The topmost image was a post from Lu Yuqing made a week prior. In the photo, she stood in pink pajamas before a wall of supplies stacked to the ceiling, flashing a peace sign, with boxes of instant noodles on her left, cans neatly arranged on her right, and several packs of mineral water wedged in between. The caption read, "A girl must have a sense of security. Only those with foresight can laugh last." The next image was from Zhang Hao, who took a selfie with a backdrop of an entire box of mineral water, the label clearly visible. His caption was boastful and smug. "I told you to stock up on water, didn't I?" Some people didn't believe it. These screenshots had been casually saved by him before, but now they carried significant value. He anticipated that they had pilfered supplies from the company. How fortuitous it was that the apocalypse had arrived, making these supplies far more valuable than anything that could be sold online. "What are you looking at?" Lu Ruoxue leaned over, frowning slightly upon seeing the screenshots. "Is that Lu Yuqing and her friends?" Lu Ruoxue was familiar with Lu Yuqing, as she had been at the company before they ventured back to their hometown for entrepreneurship, and she did not like the girl's pretentious demeanor. "Yes," Lin Feng replied without hesitation. "Do you remember? Xiao Wang, Sister Li, and several colleagues all live in the same neighborhood as them." Lu Ruoxue recalled. "Isn't it called Xingfuli? An old-style community without elevators." "Yes, Xingfuli." The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold smirk. There was no property management, no security, and even the lock on the entrance door was broken. Such a community was most perilous in an apocalypse. In normal times, the trivialities between neighbors could spark petty squabbles, but in dire circumstances, they could turn into the sharpest knives. He could almost envision the scene within that building, the closed doors hiding pairs of eyes watching their neighbors. The sound of footsteps in the stairwell would cause every alert listener's heart to skip a beat. At that moment, Wang Yu ascended to the second floor, clutching a drilling machine manual. "Mr. Lin," her voice still somewhat timid, "shall I check the soil structure at the drilling location tomorrow? The snow is too thick. I'm afraid there might be rocks underneath." "No need to rush." Lin Feng turned off his phone screen. The snow was expected to continue for 2 more days, providing ample time to rest. He gazed out the window, where the snowflakes had grown as large as goose feathers, pressing down on the sky. He had just heard on the radio that the temperature would drop to 30 degrees over the next 2 days. At such temperatures, not to mention venturing out for supplies, even remaining outdoors for 10 minutes would leave exposed skin frostbitten. If this were the north, having heating would naturally pose no issues, but in the south, coupled with power outages, the situation became considerably more dire. He remembered vividly that before his rebirth, the order in northern cities had collapsed only after the zombies emerged, while the south had already become a disaster zone long before that. After all, prior to the global snowfall, the north had already been in the depths of winter, with better reserves of cold-resistant supplies and facilities than southern cities. And now, the true abyss was just beginning. A new message popped up in the company group chat. Xiao Wang sent a voice message, with the sounds of a child's cries in the background. "Is anyone living in Xingfuli? Does Lu Yuqing from Building 3 still have food? I think I just saw her curtains move. Could she be cooking?" Instantly, someone replied, "I live in Xingfuli too. Building 2. She definitely has stock. She was flaunting it recently." "Isn't Zhang Hao in Building 3? He mentioned hoarding water. Now, who isn't short on water?" Lu Yuqing's profile picture lit up momentarily before she quickly sent a text. "Don't talk nonsense. We finished eating long ago. My family's out of food too. Is that true? Someone questioned. Your supply wall looked ample enough to last half a year. If you don't believe me, come and search for yourselves. Lu Yuqing's reply was tinged with palpable panic. In this weather, who could hoard so much? Lin Feng observed these messages, taking a large sip of the hot cocoa. The sweetness spread across his tongue, yet it could not suppress the icy calculations swirling within him. It was still insufficient. The current hunger was merely an appetizer, not yet reaching the point of desperation. Though those people were starving, they still clung to the hope that the snow would cease and aid would arrive. The remnants of their civility had not yet been entirely frozen. He needed to wait a little longer. Wait until the snow fell heavier, enough to seep through the cracks in the windows. Wait until the temperature dropped further, causing pipes to freeze and heating to cease altogether. Wait until their stomachs growled so loudly they dreamt of gnawing on tree bark. Wait until they looked at their neighbors' tightly shut doors, and their hesitation transformed into bloodshot eyes. At that moment, a mere spark would ignite the greed and madness engulfing the entire building. And the screenshots in his hand were the perfect spark. Uncle Lin, Sister Wang said the drilling machine's drill bit needs to be oiled, otherwise it will freeze. Zoya Suden dasetin, holding akalot. Shall we go to the garage to help? Lin Feng ruffled her hair, the chill in his eyes softening. Sure. He turned to Lu Ruoxue and Wang Yu. Shall we go together? It's a good opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the machine. In the garage, the orange drilling machine stood quietly in a corner, covered with a thin layer of snow. Lin Feng opened the storage compartment, taking out the spare drill bits and oil hoses he had collected from the rental company, lining them up on the ground. Wang Yu crouched down, picking up a cloth to carefully wipe the drill bit with deft and earnest movements. This ZJ-100 model was sturdy but sensitive to cold. The diesel and the oil hoses needed to be replaced daily with anti-gelling agents, or they would easily clog. Lu Ruoxue assisted in organizing the oil hoses, tying them together neatly by category. Zhouya, meanwhile, held a small brush, standing on tiptoes to clear the snow off the drilling machine's tracks, humming an off-key nursery rhyme. Outside the garage, the wind and snow howled, but within, the moment's busyness exuded a sense of tranquility. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, observing the three before him. Lu Ruoxue's gentleness, Zhou Yu's vivacity, and Wang Yu's caution were like three distinct pebbles cast into the lake of his previously tranquil heart. Yet he understood that this tranquility was merely temporary. The blizzard outside was not only blocking the roads, but also reshaping the rules of this world. When hunger and cold coiled around them like vines, everyone would reveal their primal fangs. He took out his phone and opened a screenshot of Lu Yuqing flaunting her supplies once more. In the photo, the woman smiled brightly, blissfully unaware that she had already become a target. Lin Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the screen, his gaze drifting through the garage window toward the city beyond. Beneath the snow lies a brewing chaos ignited by hunger. He merely needs to exercise patience, awaiting the most opportune moment to cast that screenshot into the group. Akin to tossing a stone, the remainder shall be left to hunger and human nature to unfold. The snow continues to fall, showing no signs of abating. Inside the villa, the fireplace blazes fervently, casting elongated shadows of everyone against the garage wall, resembling a silent tableau. Chapter 38. Bait the flames in the fireplace caress the pine wood, intensifying the aroma of roasted chicken. Lin Feng slices through the crispy chicken skin, golden juices cascading down the blade, creating a soft sound as they drip onto the white porcelain plate. Regrettably, during the villa's renovation, he had not considered raising some chicks for a continuous meat supply. Although the space is stocked with various meats, most are pork, with chicken being woefully scarce. However, it matters not. Once the zombies emerge, aberrant creatures shall inevitably appear. By then, possessing a firearm will make procuring fresh meat a trivial endeavor. Lin Feng remains curious about how these mutated beings manage to survive amidst the heavy snowfall. Could they, like the zombies, be infected with something peculiar? Otherwise, in such frigid conditions, few creatures in the south could endure. In his past life, he frequently encountered individuals and zombies attacked by mutated animals just before his demise. Wang Yu, having just finished adjusting the oil pipe of the drilling machine, stood at the kitchen doorway, swallowing hard. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue from the cold, and the cuffs of her work attire were stained with diesel. Yet this did not diminish the desire evident in her eyes. "Come over and have a piece," Lin Feng offered, handing her a torn chicken leg. As he needed some strength to inspect the drill bit later that afternoon, Wang Yu hesitated but ultimately accepted, nibbling at it, oblivious to the grease smudging the corners of her mouth. Lu Ruoxue emerged from the oven, carrying a cream cake. The delicate clinking of the porcelain plate resonating as Zhou Yi tiptoed to reach the hot cocoa cups atop the fireplace. "Uncle Lin, the frosting on this cake is pink," Zhou Yi exclaimed, wielding her fork with glee, her nose dusted with white powder. Lin Feng picked up his phone, aiming the camera at the small table before the fireplace. The glistening roasted chicken, the cream cake adorned with colorful sprinkles, and 2 cups of hot cocoa emitting wisps of steam formed a picturesque scene against the backdrop of dancing flames and the raging snow outside. With a click, the moment was captured. He opened the company group chat and typed a message, "Sweet treats on snowy days, warm." The instant he hit send, the phone signal flickered before plunging into darkness. Yet, the message had been successfully dispatched, akin to a stone cast into an icy lake. This time, rather than posting on social media, he opted to share directly in the company group, harboring a notion of retribution against Lu Yuqing. "What are you sending?" Lu Ruoxue inquired, slicing the cake into small pieces, her tone laced with barely perceptible concern. "Nothing much," Lin Feng replied, pocketing his phone and taking a bite of cake, the sweet cream melting on his tongue. "Let certain individuals know that life continues." The group's response was swifter than he anticipated. Within 10 minutes, his phone regained a flicker of signal, and messages flooded in like a tide. "Wow, roasted chicken, cake. Lin manager is living the good life." Et Glim Laozang, who used to mooch off his meals, punctuating his message with 3 drooling emojis. "I envy you. We only have stale bread at home," lamentedly Jia, her message tinged with sourness. "Lingo, do you have any extras? Share some with us?" "Even half a chicken would suffice," Zhao Chong from the sales department boldly requested. A former sycophant, Lin Feng observed these messages, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. This was merely the beginning. Lu Yuqing's avatar soon illuminated the screen, her words dripping with venom. Perhaps it was due to his recent deliberate estrangement from her, having previously rebuffed her attempts to join him for meals. Believing this ATM had run dry. Now, she was no longer concealing her true self. "Showing off your wealth during a time like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Many can't even have a warm meal, yet you indulge in luxury within the villa." Immediately, others chimed in, "Exactly, it's excessive. We are all part of the same company. Why such disparity?" Lin Feng leisurely replied, "What I have stockpiled is for my own use. Figure it out if you wish to eat." After successfully sending the message, he silenced his phone notifications. He knew these individuals too well. In times of hunger, they would toss aside camaraderie, only to stab you in the back when opportunities arose. Zhou Yi, chewing on cake, asked, "Are they talking bad about you again?" "A swarm of starving flies," Lin Feng replied, ruffling her hair. After finishing the cake, he decided to read with Wang Yu, suggesting they rest well given the heavy snowfall. "When dinner is ready, I will call you." Wang Yu nodded eagerly, finishing her chicken leg in a few bites and wiping her hands with a paper towel. "I'm done. I'll take Xiaoyi upstairs." Lu Ruoxue watched them ascend to the 2nd floor and softly remarked, "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" "Precisely what I desire," Lin Feng replied, lifting his hot cocoa and gazing out at the snowy vale. "Starving wild dogs will go mad upon catching the scent of meat." 2 hours later, the red braised pork prepared by Lu Ruoxue had simmered to tenderness. The rice in the rice cooker wafted an enticing aroma, and the vibrant greens on the white porcelain plate stood out strikingly. Lin Feng picked up his phone again, this time capturing a photo from a bird's eye view. 2 pieces of red braised pork rested atop a mound of white rice, with glossy greens beside it, chopsticks poised within the bowl, the background featuring a steaming clay pot. The caption was simple, "Homestyle cooking fills the belly." As the message was dispatched, the signal faltered once more. Yet, he could almost hear the uproar erupting in the group chat. Sure enough, half an hour later, when the signal returned, chaos reigned within the group. This is outrageous. We're starving here while he's feasting on red braised pork. Zhao Chang's message resonated with a tone of outrage. Cold-blooded. Truly cold-blooded. Li Jie followed up with 3 exclamation marks. I used to think Lin Manager was quite decent. I never expected such a lack of conscience. Some began to dig up old grievances. A message from Xiao Wang in the marketing department struck him directly. Lin Manager, are you just going to watch us starve? My daughter hasn't eaten anything substantial in 2 days. What's wrong with sharing a bit of what you have? Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the words daughter, his fingertip pausing on the screen for a moment. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many parents take desperate risks for their children. This modicum of empathy had yet to freeze into indifference. However, he deemed it unworthy for those who merely wished to reap benefits without effort. Just as he prepared to set his phone down, Lu Yuqing's message appeared, striking like a venomous snake revealing its fangs. Some people are simply selfish. Forgetting how Director Zhou once cared for him, she deliberately invoked Zhou Mingyuan, her words bold and highlighted. If it weren't for Director Zhou advocating for his promotion, would he be where he is today? Now that he has succeeded, he neglects his old colleagues. Has his conscience been devoured by dogs? Immediately, others echoed her sentiments, right? Director Zhou previously looked out for us. Lin Manager has forgotten his roots. Indeed, one should not act this way. If Director Zhou were here, he would never let us go hungry. Lin Feng's knuckles whitened around his phone. He detested such individuals, who simultaneously coveted others' possessions while seeking moral high ground. While he cherished the kindness Zhou Mingyuan had shown him, it did not imply he would become a scapegoat. Nor did it mean these people could invoke Zhou Mingyuan's name to manipulate him. Lu Yuqing aimed to shift the blame, redirecting everyone's resentment towards him, ensuring her meager reserves remained safely hidden. Such a fantasy was laughable. He opened his photo gallery, locating the screenshot of Lu Yuqing's boastful supply wall, his fingertip gently tapping the edge of the screen. The moment was ripe. Initially, he had intended to wait a bit longer. In a few days, the temperature would plummet further, presenting an even better opportunity. However, he found himself unable to resist. In truth, these individuals were already blinded by hunger and jealousy, merely awaiting a clear target to unleash their fury upon. Lu Yuqing and her supply wall represented the ideal target. Outside, the blizzard raged on, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of white chaos. The aroma of the sumptuous dishes wafted through every corner of the villa, creating a stark contrast to the resentful words circulating within the group chat. Lin Feng set aside his phone and lifted his bowl, devouring the rice with great enthusiasm. The savory sauce of the red braised pork coated the grains, sliding down his throat and warming his insides. He was acutely aware that the individuals in the group were undoubtedly cursing him with the most venomous language. Yet this mattered little. What was truly significant was that they had succumbed to hunger, losing their reason, and had begun to believe that someone was hoarding supplies without sharing, sowing the seeds of hatred deep within their hearts. All that remained was a gentle push. Sending that screenshot would reveal the true hoarder of resources, someone who was right beside them. The rest would be left to the insatiable hunger to complete. Lin Feng picked up a pair of chopsticks, savoring the crisp texture of the vegetables as they burst in his mouth. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while his revenge was merely beginning to unfold. After finishing his meal, Lu Chan sat on the sofa by the fireplace, enjoying the warmth despite the heavy snow outside. The crackling of the firewood cast Lin Feng's shadow on the wall, flickering in and out of light. He toyed with his phone, the screen still displaying the group chat interface. Lu Yuqing's message, entwined with Zhou Mingyuan's name, lay in the dialogue box like an unsightly worm, making one feel nauseated. It was time to stoke the flames. Lin Feng murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding over the censored screenshot in his album. Lu Yuqing's smiling face in front of the supply wall was obscured, yet the towering boxes of instant noodles and cans behind her were unmistakably clear. Particularly notable was the familiar security window in the background, adorned with a string of faded red lanterns, the hallmark decoration of Building 3 in the Xingfu neighborhood. Another screenshot of Zhang Hao had undergone similar treatment. His arm, holding a box of mineral water, was censored, yet the old locust tree visible outside the living room window was a well-known landmark at the entrance of Unit 2 in Building 3. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, tapping out a message on the screen. Did you forget someone has already hoarded supplies? Lu Yuqing, Zhang Hao. Are the people in your neighborhood starving? Why not share a little? The moment he hit send, he imagined he could hear the faint sound of the signal penetrating the blizzard. The bomb had finally been dropped. The silence in the group lasted merely 3 minutes. When the signal stabilized once more, messages surged forth like a disturbed hornet's nest, instantly drowning out the prior condemnations directed at Lin Feng. What? Isn't this Lu Yuqing's house? Old Zhang's message was filled with disbelief. This supply wall is utterly outrageous. I wondered how she could remain so calm. Turns out she had hoarded enough all along. The words of Sister Li dripped with anger at having been deceived. Zhang Hao has it too. I remember that box of mineral water. He was just bragging to me about it last month, having snuck it out from the supermarket. Zhao Chong from the sales department suddenly chimed in, evidently riled up. Lin Feng observed these messages, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the reaction he had sought. Nothing ignites the fury of the hungry more than the knowledge that someone among them is hoarding supplies. He slightly moved his fingers, clicking on Xiao Wang's profile and deliberately addressing both him and Sister Li. It seems you live in the same building? So close. Why not ask if they can share some? This statement acted like a match, instantly igniting the accumulated dry kindling. Xiao Wang responded almost immediately, yes. We live in the same neighborhood. Building 3. How could I have forgotten? His message was accompanied by 3 furious emoji. Sister Li quickly followed with a voice message, her tone sharp as if she had stepped on a cat's tail. Not just one building. I live in Unit 401 of Building 3. Just 2 days ago, I saw lights through her curtains. She is definitely sneaking food. The tide of sentiment in the group had completely turned. Those who had previously berated Lin Feng for his coldness now redirected their fury toward Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao. On what grounds is she hoarding while we starve? Exactly. We're all part of the same company. How dare she keep it all to herself? Zhang Hao is no better. We're nearly dying of thirst. And he is hoarding a whole box of water. So selfish. Worse than Manager Lin. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, observing the public outcry unfold like a detached director. He didn't need to say much. Hunger itself would propel these individuals toward madness. Xiao Wang's message popped up again, this time laden with clear incitement. Is there anyone else from the same neighborhood? Let us go ask together. We can't let them hoard everything. We're all part of the same company. Why should they feast while we starve? Count me in. I live in Building 2. Immediately, others responded, including Old Zheng from the technical department, a usually taciturn man who is now driven by hunger to assert himself. I'm going too. I live in Unit 5 of Building 3. Bring me along. I know where she hides her spare key. I've visited before. The messages in the group were refreshing at an increasingly rapid pace, with discussions already underway about who would lead and what to do if they refused to cooperate. The previous courtesies and decorum were utterly shattered in the face of hunger. Lu Yuqing's profile began to flash wildly, her messages exhibiting clear panic. No, this is an old photo. I've already eaten everything. Really? She sent 3 identical messages in a desperate attempt to defend herself. But they were like droplets of water thrown into a raging inferno, instantly consumed. Already eaten? Do you take us for fools? Xiao Wang shot back. That supply wall of yours could feed us for half a year. Exactly. You just posted about it last month. How could it possibly be finished? Sister Li quickly followed up. I think you're just trying to keep it for yourself to go moldy. Old Zhang's words carried a threatening tone. Lu Yuqing's justifications fell flat. The screenshots she had once used to boast had now become slaps in her face. Particularly damning was the clear photo of the security window, which confirmed that she was indeed nearby, yet refused to share. Zhang Hao's profile lit up, and he merely stated, I already shared that water with my neighbors. Yet this message barely stirred the waters, quickly drowned out by a new wave of accusations. Share with whom? Why didn't we get any? Stop pretending. Hurry up and hand over the supplies. If you keep hiding it, we'll come and take it ourselves. The atmosphere in the group had reached a boiling point. The air thick with tension, so palpable it felt as though it could penetrate the screen. Lin Feng could almost envision the scene within the Xingfu neighborhood. Those driven mad by hunger were gnashing their teeth at their phone screens, rallying together towards Building 3, ready to pound on the doors. He switched off his phone screen and tossed it onto the sofa. The mission was accomplished. There was nothing more for him to do. Hunger would compel those individuals to act, while greed would drive them to madness. And Liu Yuqing and Zhang Hao's prior bragging had provided everyone with a legitimate reason. This was not robbery. It was a rightful reclamation of shared resources. As the flames in the fireplace gradually dimmed, Lin Feng rose to add a piece of pine wood. Sparks flew, reflecting in his calm eyes. Liu Ruoxue approached with a cup of hot water, gently inquiring, "It seems to be getting noisier outside." Lin Feng gazed towards the city through the window, where the sound of sirens faintly echoed through the snowy curtain, quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. "It's nothing," he replied, accepting the cup, warmth spreading through his palms. Perhaps someone couldn't hold back. Liu Ruoxue did not press further. Her gaze cast anxiously outside. She might have sensed something, yet she tactfully refrained from probing deeper. In such cold weather, there are still people out scavenging for supplies? Could it be the police are involved? Perhaps someone is just pretending. Regardless, they were some distance from the city, unless they were driving snowmobiles. Traversing such a fierce blizzard on foot would leave them too frozen to muster the strength to break in. Therefore, Lin Feng felt no concern. The phone screen lit up once more, with Xiao Wang sending a voice message, the background filled with the sounds of hurried footsteps and shouting. "Gather at the base of Building 3. The more people, the better." I refused to believe she opened the door. Following that was Sister Li's voice. "Bring tools. Crowbars and axes will do. If she dares to lock the door, we'll break it down." Lin Feng picked up his phone and took a final glance at Liu Yuqing's profile picture. She was still frantically sending messages that had truly ceased to exist. Yet no one paid her any mind. Her words sank like stones into the ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. He casually silenced his phone and tossed it back onto the sofa. The snow continued to fall, enveloping the villa in a profound silence. Meanwhile, in the nearby Xingfu Li community, a storm brewed, ignited by hunger and greed. Lin Feng lifted his cup, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Liu Yuqing, Zhang Hao, don't you revel in showing off? Don't you enjoy scheming behind the scenes? Now, relish this attention." He had no desire to dirty his hands. Such actions were too sordid. To employ another dagger for revenge was the cleanest and most decisive course. As for those who coveted possessions, they were mere pawns on his chessboard, disposable once their purpose was served. When the chaos subsided, be it Liu Yuqing, Zhang Hao, or those grasping for goods, they would all vanish in this apocalyptic world. All he needed was to safeguard this villa and the people around him, continuing to live steadily. The firewood in the hearth crackled, casting flickering shadows upon Lin Feng's face, resembling an indifferent statue. Chapter 40. Chaos amidst the snowfall as the pine wood in the fireplace burned down to embers. Only dim red coals remained, occasionally sparking. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his phone. The group chat had been silent for 20 minutes. The last message from Xiao Wang instructing everyone to gather at Building 3, after which the conversation was abruptly severed, as if choked by the blizzard. Had the signal failed? Liu Ruoxue brought over a plate of sliced apples and set on the coffee table. The sound of wind and snow outside seemed to lessen. Yet an oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air, reminiscent of an impending storm. Lin Feng remained silent, merely illuminating his phone screen. The signal bars were empty, like a black hole. Half an hour later, the phone vibrated suddenly, displaying a message from Old Chun in the technical department. He lived in the neighboring community, where the signal fluctuated erratically. People from Building 3 reported that someone had attempted to raid Liu Yuqing's home. The commotion was immense. The voice message lasted only 5 seconds. Yet the cacophony in the background surged like a tide. The man's furious shouts, the woman's screams, the dull thud of hard objects striking doors, and the howling wind stirred by the snow. Lin Feng increased the volume, lightly tapping the screen. Old Chen's voice trembled, as if frozen. "Many people are rushing towards Building 3. It's led by Xiao Wang." In the next moment, another voice message burst forth, this time from Accountant Zhang in the finance department, her voice quivering uncontrollably. "They're banging on the door. Liu Yuqing is screaming for help." Liu Ruoxue paused mid-bite. the apple crunching softly between her teeth. They really are a pack of starving wild dogs. Lin Feng's tone was indifferent, as if discussing someone else's affairs. The scent of flesh would naturally draw them in. He opened the drilling operation flowchart drawn by Wang Yu, his fingertip resting on the section for drill speed adjustment. These parameters need to be rechecked. The frozen ground may be harder than estimated. Wang Yu nodded, rubbing her pencil against her ear. I calculated it. Keep it under 25 revolutions per minute to avoid overheating the drill bit. Her voice was soft, clearly aware of the commotion from the phone, yet she tactfully refrained from inquiring further. At that moment, the phone lit up again, this time with a message from a colleague in the building across from Xingfuli. The text jumbled as if typed amidst intense shaking. The corridor of Building 3. Unit 2 is filled with people. Xiao Wang is leading the charge to break down Lu Yuqing's door. Zhang Hao just burst out of the stairwell, wielding a steel pipe. Following closely was another message. I've been pinned down. Several people are holding me down. My face is bleeding. Lin Feng swiped the screen. The next message accompanied by a blurry photo taken on the scene. In the snow, several dark figures were pressing a curled-up individual to the ground. Clad in a black down jacket, unmistakably Zhang Hao. At the entrance of the adjacent unit, a throng was crowded around a deformed security door. Someone wielding an axe to smash it down, the door splintering into a web of cracks. We found supplies. A new text message appeared, filled with an almost feverish excitement. Under the bed in the cabinets, there's instant noodles, canned goods, and 2 large bottles of mineral water. Lu Ruoxue turned her head away, unable to look at the phone screen any longer. Zhouya sat curled up in the corner of the sofa, clutching her father's notebook tightly, whispering, "Will they be okay?" Lin Feng shut off the photo, stowing the phone in his pocket. "It's none of our business." He stood up and walked to the window. Old Zhao was crouched behind his curtain, the breath he exhaled fogging the glass. He lived on the 4th floor, directly facing the entrance of Unit 2, observing everything clearly. The first to charge in was Xiao Wang, his eyes red like a rabbit's, wielding a crowbar, followed by 7 or 8 gaunt young men. "Open the door. Lu Yuqing. Open up." His shouts echoed through the corridor, causing the motion sensor lights to flicker erratically. The door to 302 remained tightly shut. Muffled cries of a woman echoed within. "Don't break in. I truly have nothing left." "Nothing?" Xiao Wang swung the crowbar at the door lock. A resounding clang piercing the air. "Is your supply wall merely for show? Do you think we are blind?" More and more people surged forward. The corridor packed with dark silhouettes. Some brandished axes, others wielded kitchen knives, and there was even an elderly woman clutching a rolling pin, muttering about leaving some food for her grandson. Old Zhao witnessed Zhang Hao rushing down from the 5th floor, swinging a steel pipe and shouting for everyone to clear out. But just as he reached the 3rd floor, he was tackled to the ground by 2 burly men, the steel pipe clattering to the floor, followed by the dull thuds of fists striking flesh. "Search! Search thoroughly!" someone shouted. The crowbar finally pried open the door lock, and the crowd surged into 302 like a tidal wave. Old Zhao heard the sound of shattering glass, the crash of cabinets being toppled, and Lu Yuqing's heart-wrenching screams. "Don't touch that box. That's my last reserve." Amidst the chaos, someone dragged a large suitcase from inside the room, the zipper not fully closed, spilling out cans of luncheon meat and half a pack of biscuits. Immediately, people lunged forward to snatch them. The sounds of scuffling and curses intertwining, exploding in the corridor. Old Zhao recoiled, unable to bear the sight any longer. He recalled the photo Lu Yuqing had shared last month in the group, her beaming smile so proud. Who could have imagined today's outcome? On the phone screen, the final few messages appeared in sporadic bursts. Lu Yuqing was pushed, her head struck the radiator. "There's so much blood." Zhang Hao was knocked out and left in the snow on stairs. Everything was taken. Not even a bottle of soy sauce is left. The person sending the messages seemed to be running, the breaths in the voice message growing heavier, until it abruptly ceased, leaving only the static hum of the line. Lin Feng tucked his phone into his pocket and said to Lu Ruoxue, "It's a bit noisy outside." Lu Ruoxue nodded. Pulling Zhouya closer, "I'll go close the window tightly." Wang Yu pointed at a certain node on the flowchart. "The oil pipe connection here needs 3 layers of sealing tape. Otherwise, it may leak." Lin Feng's gaze fell on the blueprint, his fingertip gliding over the ceiling tape model column. Use nitrile rubber. I'll get it for you shortly. His tone remained calm, as if the bloody messages from earlier were mere figments of imagination. Internally, he felt no turmoil at all. There was not a trace of vindictive pleasure, only a sense of serene acceptance. The sharpness of Lu Yuqing and the sycophancy of Zhang Hao, those faces that had once unsettled him, had now transformed into a pool of blood amidst the snow following this chaos. This was not his fault. They flaunted their supplies openly, they concealed their reserves while others starved, and they incited discord in the group, attempting moral coercion. He merely handed them a knife. It was hunger and greed that truly struck the blow. Lin Feng gazed out the window as the snow began to fall again, heavier than before, as if determined to bury the world as filth. The direction of Xingfu Li had returned to silence, only that curtain of snow was darker than elsewhere. Let us observe the circumstances tomorrow. Should the weather improve, we may commence our work. He spoke to Wang Yu, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Wang Yu nodded, neatly folding the flowchart. I shall check the fuel tank of the drilling machine. The embers in the fireplace gradually extinguished, casting a dim light throughout the room. Lu Ruoxue switched on the wall lamp, the warm yellow glow enveloping the three individuals, casting serene shadows. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes. His mind was devoid of thoughts of Lu Yuqing's blood or Zhang Hao's tragic fate. All that resonated were the thunderous roars of the drilling machine and the gushing sound of water from the well. Revenge remained unfulfilled, and the fates of Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao were of little consequence to Lin Feng. What he truly yearned to witness was the desperation and wrath on their faces when cornered, their anguished curses. Had they not already run out of provisions? Perfect, for he had plenty to spare. Lin Feng pondered deeply, contemplating the means by which he could make them experience the utmost suffering. Chapter 41. Commencement of work at 5 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was startled awake by a disturbance outside the window. It was not the howling of wind and snow, but a strange, eerie silence. Accustomed to the howling blizzards, the sudden quiet was somewhat disconcerting. It seems the soundproofing needs to be redone. He had overlooked this significant detail during the previous renovations. As he lifted a corner of the curtain, he discovered that the snowfall had lightened considerably, with leaden clouds parting to reveal a pale dawn. The wind had also weakened, and the snowflakes descended gently, swirling downwards as if drained of their energy. The stillness was quite abrupt. He murmured softly to himself, his fingertips brushing against the frost patterns on the glass, which had ceased to thicken. The embers in the fireplace retained a hint of warmth, while Lu Ruoxue moved quietly in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The others clearly remained asleep. As it was only 5 o'clock, one could only say that Lu Ruoxue had risen too early. In such a mundane environment, it seemed she had awoken out of boredom, unable to return to sleep, so she decided to prepare breakfast. Lin Feng would not attribute this to any potential morning romantic drama. It was hardly plausible that he would coincidentally encounter Lu Ruoxue heading to the restroom every time. Descending the stairs, Lin Feng opened the door to Wang Yu's room. Finding it silent, she was still asleep. This girl was always quite astute and never overly talkative. Despite their past intimacy, Lin Feng could never fully trust her. Thus, he forbade her from locking her door while she rested. Nevertheless, in recent days, she had indeed been well-behaved, compliant with all matters, and seemed to get along harmoniously with Zhouya, allowing Lin Feng to relax his vigilance over her. As long as she did not betray him, Lin Feng thought, he would permit her a semblance of a normal life. Dressing in his cold-weather gear, Lin Feng pushed open the villa's front door. A rush of cold air greeted him, though it was somewhat milder than in previous days. He pulled out a thermometer. The digital display flickered before settling at 8 degrees warmer than yesterday. The last report he received indicated that the coming days would be marked by heavy snowfall. Yet, perhaps due to the apocalypse and the general cessation of societal functions, even a weather forecast had become unreliable. The situation in the north remained manageable for now. When his phone still had a signal, Lin Feng would check the news from that region, where many areas still maintained a stable social order. Although people ventured out infrequently, government departments in numerous locales continued to operate normally, dedicating their efforts to combating the cold and disaster relief. The condition in southern cities mirrored that of his own. Larger cities fared slightly better, while second- and third-tier cities had descended into chaos. Governance? The nation currently lacked the capability to resolve such predicaments. And this was not merely an issue for one country. The circumstances were similar across most nations worldwide. Those nations already plagued by poverty had seen a significant number of individuals freezing or starving to death, their own survival taking precedence over concern for the fates of others. Lin Feng stepped into the yard. The snow reached just below his thighs, but the surface had solidified into a hard crust. With each step, it crunched beneath him, no longer yielding like soft cotton. In the distance, the road revealed a blurred outline, flanked by frost-bitten trees that resembled a frozen serpent. Perfect. Lin Feng turned back towards the house, the sound startling Wang Yu, who was curled up on the sofa under a blanket, clutching a mechanical manual. She must have woken when he opened her door. Mr. Lin? Wang Yu hastily sat up, rubbing her reddened eyes. The snow has diminished. We shall begin work today. Lin Feng tossed her the thermometer and proceeded to prepare the drilling machine, first inspecting the fuel lines and the drill bit. Wang Yu's eyes brightened, and she quickly threw off her blanket. I will go immediately. Lu Ruoxue emerged from the kitchen, holding a glass of milk. Are we digging now? Shouldn't we wait until the snow has completely ceased? We cannot afford to wait. Lin Feng accepted the warm milk, its heat tingling his fingertips. Who knew how long this good weather would last? It might turn into a blizzard by afternoon. He glanced towards the southeast corner of the yard, where a former flower bed had been filled in by the previous owner. Geological maps indicated that the foundation soil here was sandy clay, devoid of large rocks, and distance from the roots of the old locust tree, making it an optimal location for drilling. Xiaoya, fetch the entrenching tool. Lin Feng donned waterproof boots, which reached just below his knees, and began clearing a 3-meter square area. Zhouya hopped over, clutching 2 entrenching tools. I'll help too. Lu Ruoxue produced 4 pairs of cotton gloves. I may be slow at shoveling snow, but I can pass tools. Wang Yu had already changed into her work attire, carrying a bucket of anti-freezing agent. The drilling machine's fuel tank was filled last night. I will check the filter again. Lin Feng observed the 3 busy figures, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The gloom stirred by Lu Yuqing seemed to dissipate somewhat with the sudden arrival of this fine weather. He did not allow Wang Yu to accompany him to the garage, merely stating, I will retrieve the machine. Wang Yu, perceptive as ever, did not press for further explanation and turned to measure dimensions near the flower bed, marking a neat circle in the snow with lime powder. Entering the garage, Lin Feng ensured no one was around before concentrating his thoughts, summoning the drilling machine to appear on the ground. The orange-red body was covered with a thin layer of snow, resembling a slumbering giant beast. He used the entrenching tool to chip away the ice from the tracks and added some anti-freezing agent to the oil tank, the metal components glinting coldly in the low temperatures. Will it work? He patted the engine casing, the sound echoing in the empty garage. Half an hour later, when Wang Yu returned to the flower bed, the drilling machine stood firmly within the circle of lime. She blinked in astonishment, her gaze towards Lin Feng filled with curiosity. Yet ultimately, she simply lowered her head to inspect the machine. Are the tracks secured? Frozen ground can be slippery. Secured. Lin Feng activated the generator, the roar of the diesel engine shattering the silence, exhaust fumes condensing into white mist in the frigid air. The cables were dragged to the drilling machine, and as the plug was inserted into the socket, a spark leaped forth. Clearing the snow proved more laborious than anticipated. The frozen snow crust was as hard as cement, and the entrenching tool could only leave a white imprint. Lin Feng decided to switch to the ice pick. Each strike sent vibrations through his hands, every blow capable of breaking off chunks of snow the size of a bowl. This is too slow. Wang Yu suddenly interjected, pointing at the snow blower in the corner of the garage. Can that be used? Lin Feng paused, then recalled that it was a gasoline snow blower he had acquired from an unknown source, believing it might come in handy. Let's give it a try. Wang Yu dragged the snow blower over, added fuel, and with a pull of the cord, the machine roared to life. A powerful gust of air propelled the snowflakes away. Resembling a white whip, quickly clearing a patch of dark brown earth within a lime circle. Impressive. Zhouya clapped her hands in cheer, nearly dropping her entrenching tool. Lu Ruoxue was responsible for gathering the snow blown outside the circle, quickly piling it into a wall half her height, effectively blocking the mud splashes from the drilling machine. Chapter 42. The roar beneath the frozen earth. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the site had finally been cleared. The dark brown earth lay bare, hardened by frost. Striking it with a pickaxe produced a crisp sound reminiscent of striking a rusted metal sheet. The frozen soil had to be broken first. Wang Yu crouched down, prodding the surface with her finger, leaving a shallow, white imprint. At least half a meter needed to be excavated, reaching beneath the frozen layer. Lin Feng initiated the preheating procedure for the drilling machine, the engine's RPM gradually rising, causing the machine to vibrate faintly. Wang Yu donned noise-canceling headphones, holding a metal probe, and punctured a dozen holes within the lime circle. The soil here was the loosest. She pointed to the central hole, noting that the probe sank 2 centimeters deeper than elsewhere. Below should be a sandy layer, easy to excavate. Lin Feng replaced the drill bit with a spiral one, the alloy teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. Wang Yu checked the pressure gauge and applied a layer of antifreeze lubricant to the drill rod, instructing, "Let us start." Operating at low speed, with an advancement rate not exceeding 10 centimeters per minute. Lin Feng pressed the start button, and the drilling machine roared to life. The spiral drill descended slowly, and upon contact with the ground, the frozen soil was churned into fine ice shards, resembling scattered glass. The pressure was normal. Wang Yu focused intently on the dashboard, the sound bleeding through her noise-canceling headphones, accompanied by the static of electricity as the RPM stabilized at 200. The drill bit gradually descended, the frozen soil being ground into debris, expelled along the spiral blades, and forming a grayish-brown column of mud on the surface. Mixed within those fragments were ice particles, melting upon contact with the ground, quickly forming puddles on the snowy expanse. Zhouya, notebook in hand, squatted beside, recording 9:15, advancement of 30 centimeters, frozen soil with ice particles. She emulated Zhou Mingyuan's method of recording farm data. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. He found her actions childish. Yet in this dull environment, engaging in some activity was a welcome distraction. Just then, Lu Ruoxue approached with hot water in a thermos. "Shall we take a break before continuing?" "No," Wang Yu replied without looking up, her eyes fixed on the pressure gauge. If they stopped now, the drill rod would freeze in the soil. Lin Feng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, despite the biting cold wind. The heat radiating from the drilling machine made him feel stifled. He removed his cold weather jacket, wearing only a sweater, as the muscles in his arms tensed with the vibrations of the machine. Time ticked by, and the ice shards on the spiral drill diminished, the expelled debris gradually transforming into a deep brown, glistening with moisture. "We are nearing the bottom of the frozen layer," Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the pressure gauge. The pressure has dropped. The needle on the dial fell from 25 MPa to 18 MPa, and the vibrations of the machine softened. "Change the speed." Wang Yu removed her headphones, her ears reddened by the cold. "Increased to 400 revolutions per minute." Lin Feng adjusted the joystick, and the drill's speed surged. The expelled soil no longer being debris but clumps of mud that thudded heavily upon impact with the ground. "There's moisture." Zhouya suddenly pointed at the mud clumps, which glistened with tiny water droplets. "According to my father's notes, this means we are close to hitting water." Wang Yu's breath quickened, her eyes wide with excitement. "Just 2 more meters. We should see water." Her voice was laced with uncontainable enthusiasm, forgetting her earlier trepidation. The roar of the machinery, the earthy scent of soil, and the distant sounds of wind and snow intertwined into a peculiar rhythm. She relished the mechanical roar, a stark contrast to the interests of ordinary girls. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have plunged into her father's work right after graduation. Most girls would choose jobs in office buildings, yet she thrived in the dusty environment of a construction site. When the drill rod's advancement reached 7 meters, a sudden muffled thud echoed, and the drilling machine's vibrations shifted abruptly. "Water has been struck." Wang Yu leapt up, pointing at the joint of the drill rod. where murky water began to seep out, the pressure plummeting. It was an underground aquifer. Lin Feng immediately reduced the speed, while Wang Yu swiftly connected the water pump. Start pumping. Bring the sediment out. The moment the pump activated, a surge of murky yellow water gushed forth through the pipe, splattering onto the snow and melting into dark patches. The flow intensified, gradually transforming from murky to semi-transparent, with a hint of earthy sediment. We did it. Zhouya tossed her notebook aside, clapping in jubilation, not minding the mud splatters on her pants. Lu Ruoxue covered her mouth in laughter, her eyes slightly reddened. This well, akin to an anchor of hope, eased the weight hanging over everyone's hearts. Lin Feng switched off the drilling machine, the roar abruptly ceasing, and the world fell into an unusual silence, broken only by the hum of the water pump and the gurgling of the flowing water. He gazed at the continuously gushing well water, vapor condensing into white mist in the cold air, blurring his vision. The freedom of water. This thought that had emerged at breakfast had finally materialized. Wang Yu squatted by the water pump, filling a glass jar with half a bottle of water, inspecting it against the light. The sediment content is low. It can be used after settling for 2 hours. Her nose bore traces of mud, yet her smile shone brighter than the sun. Lin Feng took out his phone, capturing a photo of the wellhead. The water flowed through the snow, winding like a silver snake. He didn't send it to a group chat, but merely saved it in his album. The distant sky began to darken again, and the snowflakes grew denser. Hurry! Dismantle the machinery, Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the clouds in the west, foreseeing a snowstorm approaching. Everyone sprang into action. Lu Ruoxue and Zhouya gathered tools while Lin Feng disassembled the drill rod, and Wang Yu was responsible for draining the water from the pump to prevent freezing. Each person moved swiftly, like a colony of industrious ants working in perfect harmony. Just as the last drill rod was stored in the garage, the first large snowflake fell, stinging upon contact with their faces. Lin Feng stood by the well, watching the water continue to flow, feeling a sense of reassurance. He turned to glance at the villa. Lu Ruoxue was pulling Zhouya toward the house, and Wang Yu followed closely with the tools. The trio appeared slender against the oncoming storm, yet radiated a resilient warmth. The water pump by the well continued to operate, directing the flow toward the location of the reservoir through a makeshift drainage channel. Lin Feng touched his pocket, briefly recalling Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao, their faces flashing his mind before being swept away by the sound of the gushing well water. The snowfall intensified, as if attempting to bury the freshly dug wellhead. Yet Lin Feng understood that no matter how fierce the blizzard, the vital water springing forth from beneath would not cease. Just like their hope, rooted beneath this frozen soil, it would endure eternally. However, the immediate priority was to connect the pipeline to the water pump and channel the water into the villa. If conditions permitted, it would be best to construct a small shelter above the well, as the pump was exposed to the elements, and Lin Feng worried it would shorten its lifespan. With careful maintenance and an added layer of insulation for the equipment, he anticipated no significant issues. Thus, the matter of the water source could finally be resolved completely. Chapter 43. Water flowing into the home on a morning when the blizzard sealed the doors once more. An unusual warmth permeated the garage of the villa. Lin Feng stepped over scattered steel pipes and insulation materials, bending down to tighten the last threaded connection. Amidst the crisp sounds of metal clashing, Wang Yu was wrapping antifreeze cotton around the outer wall of the pipe, white fibers clinging to her like a layer of undissolved snow. We need to wrap 3 more layers here. Lin Feng tapped the connection with a wrench. Below 20 degrees, any gap could lead to freezing and cracking. Wang Yu nodded, deftly biting through the tape like she was operating the drilling machine. Her work attire was smeared with oil, yet she bundled the insulation tightly, stuffing even the corners where the pipes turned with bits of cotton. Has the water level sensor for the storage tank been connected? Lin Feng stood upright, his breath forming white clouds above his head. It's connected. Wang Yu pointed to the stainless steel tank in the corner of the garage, explaining, it will automatically shut down above 80, and below 20, it will activate the pump, with a margin of error not exceeding 5 liters. She held a circuit diagram in her hand, which she had stayed up late to sketch the night before. The lines on the paper were densely packed, marking the antifreeze wire activation threshold, 15, and the filtering layer replacement cycle, 7 days, the handwriting elegant yet exuding the meticulousness of a skilled technician. Lin Feng refrained from uttering further words and simply handed her a segment of electric heating wire with a plug. This industrial-grade heating wire, unearthed from space, possessed sufficient power to maintain a 10-meter-long pipeline at a temperature above 5 degrees. Wang Yu accepted the heating wire and deftly wrapped it around the outer layer of insulation cotton, securing it with a zip tie. Connected to the backup circuit of the main power supply? She inquired. Yes, with a separate line, he affirmed. Lin Feng opened the distribution box and flipped the air switch, which tripped without affecting the power supply to the villa. The two of them were increasingly in sync. When he mentioned the slope of the pipeline, she instinctively knew it referred to the 1500 drainage angle. When he brought up pressure compensation, she had already installed the pressure stabilizer on the water pump. This seamless collaboration, devoid of excessive words, drew them closer in the midst of the apocalypse, yet bore an unspoken aloofness. He required her expertise, while she depended on his protection, their boundaries as clear as the cement layer of a well. Amid their conversation, the pump at the well suddenly roared to life. It was Wang Yu who pressed the test button in the control room. Turbid, muddy water surged into the yard along the pipeline, instantly turning the freshly laid, thin layer of snow into a chaotic mess. The accumulated snow mingled with the murky water, transforming into a dark stream that flowed toward the lower ground. The initial outpouring was a muddy yellow, containing numerous small grains of sand, hardly qualifying as clean. This, however, was to be expected. Freshly drawn well water inevitably carried sediment. After releasing a portion of the water, the subsequent flow would be considerably clearer. Lin Feng had initially planned to construct a reservoir and a filtration system in the yard, but upon reflection, he realized the folly of such an idea. He had forgotten that the current environment was frigid. If the reservoir were built outdoors, would the water not freeze into blocks of ice? The filtration system would also be adversely affected by the low temperatures, rendering it inoperative. Consequently, if concerns arose about water quality, they would have to rely solely on the water purifier within the villa. Nonetheless, using the well water for bathing and laundry should pose no significant issues. When bathing, the water would inevitably be heated to boiling, effectively eliminating any bacteria. As for the water used for cooking, filtering it through the purifier would alleviate any worries. In the garage, Lin Feng stared intently at the pressure gauge. The needle steadily pointed to 0.3 MPa, a value he had calculated to ensure that water could reach the third-floor bathroom without bursting the aging pipes. Shall we open the main valve? Wang Yu asked, gripping the ball valve at the end of the pipe with a slight pressure from her fingertips. Lin Feng nodded. With a click, the ball valve turned 90 degrees. The sound of rushing water within the pipeline erupted suddenly, akin to a silver serpent awakened, burrowing into the villa's walls through the insulated pipes. Let's check the kitchen faucet, Lin Feng remarked, picking up the intercom and pressing the talk button. Lu Ruoshue's voice quickly came through, tinged with barely contained excitement. I'm in the kitchen. Lin Feng gestured to Wang Yu with a nod, and they proceeded side by side toward the villa. As they reached the entrance, a shrill scream from the kitchen echoed. It's here. The water is coming. Upon bursting into the kitchen, they found Lu Ruoshue holding a glass cup, the water from the tap crystal clear, flowing steadily into the vessel. Water splashed onto her hand, yet she remained oblivious, fixated on the bottom of the cup, devoid of any sediment. So clean, she murmured, her eyes filled with awe. Zhou had already filled the cup to the brim, cautiously sipping a mouthful before springing up in celebration. It's not bitter. Tastes even better than the bottled water from a supermarket. Fortunately, Lin Feng had not noticed her actions. Had he done so, he would have been bewildered. This was groundwater, even in rural areas. No one would directly drink it without first boiling it. Returning to the living room, Lin Feng approached the kitchen faucet and filled a cup with water. The temperature was slightly cool, carrying a hint of the crispness from the underground rock layers, indeed more refreshing than bottled water. He did not drink it, but merely swirled the cup, watching the bubbles rise within. Wang Yu also filled half a cup, examining it against the light before inhaling the scent. The oxygen content is quite high, indicating it's spring water. Her tone carried a hint of pride, akin to a craftsman admiring a completed masterpiece. Suddenly, Lu Ruoxue recalled something and dashed toward the bathroom. I'm going to check the water heater. Soon. Her voice resonated from the second floor, filled with delight. There's hot water too. We could take a shower. This declaration, we could take a shower, felt like a warm current, instantly melting the accumulated tension within the villa. In the apocalypse, the ability to enjoy a hot shower was far more gratifying than a plate of braised meat. Lin Feng leaned against the kitchen door frame, observing the scene before him. Lu Ruoxue adjusting the water heater, Zhouya planning her vegetable garden, and Wang Yu recording water pressure data. The sounds of flowing water, laughter, and the scratching of a pen across paper intertwined, creating a deceptive sense of tranquility. He pulled out his phone, the screen still displaying the company group chat. The latest message, sent half an hour ago, read, "There has been another theft in the Western District, this time involving knife." Below it, a voice message from old Zhang trembled with distress. Aunt Zhang from downstairs was robbed of half a bag of rice, and when I chased them, I fell, and now I'm lying in the snow with no one to help. Scrolling up revealed a cacophony of pleas for assistance, curses, and sarcastic comments. Akin to a boiling pot of porridge, Lin Feng's fingers glided across the screen, finally pausing over Lu Yuqing's profile. The woman who once flaunted her material aid had not spoken in the group for 3 days. Had she perished? Or was she in hiding? He did not care. He only knew that this well not only resolved their water supply issue, but also fortified the villa with a robust defense. While others scrambled over half a bottle of mineral water, they had a continuous source of fresh water. While others splashed their faces with snow water, they could enjoy hot showers. While others worried about water contamination, their well would always remain clear. Outside, the snow intensified, leaden flakes pelting against the glass, producing a rapid crackling sound. The distant city was shrouded in a snow veil, resembling a silent behemoth, with occasional indistinct cries quickly swallowed by the storm. Yet, within the villa, warmth akin to spring enveloped them. Pine logs crackled in the fireplace. The aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen. The hum of the water heater resonated from the bathroom, and Zhouya hummed a tune in the yard while watering her seedlings. The sound of flowing water meandered through the pipes, echoing in every heart. Lin Feng approached the window, gazing at the swirling snow, then lowered his gaze to his phone. The group chat was still abuzz. Someone mentioned that the government rescue vehicle had become stranded in the snow. Another cried out for antipyretics for their feverish child, while others cursed those who stole. He turned off his phone and tossed it onto the dining table. The troubles that needed resolving would eventually find a solution. However, at that moment, he yearned for a cup of hot coffee made with well water. Although he had not initially intended to drink the groundwater from the well, after enduring so much, he wished to savor the fruits of his labor. Lu Ruoxue approached, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee, beads of condensation glistening on the cup's surface. Want to try? It's made with well water. Lin Feng accepted the coffee, warmth spreading through his palm. Regardless of the tempest outside, within this villa, there was clean water, a warm fire, and temporarily settled hearts. Chapter 44. Deaths began to occur. The villa's fireplace crackled as freshly added firewood popped and crackled, casting Lin Feng's shadow upon the wall in flickering light. He was brewing instant coffee with the newly drawn well water, the scalding water pouring into the glass cup, the rising steam enveloping the rich aroma of coffee. Suddenly, his phone vibrated violently on the dining table. After tasting the coffee made by Lu Ruoxue with well water, he found himself fond of this flavor, distinct from that brewed with purified water. Nevertheless, Lin Feng still utilized the purifier before brewing, as hygiene was paramount in the apocalypse to avoid falling ill. As he picked up his phone, it was not a light quivering of a single message, but a dense, continuous vibration, akin to a frantic beetle scuttling across the table. The moment the screen illuminated, notifications from the company group chat erupted like a red alarm, shattering the warmth of the room. There has been a murder in the Eastern District. Little Wang from the marketing department nearly shouted these 5 words, followed by a bloodied skull emoji, piercing to the eyes. 3 seconds later, a photo deliberately obscured by pixelation suddenly appeared. In the snow, A blurred, dark figure lay sprawled, dark red, liquid seeping into the snow, resembling a crushed red rose or a toppled inferior oil painting. The pixelation could not conceal the hand reaching towards a camera, fingers curled like claws, ice shards embedded beneath the nails, and the knuckles tinged with a deathly gray. It was a desperate scramble for resources. Xiao Wang's second message was a voice note. The howling of the wind and snow swirling in the background, his voice gravelly as if sandpapered. Old Zhang, the one who used to play chess downstairs. He refused a hand over the last bag of flour and was struck on the head with a steel pipe. His brain matter splattered onto the snow. The police? Not even a shadow in sight. The group fell into a profound silence for a full half-minute. 60 seconds felt like 60 centuries. Earlier discussions about who had fever-reducing medicine or what to do about frozen water pipes in the community felt trivial, their mundane complaints starkly juxtaposed against this bloody revelation. The term murder pierced through the taut nerves of everyone like an ice-tipped spear. Just days ago, they had been discussing when help would arrive and whether the government would airdrop supplies, but now they were engulfed by a wave of panic. Did they really kill him? Zhang, the accountant from the finance department, broke the silence first, sending a series of trembling ellipses. All for a bag of flour? That's a human life. Is this even human? The snowfall was too heavy. Police vehicles could hardly navigate. Old Chun from the tech department chimed in, residing in an old building adjacent to the East District. I just looked out my window. The sirens have been blaring for half an hour, but they got stuck 3 kilometers away at the intersection. Now, there's no sound at all. They probably abandoned their cars, but with this snow depth, walking is impossible. So what do? Li Jie from the admin department suddenly addressed everyone in the group, her message accompanied by a crying emoji. We can't rely on the police. No rescue has arrived. If someone comes to rob us, are we just waiting to die? Her words fell like a burning coal in a boiling oil, igniting the group into chaos. We can't just wait to die. Xiao Wang's voice crackled with heavy breaths, interspersed with the sound of metal clashing, as if searching for something. I was just discussing with a few brothers from Building 3 in the hallway. Let us band together. We'll fight back against whoever comes. Everyone with weapons, bring them out. We'll split the resources we acquire. Anyone who backs down can get lost. Form a team? With what do we fight? Came a skeptical voice. All we have are kitchen knives and rolling pins, maybe a paring knife at best. What if others bring steel pipes or axes? Better than going solo. Xiao Wang's voice rose sharply, infused with a reckless fervor. Rather than starve or freeze to death, let us confront them. We all carry one head on 2 shoulders. Who's afraid of whom? If you don't fight, tomorrow you'll be the one lying in the snow. Have you forgotten how old Zhang died? That bag of flour could have sustained him for 3 more days. Lin Feng held a coffee cup, his fingertips gliding over the cold screen. He noticed that this time, no one mentioned laws or morals, nor did anyone criticize the lack of civility among the marauders. Those who once donned suits and discussed KPIs and quarterly reports in the conference room were now typing messages imbued with a primal, almost beastly ferocity. Count me in. Zhao Chan from the sales department was the first to respond. I have a fire axe in my storage room, bought during the fire safety inspection 2 years ago. It's never been used, and it's heavy. I have a steel pipe, exclaimed a young designer, usually soft-spoken, but now his words dripped with menace. It's 2 meters long, left over from my dad's renovation work. It can kill. I know a locksmith. Chimed in the intern at the front desk. My cousin used to be a locksmith. He taught me a few tricks. I can pick a regular door lock in half a minute. It'll come in handy when we steal. One by one, gray avatars lit up in the group chat, like wolf eyes opening in the dark. Lin Feng counted. In just 10 minutes, 13 people responded to Xiao Wang's call for a team. They began discussing roles. Who would keep watch, who would break down doors, and who would restrain people. Their tone as casual as if planning a regular team-building activity. Lu Roashua approached, holding freshly washed strawberries, droplets of water clinging to the ruby-red flesh. She glanced at the screen, her face drained of color, her glass bowl nearly slipping from her grasp. Are they going to rob others? Not robbing others, Lin Feng replied, biting into a strawberry, the sweet and sour juice bursting on his tongue, quickly tempered by the chill in his throat. They're robbing those who have supplies. The distinction between the two had become as blurred as footprints in the snow, soon to be covered by fresh snowfall, rendering them indistinguishable. Zhou was sprawled on the sofa, sketching plans for a seedling nursery. Hearing the conversation, she looked up, a pencil tucked behind her ear, her eyes wide with childish innocence. Aren't they afraid of being caught by the police? The teacher said stealing is against the law. Lin Feng did not respond. He opened the map on his phone and zoomed into the East District. That area was the old city, with alleys twisting like a maze. Where the snow was deep enough to reach an adult's chest, truly a blind spot for both police and rescue forces. More importantly, many elderly residents lived there alone. They were less mobile and had weaker resistance, yet they might be hiding the New Year supplies sent by their children, making them the easiest targets. The group's sentiment shifted rapidly, like a runaway sled. Who just said they knew a locksmith? Perfect. Xiao Wang sent a voice note, the background filled with whispers. I know there's an old man in Building 5 surnamed Zhao. His son is in the seafood business, so he must have received plenty of dried goods before the new year. Sea cucumbers, abalones, and perhaps even frozen meat. Let us scout first. We'll strike when the snow eases up. Zhao Chong echoed. I'll pretend to borrow a lighter this afternoon and check if there are traces of smoke coming from his window. If there's new oil smoke, it means they still have food. Can we not kill anyone? Zhang, the accountant, hesitated for a long time before sending a message. Just scare them. We'll take the supplies without causing a death. Scare? Do you think those who steal are kind souls? Xiao Wang retorted immediately, his voice laced with unabashed derision. Being merciful to others is being cruel to yourself. Have you forgotten how old Zhang died? If you don't kill him, he'll kill you. In this world, the soft-hearted don't last long. The suggestion to avoid killing was drowned out like a snowflake dropped into boiling water, instantly overwhelmed by new discussions. No one mentioned human lives anymore. No one spoke of morality. They began discussing how to act swiftly and how to divide the looted resources fairly, the underlying ferocity palpable even through the screen. That widow in Building 3 has supplies too, someone added. Her husband used to run a supermarket, and before the snow halted work, she brought home several boxes of instant noodles. And their teacher, Lee from Building 7. He was the logistics director before retirement. Surely he hoarded a lot of rice, flour, and oil. Let us target the old, weak, and sick first. They can't resist. Lin Feng closed the group interface and threw his phone back onto the dining table. The coffee had long cooled, the cup's surface beaded with fine droplets of water, like some ominous omen. He walked to the window, prying it open just a crack, the cold wind and snowflakes rushing in, stinging his face. Outside, the snowfall intensified, leaden gray flakes falling thickly like a curtain, enveloping the distant trees and houses in a chaotic whiteness. The low-hanging gray clouds seemed ready to collapse at any moment, threatening to bury the entire world in eternal darkness. Lu Ruoxiu approached, gently closing the window to keep the cold at bay. Stop looking. The more you see, the colder your heart becomes. Lin Feng remained silent, gazing outside. He understood that this chaos, ignited by hunger and cold, had only just begun. Old Zhang's death was not an end, but a signal, an announcement of the old order's collapse. When the instinct for survival overrides all else, the darkness within human nature will proliferate like wild grass in the snow, spreading, ultimately consuming all civilization and dignity. The mobile phone continued to vibrate on the dining table, resembling a dying beetle, tirelessly reminding him of the disintegration of the world outside. Chapter 45. Humanity as Reserves. The blizzard had ceased for half a day, and the sunlight pierced through the icy surface of the snow like shards of broken glass. Inside the villa's nursery, Zhou was watering the tomato seedlings with well water. Droplets glistened on the vibrant green leaves under the dim light. Realizing that the outdoor yard would be unsuitable for a nursery, Lin Feng sought to alleviate Zhou's boredom by constructing a small nursery in one of the rooms on the villa's first floor. The soil used was the same as that excavated during the drilling of the well, and all that was needed was to install an LED plant growth light inside. As you know, supermarkets are replete with peculiar items. Lin Feng sat on a small stool beside the nursery, adjusting the newly connected water pipe. Wang Yu recorded the flow rate, the sound of her pen gliding across the paper, mingling with distant, indistinct sounds of arguing. The city seemed to have grown louder. Suddenly, Wang Yu perked up, straining her ears. Had she just heard the sound of an ambulance? It was not an ambulance. Lin Feng secured the water pipe to the stand. Someone was crying for help. The distance was too far. This area was on the outskirts of the city, and prior to the snowfall, he could hear sounds from the nearby community. At this moment, the sounds were shattered by the cold wind, indistinct yet imbued with a sharp sense of despair. Perhaps the inhabitants of that community had begun to reveal their savage humanity. This type of sound had become increasingly familiar to him over the past few days, evolving from initial heart palpitations to a state of numbness in less than a week. The phone vibrated in his pocket, indicating a message from the company group. He pulled it out and opened it. The latest message was posted by an anonymous user, featuring only a photograph and a single line of text. The photo depicted a cast iron pot with a dark red piece of meat simmering inside, oil floating on the surface of the broth, alongside a half-gnawed bone. The caption read, "Finally, there is meat to eat. It smells delicious." Initially, the group was silent, likely as Lin Feng was, wondering who had retrieved frozen meat from the refrigerator. In the apocalypse, being able to consume a bowl of meat soup was indeed something to boast about. "Where did the meat come from?" someone inquired. The anonymous user did not reply, but sent an expression of smacking lips. "It looks like pork." "No. The texture is too coarse." Regardless of the type of meat, having something to eat is already a blessing. The discussion gradually veered off course, with some reminiscing about the preparation of braised pork, while others criticized the supermarket's frozen meat for being too tough, creating an eerily relaxed atmosphere, as if they had forgotten the discussions of murder and looting just hours prior. Lin Feng enlarged the photograph, staring intently at the piece of meat for a long time. The texture was indeed coarse, unlike the familiar pork, beef, or lamb. What troubled him more was the half-eaten bone, irregular in shape, with a prominent joint protrusion at one end, resembling the size of a human ulna. His fingertips glided across the screen, his gaze falling upon the corner of the table beside the pot. There, remnants of minced meat were smeared, and surprisingly, there was a piece of skin tissue the size of a fingernail, with edges bearing the curvature of a nail. His heart sank abruptly. Just then, Old Chun from the technical department suddenly sent a message, his voice trembling with terror. "Is that a human finger?" Following the text was an enlarged screenshot, precisely the piece of skin tissue Lin Feng had noticed. On it, the crescent-shaped imprint of a nail was clearly visible, even showing traces of cheap red nail polish. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the group instantly froze. It felt as if they had been cast into ice, with even the notification sounds carrying a chill. 5 seconds later, the first voice message erupted, a shriek from Zhang, the accountant. "This is madness. This is absolutely insane. That is a human hand. It cannot be," someone typed. The letters uneven and shaky. They must have misread it. "Misread what?" Old Chin's voice was laced with sobs. "I used to work in a hospital. That is indeed a human phalanx. The growth plate at the joint has not yet closed. It belongs to a young person." Someone posted a vomiting emoji. "I just ate a piece of biscuit, and now I have thrown it all up." Who is the anonymous user? Step forward. "Are you eating human flesh?" Xiao Wang's furious roar reverberated through the receiver. "Are you even human?" The anonymous user seemed to be frightened. Their avatar dimmed, and they ceased sending any messages. Yet that photo of the simmering meat, like a curse, remained fixed in the chat window, forcing everyone to look, to ponder, to confront the nauseating truth. "The apocalypse has arrived." Sisterly suddenly sent a voice message, her voice hollow like a ghost. "It truly is the end of the world. The government no longer cares for us. The police have abandoned us. Even humans have begun to eat one another." Cries of despair, curses, and hopeless sighs surged into the group like a tidal wave. Some began to flood the chat with pleas for help. Some cursed the beasts, while others sent voice messages, breaking down in tears, with the background filled with the cries of startled children. Lin Feng silenced the audio, only reading the text. Those once familiar IDs now typed twisted and frantic messages. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to freeze to death a few days ago. I still have half a bag of rice at home. Who wants it? I need a knife. I want to kill that cannibal beast. Don't be foolish. What good is a knife now? We need people. We must form a team. Xiao Wang's message resurfaced, and this time, no one questioned it. Instead, more people responded. Count me in. I'll join. Let us form a team. Let us loot those who are hoarding resources. So we want to be eaten by beasts. Yes, loot. It's survival of the fittest. In this world, only the ruthless survive. Someone cautiously suggested that Lin Feng was surely hiding something in the Emerald Villa. Don't go. Old Chin immediately opposed, his voice trembling with cold. Are you all insane? The straight-line distance from Happiness to Emerald Villa is at least 15 kilometers. With the snow already up to our thighs, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours to walk there. ISNT that right? Zhang the accountant chimed in. In this weather, being exposed for half an hour could freeze off your ears. If we were to go, we wouldn't even have time to grab supplies before turning into ice sculptures. Don't even think about vehicles, someone added. The fuel lines have frozen, and we can't even push them. Xiao Wang's message paused, evidently swayed by the arguments. After half a minute, he replied, Then let us loot the Eastern District first. We'll talk again when the snow melts. After all, Lin Feng can't run away. The villa can't grow legs. Immediately, someone echoed, Yes, let us focus on what's in front of us. The Eastern District is enough for us to loot for a while. Once we gather enough strength, we can return to raid his old lair in spring. That brat is tender and delicate. He surely won't survive this winter. Lin Feng observed the discussions in the group, his fingertips gently tapping the screen. He understood that these individuals did not lack the desire to come. They were merely hindered by the biting cold and the distant distance. In the frigid winds and snow of over 20 degrees below zero, a 15-kilometer trek was, in itself, a line between life and death. They would rather raid their neighbors within arm's reach than risk their lives for an uncertain bounty. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Fear may breed madness, but an absolute threat to survival would always bring a moment of clarity. Uncle Lin, are they coming? Zhouya had unknowingly stood behind him, her small hand tightly clutching his clothing, her eyes filled with fear. Lin Feng turned off his phone and ruffled her hair. Do not fear. He glanced at Wang Yu, who was busy organizing tools, her shoulders slightly trembling. Lu Ruoxua stood at the door with a cup of water, her face pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Lin Feng wore a reassuring smile, patting his chest to comfort them. Do not worry, have you forgotten? This villa has been specially modified to handle various situations in the apocalypse. Unless they come bearing missiles, they cannot breach this place. He added, Luckily, I am a doomsday enthusiast. I've already prepared everything needed, and the apocalypse has truly arrived. Moreover, I still have a gun, so rest assured. Upon hearing his words, their anxious hearts finally began to settle. The discussions in the group continued, and no one mentioned the Emerald Villa again, as if it were merely a distant illusion. They were now discussing weapons, routes, division of labor, and some are even estimating which household could yield the most kin goods. Xiao Wang has undoubtedly become the leader of the group. He circulated a hand-drawn map, marking over a dozen target points, from supermarket warehouses to private villas, each circled in red with annotations indicating that elderly individuals living alone might have supplies. Let us take action this afternoon, he emphasized in bold text, suggesting they first visit the widow Zhang in Building 3 before the snow intensifies. She has a penchant for hoarding, and it is certain she has plenty of provisions stored away from the previous year. The comments below echoed in agreement, resembling a pack of hyenas poised to pounce on their prey. Lin Feng tucked his phone into his pocket and approached the well. The water pump still hummed, sending crystal-clear water flowing into the villa. He recalled the photo of the stewed meat and what Lao Chun had said about the open growth plates. A wave of nausea surged in his stomach. Humans possess an astonishing resilience when faced with dire circumstances, yet can also descend into unfathomable darkness. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was obscured by clouds, and snow began to fall again, fine flakes threatening to bury the entire world. However, Lin Feng knew that some things cannot be concealed by snow, such as hatred, greed, and the hidden fangs lurking within human nature. He remembered the scene where he was divided like prey between Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao, and his heart remained troubled. Chapter 46, A Late Plea for Mercy. The pine wood in the fireplace crackled brightly, with sparks occasionally splattering on the blue bricks, producing a gentle popping sound. Lin Feng had just finished inspecting the perimeter's electrical wiring, his rubber gloves still dusted with unmelted snow, when his phone suddenly vibrated violently on the dining table, displaying a stranger's temporary chat request. The profile picture was of Lu Yuqing, dressed in a champagne-colored gown from last year's company gala, her long hair styled elegantly, her smile radiant. Yet the message that followed bore the tone of dampened paper, exuding a cheap sense of humility. "Lingo, are you there?" The text was accompanied by a crying emoji, and he could almost envision her pinching her throat in a pathetic attempt to seem pitiful. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, pausing his fingertips above the screen, not accepting the friend request, but merely opening the temporary chat window. He was curious to see how many tears this woman, who had recently flaunted her supplies in the group and secretly incited others to vilify him, could squeeze out now. Messages poured in like beads from a broken string, each laced with a deliberately crafted tone of sorrow. "Lin Gu, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I should have followed John How against you, nor spoken ill of you in the group. I'm starving. There's nothing to eat at home. Yesterday, I survived on melted snow water, and now it feels like a knife is cutting my stomach. Please give me something to eat. Even half a biscuit or a sip of instant noodle soup. I'll bow to you." Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, gently tapping the screen with his fingertips. He could easily picture Lu Yuqing in that moment, likely curled up in a drafty rented room in Building 3, her hair greasy and matted, her delicate makeup washed away by tears, and her lips, once painted in seductive shades, now chapped and cracked, devoid of their former allure. "I'm willing to do anything. Lin Ye." This sentence was followed by a deliberately cropped selfie. In the image, the woman wore a yellowed tank top, deliberately pulling the neckline low to reveal her gaunt curves. The dimly lit background cluttered with empty instant noodle containers and a half-open bag of expired snacks scattered nearby. Clearly, she was attempting to entice, yet had forgotten that her capital for seduction had long since diminished. Lin Feng scoffed, hovering his fingertip over the delete chat button. In times of abundance, such overtures might have secured a lavish meal, but in a world where even clean water must be rationed, half a biscuit was worth more than this blatant display. At least a biscuit could satiate hunger, whereas this visage was less valuable than firewood. He slowly typed a response, each word as cold as ice. "Your willingness means nothing in this wasteland. It's not worth even half a biscuit." The moment he hit send, he promptly deleted the temporary chat. After completing this, he tossed his phone aside and stood up to check the seedling shelter in the first-floor room. Zhouyu was crouched before the soft black soil, carefully watering the plants while humming a tuneless melody. Although the seeds had just been sown, her enthusiasm was palpable, and she often came to tend to them. Lu Ruoxue was adding insulation to the water reservoir, securing the blue tarp tightly with stones, even tucking the edges into the frozen soil. Wang Yu was inspecting the generator's fuel level, holding the measuring cup upright, her profile illuminated by the snow's glow, exuding the focus of a mechanic. However, the generator was not yet needed. The solar panels provided sufficient electricity. As long as it was just a few of them, the generator would remain unused unless the solar panels failed. Yet maintenance was essential to ensure it was operational when needed. Everything in the villa was orderly, starkly contrasting with the chaos outside, resembling a small utopia isolated by the storm. Lin Feng stood outside the shelter, observing the cheerful and excited Zhouyu, when he suddenly recalled Lu Yuqing's photo of the supply wall. At that time, she had stood in front of a mountain of instant noodles and canned goods, her smile radiating confidence, boasting that girls also needed a sense of security, a display of arrogance that seemed to overflow the screen. She likely never imagined she would one day find herself begging for mercy from those she once looked down upon. But who could she blame? It was her own choice to flaunt her abundance when resources were plentiful, to showcase lavish meals while others starved, to revel in the group's condemnation of her during Zhou Hao's incitements, and now, in the face of despair, to seek survival through her depreciated worth. Each step she took was both greedy and foolish, ultimately cornering herself like a wild dog trapped in a dead-end alley. Had it been the self from before her rebirth, she might have been deceived, but not now. The phone continued to vibrate on the table, like a dying beetle, tirelessly reminding him of the world's disintegration outside. Lin Feng picked up the phone. The company group messages were refreshing at a frenzied pace, the read, unread notifications piling up to 99. Li Na's profile was particularly active in the group, akin to a dog whose tail had been stepped on, each message dripping with sharp hostility, as if trying to bore a hole through the screen. She was Lu Yuqing's best friend. It seemed he had not crossed her. But was this instigated by Lu Yuqing? Fool! What benefit has Lu Yuqing given you that you pursue me with insults? Lin Feng is a cold-blooded animal. A ingrate. How did director Zhou treat him back then? Promoted him, gave him raises, brought him to meet clients. Now, when we were starving and freezing, he hoarded supplies without regard for our survival. Such scum deserves divine retribution. He is unworthy of being a parent. As soon as the message was sent, Old Wu from the administrative department cautiously replied, Nah, please be calmer. Manager Lin has treated us fairly in the past. Fairly? Have you lost your mind from the cold or gone mad from hunger? Li Na retorted, dragging Old Wu into her tirade. He.s. enjoying warmth in the villa, feasting on barbecued meat while we gnaw on snow. Is that fair? I see you must be eager to lick his boots. But alas, he finds you filthy. Old Wu's profile dimmed, and he fell silent. Lin Feng found it amusing. The kindness Zhou showed him was his own affair. He would take care of his sister-in-law in Zhouya. What were these people to even dare speak? Yet Li Na exploded like a lit firecracker, becoming even more vicious. His villa must be stuffed with delicacies. He undoubtedly has plenty of supplies. With such a high salary and living so far from others, he must be hoarding food. And now, he locks away a mountain of food, watching us starve to death. Such a person deserves to suffer divine punishment. He.s. a disgrace. Before she could finish, Zhao Chong from the sales department chimed in to mediate. Nah, don't speak recklessly. Manager Lin is... Am I speaking recklessly? Li Na abruptly interrupted, her voice piercing like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhao Chong, stop pretending to be the good guy. Just last month, you bragged about swiping a case of mineral water from the supermarket, and now you are hiding it away? You're all cut from the same cloth as Lin Feng. Selfish and petty little men. Zhao Chong's profile picture darkened, likely struck by her words. Yet, Li Na seemed unsatisfied, sending 3 consecutive messages to everyone in the group. Lu Yuqing is right. Lin Feng is a demon. Let's team up and seize his villa. There's strength in numbers. He.s. just one person. Can he really take us all down? The Feitsue Villa is only 15 kilometers from Xingfuli. As soon as the snow lightens, we'll set out with sleds to haul the supplies back. Enough to see us through this winter. Anyone who doesn't join is a coward. If you starve, it's your own fault. Don't come begging us for food later. Her messages flowed like venomous serpents, each imbued with malicious intent, attempting to drag everyone in the group down with her. A few starving young people were swayed, agreeing to join her once the snow subsided. But most remained silent, their profile pictures dim, akin to stones buried beneath the snow. Lin Feng observed the messages, lightly tapping his fingers on the screen. He understood that Li Na's exuberance stemmed partly from her support for Lu Yuqing and partly from her own need to bolster her courage. After all, she lived opposite Lu Yuqing and had already stripped her of most of her meager possessions. Now, driven mad by hunger, she could only vent her fears through insults. But what of it? The higher one jumps, the harder one falls. He closed the group chat and tossed his phone back onto the dining table. Outside, the snow intensified, gray flakes swirling down, cloaking the distant woods in a shroud of white. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Their residence was not far from the supermarket where he worked. Why not simply go there for supplies? Though it had been completely ransacked, it was devoid of anything useful. Chapter 47. Plastic Sisters Soon. Lin Feng's questions found answers. The messages in the company group continued to flow, and suddenly, a new one appeared from Old Zheng in the fresh produce department. I just checked the large supermarket owned by the company. Completely empty. The shelves are bare, and the warehouse has been cleaned out, not a morsel left. This revelation was like a stone thrown into boiling water, instantly stirring a flurry of discussions. How could this be? That supermarket is larger than Walmart. How could it be emptied? Someone questioned, followed by a shocked emoji. It's truly empty. Old Zheng shared a brief video, showcasing the supermarket entrance, where the glass doors were ajar, revealing the stark emptiness of the shelves within. I tell you, not even expired crackers remain in the corners of the warehouse. It's as if locusts have swept through. The group erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in excitement. I wanted to try my luck at the supermarket for ages, but I couldn't get in because of the locked door. Exactly. Just the other day, I passed by and saw the roll-up gate firmly shut. No way in. Old Jung, how did you get inside? Do you have a key? Someone asked curiously. Old Jung didn't answer directly, simply sending a smug emoji. There are clever ways to get in. What matters is that I did, but unfortunately, I arrived too late and got nothing. Everyone understood without needing to spell it out. Old Jung had a method to unlock the supermarket door, but was unwilling to elaborate. Many felt a surge of regret. They had long contemplated raiding the supermarket for supplies, but had been hindered by a lack of keys. Merely left a sigh at the locked doors. Now, seeing Old Jung's success, their frustration deepened. Just then, Lina suddenly interjected, stating confidently, I know who emptied the supermarket. It must be Lin Feng. Lu Yuqing immediately chimed in. Exactly. It has to be him. He asked the manager. He has the key. He checked the supermarket before the snowstorm hit. It's definitely Lin Feng. No wonder we can't get in. He has the key. Lina's excitement grew, as if she had witnessed the act herself. He must have known the city was going to be locked down and cleared the supermarket beforehand, hiding everything in his villa. How selfish. Those are our lifelines. How can he hoard it all for himself? Lu Yuqing continued to stoke the flames, her words dripping with indignation. We're on the brink of starvation while he emptied the supermarket. People like him deserve retribution. The group, already anxious about the scarcity of supplies, directed their frustration towards Lin Feng, fueled by Lin Na and Lu Yuqing's accusations. Is it true? Can Lin Feng really do that? If he did empty the supermarket, that's utterly despicable. They clamored, we need him to return what he took. Those resources belong to the company, not just him. Watching the uproar in the chat, Lin Na and Lu Yuqing exchanged knowing glances, their intent clear, to redirect the group's anger towards Lin Feng, making him the target of their collective ire. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was reading the messages with a bemused smile. He hadn't anticipated that, out of boredom, he would reopen the chat and stumble upon such amusing developments. He indeed possessed the supermarket key, as it was a given for a manager, and knowing the apocalypse was imminent, he had secured the resources within. Why would he leave them for others to ransack? Yet, he hadn't expected Lin Na and Lu Yuqing to unwittingly hit the nail on the head, even if their aim was to tarnish his reputation. Any rational person would find it ludicrous to believe that a supermarket larger than Walmart could be emptied by a single individual. Only Lin Feng, who was no ordinary person, could pull it off. Otherwise, he might as well have chosen to live in the supermarket itself. Observing Lin Na and Lu Yuqing's collaborative efforts in the group, he found it quite entertaining. Let them continue their smear campaign. It wouldn't cost him anything, and he could witness the ugly faces of these people. Lin Feng exited the chat interface, his gaze lingering on Lin Na's profile picture, his plans crystallizing in his mind. Lin Feng smirked at Lin Na's furious tirade in the group chat. He knew all too well that the so-called camaraderie between Lin Na and Lu Yuqing was nothing more than a plastic friendship. In peaceful times, they could shop and gossip together, but in this apocalypse, under the strain of hunger and survival, their bond was as fragile as a layer of window pane, easily shattered. He opened Lu Yuqing's social media profile, where remnants of their close relationship lingered in the form of shared photos, captioned "The best of us, forever inseparable." Yet, in light of recent events, those words now dripped with irony. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as a plan began to take shape in his mind. To truly cause Lu Yuqing distress, merely refusing her pleas for help would be insufficient. He sought to strike at the very heart of her trust, turning her most trusted ally against her. And Lin Na would be the perfect pawn. Lu Yuqing considered Lin Na a confidant, sharing her every thought with her. If Lin Na were to betray her and align with Lin Feng, Lu Yuqing would surely be driven to madness. Such a psychological blow would inflict far greater pain than mere hunger. With this in mind, Lin Feng clicked on Lin Na's profile and sent a request for a private chat. As Lin Na furiously lambasted Lin Feng in the group, she paused upon seeing the chat request, momentarily taken aback before accepting it with curiosity. believing Lin Feng was coming to exchange barbs with her, and she had a plethora of sharp retorts ready. However, Lin Feng's message left her speechless. Want to survive? Lina's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively rubbed her growling stomach, hesitating on how to respond. Moments later, Lin Feng's next message popped up. Come to the villa. Be my dog, and you'll have food every day. Reading the phrase, be my dog, Lina nearly hurled her phone in fury. Her initial response was one of anger and humiliation. She yearned to retort against Lin Feng immediately. However, a powerful pang of hunger deep within her caused her fingers to falter. It had been nearly 2 days since she last consumed food, with the last remnants of edible supplies devoured the previous day alongside Lu Yuqing. In the group chat, her vitriol directed at Lin Feng stemmed partly from jealousy and partly from a desperate attempt to bolster her own courage, masking the inner turmoil she felt. Now, an opportunity for survival presented itself before her, albeit laced with profound humiliation. Yet, the instinct to live surged within her like wild grass. She recalled Lu Yuqing, who often called her sister in more fortunate times. Just moments ago, Lu Yuqing had clasped her hand and said, Nah, we must persevere. Once we weather this storm, we shall seek retribution from Lin Feng. Yet, Lina understood all too well that Lu Yuqing had little sustenance left. Following her would lead only to starvation. In the face of hunger, friendship appeared pale and powerless. Gritting her teeth, the scales within her heart tipped decisively toward survival. Or sisterly bonds, what dignity, when pitted against the primal instinct to live. Taking a deep breath, Lina responded, I will go. Upon seeing her reply, Lin Feng's eyes flickered with understanding. He had anticipated this outcome. The fragile bonds of plastic sisterhood were no match for the harsh realities of the apocalypse. He promptly sent another message. Come alone. Follow the path of happiness. There are surveillance cameras along the way. Any tricks will be met with consequences. The phrase come alone made Lina's heart sink. She wished to inquire if she could bring Lu Yuqing along, but the thought quickly dissipated. Lin Feng would never agree. Nor did she wish to share this chance of survival with anyone else. She immediately replied, All right, I will go at once. After sending the message, it felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from her shoulders, yet it also felt like she had made a decision of betrayal. She dared not look at the messages Lu Yuqing had sent, grabbing a thick coat and stumbling out the door, heading toward the direction of the Fates-Away villa. She understood that once she took this step, the fragile friendship between her and Lu Yuqing would be irrevocably severed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing anxiously continued to message Lina, questioning her sudden silence in the group chat, but received no response. A sense of foreboding began to creep into her heart. Chapter 48. Raising a dog. When Lina arrived at the Fates-Away villa, it was already 3 in the afternoon. She had walked for a solid 6 hours. The once reasonably thick down jacket was soaked through by the wind and snow, frozen stiff like a shell, with fine ice crystals clinging to her hair, giving her the appearance of a figure crowned with shattered glass from afar. Fortunately, she had harbored a passion for skiing before the apocalypse and had kept her skiing gear at home. Otherwise, she would never have mustered the courage to step outside. Even so, she was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, the temperature had slightly risen today, and the snowfall had lessened. Otherwise, her survival in reaching this place would have been uncertain. The cold outdoors seeped through to the bones, chilling her heart. Upon seeing the faint outline of the electric fence outside the villa gate, her steps hesitated, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and rang the doorbell. Lin Feng observed her through the surveillance camera, noting her purple-tinged lips and trembling legs. After 3 minutes, he opened the side door, his voice as cold as the wind outside. Come in. Lina stumbled inside, ready to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Go wash up and change clothes. Turn left on the 2nd floor. The 3rd room has clean work clothes. His tone held no warmth, as if he were instructing an inanimate object. Lina opened her mouth, but ultimately dared not retort, lowering her head as she walked deeper into the villa. As she passed the entrance, she caught a glimpse of a black collar on the low cabinet, her steps faltering momentarily, a hint of humiliation flashing in her eyes. Quickly suppressed by hunger, she had gone 3 days without a proper meal, and the half-piece of hard biscuit she had tucked away had long since hardened from her body heat. Half an hour later, having changed into the work clothes. Li Na descended the stairs. Her freshly washed face bore no color, and the sleeves of the work attire were excessively long, making her wrists appear particularly delicate. She stood in the center of the living room, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, nervously wringing her fingers. Lin, Manager Lin. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, toying with the collar, the metallic clasp producing a crisp sound as it collided. Do you know what this is? Li Na's face drained of color in an instant, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. To eat, one must abide by the rules. Lin Feng stood, tossing the collar at her feet, put it on. The air seemed to freeze. The crackling flames in the fireplace flickered, casting shadows on Li Na's pale face. She gazed at the collar on the floor, then at Lin Feng's icy gaze, and ultimately bent down to retrieve it. Her fingers trembled violently from the cold and humiliation, struggling to fasten the clasp for an eternity. Lin Feng did not rush her. He merely crossed his arms, observing with cold eyes. This moment was what he desired, to witness the once proud woman willingly don the shackles of humiliation. When a metallic clasp clicked shut, Li Na's shoulders slumped, as if all her strength had been drained away. Kneel. Lin Feng's voice remained calm and undisturbed. Li Na's body stiffened for a moment, yet she gradually sank to her knees hitting the floor with a dull thud. Lin Feng picked up the leash, attaching it to the iron ring on the collar, and gently tugged, "Go to the kitchen." He led Li Na to the kitchen as if she were a genuine pet. Wang Yu was washing vegetables by the sink. Upon witnessing this scene, the carrot in her hand fell into the basin with a thud, and she hurriedly looked down. Pretending not to see, Lu Ruoxue descended the stairs, her face paling at the sight in the living room, promptly turning to retreat to her room. Only Zhou Ya, carrying her drawing board, emerged from the study, her face flushed with curiosity. "Uncle Lin, what game is this Aunt playing?" "Nothing much," Lin Feng replied, ruffling Zhou Ya's hair. "You go draw. Later, Uncle will show you something fun." He poured a bowl of dog food into a stainless steel tray and placed it on the floor in front of Li Na. "Eat." Li Na's face turned crimson instantly, then swiftly faded to a ghostly white. She bit down hard on her lip, tears welling in her eyes, humiliation overwhelming her like a tidal wave. Yet, when the gnawing hunger from her stomach surged forth and the aroma of meat broth wafted from the kitchen, she ultimately succumbed. Bowing her head, her long hair concealed her face. Resembling a domesticated animal, she began to swallow the cold dog food in small bites. Lin Feng took out his phone, activated the recording function, and steadied the camera on the woman on the floor. He remained silent, merely capturing this deeply humiliating scene. The collar, the leash, the woman kneeling and eating dog food, and the tears that fell from her eyes quickly wiped away. The first video lasted 2 minutes before he pressed the stop button, captioning it, "The new dog is quite obedient." The moment it was sent to the company group, he could almost hear the simultaneous vibrations of countless phones. But that was not enough. Lin Feng retrieved a golden brown roasted chicken leg from the refrigerator and casually tossed it onto the floor in front of Li Na, as one might throw a bone to a dog. With a howl, Li Na instinctively lunged forward, using both hands to frantically tear at the chicken leg, grease splattering across her face, entirely losing her sense of humanity. Lin Feng pressed the recording button again, capturing her gluttonous display, captioning it, "Too much food. Perfect for feeding the dog." After successfully sending the second video, Lin Feng turned off his phone, watching Li Na as she continued to devour her meal with wild abandon. His eyes devoid of any delight, only a frozen void of silence. His aim was not the thrill of revenge, but rather a thorough intimidation. He intended to show everyone in the group who coveted the villa and dared to challenge him what fate awaited those who dared to cross him. The phone soon buzzed, the group chat exploding with messages. "He has gone mad. Lin Feng is genuinely insane. So ruthless, this is worse than killing her. Don't provoke him again. He is terrifying. Li Na deserves it. After all, she helped Lu Yuqing insult Lin Feng before." No one mentioned the idea of seizing villas any longer, nor did anyone echo Lu Yuqing's provocations. Li Na's tragic state served as a cold splash of water, extinguishing some individuals' unrealistic fantasies. Yet, there remained those who stirred with latent desires. They had gone several days without sustenance, gazing at Li Na's appearance, although they had lost their dignity. At least they were no longer starving. Anyone who has endured hunger understands the unbearable nature of such suffering. Some even felt a twinge of envy at being in a warm room, with food and drink, even meat, with the only price being a collar around their necks. Reduced to mere pets. Dignity? In this apocalyptic world, what could be more vital than filling one's belly? Lin Feng flipped to Lu Yuqing's profile picture, which appeared dim, like a bulb that had been extinguished. He knew that this woman was utterly finished. Perhaps she had succumbed to mental collapse or was infected by the fears of the group. Regardless, she could no longer stir any tumult. He kicked Lina on the floor and asked if she was full. Lina raised her head, her lips smeared with grease from a chicken leg, and her eyes reflected a numbing acquiescence. Lin Feng pulled her into the room. In terms of appearance, she was hardly striking, falling short of his sister-in-law and Wang Yu. Even Lu Yuqing surpassed her. However, she boasted a curvaceous figure. Despite having lost some weight over the past few days, her ample curves still held a tangible softness. Having been preoccupied with drilling these past few days, Lin Feng had not engaged closely with Wang Yu, but now different thoughts began to surface. It is said that when one is well-fed and warm, lustful thoughts arise. Since it is indeed the end of the world, why suppress one's self? When her plump form pressed against him, the sensation was quite pleasing, and her body radiated warmth. In this bone-chilling environment, embracing her felt akin to cradling a large hot water bottle, bringing a comforting sense of relaxation. He expended the boredom and excess energy of this apocalyptic existence upon her until she lay limp like a puddle of mud. And only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction. She was not particularly beautiful, yet she was undeniably useful. After all, the storeroom was replete with provisions. Keeping such a pet was hardly objectionable. Chapter 49. The Predator's Revelry. Lin Feng had just locked Li Na into the basement compartment, which had previously served as a tool storage area. He had deliberately cleared a corner and laid down an old blanket. Naturally, a dog did not deserve to dwell in a human space, especially since Lin Feng held little trust in Li Na. In this apocalyptic world, she was merely an object for him to vent his frustrations upon. Allowing her to stay on the first floor, Lin Feng was also wary, fearing she might cause some trouble in secret. She was not like Wang Yu. After all, he was Wang Yu's savior, and her presence was more akin to that of a live-in employee. It was only right to treat employees well. Wang Yu had no reason to disrupt their current life. But Li Na was different. She was a tool for Lin Feng to humiliate Lu Yuqing and a means to alleviate his loneliness at night. An object that could only provide emotional value, and thus deserved no kindness. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that she must harbor resentment towards him. She just dared not express it. Under such circumstances, confining her to the basement was the best option. When the time came for her complete reformation, he could consider granting her better treatment. But for now, that was out of the question. At that moment, the phone screen lit up. Life in the apocalypse was unbearably dull. There were no new movies to watch, forgotten games to save, nor could one engage in aerobic exercises daily without exhausting oneself. In such a scenario, the still active network offered group chats as a delightful means to alleviate boredom. Unfortunately, he could not see Zhang Hao and Lu Yuqing dancing, which dampened his spirits. Upon opening the group chat, a gruesome photograph abruptly assaulted his vision. An elderly man in a military green coat lay in the snow, his grizzled hair soaked in blood, matted against his frozen, purple forehead, his wrist contorted at a bizarre angle, clutching half a bag of broken flour, the white powder mingling with dark red blood, creating a grotesque bloom in the snow. The photo was shared by Xiao Wang, accompanied by a caption of 2 words, suffused with a sanguinary pride. Done. The group fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into a frenzy more intense than before. Was this old Zhao from Building 3? Old Chun from the technical department recognized him first, living in the adjacent unit. For half a bag of flour? Have you truly gone that far? If we don't act, we'll starve. Xiao Wang replied defiantly, quickly sharing a video. The camera shook violently, capturing 4 or 5 men hauling items from old Zhao's home. A box of compressed biscuits was tossed onto the snow, its packaging torn open to reveal dark, crumbly contents. Half a barrel of vegetable oil rolled into a corner, leaving a golden trail in the snow. Even the jars and bottles from the cupboard were not spared. Soy sauce, vinegar, and salt were haphazardly stuffed into a snakeskin bag. The clattering sounds in the video particularly jarring. He hit it well. Xiao Wang's voice emerged from off-screen, breathless with excitement. The bed frame is filled with dry goods, dried mushrooms, black fungus, and 2 bags of glutinous rice. Enough for us to eat for half a month. The video concluded with a freeze frame at old Zhao's bedside table, the drawer yanked out entirely, revealing a few crumpled coins and a faded family portrait. In the photo, the old man embraced a little girl clad in a red cotton jacket, his face alight with laughter, full of wrinkles. "Stop sharing this. Zhang," the accountant from the finance department, suddenly interjected, sending a series of trembling ellipses, sounding alarmed. "Quickly bring the items back and count them clearly before discussing further." Was Zhang afraid? Xiao Wang replied with a mocking emoji, stating that he had warned that kindness would not last long. If Zhang was too timid to share the spoils, he could still leave the group. Zhang's profile picture darkened for 2 seconds, yet he ultimately did not exit, merely stating he was waiting downstairs, tacitly acknowledging the ongoing plunder. Leaning against the basement doorframe, Lin Feng scrolled through the screen. The messages in the group proliferated like wild grass, swiftly overshadowing the shadow left by Li Na's video. 2 boxes of canned goods found at Old Lu's house in Building 5. Peaches. Zhao Chong from the sales department shared a photo of a dozen glass jars piled in the snow, sunlight gleaming off the metallic lids. "I have finds here too." A young designer sent a voice note, background sounds filled with a woman's cries. Widow Wang from Building 4 hid a preserved pig leg. "Just got it down from the beams. Hurry and retreat. Don't waste time." Xiao Wang's message took on a commanding tone, declaring the next target to be Teacher Li's home in Building 7. His son runs an oil and grain shop, so there must be good stuff. The messages in the group began to spiral into chaos, interspersed with panting, footsteps, and occasional arguments. Someone posted a selfie, with Zhao Chong holding half a preserved pig leg, grease at the corners of his mouth, the background a chaotic wardrobe. The caption read, "Extra meal tonight." Another shared a video of hauling supplies. Several men sprinting down the hallway with snakeskin bags, leaving trails of bloody footprints in the snow, likely from metal edges that had cut their hands during transport. Others boasted about newly acquired lighters and candles, items far more precious than canned goods in this power-deprived apocalypse. No one mentioned the word murder any longer, as if old Zhao's death was merely a trivial occurrence, akin to crushing a cockroach that obstructed their path. Their tones shifted from initial tension and fear to excitement, greed, and even a twisted sense of achievement. "I used to think Teacher Li was quite amiable. Who knew she was so stingy?" Someone sent a voice note, with the sound of splintering wood in the background. The rice jar hidden under the bed was locked. I had to split it open with an axe. I found a bottle of Matai. It was Xiao Li from the administrative department, a girl who usually abstained from alcohol, her voice brimming with delight. "Once we get back, we can share it. Warm ourselves up. Don't drink. Save it for trading." Xiao Wang immediately interjected. "Right now, 1 bottle of alcohol can be exchanged for 2 boxes of instant noodles." "Fool." Lin Feng scrolled through the screen, observing these colleagues who once discussed KPIs in the conference room and gossiped in the break room, now resembling a horde of demons freshly risen from hell, dividing bloody spoils in the snow. Their avatars flickered on the screen, resembling phosphorescent flames in the night, illuminating the grotesque smiles on each other's faces. Suddenly, a blurred video emerged. The camera pointed towards the entrance of Building 7, where several dark figures were dragging a struggling elderly woman outside. One of her cotton shoes had fallen off, and her bare foot left a trail of muddled blood prints on the snow. Li Laosher's companion stubbornly refused to divulge the location of the rice. The person who uploaded the video was panting heavily, while Xiao Wang suggested we toss her into the snow to see how long she could maintain her stubbornness. The video captured the elderly woman's pitiful cries. "Let me go. That is for my grandson. You bunch of robbers. May you all meet a terrible end." Immediately followed by Xiao Wang's furious roar. "Gag her. No more nonsense." The cries abruptly ceased, leaving only the howling wind and swirling snow. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Kuai-ji sent a message. "ISNT, this a bit too harsh?" She is over 70. she could freeze to death out there. So, are you going to tell her that? Xiao Wang retorted instantly, accompanied by a mocking expression. If we let her go now, when her son returns, none of us will escape. Exactly. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. Zhao Chong echoed, stating that if he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been struck on the head by Li Laoshir's cane, and now he would be the one lying on the ground. Zhang Kuai's avatar dimmed, and he fell silent. The discussion in the group quickly resumed its previous fervor, as if the video had never existed. Chapter 50. The distribution of spoils. They began to discuss the distribution ratio of the spoils, deciding that those who contributed more would receive more. They started planning their next target, where the plump sheep resided. They began to boast about their achievements, with the supplies they had seized filling half of the corridor. Some even initiated a bidding war in the group, trading 2 bags of biscuits for a fruit knife, and exchanging luncheon meat for a pair of non-slip boots. Lin Feng paused momentarily as his finger hovered over the screen of his phone, his eyes betraying no sign of disturbance. To him, the clamoring over the spoils and the scheming for the plump sheep was merely a reflection of the dystopian norm. He had witnessed far greater cruelty. On the 7th day of water and food deprivation, he had witnessed neighbors stabbing each other over half a bag of moldy bread, blood splattering against the frosted window, resembling a poorly crafted New Year painting. He had also seen a mother force the last piece of compressed biscuit into her child's mouth before turning to plunge herself into a horde of zombies. That was not sacrifice, but rather being pushed out as bait by the survivors behind her. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. This phrase, which he had grown weary of in his previous life, now lodged like a shard of ice in his throat. He gazed at the chat interface, his fingertips gliding over the textured grip of his firearm. Only the gun and supplies could provide him with a sense of security. The supplies they boasted about, filling half the corridor, barely occupied a corner of his storage. Their prized luncheon meat had long been relegated to the bottom of his supply list. Yet he understood that this composure was not born of mercy, but rather because he occupied a higher position in the food chain. Outside, the wind and snow battered against the glass, reminiscent of the desperate scratching sounds from those who had failed to seize supplies before their demise. Lin Feng curled his lips. After all, when the sun rose tomorrow, there would always be someone who transformed into a new plump sheep, and inevitably, someone who became a ravenous wolf. Before his rebirth, had he not been a plump sheep devoured by Zhang Hao and Liu Yuqing? Emerald Villa. Suddenly, someone mentioned this name again. It was a newcomer, likely just joined Xiao Wang's crew. Once we finish raiding the East District, should we really give it a try? The excitement in the group instantly waned. Xiao Wang took half a minute to reply, his tone devoid of the previous bravado. Let us talk about it later. First, let us secure what's in front of us. Zhao Chong chimed in to smooth things over. Lin Feng is too far away. I heard there's an electric fence surrounding the villa. Going now would be akin to courting death. Once the snow melts a bit, we can gather more people, get a snowplow, and maybe there's a chance. But no one responded. Li Nai's video loomed like an invisible wall, firmly blocking each person's heart. The image of her wearing a collar and swallowing dog food felt like a blunt knife, repeatedly grinding down their dwindling dignity. For them, death might be just a moment of excruciating pain, but the humiliation of being utterly stripped of dignity could seep from their bones, instilling a tremor of despair. Yet they likely forgot that, in the face of death, people often cast aside what they call dignity. When truly cornered, feeling life slip away from their frostbitten fingertips, they would understand that, compared to the desire to survive, that shattered semblance of dignity was trivial. After all, they had never been individuals of integrity, merely pitiful creatures in this apocalypse, desperately clinging to life, willing to bend low for a morsel of food. Let's not dwell on that. Xiao Wang shifted the topic, sending out a list of supplies. Today, as harvest was good, let us start a fire in the corridor of Building 3 tonight and cook some preserved meat porridge. Who can cook porridge? I can. Zhang Kuaiji immediately responded, as if his earlier hesitation had never existed. I brought some ginger. I'll throw it in to ward off the cold. Count me in. I'll find a big iron pot. I have firewood. The atmosphere in the group reignited with fervor, like dry wood doused in oil, bursting into flames instantly. They began discussing the evening-s gathering, who would chop firewood, who would wash rice, who would guard the supplies to prevent theft. Those bloody supplies transformed in their words into hard-earned gains, and the bloody plunder became a necessary means of survival. Lin Feng turned off the group chat and tucked his phone into his pocket. A faint sound emerged from the basement, likely Li Na waking up from hunger, grasping the door panel and whimpering. He ignored it, walking to the window and cracking it open. The snow outside began to fall again, fine particles threatening to bury the entire world in a white tomb. In the distance, faint glimmers of firelight were visible towards the urban area. The city was mostly without power now, likely used for warmth. The flickering flames danced in the wind and snow, alternately bright and dim, resembling willow, the wisps, or the eyes of predatory beasts. He recalled the messages from earlier, the excited, greedy, and numb tones. These people were no longer the colleagues he once knew. Driven by hunger and fear, they had torn apart the veneer of civilization with their own hands, revealing the fangs of the beast lurking beneath. The revelry that had begun with the theft of flour was merely in its nascent stages. When the aroma of preserved meat porridge wafted through the corridor, no one would remember the unblinking eyes of old Zhao. Nor would anyone care about Li Laosher's companion freezing in the snow. No one would ponder if the next to be cast into the snow would be themselves. Lin Feng drew the curtains, isolating that eerie glow from the outside. The flames in the fireplace licked at the pine wood, crackling softly. Lu Ruo Shui approached with a cup of hot milk, concern etched in her gaze. Are they still robbing? Yes. Lin Feng accepted the milk, warmth spreading through his palm. Celebrating their harvest. Will they come here? Zhouya, curled up on the sofa, voiced her childlike fear. They look so terrifying. No. Lin Feng patted her head, his gaze fixed on the vast, white expanse outside, at least not now. They were still immersed in their current victory, lacking the courage to confront the biting cold of the snow. Yet he knew that when the supplies in the East District were exhausted, when the scent of preserved meat porridge dissipated, and when new hunger struck again, those beasts, once satiated by greed, would inevitably set their sights on this villa, isolated by the wind and snow. Although the city's reserves were indeed substantial, and in this harsh winter, food would last longer, Lin Feng harbored a lingering doubt that these former colleagues might not fare better than others. After all, the population in the city was vast. It was hard to ensure that even greater forces would emerge. This world has always been one where the big fish eat the small fish. The small fish consume the shrimp, and the law of survival is the strong preying upon the weak. He was acutely aware that, in the end, only a handful of individuals would survive within each community. The rest would either become sustenance for others or vanish entirely amidst the chaos. If this group of colleagues could not outmaneuver the other factions, their paths would be limited to two, either serving a stronger power as subservient dogs begging for scraps, or inevitably turning their ambitions against one another. Otherwise, they would remain trapped within the confines of their community, clinging to dwindling supplies, awaiting their inevitable demise, an outcome clearly intolerable to them. However, he found solace in the fact that he had ample time to prepare and the means to instill a profound understanding of true despair. The muffled cries from the basement grew increasingly faint, ultimately succumbing to silence. Lin Feng picked up the collar from the table, the cold metal sending a shiver through his fingertips. Chapter 51. Wildfire in the ruined snow had fallen for 3 consecutive days. The remnants of the city lay shrouded in a fresh blanket of snow, encasing the ruins in a hardened crust of ice, each step cracking the glass beneath. Wrapped in a military coat, he huddled behind the counter of an abandoned bank, the white mist of his breath crystallizing on his eyelashes. Clutching a frozen loaf of bread, he bit into it, causing his gums to bleed from the impact. Damn it! He spat out the bloodied saliva, his gaze sweeping over the jacket and woolen hat huddled in the corner. The left arm of the jacket was haphazardly bound with strips of cloth, a remnant of the wound inflicted days prior when Lin Feng had brandished his weapon, leaving a mark that now lay beneath purplish, frozen skin, hinting at darkened scabs. The woolen hat trembled, not from the cold, but from fear. The moment Lin Feng had raised his gun, The dark muzzle had loomed like an eye fixated on prey, haunting his dreams. Still fixated on that villa? The jacket tugged at the cloth strips, wincing in pain. That Lin fellow has a gun, and we nearly met our end there. Now, do we seek our own demise? No gun equals certain death. The military coat suddenly chuckled coldly, retrieving an object wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. As he peeled away the layers, a rusty metallic shell glimmered dully in the dim light. It was a Type 54 pistol. The rust on the barrel resembled dried blood, and the magazine dangled loosely, clearly salvaged from some forgotten corner of a deserted police station. They had previously followed Lin Feng out of a desire for revenge, tracing the tracks of his vehicle in the snow, discovering where he resided. Although fear gripped them, they were nonetheless envious of the gun in Lin Feng's possession. However, upon seeing the villa fortified like a fortress, their ambitions had been quelled. Yet, upon finding the weapon, the desire for retribution reignited. Discovered from the municipal archives, the military coat caressed the trigger, feeling the indentations on the guard. Firing a couple of rounds to confirm it was operational. There were 5 rounds in total. He paused, his gaze darkening, one of which was a blank. The woolen hat's eyes flickered with momentary brightness before dimming again. Even if we have a gun, what can we do with just the 3 of us? The last time he fired, we fled like frightened dogs. That was because we were unprepared. The military coat suddenly slammed his hand against the counter, the dusty glass rattling violently. So what if he has a gun? We have one now too. 5 bullets are sufficient to breach that rickety door. If we kill him, all the food and women in the villa will belong to us. He leaned closer to the 2, his voice a low, persuasive whisper. Have you forgotten about the food in that villa? They wouldn't even need winter clothing. Remember the face of Wang Yu? I saw her clearly through the crack in the door, her sweater neckline so low. The jacket's throat constricted at the thought. The pain from the wound seemingly overshadowed by a more primal desire. The woolen hat recalled the image of Lu Ruoshu carrying hot water, her hands as pale as snow. A stark contrast to their cracked, bloodied fingers. But we are too few. The jacket remained hesitant. Lin Feng could guard the villa so fiercely in this apocalypse. Surely he has more than one weapon. Then we will find others. The military coat rose, carefully wrapping the pistol back in the oil paper before tucking it away. We will seek out those on the brink of starvation, those who have lost everything to looters. We will tell them that the Emerald Villa is stocked with endless canned goods and instant noodles, with a roaring fireplace, and that by following us, they can seize it from Lin. He paused, his gaze sharp. But do not inform them that Lin possesses a gun, and certainly do not mention that we were driven away by him. The jacket instantly understood. Just say there's only a coward guarding the supplies? Exactly. The military coat smiled, revealing yellowed teeth, portraying him as a worthless individual relying on company connections to hoard resources, armed only with a stick for firewood. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with a greedy fervor akin to wild grass. As evening fell, they found their first target in an unfinished building in the eastern part of the city. 5 homeless individuals huddled in the stairwell, wrapped in tattered burlap sacks. One emaciated young man gnawed on a frozen bun salvaged from a garbage bin, crumbs falling to the snow, instantly freezing into shards of ice. Hey! The military coat kicked the burlap sack, his voice scraping like wind against metal. The homeless individuals looked up warily, their eyes gleaming like those of feral dogs. Would you like something warm to eat? The military coat crouched down, pulling out half a compressed biscuit from his backpack, the finest food they had encountered in 3 days. He waved the biscuit in front of the young man, whose throat convulsed hungrily, yet he clutched the frozen bun tightly, hesitant to take it. Do you know about the Emerald Villa? The military coat retracted the biscuit, leisurely breaking off a small piece to chew. 20 kilometers from here. It is stacked high with canned goods, instant noodles, bottled water, and a fireplace that burns hot enough to lounge in comfort. No one spoke, but the breaths in the stairwell grew noticeably heavier. The villa is guarded by only one Lin, and he is unarmed, just a coward. The jacket seized the moment to speak, deliberately showcasing the bandaged arm, pretending it was a battle wound. We 3 initially intended to go ourselves, but regrettably, we lack manpower. If you dare to join us, we can share 30% of the spoils. 30%? The young man, gnawing on the frozen bun, finally spoke. his voice hoarse like sandpaper. 5 of us, and only 30%? Too little? The military coat raised an eyebrow, suddenly tossing the entire pack of compressed biscuits over. What I offer you now is enough for you to nibble on in this unfinished building for 3 days. Once we reach the villa, not just biscuits, but braised pork will be yours. The young man lunged for the biscuits, and the moment his nails tore through the packaging, the other 4 homeless individuals surrounded him, their hunger almost palpable, as if they were ready to devour the military coat himself. Is he truly alone? An elderly man with graying hair trembled as he asked, cradling a child, purple from the cold, likely his grandchild. Of course it's true, the woolen hat interjected, his tone exaggerated. The last time the 3 of us knocked on the door, he was so frightened he shoved food through the crack, his legs trembling, though this claim was somewhat exaggerated. The food in their possession became the most credible evidence in the ears of these starving individuals. They had all been driven out by other factions, unable to fight back, and unwilling to perish. Thus, they were forced to roam in this frozen city, hoping to stumble upon something to eat. But such hope was rare. Any place where resources could be easily found had long been claimed by stronger forces. Those large supermarkets were fortified, and they lacked the means to breach them. Now, these individuals could only huddle in this dilapidated corner, waiting day by day for death. Even if they understood that the other party might be lying, dangling false hope before them, they had no choice but to believe, as it was their only path to survival. In this world where even breathing felt like inhaling ice shards, even a lie was preferable to confronting the despair of death head-on. The elderly man glanced at the child in his arms, whose lips were cracked and bleeding, having not made a sound in 2 days. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his weathered, cracked hands into fists. I'll go. With the first, there will be a second. The young man, gnawing on the biscuit, wiped his mouth. Count me in. As long as I can eat meat, I'd gladly kill that Lin fellow. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement, their timidity consumed by hunger-fueled madness. The military coat stood, brushing off the snow from his clothing. Let us gather our strength tonight, and at dawn we will set out. Upon arriving at the villa, remember to refrain from engaging in idle chatter with the individual surnamed Lin. Instead, proceed to forcefully break down the door. Should he dare to raise an alarm, respond with lethal force. He deliberately refrained from mentioning that Lin Feng possessed a firearm, nor did he disclose that the door was a fortified security barrier. In the eyes of this desperate group, driven by hunger, the Fei Sui villa had transformed into a veritable paradise overflowing with sustenance, while the guardian of this paradise appeared to be nothing more than a soft target, easily crushed. Chapter 52. The conspiracy at the villa. In the depths of night, within the skeletal remains of a derelict building, a small fire flickered to life, fueled by broken furniture and discarded paper. The flames danced high, casting shadows that played upon the faces of the gathered individuals, illuminating them in fits and starts. The military coat concealed a Type 54 pistol behind his back as he observed 5 vagrants sharing a scant half of compressed biscuit, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. How to proceed tomorrow? The figure in the jacket leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper, questioning whether they truly intended to share 3 parts with them. Share? Nonsense. The military coat spat, bloodied saliva landing in the snow, instantly freezing into dark, crimson granules. Once Lin was dealt with and they entered the villa, they could claim that the vagrants intended to monopolize the bounty and eliminate them. The figure in the woolen cap shivered, tossing a crumpled newspaper onto the fire. 5 individuals reduced to nothing more than starving, crazed dogs. The military coat cast a sidelong glance at the young man greedily scavenging the biscuit crumbs. Dirt was embedded beneath his fingernails, and he emitted guttural sounds while eating. A mere bone could incite them to turn on one another. Once they secured the supplies, any pretext would suffice to instigate infighting. Who hid the canned goods, or who attempted to escape? He felt the cold steel of his pistol in his pocket, the rusted barrel pressing against his palm, oddly reassuring. Though this old firearm was far from pristine, it was undeniably a weapon of iron, vastly superior to the makeshift steel pipes wielded by the others. The critical factor was Lin's gun. Suddenly, the figure in the jacket spoke up, tugging at the fabric of his left arm, the stiff material rubbing against his wound. causing him to grimace in pain. The last shot he fired had a sharp crack. Unlike any homemade weapon, it might very well be military grade, possessing formidable penetrating power. What a weapon! The military coat's gaze hardened as he spat into the fire, sending sparks scattering. They had 5 bullets. A surprise attack should be their first move. Once Lin was dead, wouldn't the arms within the villa belong to them? By then, not even these 5 worthless individuals would pose a threat. He could easily dispatch them should another 10 appear. The fire crackled suddenly. A piece of burnt wood collapsing to the ground, embers landing on the military coat's trousers. As he lifted his foot to extinguish the flames, he met the gaze of an elderly man, his eyes murky like a frozen mire, devoid of trust, filled only with the numbness of desperation. The military coat smirked inwardly. Numbness was advantageous, for those dulled by despair would follow him like puppets, marching toward the muzzle of his gun. He even began to strategize who should be the first to charge at the door. The young man, gnawing on the biscuit, appeared the strongest, making him suitable as the first expendable. The old man, cradling a child, could not move swiftly, thus serving as a perfect distraction at the door. The remaining 3, emaciated like kindling, could be used as mere tools. He gazed in the direction of the villa, the night thick as ink, while the wind and snow howled through the ruins, resembling a pack of starving beasts in a frenzy. Tomorrow, if he could eliminate Lin Feng, the warmth, food, and women within the Feitsue villa would all be his. He could even envision himself sprawled on the sofa, the crackling pine in the fireplace. As Lu Ruoxue approached with a steaming cup of coffee, and Wang Yu squatted nearby, fine-tuning a device, those women he could only gaze at from afar would have no choice but to obey him. As for these vagrants, merely flesh shields to absorb bullets. The military coat's excitement grew. The pistol nestled in his arms felt almost feverish, and he instinctively caressed the weapon's body, the cold metal seeping through his winter coat. Unable to extinguish the wildfire burning within his heart, he needed to devise a method to lure Lin out. The figure in the jacket tugged at his arm. Noting how the villa's door was as impenetrable as iron, a forceful assault would surely fail. If Lin remained holed up inside, their bullets would be rendered useless. Furrowing his brow, the military coat acknowledged the dilemma. A direct assault? The villa's walls soared over 2 meters high. Should they attempt to scale them, they would become targets for gunfire. While breaking a window could be an option, it still seemed perilous. He suddenly raised his chin, gesturing toward the 5 vagrants by the fire, suggesting that the old man, with the child in his arms, knock on the door and plead for warmth. Claiming the child was on the verge of freezing. If Lin retained even a shred of humanity, he would undoubtedly open the door to investigate. The woolen cap's eyes brightened. A splendid idea. If he refused to open the door, he would be seen as a cold-blooded monster. They could then shout slogans, accusing him of failing to save a life, which might force him out, even if he did not open the door. At least he would have to see them through the crack, wouldn't he? The jacket licked his cracked lips, proposing that he and the woolen cap could scale the walls from both sides while the military coat aimed his gun at the entrance. The moment Lin showed his face, he would be met with a bullet. The military coat nodded, but remained troubled, stating that it was still too dangerous. After all, Lin had a gun, and if he were shot, there would be no chance of survival. He paused, his gaze landing on the young man, still gnawing at the biscuit. Let them be the ones to break down the door. They could use stones, steel pipes, whatever noise they could muster. If Lin intended to fire, they would be the first to be hit. Once he ran out of bullets or became entangled with their group, they could make their move. What if he refused to shoot? The woolen cap timidly inquired. What if he simply stayed inside? The military coat's expression darkened, suggesting they should set the place ablaze. He instructed them to gather dry wood and douse it with gasoline, recalling a nearby gas station, although the main tank was empty. The storage room would certainly contain leftover barrels of gasoline. A single spark would fill the interior with smoke, forcing him out, whether he burned or merely choked on the fumes. He clapped the jacket's shoulder. You have an injury on your left arm, don't you? When the time comes, act as if the smoke is suffocating you, lying at the door and wailing for help, drawing his attention. I and old Wong will hide in the snow nearby. The moment he opens the door to save you, or even if he merely cracks it open, I will take my shot. This plan unfolded like a venomous serpent. stretching its lethal form in the flickering glow of the fire. The jacket and woolen cap exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. This scheme was ruthless yet astute. Those vagrants made the perfect bait and shield, their lives nothing to lament. The military coat clutched his pistol tighter, as if already grasping the bags of pristine flour within the villa, inhaling the aroma of stewing meat porridge. He even began calculating how to distribute the spoils once they secured the resources, envisioning premium luncheon meat from the cans and the finest beef-flavored instant noodles, before claiming the villa and its women as his own. As the fire gradually dwindled, only dark red embers remained, casting a faint glow upon the snow. 8 figures huddled by the fire, resembling beasts awaiting dawn, their eyes shimmering with a ravenous hunger and an ignorance of death. The military coat continued to murmur details, while the jacket and woolen cap nodded in agreement, occasionally emitting low chuckles of approval. The wind and snow had ceased without notice, leaving the derelict building hauntingly silent, broken only by the sporadic crackling of embers and the distant sound of something heavy being dragged. Chapter 53. The surveillance beyond the wall. Snowflakes, hard as frozen salt grains, pelted the jacket's military coat. He hunched his neck, the breath he exhaled forming a mist that quickly dissipated in the wind. Just beneath that old locust tree, he whispered to the emaciated figure trailing behind him, his voice nearly inaudible, with lips moving stiffly against his frozen face. The emaciated figure was one of the vagrants who had joined them the previous day, short in stature, slightly hunched, clad in a faded woolen sweater that provided little protection against the biting cold of 20 degrees below zero. Upon hearing this, he stumbled to keep pace with the jacket, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered villa ahead, where a faint, warm glow flickered in the distance, resembling 2 feeble flames. The 2 men trudged through the snow, each step requiring tremendous effort as they sank into the drifts up to their ankles. The sound of footsteps crunching on the snow resonated sharply in the stillness of the wilderness. Jacques had to frequently pause to listen attentively to the surrounding sounds, only daring to proceed once he confirmed that the only noise was the wind and snow whispering through the gnarled branches of the withered trees. A distance of 300 meters took them a full half-hour to traverse. The twisted branches of the old Huai tree reached out towards the leaden sky, its bare limbs adorned with icicles resembling inverted daggers. Giaco pulled the thin monkey behind the sturdy trunk, where the bark felt as hard as iron against his back, the chills seeping through his cotton clothing, numbing him to the bone. "Look closely," he urged, pointing with his stiff fingers towards the villa, particularly at the entrance and windows, instructing not to overlook any movement. The thin monkey nodded, squinting towards the villa. The iron gate was tightly shut, and thick cables wound around the black railings, their green indicator lights flickering rhythmically in the storm, resembling the eyes of some slumbering beast. The wall stood over 2 meters high, its top barely visible through the layer of snow, yet still emanating an ominous chill. "Damn it, it's like a fortress," Jia spat, his saliva freezing before it could touch the ground. Lin Feng had indeed made thorough preparations. The thin monkey remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the first-floor window of the villa. The curtains were not fully drawn, leaving a gap through which a warm yellow light spilled, casting a slender beam across the snow. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the curtains to flutter slightly, revealing a corner of the interior. "Look!" The thin monkey suddenly tugged at Jiaku's arm, his voice barely containing his excitement. "There is smoke." Jiaku immediately held his breath, following the direction of the thin monkey's finger. A faint wisp of white smoke was rising from the kitchen chimney, not the acrid black smoke, but a warm, fluffy mist dispersing quickly into the cold air, leaving a blurred trace behind. This indicated that a fire was burning, whether from a fireplace or a gas stove. In this world plunged into darkness, the ability to create such warmth was a luxury in itself. "They're still cooking." Jiaku's throat tightened, a familiar aroma seemingly wafting towards him, suggesting that it was nearing noon and lunch was being prepared. Just as he thought this, a clearer scent drifted on the wind. It was not the cheap seasoning of instant noodles nor the fishy smell of canned goods, but the rich aroma of stewed meat, mingled with the sweetness of rice. even hinting at soy sauce and sugar. The scent grasped at Jiaku's stomach like an invisible hand, evoking memories of the tender braised pork he had savored in the company canteen 6 months prior, fatty yet not greasy, with a sauce thick enough to cling to the rice. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, the greed in his voice unmistakable. "There's meat." The thin monkey's eyes were wide with longing, fixated on the window where light spilled out, drool trickling down his chin and freezing in tiny beads on his jaw. He had not had a decent meal in 3 days. The half-piece of compressed biscuit he had received yesterday was long digested, and now the aroma of meat pierced through his nerves, causing his blood to simmer. "Move a little to the left," Jiaku urged, nudging the thin monkey to check the dining room window. They shifted to the other side of the trunk, gaining a better vantage point to see the villa's dining room window. The glass was clean, albeit coated with a thin layer of frost, allowing them to glimpse the interior. A rustic wooden dining table stood by the window, covered with a checkered tablecloth, upon which several steaming dishes were laid out. Most striking was the centerpiece of braised meat, glistening with sauce that enveloped the chunks of meat, interspersed with vibrant green scallions. Steam condensed on the glass, blurring the edges but only intensifying the aroma emanating from the dish. Beside it was a plate of stir-fried greens, bright and clearly fresh. A bowl of piping hot pork rib soup, with a layer of oil floating atop the creamy broth, and even a dish of golden fried goodies, resembling either fried dough or sesame balls. Around the table sat several shadows. Though their faces were indistinct, it was evident there were 2 women and a girl. One woman, dressed in a cream-colored sweater, was gently ladling soup into a bowl, her movements graceful as if painted. Another, clad in blue work attire, was bent over her rice, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, and a little girl with braids was reaching for the braised meat with chopsticks, only to be playfully chastised by the woman in the sweater. 3, no, for the thin monkey suddenly whispered, his fingers nervously scratching at the tree bark. Just then, a man in black emerged from the kitchen, holding a clay pot. Jiaku's heart skipped a beat. The man in black could only be Lin Feng. He fixed his gaze on the indistinct figure, watching as he placed the pot on the table, and the moment he lifted the lid, an even richer aroma wafted out, a warmth that reached them even from 50 meters away. "And there's a woman." The thin monkey's voice took on a dreamy quality as he stared intently at the woman in the sweater, noting her appealing form. Jiaku's attention was drawn as well. Though obscured by the frosted glass, her gesture of brushing back her hair and the slender waist revealed when she bent to serve the little girl tugged at his heartstrings. The girl in work attire, though neatly dressed, exuded a vibrant healthfulness, far more alive than any woman he had encountered in the dilapidated buildings. It had to be Wang Yu, the woman he had nearly captured last time, now turned into another man's plaything. Damn it, Jiaku swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. It wasn't only food they had, but women too. He recalled the words of the military officer from the night before. "You'll get 30% of the spoils." Back then, he had only thought of canned goods and biscuits, but now, gazing at the warm lights inside, inhaling the enticing scent of meat, and observing the lively women, a more primal fire surged within him. 30%? That's hardly sufficient. If I could storm into that villa, devour all that meat, and claim those women for myself, even death would be worth it. Take another look. Jiaku suppressed his inner turmoil, whispering to the thin monkey to check for any other movements. The thin monkey nodded eagerly, his eyes scanning the villa like a hawk surveying its territory. The yard was empty save for a small building, its contents unknown. There were no guards outside the wall, only the sound of wind and snow. Nothing's amiss. The thin monkey finally shook his head after a prolonged observation. The man held no weapon, and the women were merely enjoying their meal, appearing entirely unguarded. Jiaku smirked coldly. They had indeed let their guard down. They probably thought the heavy snow had sealed off access, that the walls and barbed wire would ensure their safety, oblivious to how those outside were gnawing on frozen buns in the snow. "Let us go." He suddenly pulled the thin monkey, heading back to report. The thin monkey cast one last reluctant glance at the window before Jiaku shoved him forward, urging him to follow. The return journey seemed to fly by, the two of them nearly jogging through the snow, their breath forming a cloud in the frigid air. "They're incredibly wealthy," The thin monkey exclaimed excitedly as they ran. Those dishes could sustain us for a week in the abandoned building. And those women, shut up, Jiaku snapped, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. We need to inform Lu Laoda that Lin Feng is definitely inside, not just alive, but living quite well. The dining table is laden with braised meat, rib soup, and several women. The food in that villa could sustain us all until spring. He touched the half-steel pipe concealed in his clothing, the cold metal sharpening his focus. Those steaming dishes, those vibrant women, drew him in like a magnet. He had already begun to envision himself seated at that table, devouring the braised meat and reaching out to caress the woman in the sweater. Would she shy away like a cat? Would she beg for mercy? Snowflakes struck his face, stinging like tiny daggers, yet he felt a warmth radiating through his jacket. He glanced back at the villa, aglow with warm light amidst the swirling snow. Resembling a piece of honey laid upon the snow, sweet enough to drive one mad. Just wait, he murmured to himself, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Tomorrow, everything within that villa shall belong to us. The wind whipped through the barren trees, producing a mournful sound, as if it were providing an accompaniment to the impending bloody plunder. Inside the villa, at the table, Lin Feng delicately picked up a piece of rib. Gazing out at the flurry of snow, a faint, cold smirk playing on his lips. He had already discerned the two shadowy figures outside the wall through the surveillance cameras, and he recognized that unforgettable face. Seeking revenge? Then come on. Chapter 54. The Power of the Electric Fence at 5 in the morning. The sky remained shrouded in a thick, inky darkness. The wind and snow, laced with ice pellets, lashed against his face, akin to countless fine needles piercing the skin. Clad in a military coat, he crouched low, stepping through the ankle-deep snow, leading a group toward the western side of the Villa's wall. This was the exact spot he had meticulously confirmed with binoculars during the day, a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. Where the wall's base was piled with half a meter of snow, which could somewhat muffle their climbing. This is the place, he whispered, his breath forming a white mist in the frigid air. Everyone, tread lightly. Once we get over, you'll have good days ahead. 5 ragged wanderers shrank back, their eyes flickering with a mixture of fear and greed. Leading them was the young man who had gnawed on frozen buns yesterday. He rubbed his stiff hands together and accepted the tattered gloves handed to him by the one in the woolen hat. The fingertips of the gloves were already worn through, exposing his frostbitten fingertips. Steady yourself, the one in the woolen hat urged him, with a tone laced with encouragement. The first one over will get an extra 2 cans of luncheon meat. The young man gritted his teeth, gripping the bricks atop the wall, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The surface of the wall was coated in a thin layer of ice, treacherously slippery. It took immense effort for him to inch his torso over the edge. Hurry, the military coat urged from below, his hand instinctively reaching for the gun concealed within his coat, just as the young man reached for the crevice on the inner side of the wall. Attempting to leverage himself over, Lin Feng was fixated on the screen in the surveillance room on the second floor of the villa. The blurry shadow on the wall wriggled like a cockroach attempting to burrow into cheese. He lightly tapped the control panel, and the concealed alarm under the table emitted a barely audible beep, audible only to him. In the next moment, the electric fence atop the wall surged with power. A piercing scream tore through the silence of the morning mist, akin to silk being sliced by a sharp blade. The young man's body convulsed violently, his limbs jerking as if manipulated by invisible strings. His tattered cotton jacket erupted in wisps of smoke, the acrid scent mingling with the cold air, discernible even from 50 meters away. In merely 2 seconds, he seemed to lose all his bones, plummeting straight down from the 2-meter-high wall, crashing into the snow with a dull thud. Upon landing, his body curled unnaturally, skin charred a deep black. Snowflakes fell upon him, instantly melting, only to freeze again into ice. The onlookers beneath the wall recoiled in fear, their gasps echoing sharply through the wind and snow. The one in the jacket subconsciously reached for the bandaged wound on his left arm, which felt as though it had ignited anew. Was that fence electrified? The military coat was also taken aback, staring at the charred corpse, his throat constricting. He had assumed the electric fence was merely a decorative barrier, never anticipating it to be electrified. After all, In such weather, who could afford to maintain such a high-powered electricity supply? Yet the acrid smell did not deceive, and the echo of that scream still reverberated in everyone's ears, striking like a hammer upon their hearts. The leader in the woolen hat's voice trembled. Should we reconsider? This is too sinister. Nonsense. The military coat snapped, turning sharply, his gaze fierce as a wolf cornered. Having come this far, would they retreat to face the howling winds? Had they forgotten the braised meat inside the villa? Had they forgotten the woman? He kicked the snow beside him, sending it flying into the faces of the group. One is dead, yet there are 4 left. What is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Although the electric fence was an unforeseen complication, the backup plan remained intact. He glanced at the old man huddled at the back. The child in his arms had grown eerily silent, her little face turning a shade of deep purple, resembling a lifeless doll. Follow the second plan. His voice turned icy as he commanded, "You, take the child and knock on the door." The old man trembled, inching back. I cannot. What if he has a weapon? What are you afraid of?" The military coat suddenly laughed, patting the old man's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled over. "Just tell him the child is freezing to death and plead for some warm water. If he has any humanity left, he will surely open the door." At that moment, he left the rest unspoken, yet the malice in his eyes conveyed everything. The old man gazed at the lifeless child in his arms, then at the charred body on the wall. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, clutching the child, and trudged toward the villa's entrance, each step sinking into the melting snow. His cotton shoes were already soaked through. Each step felt as though he were treading on shards of ice, pain shooting through his soles. When he arrived before the ornately wrought iron door, his hand trembled violently, nearly unable to form a fist. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his knocking rang starkly in the stillness of the dawn, like 3 stones thrown into a frozen lake. Inside the villa, the dining room lights remained aglow. Lin Feng sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the tablecloth. On the surveillance screen, the hunched silhouette of the old man swayed before the iron door, the child in his arms resembling a limp rag doll. Lin Feng's voice, laced with tension, reached Wang Yu, who had just brought in warm milk from the kitchen and caught sight of the commotion outside through the window. Lin Feng glanced up, signaling for her to be silent and remain still. Lu Ruoxue wrapped her arms around Zhouya, the little girl startled awake by the earlier scream, her wide eyes now timidly fixed on Lin Feng. At Lin Feng's feet, Li Na lay on the carpet, the leash loosely held in his hand. Upon hearing the knocking, her body instinctively quivered, only to quickly lower her head, burying her face in the crook of her arm. This had become her survival instinct over the past few days, not to look at what should not be seen, nor to ask what should not be asked. Lin Feng's fingertips brushed through her hair, the strands soft and fragrant from a recent wash. He could sense her body relaxing beneath his touch, even nudging against his pant leg like a pet seeking affection. "Who is it outside?" Zhouya whispered, her voice tinged with fear. "Irrelevant individuals." Lin Feng's gaze returned to the surveillance screen, where the old man continued to knock, seemingly shouting something, yet the soundproofing rendered the specifics inaudible. He understood the other's intentions, merely attempting to use the old man and child as bait to force him to open the door. Once the door cracked open, those lurking in the shadows would pounce like starving wolves. Regrettably, he was no longer the fool who would succumb to misplaced sympathy for strangers. Though the old man and the child were pitiable, there was nothing to be done. This was the apocalypse. He could not risk his life out of compassion for someone unrelated to him, especially when this unfortunate individual sought his own survival. After a prolonged knock, the old man remained unanswered, with the storm intensifying and his hands and feet gradually losing feeling, the child in his arms still silent. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, slowly drowning his heart. "Please, inside," he pleaded, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "The child is fading. Give us some warm water, even if just a sip." The only response was the howling wind and snow seeping through the door's crevice. The military coat furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. What could be the matter? Logically, even if Lin Feng were cold-hearted, he should be moved by the sight of a child. He instinctively reached for the gun in his coat, his fingertips brushing against the cold trigger. Could it be that the other party had seen through their plan? At that moment, the curtains of the villa's first-floor hall suddenly stirred. The military coat's heart skipped a beat as he fixed his gaze on the window. He saw a hand emerge from behind the curtain, slowly raising the middle finger toward the outside. The military coat's face instantly flushed to a deep crimson, a surge of fury rushing to his head. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his eyes glinting with malice, utterly disdainful. He abruptly turned to the jacket and the remaining 3 vagrants, bellowing, "Prepare your weapons. If he doesn't open the door, we will break it down." The jacket clenched his teeth, retrieving a sharpened steel pipe from his coat. The others also picked up stones and wooden sticks from the ground, their initial fear replaced by anger and greed. The wind and snow intensified, whipping icy particles against everyone's faces. The villa's iron gate loomed like a silent beast, coldly observing this pack of famished wolves preparing to pounce. Inside, Lin Feng lowered the curtain and gently tugged at the leash. "Come here." Lina immediately crawled over, looking up at him with eyes devoid of humiliation. Only a numb compliance. Lin Feng picked up a piece of rib, laden with meat, and tossed it onto the floor in front of her. "Eat." His voice was calm and unruffled, yet his gaze pierced through the window, watching the shadows beyond the wall, aware that the best was yet to come. Chapter 55. Futile barking. The wind and snow, mixed with icy particles, lashed against the jacket's face. He clutched a fist-sized rock, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Each swing aimed at the iron gate, exhausting his entire strength. The stones struck the alloy gate, producing a dull thud, sending vibrations through his hand. Yet the rock was flung away, rolling far into the snow, leaving only faint traces. "Lin, get out here." The jacket's voice had turned hoarse, akin to sandpaper on metal, each word cracking. He glared at the closed iron gate, its ornate carvings twisted by the wind and snow, seeming to mock his impotence. Beside him, another vagrant, wearing a woolen hat, reddened with rage, picked up a rusted iron rod and swung it wildly against the gate. Bang! 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 The sound of the iron rod colliding with the gate was muffled and oppressive, making his arm ache, but the iron gate bore no marks, while the tip of the rod was deformed, twisted into an ugly metal flower. "If you don't come out, we'll burn your dilapidated villa down," the woolen hat shouted, his voice betraying an unrecognized bravado. He knew of a nearby gas station storage, but whether he could find gasoline remained uncertain. Even if he did, how could he pour it before this firmly shut door? The military coat stood at the back of the crowd, hands tucked into his coat, tightly gripping a rusted Type 54 pistol. The cold metal pressed against his palm, providing a slight sense of calm. He squinted, scanning the villa's direction through the blizzard, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, sweeping over the iron gate, the wall, and the first-floor windows, searching for any flaw. The few vagrants who had followed were also busy. Some lifted half-frozen concrete blocks, while others picked up broken wood, all aiming their makeshift weapons at the iron gate. In an instant, the cacophony of crashing sounds mixed with shouts erupted in the silent morning, startling large clumps of snow from distant branches. Yet that gate was too sturdy. The alloy door was at least 5 centimeters thick, its edges sealing tightly against the frame, even with stones or iron rods. It would take a day of hacking to make any progress. The sounds of impact grew increasingly frantic, yet remained ineffective, mocking the futile efforts of the intruders. "Damn it!" A tall, thin vagrant gasped for breath, discarding the broken wood and collapsing onto the snow. His shoulder ached from the rebound, blood trickling from a cut on his palm, droplets freezing into dark red crystals on the snow. "This door can't be broken." Another elder, holding a child, had long ceased his efforts, leaning against the wall, staring at the motionless child in his arms, his eyes hollow like a dry well. The earlier shouts and clashes seemed to have drained his last ounce of strength, leaving only a numb panting. The jacket continued to strike, but his movements grew slower, the sound of stones hitting the door becoming more feeble. He stared at the faint white marks on the door, a deep despair suddenly engulfing him. What is this door? It is clearly an insurmountable chasm, separating them from the braised meat, hot soup, and warmth within the villa. "Boss!" The woolen hat leaned in closer to the military coat, his voice trembling. "It's too hard to break this door. Should we really set fire to it?" The military coat remained silent, his eyes fixed on the side door beside the iron gate. This door was smaller, resembling a passageway for people, now shut tight and as silent as the main door. His fingers rubbed against the gun's surface, his inner restlessness growing like wild grass. The longer time dragged on, the more variables arose, should other forces pass nearby. Their meager manpower and resources would be utterly insufficient. Inside the villa, the restaurant's windows were tightly shut, yet they could not muffle the clamor outside. Lu Ruashu sat on a chair, her hands tightly gripping the tablecloth, her knuckles pale. She could clearly hear the shouts about burning the villa, the loud crashes of stones against the door, each sound hammering against her heart like a relentless drum. "They are back," she whispered, her voice laced with unmistakable fear, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the entrance of the hall. Zhoya had already slid off her chair, tightly clutching Lin Feng's clothing, her small face buried in his thigh. Only her tearful eyes peeking out, timidly gazing towards the door. "Uncle Lin, don't go out." She sensed Lin Feng's inclination to step outside, her voice quivering. The horrific screams of those electrocuted still echoed in her ears, and she feared Lin Feng would be hurt too. Lin Feng gently patted Zhou Yu's head, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric, conveying a comforting strength. He looked towards Wang Yu, who stood at the kitchen door, still holding a fruit knife. Presumably taken up in response to the earlier commotion, the blade stained with green vegetable residue. "Watch over Lina and ensure she doesn't wander off." Lin Feng's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. Wang Yu nodded immediately, turning to head towards the corner of the living room. Lina remained on the carpet, the leash dragging loosely on the ground. Upon hearing the shouts outside, her body curled up, trembling like a frightened animal. Wang Yu approached, tugging at her arm, signaling her to return to the room. Lina obediently crawled up, keeping her head down and following closely behind, passing by the restaurant without daring to lift her eyelids. Lin Feng stood up, retrieving the prepared rifle. Although various models were within reach, he preferred the feel of this one. The cold metal surface was heavy, yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of security. He checked the magazine, confirming the bullets were chambered, then moved to the side door, pausing for 2 seconds. The shouts outside persisted, though lacking their initial fervor, now mixed with gasps and complaints, resembling a pack of wild dogs, futilely barking from outside their cage. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suddenly yanked open the side door. Creak! The sound of metal scraping was particularly clear amidst the clamor, piercing through the noise like a needle. The shouting ceased abruptly. The jacket's hand, raised with a stone, froze in mid-air, while the woolen hat, gripping the iron rod, halted at chest level. The military coat instinctively shrank back behind the vagrants, firmly pressing his hand against his pistol. The wind and snow rushed into the side door, lifting Lin Feng's coat hem. He stood inside, the rifle slung diagonally across his shoulder, the muzzle naturally drooping, yet exuding an intangible intimidation. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze as cold as the icy particles outside, sweeping over the group, shivering and disheveled at the door. "Have you shouted enough?" The 3 words, spoken softly, struck like ice dropped into hot oil, instantly igniting a new wave of panic. The stone from the jacket fell to the ground with a thud. He gazed at Lin Feng's rifle perched on his shoulder, his throat constricting as he struggled to articulate something, only to find his voice had abandoned him. The arrogance and fury that had surged within him moments before deflated like a punctured balloon upon seeing the weapon. The beanie-clad man took a step back, nearly stumbling over the person behind him, his eyes once fierce now clouded with terror. He could not forget the glint in Lin Feng's eyes the last time he raised his gun. It was a look that could kill. The military coat lurked behind the 2 vagabonds, revealing only one eye, fixed intently on the gun in Lin Feng's grasp. His heart raced, palms slick with sweat, fingers slipping on the weapon due to his anxiety. He had not anticipated Lin Feng would open the door so brazenly, nor that he would dare to brandish his firearm, which completely derailed his plans. The wind and snow whistled through the cracks of the side door, caressing Lin Feng's face, yet he did not even blink. He surveyed the group at the entrance, noting their lips turning purple from the cold, their weapons distorted in their hands, and the shift in their eyes from madness to fear, a faint, icy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Did they truly believe they could invade his villa? How utterly ridiculous. Chapter 56. The gunshot and the miracle snowflakes danced in the wind, and the breath of the man in the military coat condensed into a heavy white mist in the frigid air. He stared at Lin Feng through the side door, who casually slung the rifle while one hand was buried in his pocket, standing as if he were merely observing an inconsequential farce. This nonchalant demeanor pricked at the heart of the military coat, already filled with greed and rage. "Just you alone?" The military coat suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse like a creaking bellows, as he yanked the tall, thin vagabond next to him and shoved him forward. The vagabond stumbled ahead, barely having time to turn around before the military coat pressed the gun against his face, aiming it at Lin Feng. He became a living shield, protecting the military coat from potential bullets that Lin Feng might unleash, his thin cotton clothing trembling under the icy muzzle. "Hand over the food and the women. Kneel and call me daddy." The military coat's voice escalated, the gun pressed firmly against the shoulder of the human shield, yet aimed at Lin Feng's chest. "Otherwise, I will break your hands. The women and supplies inside the villa will ultimately belong to us. I will have my way with them before your very eyes. I will dominate you." He expected to see Lin Feng's panic, to witness his pupils constrict and his surrendering demeanor. It was reminiscent of his days on the construction site, where he would intimidate newcomers into paying protection fees, often reducing them to pale, trembling figures who would scurry to hand over their money. However, Lin Feng's gaze revealed no fear, not even a ripple of distress, only a thin veneer of mockery that threatened to overflow. That look was akin to observing a frenzied ant, both laughable and pitiful. It was then that the military coat noticed Lin Feng's rifle remained pointed downward, his finger not even resting on the trigger. "You are courting death." The military coat was incensed by that gaze. He had initially intended to humiliate Lin Feng further, to see him grovel in desperation, to watch him beg like a dog, but now, all he desired was to pull the trigger and reduce that mocking visage to a pulp. Lin Feng's attention shifted to the rusted Wuxia pistol, his brow slightly arching. So there was a gun. No wonder he dared to return for revenge. A fleeting understanding washed over him, quickly followed by amusement. If this man had been clever, he should have seized a moment to ambush him as he opened the door, hiding behind the human shield to fire a surprise shot, perhaps causing him some trouble, albeit merely trivial trouble. Now, brandishing the weapon in such a clumsy manner and aiming it at him, did he truly believe that possessing a gun equated to controlling everything? Lin Feng could even surmise his thoughts. At a mere 5 meters distance, no matter how swiftly he raised his weapon, he could not outpace the bullet's exit from the chamber. The moment he pulled the trigger, the bullet would pierce his chest, and it would all be over. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the military coat's judgment would not be flawed. Unfortunately, he was not facing a normal situation. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled a line from an anti-Japanese drama, where the protagonist declared that a gun in one's hand was merely a toy, a poorly handled toy, and he wagered that the gun held no bullets. The military coat, observing the unabashed mockery in Lin Feng's eyes, could no longer contain himself. He fiercely pulled the trigger, the dull click of the trigger resetting echoing in his fingertips. "No bullets, I dare say, no bullets." Bang! The gunfire erupted in the silent snow, akin to a boulder crashing into a frozen lake, sending tremors through the air. The brass casing, carrying the scent of gunpowder, ejected, tracing an arc through the air before landing with a clink in the snow, rolling for a distance before coming to a stop. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle, infused with lethal force, hurtling toward Lin Feng's chest. Inside, Lu Ruoshu pressed against the gap of the restaurant window, and the gunshot instantly caused her to cover her mouth, a stifled gasp escaping her throat as darkness swirled before her eyes. She dared not witness the impending scene, closing her eyes tightly as her nails dug deep into her palms. At the kitchen door, Wang Yu froze, the fruit knife slipping from her grasp with a clatter. Instinctively, she stepped forward, yearning to rush out, but Lin Feng's prior admonition regarding Li Na anchored her in place. She could only watch helplessly as the gunfire echoed, her heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. Zhouya hid behind the sofa, revealing only one eye, and, as the gunfire erupted, she screamed in fright, now biting her lip fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Yet, it was merely a fleeting instant. The bullet's speed was swift, and before their thoughts could finish, it had already the potential to claim Lin Feng's life. The military coat's face bore a victorious grimace, as if he could already see blood erupting from Lin Feng's chest, envisioning him collapsing lifelessly, the supplies and women inside the villa beckoning to him. The jacket and the beanie-clad man widened their eyes, forgetting to breathe. In the next second, everyone froze. The bullet that should have pierced Lin Feng's chest vanished in midair, less than half a meter from him. No one discerned how it had disappeared. They could not see the bullet, yet at such a close range. It was inconceivable for it to have gone astray. However, there was no blood, no cries of agony, not even a whisper of wind stirred. The bullet seemed to have been consumed by something, leaving behind an invisible trail in the air before vanishing entirely. Lin Feng remained in place, his posture unchanged. One hand still tucked in his pocket while the other rested on the rifle's sling, as if the deafening gunfire and the lethal bullet had merely been a surreal illusion. Snowflakes settled upon his shoulders, forming a delicate white layer that accentuated the unsettling calmness etched on his face. What is happening? The military coat's triumphant smirk froze, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, sending chills from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. He blinked, rubbing his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he had succumbed to the cold and conjured a hallucination. How could this be? Where was the bullet? He had aimed perfectly, at such a close distance. He could hit the mark even with his eyes closed. The military coat's fingers began to tremble uncontrollably as he frantically pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The series of shots echoed, ultimately yielding only empty clicks as the chamber lay bare. The last bullet had already been fired, vanishing just as completely as the first. Impossible. He abruptly shoved away the human shield beneath him, stumbling back a couple of steps, the gun still aimed at Lin Feng, yet shaking like a leaf in the wind. How could he miss? Are you human or a ghost? His voice was hoarse and distorted, laced with a fear bordering on madness and disbelief. His eyes wide and bloodshot like a spider's web, fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if seeking some flaw in his demeanor. Lin Feng merely stood quietly, his expression unchanged, the mocking glint in his eyes still evident, as if observing a mere jester. In truth, the moment Lin Feng opened the side door, a spatial entrance had subtly unfolded. He transformed the area within a 1-meter radius around him into a spatial barrier, causing any object that dared to enter this domain to be directly drawn into the void. The bullet fired from the military coat merely grazed the edge of the barrier before it was silently absorbed into the corner of the spatial storage, appearing to the outside world as a miraculous disappearance. Chapter 57. A simple resolution. The scream of the military coat was still caught in his throat when Lin Feng sprang into action. He could hardly be bothered to explain the vanishing bullet, merely lifting the slung rifle to shoulder level, the crosshairs firmly locking onto the shoulder of the military coat. Bang! The gunfire erupted amidst the howling wind and snow, deeper and sharper than the earlier shot from the military coat. The military coat was struck as if by a heavy hammer, hurtling backward and crashing into the snow. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the tear in his cotton coat, blooming into a grotesque flower upon the snow. Clutching his shoulder, he writhed in the snow, emitting guttural sounds akin to a wounded boar. This shot shattered the illusion of stalemate entirely. The jacket reacted the fastest, howling as he raised the sharpened steel pipe and lunged at Lin Feng with frenzied abandon. The rusted tip glinting coldly, fueled by desperation. Lin Feng scarcely glanced at him. In an instant he sidestepped the steel pipe. He precisely kicked the outer side of the jacket's knee. A sharp crack resonated, more jarring than the gunfire. The jacket's scream escalated abruptly, collapsing in an unnatural posture. His right leg twisted at an odd angle, the pant leg rapidly soaked with seeping blood. He discarded the steel pipe and rolled in the snow, clutching his shattered leg, tears and snot mingling with blood on his face. The remaining 4 vagrants were utterly dumbfounded. They looked at the military coat sprawled in a pool of blood. at the jacket wailing over his severed leg, and then at Lin Feng, who still held the smoking rifle, their madness instantly overrun by fear. Don't kill me. The tallest among them collapsed, gripping the snow desperately, banging his forehead against the frozen ground. I was forced. They made me do it. An elderly man clutching a child followed suit, kneeling as well. His child had seemingly slipped into eternal sleep, yet he appeared oblivious, mechanically bowing his head. Let me go. I don't want anything. Please. The last two vagrants exchanged a glance, abruptly turned and fled, trudging through the knee-deep snow towards the city 3 kilometers away, their footprints tracing chaotic lines in the snow. Lin Feng raised his rifle once more, the barrel tracking the fleeing figure. Bang! The bullet pierced the man's calf, and he fell to the snow with a scream, struggling to crawl forward, leaving a longer trail of blood. The other, terrified beyond reason, ran even faster but was halted in his tracks by Lin Feng's voice as he was about to vanish into the tree line. Take another step, and I'll shatter your skull. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, carried an icy edge, penetrating the man's ears amidst the wind and snow. He froze, his legs trembling uncontrollably, ultimately turning slowly. Crouching in the snow with his hands over his head, his back heaving violently. From the sound of the first gunshot to the subjugation of all, a mere 3 minutes had passed. 3 lifeless bodies lay in the snow, the vagrant who had been used as a shield by the military coat dead from a gunshot, while 2 others who attempted to resist had also been shot down. The remaining 3 were grievously injured. The military coat clutched his bleeding shoulder. The jacket held his shattered leg, and the man who had been struck while fleeing lay in the snow, blood mingling with snow, congealing into dark red ice. Lin Feng approached the military coat, the rifle's muzzle pressed against his forehead. The military coat's face was as pale as paper, his lips quivering, all remnants of arrogance vanished, leaving only a profound fear. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was. You said the same thing last time. Lin Feng's voice was calm and unwavering. The military coat suddenly recalled the moment Lin Feng had aimed a gun at his head. A wave of urine soaked through his trousers, creating a damp stain on the snow. I could be your dog. Really. I'll do anything. Shine your shoes, guard the door, kill for you. Just spare my life. The jacket beside him cried out. I can be a dog too. I know how to fix things. I used to be a mechanic. Keeping me alive will be useful. The man on the ground rasped. I have strength. I can work. Please. Lin Feng regarded their abject, ant-like demeanor, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, in this apocalypse, muscle is needed, but I never trust a dog that bites the hand that feeds it, nor do I believe in uselessness. With that, he pulled the trigger. 3 shots rang out in succession, echoing across the silent snow, startling the snow from the branches of distant trees. After dealing with the last of them, Lin Feng turned to head back to the villa. As he passed the side door, he instructed Wang Yu, who stood pale-faced inside, get a rope and bring Lina out. Wang Yu's hands trembled violently, yet she dared not delay, rushing into the living room. Moments later, she emerged with Lina, who still wore a collar around her neck. Lina's face was ashen, her entire body trembling. The earlier gunfire and screams had evidently terrified her, yet she dared not make a sound, merely lowering her head and following Wang Yu's footsteps. Dragged the bodies, Lin Feng pointed to the 6 corpses in the snow, to the fork in the road, 1 kilometer away. A necessary thoroughfare. Lina's legs weakened in fear, nearly collapsing, but Wang Yu held her tightly. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Yet neither dared voice a word of dissent. They moved, gritting their teeth, laboring to drag the heavy bodies. The blood trail in the snow grew longer as they dragged the corpses, winding like a solidified snake upon the pale white snow. Lin Feng followed behind, wielding a spade, occasionally using its head to clear away obstructing branches. The 1-kilometer journey took them a full hour. By the time they reached the fork in the road, Wang Yu's work clothes were soaked with sweat, freezing solid against her back. Lina's lips turned purple from the cold, the collar digging deeper into her neck. Every step feeling like a struggle for breath. Stack them up, Lin Feng commanded, pointing at a clear area by the roadside in a pyramid shape. Wang Yu and Lina dared not pause, mustering their last reserves of strength to pile the bodies. The 6 corpses were stacked precariously, the body of the military coat leaning at an odd angle, his eyes still wide open, as if gazing upon the world that had claimed his life. Lin Feng retrieved a can of red paint from his spatial storage, approached a nearby old locust tree, dipped his finger in the paint, and scrawled a chilling inscription: "Intruders meet the same fate." The red paint against the white snow resembled congealed blood, a sight that stung the eyes. Lina, upon seeing the inscription, suddenly covered her mouth, retching but producing nothing, only bitter bile scorching her throat. Wang Yu turned away, her shoulders quaking violently. Yet she bit her lip firmly, stifling any sound. Lin Feng discarded the empty paint can and turned back. "Keep up." Upon returning to the villa, Lu Ruoxue stood at the entrance, her eyes reddened, clearly having wept. The moment she saw Lin Feng, she could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace him tightly, her body still trembling. "I'm so glad you're safe." Zhouya followed suit, clinging to Lin Feng's arm, her small face buried in his sleeve, choking back tears. "Uncle Lin, I was so scared." Lin Feng extended his arms, enveloping the mother and daughter in a warm embrace, the heat of his palms transmitting through their cotton clothing. "It's all right now, it's all over." He patted Lu Ruoxue's back and stroked Zhouya's head, softening his tone. "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you." Lu Ruoxue lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, her lips moving as if to ask why the bullet had vanished, but she ultimately remained silent, burying her face deeper. Zhouya also refrained from mentioning the earlier oddities, simply holding onto his arm, drawing comfort from his warmth. After a considerable time, Lu Ruoxue finally dried her tears and gently said, "It's cold outside. Let us go in." Lin Feng nodded, releasing them. "You go ahead, I'll take care of something." He watched as the mother and daughter entered the villa, then turned to grab a spade and began to clear the bloodstains near the side door. He scooped up the blood-soaked snow, shoveling it into the burlap sack he had brought, and repeatedly wiped the ground with clean snow until no trace remained. The snow continued to fall, quickly covering the freshly cleaned area, as if the gunfight and slaughter had never occurred. Yet Lin Feng knew that some things could not be concealed by snow. For instance, the corpses piled at the crossroads, the red-painted characters on the tree trunk, and the blood he had been compelled to shed in order to protect those around him in this apocalyptic world. Lin Feng instructed Wang Yu and Li Na to return to the villa, refusing to let them continue working. He was not the kind of heartless boss who would force them to trudge 2 kilometers through the snow only to make them labor again. He was different. His physical stamina was exceptionally abundant. For some inexplicable reason, after his rebirth, his energy and endurance had become remarkably vigorous. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as depicted in those fanciful tales, it was undeniably much stronger than before. Perhaps this was a side effect of awakening his abilities? Nonetheless, it was not without its advantages. At least it sufficed for handling the tasks at hand. The most pressing matter was to thoroughly clear away the blood-stained snow. Aside from the nauseating odor, leaving behind such a mess was simply unsightly. Chapter 58. The ruins of factionalism, the farce of revenge, staged by those 3 fools, was merely a trivial interlude in this icy landscape. Even if they gathered manpower and brought firearms, they posed no real threat. At most, they provided Lin Feng with a bit of amusement to pass the time. Compared to the days of struggling to make ends meet before his rebirth, this was akin to paradise. Lin Feng couldn't help but mock himself. He had truly lost his mind back then. When he was nearly out of food, he still generously gave his remaining rations to Lu Yuqing, ultimately treating himself as a reserve supply for Zhang, Hao, and Lu Yuqing, those despicable individuals. Indeed, the sycophant deserved his fate. However, it had been a while since he had seen any news from Lu Yuqing and Zhang Hao in the group. Were they dead? Lin Feng felt it couldn't be that simple. People like them wouldn't die so easily. Moreover, to die so quietly would be too merciful for them. Out of boredom, browsing the group's messages had become one of Lin Feng's ways to pass the time, although he understood that this reliance on other struggles to fill his days wouldn't last long. When his phone vibrated by the fireplace, Lin Feng was sanding down the newly made wooden handle. The birch pattern glowed warmly in the firelight as he skillfully rounded the edges, occasionally glancing at the screen where messages were frantically popping up. The notification count for the company group had climbed to 99, the density of messages far surpassing that of yesterday. Building 7 is cleared. Just some expired milk powder left. Xiao Wang's message came with heavy panting, followed by a chaotic photo of a toppled wardrobe, a smashed refrigerator, and scattered empty cans, resembling a garbage dump ravaged by a typhoon. There's a lady hiding a chicken on the 3rd floor of Building 5. It's alive. Zhao Chong from the sales department posted a shaky video in which a bamboo cage rolled in the snow, accompanied by the terrified clucking of the hen. Tonight, we're having chicken soup. Who is going to help kill it? The gang from the West District raided our warehouse. Old Chin from the tech department's message struck like thunder. They brought crossbows. Lao Zhang has been shot in the arm. The bleeding won't stop. The group erupted in chaos. The previous bragging about loot drowned out by furious curses. Damn those sons of bitches. Xiao Wang's voice message was mixed with the sharp sound of steel pipes hitting the ground. I saw them sneaking around yesterday. How dare they touch our stuff? Let's take action. Do we have enough people? Someone sent a string of trembling question marks, mentioning that the leader of the West District was an ex-gangster with a shotgun. A shotgun is nothing. Zhao Chong's voice radiated determination. We have steel pipes, axes, and batons we salvaged from the police station. They have fewer people than us. We will definitely win in a head-on fight. Lin Feng put down the sandpaper and picked up his phone. The messages on the screen were still proliferating, like uncontrolled vines. Xiao Wang had sent a hand-drawn map, marking the location of the West District warehouse in red, next to which was noted that 3 guards were stationed with flammable materials. He even sketched a simple route for attack. The arrow pointed directly at the back door of the warehouse, exuding a sense of reckless desperation. They weren't fools. They would not simply rush in without understanding the opponent's setup. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, meet at the usual place. Xiao Wang's message was bold and highlighted in red. Bring enough gear. The first person to rush in gets the chicken head. Below, a chorus of affirmations rang out, mixed with requests for bandages and knives. No one mentioned the potential loss of life, not even the timid accountant Zhang, who chimed in with "I'll keep watch," his status indicating he was typing, presumably calculating how to divide that chicken. Lin Feng traced the screen with his finger, stopping at a blurry photo of the standoff. In the snow stood 2 groups of people. On the left were Xiao Wang and his colleagues, armed with steel pipes, axes, and even one brandishing a sharpened rebar. On the right were individuals clad in a mishmash of cotton jackets, led by a crew-cut man holding a rusted crossbow, its arrowhead glinting coldly in the snowlight. The 2 groups stood 10 meters apart, with several overturned wooden crates scattered between them, the contents of compressed biscuits rolling about like some grotesque bait. The crew-cut man from the West District had previously extorted protection money. Lin Feng recalled gossip he had overheard from colleagues a few years back, his finger lingering on the crew-cut man's image. Back then, he was extorting small vendors in the night market. Now, he had become a local tyrant, wielding a crossbow that was clearly more effective than a police baton. The messages in the group continued to escalate. They have gasoline in their warehouse. Someone dropped a bombshell. I saw at least 5 barrels yesterday, enough to heat for half a month. This statement was like a spark dropped into boiling oil, instantly igniting everyone's greed. We must get it back. Xiao Wang sent 3 furious emojis. Gasoline is more precious than food. Without heating, we'll freeze to death. I know of a secret passage that can lead to the back of the warehouse. A young designer suddenly chimed in, sharing a map he had taken of an abandoned newspaper, marking a narrow alleyway in red. I used to deliver food through there. It's only wide enough for 1 person. Good, Xiao Wang replied in seconds. Zhao Chong, lead 5 people for a frontal feint. I'll take 3 through the secret passage. Lao Chun, keep the rear secure. Don't let them escape. The division of labor was clear, the commands precise. Resembling an ambiguous team-building exercise, only the weapons had shifted from banners to steel pipes, and the goal had transformed from leisurely pursuits to life-and-death stakes at the warehouse. Lu Ruoxue approached, holding a baked sweet potato, the steam fogging her glasses, her gaze falling on Lin Feng's illuminated phone screen. What is all the commotion in the group? You've been staring at it. Lin Feng accepted the sweet potato, his fingertips slightly numbed by the heat. They're fighting for territory. The folks from Xingfu, Li, and the West District are about to clash over half a warehouse of supplies. Why can't they just negotiate? Zhouya bit into the sweet potato, her mouth smeared with charred sugar. Can't they just share? Lin Feng split the sweet potato open, its golden flesh exuding a sweet aroma. In the apocalypse, there's no room for negotiation. It's like wolves fighting over food. The weaker side either starves or gets torn apart. He looked out the window. The snow had stopped once again, the leaden sky pressing low, and the outlines of the distant urban area shrank into a blurry shadow within the haze, indistinguishable in form. The West District warehouse that Xiao Wang and the others were fighting over was merely 2 kilometers from the Xingfuli community. It had once been a small logistics transit station, reportedly stocked with winter supplies before the blizzard, and now had become a contested battleground for both factions. This kind of factionalism was spreading throughout the city. It resembled the warring warlords of ancient times. Only the battlefield had shifted from plains to ruins. The weapons from swords to crossbows and steel pipes, and what was at stake was not cities, but half a warehouse of moldy food. Chapter 59. The intentions of recruitment. The phone vibrated anew, a video sent by Xiao Wang. The lens was concealed behind a broken wall, capturing the people from the Western District as they piled snow at the warehouse entrance, reinforcing windows and doors with wooden planks. The crew-cut man stood on the steps, hands behind his back, occasionally glancing towards the direction of Xingfu, his hunting rifle swaying at his waist. He would make a move once the snow melted. Xiao Wang's voiceover was subdued. They surely could not fathom that we would approach through the secret passage. At the end of the video, he gestured across his throat, the ferocity in his eyes akin to a blade steeped in poison. Lin Feng deleted the video and silenced his phone. Wang Yu entered, her work pants speckled with snow, holding an electrical inspection report. The electric fence around the compound had been checked. All was well, except for the body at the fork in the road, which had been dragged away by wild dogs. Let it be, Lin Feng muttered without looking up, continuing to sand another wooden handle. Wild dogs? Surviving in this cold. Are they evolving? His last words were barely audible, leaving no one clear on what he had said. Wang Yu's lips moved as if to express something, but ultimately, she bowed her head, stating, "Li Na is boiling ginger soup in the kitchen, worried we might catch a chill. Tell her to behave," Lin Feng replied, his tone softened. "Do not touch anything carelessly." Wang Yu nodded and retreated, leaving the living room filled only with the crackling of the fireplace and the soft sound of wood sandpapering, amplifying the surrounding silence. Lin Feng understood Li Na's intentions to demonstrate her feelings, yet he felt no joy. Her current status, frankly, was akin to that of a pet dog. Such overstepping actions contradicted her proper role. His sole expectation of her was obedience. He would not tolerate any destabilizing factors within the villa. Lin Feng contemplated the necessity of a proper punishment for Li Na to make her fully aware of her position. Similarly, Wang Yu had been lax during this period, allowing Li Na to be under her supervision. Yet due to that inexplicable sympathy, she had developed her own ideas. This was absolutely intolerable. If entrusted with monitoring Li Na, she must ensure that all of Li Na's actions aligned with her status. How could she indulge such overreaching behavior? It seemed the time had come for Wang Yu to be reminded of who held authority in this household. Lin Feng gazed at the wooden handle in his hand, suddenly recalling his thoughts from yesterday while cleaning up the bloodstains. The villa was too vast. The drilling machine required maintenance. The electric fence needed inspections. Supplies in the basement had to be sorted, and even the snow accumulating in the yard needed daily clearing. Relying solely on himself, and Wang Yu would eventually lead to exhaustion. Although Li Na was obedient, she was still not trustworthy. During this period, he could continue to train her as a dog. Lu Rua Shui and Zhouya were more suited to remain in the safe zone. He needed capable individuals, those who could work, be bold, and above all, be absolutely obedient. Not like Li Na, but true laborers who could handle steel pipes, repair machinery, and conduct night patrols. The individuals within the group were evidently inadequate. Furthermore, men could not be chosen. These fellows, once well-fed, might easily develop ulterior motives, being a man himself. Lin Feng understood this all too well. If one day they seized a weapon while he was distracted or even turned their intentions toward his women, that would be inviting trouble. Women, on the other hand, could be retained. Even if they could not perform heavy labor, they could manage lighter tasks like cleaning the house. Once the zombies truly erupted, the yard might become safe. After all, if zombies could not enter, others would likely lack the courage to traverse the sea of corpses to reach this place. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's speculation. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, merely 2 months after the zombie outbreak, he himself had perished. Before his death, many in the city fled to the countryside. The urban area was densely populated with zombies, not a sustainable place for survival. Only he, stubbornly clinging to the city, had one reason for it. That damned Liu Yuqing. Truly a blind fool. The rabble led by Xiao Wang had completely lost their minds. Their eyes filled only with the desire to plunder and kill, akin to a pack of untethered wild dogs. Nourishing them was secondary. It was uncertain when they might turn on their master. Even the women within could not be spared. He demanded absolute obedience. In the apocalypse, upholding humanity was tantamount to courting death. The crew-cut man from the Western District might indeed possess some skills, yet his ambitions were glaringly evident, making him a constant threat. However, he was too distant from the villa. Once the zombies truly broke out, it was likely he would follow the tide and flee the city to seize territory in the countryside. Moreover, the forces within the city were numerous. One could not eliminate every perceived threat or risk becoming deranged. Lin Feng understood that the most pressing task was to safeguard his own domain, without unnecessarily expending energy over uncertain threats. Lin Feng set down the wooden handle and approached the window. The sparks from the fireplace occasionally splattered, leaving fleeting bright spots on the blue bricks. He was acutely aware of the chaos unfolding in the urban area, yet not a whisper of it reached him. Only the heavy silence enveloped in ice and snow, like a thick curtain, completely separating the two worlds. He recalled the old man he had seen in the surveillance footage a few days prior, kneeling at the villa's entrance, cradling a frozen child, his eyes devoid of hatred, only numb despair. Such individuals might be more suitable. Without ambition or escape routes, they would work tirelessly for a mere meal, like a donkey toiling at a mill. As long as the whip fell accurately, they would not stray. Selecting suitable female employees from the company was the most prudent choice, provided they did not mingle with Xiao Wang's crowd. Familiarity bred safety. Furthermore, with Li Na as a precedent, those willing to come here would likely be mentally prepared, increasing the probability of their compliance and their willingness to behave like obedient dogs. If he further explained that they were not to be treated as dogs, but as employees, they would likely express gratitude. Moreover, it was rumored that female dormitories tended to cluster in small groups, their minds quite active. As long as they could not unite, each with their own calculations, they would pose no threat to him. Thus, from both a self-serving and a security standpoint, choosing women indeed seemed far more appropriate. Lin Feng's fingertips gently tapped on the windowsill, the rhythm quickening. This thought sprouted like a seed, slowly germinating in his heart. In the apocalypse, relying solely on oneself, and the space was far from sufficient. He required manpower, needed informants, and sought a flock of sheepdogs to guard his villa, to drive away the wolves drawn by the scent of blood. Although women's physical strength generally fell short of men's, with the villa as a shield, his strategy was inherently defensive. As long as he taught them to use weapons and they could maintain the defense within the walls, it sufficed. There was no need for them to charge out to fight. Thus, a slight deficiency in physical prowess would not constitute a significant issue. The phone illuminated once more, revealing a new group message. Zhao Chong had sent a photo of a roasted chicken, its charred skin still clinging with feathers, accompanied by half a bottle of inferior white liquor, captioned, "Pre-war feast. After finishing this bottle, we'll take down the Western District." A chorus of cheer emojis followed, reminiscent of a pack of hyenas poised to pounce on prey. Lin Feng switched off the screen and turned back to the tool room. He needed to fashion a few more suitable weapons, wooden handles paired with steel pipes, perfectly sized for close combat, yet also applicable for prying open suspicious packages. As for the matter of finding manpower, it could be approached leisurely. After all, the ruins were teeming with those who had nowhere else to turn. The pine wood in the fireplace burned brightly, casting a shadow against the wall, flickering like a silent judge overseeing this frozen, fractured world. This winter still loomed long, and the real spectacle had only just begun. Chapter 60. Fading modesty. The pine wood in the fireplace burned intensely, warming the living room to a perfect temperature. Lin Feng reclined on the couch, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the armrest, his mind still preoccupied with the recruitment matter. In this current state of affairs, food had long become a hard currency, akin to money. With so much wealth in his possession, it was unreasonable not to elevate his quality of life. One cannot possibly handle every little matter personally. Otherwise, these reserves of food would merely serve the purpose of filling stomachs, which would be an utter waste. He harbored no concern about potential risks. Possessing a firearm provided him with the utmost confidence. By limiting their range of activities, he could effectively minimize any threat. Upon reflection, the act of hiring individuals was evidently more advantageous than detrimental. With others to share the burdens of trivial tasks, life could certainly be more comfortable. Why not embrace that? On the tea table lay a blueprint of a villa, where he had marked several corners in red. These were locations that required additional surveillance. Clearly, manpower was necessary. Wang Yu had just placed the temperature log for the power grid at the entrance, while Li Na, with her head lowered, was mopping the floor, the leash on her collar swaying gently with her movements. Lu Ruoxue was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The hissing sound of the pressure cooker intertwining with the melody of song hummed by Zhou Ye, creating a rare sense of tranquility amidst the chaos of the world. Suddenly, the screen of his mobile phone illuminated, and a temporary chat request appeared, causing Lin Feng to raise an eyebrow. The profile picture resembled an artistic photograph, set against a backdrop of a lavender field, with the requester simply identified as Zhao Bingbing. Lin Feng paused momentarily, his fingers hovering over the screen. Zhao Bingbing, the daughter-in-law of the chairman and secretary-general of the company, at the age of 43, was often mistaken for someone in her early 30s by new interns. He recalled last year's annual meeting, where she donned a wine-red qipao, standing beside the chairman to deliver a speech, her long hair styled into an elegant updo, exposing her swan-like neck. The sound of her high heels striking the marble floor resonated with each step, akin to striking the hearts of the men in the company. At that time, she was the unspoken fantasy of all the men in the office, including his former self. Yet, he had not anticipated receiving her message at such a moment. In an instant, a message from her flooded in. Manager Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. The opening was relatively polite, yet the title Manager Lin carried a sense of professional detachment, feeling less like a plea for help and more like a directive. This was primarily because upon hearing Manager Lin, Lin Feng immediately envisioned those individuals in their group. Although there was nothing wrong with her addressing him in that manner. Given their lack of familiarity, the use of titles was perfectly normal. However, the thought of those colleagues who called him Manager Lin, while simultaneously attempting to morally bind him, made him feel averse to those three words. The scheming and insincerity hidden within that address unsettled him deeply. My daughter, Xiao Xiao, has caught a cold and has a fever of 39 degrees. The medicine at home has long been exhausted. The second message quickly followed, exuding anxiety, yet maintaining an air of dignity. Could you spare some fever-reducing medicine? Moreover, we have not had a proper meal for 2 days. Lin Feng typed a question mark. Where are you? In the northern area of the Emerald Villa, approximately 2 kilometers away from you. Zhao Bingbing responded swiftly. I understand that supplies are scarce now. Once the snow stops and the roads are cleared, I will have my husband compensate you tenfold. Tenfold? Lin Feng scoffed. In this world, money was as worthless as paper, and she seemed to be living in a bygone era. 2 kilometers wasn't far. Under normal circumstances, an adult could walk that distance in about half an hour. But Lin Feng had not anticipated that she also resided within the Emerald Villa community, suddenly sparking a thought in his mind. He opened Zhao Bingbing's Moments. The latest post was from 3 days prior, featuring a picture of French toast, captioned with Xiao Xiao wants to eat this. Scrolling down, he found an array of exquisite home-cooked dishes, red wine braised beef, asparagus salad, and bass cake, each photograph resembling the cover of a gourmet magazine. In the past, during company gatherings, she occasionally brought her homemade snacks, which were indeed tastier than those from the hotel. The food in the villa was not of poor quality, but Lu Ruoxue excelled in home-style cooking. A change in flavor would not hurt now and then. Yet, having reached such a dire situation, focusing solely on lavish feasting while the supply of food dwindled left Lin Feng perplexed about her mindset. In a world where resources were as precious as life itself, anyone with a modicum of sense would be frugal. Yet she appeared to live as if her circumstances remained stable, showing no signs of planning for the future. Did she genuinely believe this calamity was temporary, that sunny days would soon return? Or was she entirely unaware of what awaited her once the food ran out? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend such a lack of awareness. In a world where human life was as insignificant as grass, lacking even the basic sense of survival was akin to pushing oneself toward a dead end. How will you traverse 2 kilometers of snowy road with someone who has a fever? Lin Feng typed leisurely. Even if you managed to arrive, you would be frozen stiff. Zhao Bingbing's reply was delayed by a few seconds, her tone conveying a heightened sense of urgency. I can find a way. Could you please send the medicine and food first? I still have some old calligraphy and paintings at home. This should be worth something. Calligraphy and paintings? Lin Feng chuckled. Who would trade food for a piece of paper that could not be eaten? Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, she still clung to that air of superiority. I can provide you with the supplies. Lin Feng's fingers hovered over the screen, his gaze growing colder. But I have conditions. Zhao Bingbing responded almost instantaneously. What are they? Perhaps she believed that, given her status, any demands he made would be limited in their absurdity. Come to me. Lin Feng typed slowly. Serve me, listen to my commands, and I will ensure that you and your daughter want for nothing. This statement landed like a boulder in water, causing a minute of silence on the other end. Lin Feng did not hide his thoughts. He took a sip of the hot coffee on the table. He did not need her. He merely wanted her to face reality. The past Zhao Bingbing was a figure on a pedestal, one he found blinding to look up at. But now, she was merely a woman who needed to rely on him to survive, no longer entitled to maintain the airs of a secretary general. Manager Lin, what do you mean by this? Zhao Bingbing's message finally came through, laced with suppressed fury, the remnants of her former superiority unraveling completely. I am here to ask for your help, not to be humiliated. Humiliated? Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. In this world, mere survival was the greatest dignity. Do you think it is still the same? You are the chairman's daughter-in-law, and I am merely a department manager. Now I possess the medicine, the food, the heater. He paused before continuing to type. You may choose not to come, to cling to your calligraphy and paintings, and watch your daughter suffer. Or you can set aside your worthless pride and barter for a path to survival. The screen fell silent once more, this time filled with shock, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Lin Feng waited patiently, the crackling of the fire in the fireplace reflecting in his eyes, flickering like the flames. Minutes later, Zhao Bingbing's response emerged, consisting of 2 words that conveyed a sense of finality. No need. Lin Feng gazed at those 2 words without replying. He set down his phone and looked out the window. The snow began to fall again, fine snowflakes tapping against the glass, like countless fingers knocking at the door. In the direction of the northern area, darkness enveloped everything, with only a few faint lights flickering in the wind and snow, akin to candle flames that could extinguish at any moment. He understood that Zhao Bingbing was likely genuinely angry, perhaps even feeling a profound sense of humiliation. But what of it? The apocalypse had no faith in tears, nor did it show mercy to those unwilling to bow their heads. Lin Feng lifted his coffee cup and drained it in one go. He harbored no obsession with her. She could come or go as she pleased, for he was not lacking in women by his side. His fleeting thoughts regarding her were akin to collecting stamps. In this current world, many things had lost their value, but when one encounters someone who captures their interest, there is always a desire to possess them. Nonetheless, this particular stamp had not yet become precious enough for him to deem it indispensable. Having it was certainly welcomed. Lacking it would not amount to a significant loss. Chapter 61. The rose in the snow for 3 consecutive days. There had been no news from Zhao Bingbing, the woman who once donned a high-end gown at the company annual meeting, delicately nibbling on a cream cake with a silver fork. and whose social media was perpetually adorned with check-ins at Michelin-starred restaurants or exquisitely baked delicacies accompanied by filter-enhanced captions, now appeared to be utterly consumed by the world, leaving no trace of her presence. Lin Feng initially believed she had perhaps entirely surrendered or was too proud to compromise, and thus he no longer dwelled on the matter. In a world marked by decay, the disappearance of individuals had become a norm. Whether one more or one less mattered little to him. At 6 a.m, the embers in the fireplace still flickered with a dull crimson glow as Lin Feng was roused by the faint beeping of the surveillance monitor. Rubbing his temples, he navigated the control panel to bring up the exterior footage of the villa. The leaden sky had yet to break dawn, yet the dim light on the snow-covered ground was clear enough. A frail figure stumbled closer, each step sinking into the knee-deep snow, leaving uneven depressions in its wake. It was Zhao Bingbing. In the surveillance feed, her once immaculate cashmere coat now resembled a damp rag, stained with mud and frost, the hem frozen stiff, producing a raspy sound as it scraped across the snowy ground. The sole of her expensive Italian leather boots was half broken, with her exposed ankles turning a ghastly shade of purple, akin to an eggplant abandoned in the snow, each step accompanied by a slight stumble, as if she might collapse entirely at any moment. She clutched an empty lunchbox tightly in her arms, its aluminum exterior glinting coldly in the snowy light. Lin Feng magnified the image, noticing her fingers had turned pale from exertion, dirt embedded beneath her nails, and a fresh scratch at her thumb, likely from some encounter while traversing difficult terrain. This once elegant matron, who had graced the company annual meeting with poise and sophistication, now resembled a white rose battered by a tempest, stripped of all its delicate petals, leaving only bare, shivering branches. Lin Feng approached the window, pulling aside a corner of the heavy drapes. The snowstorm had inexplicably ceased, and the world lay in a blanket of silent white, with only the distant branches creaking in the cold wind. Zhao Bingbing had reached the iron gate of the villa, halting her steps to tuck her wind-tousled hair behind her ear. Her hair, once meticulously styled, now hung greasy and tangled, flecked with tiny ice crystals, resembling frostbitten grass. She seemed to be steadying her breath, her chest rising and falling violently, the white mist of her exhalation coalescing before her, only to be whisked away by the wind. After a few moments, as if summoning every ounce of courage, she raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. The crisp chime echoed peculiarly in the stillness of the morning, piercing the tranquility of the villa. Lin Feng did not immediately open the door. Instead, he leaned against the window frame, observing the woman on the monitor. Upon hearing the commotion from inside, intentionally created by Lin Feng's footsteps, she instinctively straightened her back, attempting to wrap her soiled cashmere coat tighter around herself, as if that would conceal her disheveled state. Yet when her gaze slipped through the gap in the iron gate and caught sight of the faint mist wafting from within, along with the aroma of baked bread mingled with the scent of fried eggs, the facade she had so desperately clung to crumbled in an instant. It was Wang Yu preparing breakfast. Lin Feng had mentioned wanting a sandwich the day before, prompting her to rise early and busy herself in the kitchen. When the toaster popped, the aroma of melting butter wafted through the half-open kitchen window, like an invisible hand, seizing Zhao Bingbing's already empty stomach with a vice-like grip. Her lips began to quiver uncontrollably, her once straight back gradually sagging, and a faint whimper escaped her throat, reminiscent of an abandoned cat. Manager Lin, her voice trembled, laden with nasal tones, her words shredded by the cold wind. Clutching the empty lunchbox, her knuckles turned white from the strain, as if it were her last lifeline. Please. These two words seemed to be forced out between clenched teeth, each utterance causing her shoulders to droop further. Lin Feng opened the side door. A gust of cold wind accompanied by snowflakes rushed in, stinging his face. Leaning against the door frame, he made no move to let her in, silently watching her as if witnessing a drama with a predetermined conclusion. Zhao Bingbing's gaze fell behind him, where Wang Yu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray with a golden brown sandwich and a cup of steaming milk. The aroma surged towards her like a tidal wave, causing her throat to constrict involuntarily as she swallowed, only managing to choke down the icy remnants in her mouth. My daughter. She suddenly grasped the empty lunchbox tighter, her fingertips nearly embedding themselves into the aluminum edge. Xiao Xiao hasn't eaten in 3 days. Her voice escalated when mentioning Xiao Xiao, then quickly lowered, tinged with a desperate urgency. She started burning up yesterday, rambling incoherently. I knocked on every door in the neighborhood, but no one answered. The pharmacy has long since closed, and there isn't even a trace of cold medicine on the shelves. Her gaze became distant, as if speaking to the air, desperately trying to convince herself. I understand resources are scarce now, but I truly have no other options. Lin Feng's eyes settled on her chapped lips, once adorned with expensive lipstick, which had curled into a perfectly crafted smile while toasting champagne at the annual meeting. Back then, she was the favored one beside the chairman, a fantasy shared among the men of the company, her high heels clicking on the floor with a crisp sense of superiority. Yet now those heels lay broken, her sense of superiority shattered, mingling with the mud of the snow, indistinguishable from the rest. Zhao Bingbing appeared to recall something, her head snapping up, a faint glimmer flickering in her eyes, akin to a drowning person grasping at driftwood. I was once the chairman's daughter-in-law. Do you remember, Manager Lin? We met at the annual meeting, and I passed you the champagne. Her voice dropped to a whisper upon uttering the title of daughter-in-law, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Perhaps regretting her admission, she quickly lowered her head, staring at her frostbitten ankles, her ears flushed with embarrassment. She understood better than anyone that this title meant nothing in the current world. It could not even buy a crumb of bread. Her husband and the chairman, her father-in-law, were currently in the provincial capital. Though the signals had not completely cut off in recent days, she had tried countless times to reach out, only to be met with silence. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. She, the daughter-in-law, was merely a symbol discarded by the times, a source of ridicule even to herself. Chapter 62. Compromise. Lin Feng regarded her with a cold smile. The daughter-in-law of the chairman, the wife of the general manager, such identities should, in this chaotic era, hold more allure. Yet, how bold of her to seek assistance from others. Had she not seen the messages circulating in the company group? The world had long descended into chaos, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. And her survival without being captured and humiliated by others in the nearby villas was nothing short of fortunate. Of course, it was also possible that this villa community simply had fewer residents. Just as he resided here alone, surrounded by several vacant villas, he had always been the sole occupant. With fewer people, there naturally was less overt plundering and bullying. He certainly remembered the woman before him, her image etched in his memory. At last year's annual meeting, Zhao Bingbing had worn a burgundy haute couture gown, standing under the crystal chandelier, gently toying with a silver fork as she savored a slice of cream cake. Her demeanor elegant, as if captured in a painting. At that time, her social media had just showcased handcrafted macarons, captioned with a little weekend delight. The 9-square photo grid, displaying each macaron with colors as uniform as a palette, arranged on a silver platter draped in lace. Exquisite enough to be more art than sustenance. She had likely never imagined that one day she would stand outside another villa, clutching an empty lunchbox, begging for a meager morsel of bread. Manager Lin Jingliang's voice had taken on a lighter tone, imbued with an almost humble plea. Please, grant me something to eat, a dose of antipyretic, as long as it helps Xiao Xiao survive today. Suddenly, she released the empty lunchbox, her hands fumbling across her body until she unearthed a crumpled envelope from the inner pocket of her coat, trembling as she extended it forward. There's a bank card in here, with 5 million. The password is 6/8. If you're willing to help me, this money is yours. I will ask my husband for assistance. He knows many people and can surely procure more supplies. The envelope was frozen stiff, its corners curling. Lin Feng did not accept it. He merely watched the envelope sway in her trembling hands, reminiscent of a withered leaf poised to be swept away by the wind. 5 million? In a world where even clean water was a precious commodity, that figure felt less substantial than a half piece of compressed biscuit. Seeing his lack of response, Zhao Bingbing was overtaken by panic. She suddenly knelt in the snow, her knees striking the frozen ground with a dull thud, snowflakes splattering onto her cheeks, biting cold. I beg you. She lifted her head, tears finally spilling forth. instantly freezing into tiny beads that clung to her lashes like shattered crystals. "If you save my daughter, I will do anything. I can cook, clean the house. I have studied nursing and can tend to your wounds." Her voice grew fainter, more desperate, until it transformed into a near whisper. "I am willing to do anything." Lin Feng regarded the woman kneeling in the snow. The hem of her cashmere coat was caked with mud, the expensive fabric stiffened by the cold, yet the exquisite tailoring still shone through. She resembled a rose battered by a snowstorm, its petals wilted and branches broken, yet still clinging to a stubbornness that refused to wither completely. He recalled her two-word reply from 3 days prior. No need. At that time, she likely believed she could endure, that her dignity outweighed the need for sustenance. Still fantasizing that this calamity was but temporary, if she could just withstand a few days, all would return to normal. Yet the apocalypse never granted the luxury of hope. It cruelly stripped away one's dignity, piece by piece, revealing one's true place amidst hunger and cold. Lin Feng turned and returned to the villa, neither consenting nor declining. Zhao Bingbing remained kneeling in the snow, her gaze fixed on the tightly shut iron gate, the light in her eyes flickering out. The cold wind whipped snowflakes against her face, like countless tiny needles, inflicting sharp pain. She attempted to rise, only to discover her knees were frozen numb. Any exertion sent a piercing ache through her, rendering her unable to do anything but remain in her prostrate position, allowing despair to engulf her like a rising tide. Time passed, and suddenly the iron gate creaked open a crack. Lin Feng's hand emerged, holding a white pillbox and a seal bag. "Ibuprofen. Take as instructed." His voice was as cold as the ice outside. Within the bag were sandwiches and milk, enough for the two of them to share a meal. Zhao Bingbing quickly raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, mingling with the snow water cascading down her cheeks. She trembled as she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the pillbox's plastic wrapping before Lin Feng abruptly withdrew his hand. "Remember," he said, his gaze fixed on her face, devoid of warmth. "This is not charity. It is a transaction." He paused, enunciating each word carefully. "After you finish this meal, bring your daughter to the villa. What you do there, follow my instructions." Zhao Bingbing's hand froze in midair, her tears abruptly ceasing. She looked at the pillbox and sealed bag in Lin Feng's hand, then into his unyielding eyes, and finally comprehended the meaning of this transaction. Dignity paled in comparison to her daughter's cries and the fever burning within her. She bit her chapped lips until she tasted the faint metallic tang of blood, then slowly nodded, her voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. "All right." Lin Feng released his grip, and the pillbox and sealed bag fell lightly onto the snow, producing a faint sound. Zhao Bingbing instantly lunged to retrieve them, cradling them tightly to her chest, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. She did not utter another word of thanks, simply lowering her head and dragging her stiff legs back the way she came. The snow barely reached her knees, each step a monumental effort. Yet the warmth radiating from the pillbox and sealed bag, likely just removed from a heated room by Lin Feng, seeped through the plastic, igniting a flicker of warmth within her numbed heart, a glimmer faint yet sufficient to sustain her onward. Lin Feng stood behind the iron gate, watching her figure gradually fade into the snow, resembling a white rose, battered once more by the tempest. He closed the door, shutting out the cold wind. Inside the living room, Wang Yu just set the breakfast on the table, the aroma of sandwiches wafting through the air, warm and comforting. "Will she come?" Wang Yu asked softly, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Feng picked up a piece of sandwich and took a bite, the grease from the fried egg melting on his tongue. "She will. In this apocalypse, no one could refuse the chance to survive, especially when that opportunity held the life of a daughter." He gazed out at the softly falling snow, the chill still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Bingbing's arrival was merely the inception of a plan. This villa required additional hands, and those who once stood high above, when plunged into the mire, often learned the value of obedience more profoundly than others. Chapter 63. A need for a doctor. Just as Wang Yu placed the final plate of fried eggs on the table, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lu Ruoxiu had descended, holding Zhou Yu's hand, the cream-colored sweater softening her complexion, while Joya rubbed her sleepy eyes, her pigtails askew, dangling over her shoulders. As they entered the living room, their gazes fell upon Li Na, who was crouching at Lin Feng's feet. Li Na wore a faded work uniform, the leash around her collar loosely gripped in Lin Feng's hand. Upon hearing their footsteps, she lifted her head, a lingering flush still on her cheeks. Clearly having not slept well, Lin Feng gently ruffled her hair, and she obediently lowered her head, nuzzling her cheek against his palm, emitting a soft, cat-like purr from her throat. After half a night of training, she's become much more compliant. Lin Feng remarked casually, his fingers tracing the red marks on Li Na's neck. Remnants of the previous night. Li Na's ears flushed crimson, yet she dared not shy away, burying her face deeper, resembling a pet basking in affection. Lu Ruoshue's gaze momentarily faltered before she nonchalantly shifted her attention, taking a seat at the dining table. Breakfast smells delightful. She served Joya a bowl of hot porridge, then glanced at Lin Feng. I thought I heard the doorbell. Was there a visitor? Not a visitor, Lin Feng replied, picking up a slice of toast and spreading strawberry jam upon it. It was Zhao Bingbing. You should know her. Secretary Zhao? Lu Ruoshua paused, her spoon halting midair, surprise flashing in her eyes. What brings her here? In the office, Zhao Bingbing always donned impeccably tailored suits and exquisite heels, accompanying the chairman to various events. A figure seemingly out of reach. She came seeking food and medicine. Her daughter has a high fever, and they have been out of supplies for 3 days. Lin Feng briefly recounted his transaction with Zhao Bingbing, noting that she and her daughter would be moving in, thus providing additional assistance. Joya cradled her bowl of porridge, her voice barely above a whisper. That Annie looked so pitiful. Is her daughter in a lot of pain? She will be fine soon, Lin Feng reassured her, gently patting her head. We will help them. Lu Ruoshua fell silent for a moment before softly adding, Secretary Zhao used to be well-liked at the company. She was just a bit proud. I never expected. She did not finish her thought, merely scooping some porridge while gazing out at the swirling snow. At that moment, Lin Feng set down his toast and addressed the three at the table. The tasks in the villa are increasing, while maintenance, inventory of supplies, perimeter patrols. We can no longer manage with just a few of us. I plan to recruit a few more people. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Ideally, they should be nimble and able to endure hardship, coming solely to work and receive food and shelter. Wang Yu was the first to speak. I know a little son from the logistics department. She used to be a warehouse manager, has a great memory for accounts, and is quite honest, uncertain of her whereabouts. It was rumored that she had returned to the old city district before the blizzard. The old city district was too far, and the snow was deep, making it difficult to traverse. Lu Ruoshua shook her head and recalled Sister Chun from the finance department. Her husband was an electrician, and they were both quite capable. But it was unclear if they would be willing to come. Joya tilted her head in contemplation. I know Zhang Laosher's daughter. She can play the piano and paint. Before she could finish, Lu Ruoshua interrupted with a laugh. Silly child, we need someone who can work, not just someone to play the piano. Lin Feng chuckled. I've noted everything down. Once the snow lightens, we can send someone to inquire. The key is to find someone reliable and avoid attracting any ungrateful individuals. He glanced at Li Na by his feet. Someone as obedient as her would be quite suitable. Li Na immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, gently nudging his palm with her head as if to pledge her loyalty. Just then, Lin Feng's phone vibrated. A notification from the company group chat. He picked it up and opened it. The screen flooded with messages like a boiling cauldron, the red, unread notifications flashing wildly. Someone has died. The crew in the West District was attacked. Zhao Chong was struck in the head by an axe. We are in dire straits too. Lao Zhang has been stabbed in the abdomen. His intestines are spilling out. Who has a tourniquet? Hurry. The bleeding 1T stop. Xiao Wang sent a blurry video, revealing a snow-covered battlefield littered with bodies. The wounded groaning while others lay still, dark red blood spreading across the snow like a grotesque abstract painting. Damn it. A mutual destruction. Xiao Wang's voice message was interspersed with heavy breaths and groans. The crew brought crossbows, but we lost 3 people. They're not faring any better either. 5 of theirs are lying still. Is there a doctor? Old Chun from the tech department sent 3 messages in a row. Zhao Chang's arm was pierced by a crossbow bolt, and the wound is turning black. If no one treats it, he'll need an amputation. I have iodine and gauze. Zhang accountant's message was tinged with despair, but I dare not go over. The ground is soaked in blood, and they are still cursing at each other. I fear I might get hurt. The group chat was instantly inundated with pleas for a doctor, mixed with desperate cries and angry curses. Those who once clamored to rob them were now left with nothing but a longing for life in the face of wounds and death. Lin Feng's finger glided over the screen, gradually coming to a halt, his brow furrowing slightly. In the video, Zhao Chang leaned against a broken wall, his face as pale as paper, his arm swollen grotesquely from the crossbow bolt, the wound darkening ominously, clearly infected. Not far away, a man in a black jacket writhed in the snow, clutching his abdomen, crimson blood seeping between his fingers, seemingly on the brink of death. Such chaos, Lin Feng muttered, shutting off the video and tossing his phone onto the table. Not only had they failed to gain an advantage, but they also suffered losses in manpower. Wang Yu approached with a glass of milk, catching sight of the bloodstains on the screen, her face paling. Are they truly risking their lives for supplies? In the apocalypse, sometimes a life could seem worthless. Lin Feng picked up his cup, sipping warm water, especially in the eyes of a ravenous crowd. Half a bag of flour could compel them to risk their lives. Lu Ruoxue observed the messages in the group, letting out a soft sigh. If only there were a doctor present, at least a few lives could be saved. Lin Feng set down his cup, his gaze drifting to the vast expanse of snow outside. The footprints Zhao Bingbing left earlier had already been covered by fresh snow, leaving only a faint trace. Clearly, the villa was in need of a doctor. He spoke softly, a hint of resolve in his tone, whether for treating wounds or preparing for potential epidemics. Having someone knowledgeable in medicine was undoubtedly prudent. The flames in the fireplace licked at the pine wood, casting his shadow on the wall in flickering light. The sandwiches on the dining table were still warm, the aroma of milk mingling with the scent of pine smoke, creating a stark contrast to the bloody despair within the group chat. Wang Yu lowered her head, silently clearing the plates, her mind racing with thoughts. Where could she find a doctor willing to come to such a remote villa? Lu Ruoxue gazed out the window, lost in her musings, her grip on Zhouya's hand tightening. Zhouya leaned against her mother, whispering, "Will those people die?" "I don't know," Lu Ruoxue replied gently, patting her back. "But we must live well." Lin Feng remained silent, simply picking up his phone to browse through the contact list. Perhaps he could find a suitable candidate from the company's old roster. However, it would be difficult. Zhao Bingbing might know someone, but it was uncertain. Chapter 64. From wealthy lady to servant. When the iron gate of the villa was knocked upon, Lin Feng set aside the maintenance manual, his fingertips gliding over the surveillance panel, and Zhao Bingbing's figure immediately appeared on the screen, appearing more disheveled than when she had left that morning. Her heavy cashmere coat was soaked through with snowmelt, stiff as a shell, and each step she took was accompanied by the sound of fabric rubbing together. Her hair clung to her damp forehead, mingling with melting snow, trickling down her pale cheeks and forming tiny beads of ice at her chin. A slender figure was hunched over her back. It was her daughter, who was nestled against her shoulder, feverish and dazed, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. Her breathing was weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, and her skeletal arm draped over her mother-esque shoulder was so thin it seemed it could snap with a touch. Lin Feng opened the side door, and a gust of cold wind swept in, carrying with it biting chills. Zhao Bingbing stood on the porch, her eyelashes glistening with tiny ice crystals, her lips turning purple from the cold. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to let out even a whimper of weakness. Her knees had knelt in the snow, and her pants were stained with dark brown mud mixed with hardened snow, causing her to limp as she walked. The girl on her back suddenly coughed a couple of times, her feeble breath warming Zhao Bingbing's neck, causing her body to tremble slightly as she steadied her daughter, as if that was her only support at that moment. "Come in," Lin Feng said, stepping aside, his gaze fixed on the girl on her back. His voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Bingbing stumbled inside, and as the warm air enveloped her, her taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and her vision blurred, nearly causing her to collapse. She bit her lower lip, tasting a faint metallic tang of blood, which helped her regain her balance. The warmth of the air enveloped Su Yao, stirring her restlessness, and a faint voice emerged from her throat. "Mom, I'm cold. You want to be cold for long?" "Xiao Yao, be good," Zhao Bingbing instinctively reassured her, her voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. She raised her hand to smooth her daughter's unruly hair, but found her fingers numb with cold, struggling to bend. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Su Yao's face for a few seconds. The girl's features were delicate, and even in her feverish state, her beauty was apparent. He recalled the name Zhao Bingbing had mentioned that morning and casually inquired, "What is her name?" Zhao Bingbing paused momentarily, tightening her embrace around her daughter, and replied in a hushed tone, "Su Yao." "Su Yao?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the doorframe. "This morning you refer to her as Xiao Yao." "Xiao Yao is her nickname." Zhao Bingbing's voice dropped further, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Her full name is Su Yao, following her father's surname." She lowered her gaze, afraid to meet Lin Feng's expression, fearing that this trivial concealment might provoke his ire. Lin Feng chose not to press further, simply nodding toward the direction at the end of the first-floor corridor. "There's an empty room over there. It used to be a storage room for tools. Wang Yu just tidied it up this afternoon and laid down new bedding. It's close to the kitchen for easier care." Zhao Bingbing hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing towards the stairs leading to the second floor. She had assumed she would be placed upstairs, as the first floor hardly appeared to be for residents. "Except for servants. The first floor?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed, his gaze sweeping over the corridor. "Wang Yu is next door, and Lina is also on this floor." He paused briefly, adding, "Lina's been performing well lately and has moved up from the basement." Zhao Bingbing followed his gaze and noticed that the door on the left side of the corridor was ajar, revealing Lina, clad in blue work attire, busily inside, wielding a cloth to wipe the dust from the windowsill. The woman, rumored to be disgraceful within the company group, appeared remarkably serene at that moment, as if transformed into someone entirely different. In the room diagonally opposite, the door was slightly ajar, allowing a glimpse of Wang Yu seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book, the sunlight filtering through the window and casting a tranquil glow upon her. It seemed Lina had already relocated to the first floor. She was not oblivious to the messages circulating in the group, aware that Lina had merely been a pet of Lin Feng's until now. Zhao Bingbing's heart skipped a beat as she instantly grasped Lin Feng's implication. Here, good performance could yield better treatment, while the opposite would likely lead to a dismal fate. She took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and lowered her head to say, "Thank you, Manager Lin." "Do not call me Manager Lin," Lin Feng replied. His tone softened. "Here, just call me Lin Feng." He turned and walked toward the room. "Let me take you there." The corridor floor was crafted from dark hardwood, impeccably maintained and reflecting the glow of the chandelier above. Following him, Zhao Bingbing inhaled the mingling scents of disinfectant and a subtle hint of pine, a cleanliness that made her momentarily dizzy. Ever since the snowstorm had sealed the city, it had been ages since she had encountered such a pristine aroma. Previously, she had resided in her own villa with her daughter, but with the maid having long since departed, the place had succumbed to dust. She had thought that such days would soon come to an end, not realizing that she was to transition from a wealthy matron to someone else's servant. The vacant room was modest, approximately 10 square meters, with a few empty wooden boxes piled in the corner, draped with a checkered cloth, serving as a makeshift bedside table. Against the wall stood a single iron-framed bed, adorned with pristine army green bedding, beside which an old electric heater was propped, its plug already inserted into the wall. Clearly prepared for them. "The heating is not very strong, but it should be warmer than your home." Lin Feng pointed to the heater, adjusting the temperature dial on the side. "Don't set it too high. It could dry out easily." He then indicated a few old coats hanging behind the door. "These were found by Wang Yu. They're all clean, so you can make do with them for now." Zhao Bingbing set her daughter down, her knees buckling slightly as she nearly collapsed to the floor. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily for half a minute before regaining her composure. Gazing at the bedding and heater, her eyes suddenly felt warm. This humble room, in her eyes, radiated warmth beyond any mansion she had previously inhabited. At least here, there was warmth, clean bedding, and a corner where her daughter could sleep soundly. "Thank you, Lin Feng," she murmured, biting her lip as she gently placed Xiao Xiao on the bed, her movements tender as if cradling fragile porcelain. Su Yao's eyelashes fluttered, her lips mumbling about hunger, her small hands instinctively grasping at the air, as if chasing after some elusive food. Lin Feng stood at the door, watching Zhao Bingbing clumsily tuck the blanket around her daughter, his fingertips turning pale from the effort. He recalled her kneeling in the snow that morning, the exquisite food photographs from her social media, and suddenly spoke. "Wang Yu lives next door. You can seek her help if needed." He paused. "Lina is familiar with the house rules. You might inquire with her as well." Zhao Bingbing nodded, refraining from further questioning the rules. She understood that here, the best survival strategy was to refrain from asking what should remain unasked. Lin Feng did not elaborate further and turned to leave. In the corridor, Lina approached, carrying a tray bearing a steaming bowl of rice porridge and a small dish of pickles. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she halted and softly said, "Master, the porridge is ready." "Save for Su Yao." Lin Feng nodded. "Please take it in." He watched Lina enter Zhao Bingbing's room and cast a glance at the slightly ajar door of Wang Yu's room, where the rustling of pages could be heard, calm as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 65. The car I like currently. There were 4 residents on the first floor. Wang Yu was responsible for equipment maintenance and inventory checks, while Lina, having been obedient and sensible lately, had moved from the basement to a small room on the first floor, tasked with cleaning and assisting in the kitchen, albeit still wearing a collar. Now, with Zhao Bingbing and her daughter added to the mix, this space, once distinctly delineated, had gradually morphed into a temporary home, filled with a delicate balance of existence due to the apocalypse. The flames in the fireplace continued to burn, casting elongated shadows along the corridor. Lin Feng leaned against the railing, gazing at the swirling snowflakes outside, his fingertips lightly tapping in his pocket. He understood that Zhao Bingbing's arrival was merely the beginning. This villa required more hands, and those who once stood on different social tiers would ultimately learn to lower their heads and coexist under the pressure of survival. Half an hour later, the kitchen door was gently pushed open. Zhao Bingbing stood at the threshold, now donned in the blue work attire that Wang Yu had found for her. The oversized sleeves flapped loosely, clashing with her slender wrists and appearing rather comical. After washing her face, she had shed the weariness etched upon her features, revealing well-maintained skin, though the fatigue and redness around her eyes remained, resembling a meticulous painting dampened by rain. Lin Feng was leaning against the kitchen doorframe, toying with a fruit knife, its blade glinting coldly under the overhead light. Upon her entrance, he inclined his chin toward the vegetables soaking in the sink. "Wash those." Zhao Bingbing remained silent, walking directly to the sink. The water from the faucet carried a hint of well water's chill, sending a shiver through her as she dipped her hand in, but she quickly acclimated to the temperature, awkwardly scrubbing the dirt from the vegetable leaves. Once fingers that had held pens to draft meeting minutes and delicately sipped from champagne flutes were now diligently scraping the grime from the roots of the leaves. Her nails soon caked in a layer of dark grime, yet surprisingly steady. Lin Feng observed that although her figure was concealed by the clothing, it still exuded charm. If she were to don yoga pants, she would surely resemble a ripe peach. "I have not seen you do this before at the company." Lin Feng's voice suddenly broke the silence behind her, imbued with casual curiosity. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms gently around her waist from behind, his palm resting against her warm skin beneath the work attire, slowly wandering upward. The rough texture of the fabric brushed against his fingertips, starkly contrasting with the silk of the haute couture dress in his memories. Yet it radiated a more vibrant warmth belonging to the essence of life. Zhao Bingbing's body stiffened in an instant, the knife nearly slipping from her grasp as she paused mid-slice. She inhaled deeply, her voice trembling slightly. "There used to be a maid at home." "Oh." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his fingers caressing her waist gently. "And what about now?" Zhao Bingbing swallowed hard. "Now I am the maid." Lin Feng chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the spacious kitchen, tinged with playful mockery, that isn't entirely incorrect. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her hair, catching a faint scent of cheap shampoo. Let's make a cream cake tonight. Zhao Bingbing hesitated for a moment, her profile appearing somewhat blurred in the steam. Are there ingredients at home? There are cream and cake flour in the pantry, Lin Feng interjected. Why don't you just checked a couple of days ago? There's a can of imported cream and a bag of unopened flour. He remembered the exquisite dessert photos from her social media and remarked, I recall you used to excel at this. Zhao Bingbing fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right. Her voice no longer bore the initial resistance, replaced by a resigned calmness. She understood that this was not a request, but an instruction. Just as she had accepted trudging through the snow, donning ill-fitting work attire, and washing vegetables for strangers, she now accepted that she must employ the skills she once took pride in to secure her right to survive. Do you need help? Lin Feng's hand lingered on her waist, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her skin, eliciting a subtle shiver. No, Zhao Bingbing shook her head. Grasping a carrot from the cutting board, I can manage on my own. Lin Feng did not press further, merely inhaling the fragrance emanating from her snow-white neck, his heart stirring with anticipation. Her movements became increasingly adept as she cut the vegetables. Though not as swift as a professional chef, her diligence and careful focus were unmistakable. The sound of the water flowing from the faucet, the rhythmic chopping on the cutting board, and the crackling from the distant fireplace intertwined, creating a disordered yet warm melody. Su Yao Lin Feng suddenly spoke up, asking where her father was. Zhao Bingbing paused, her knife halting as a carrot rolled to the edge of the board. She bent down to retrieve it, her voice barely above a whisper. He went to the provincial city before the blizzard, and we haven't been able to reach him since. Lin Feng chose not to press further. In this apocalyptic world, the inability to make contact often carried a weighty implication, understood by both parties without the need for words. She always possessed an enchanting charm. Even in moments of apparent disarray, Lin Feng could not help but allow Zhao Bingbing to lean a little closer. When driving, Lin Feng had a habit of checking each headlight one by one, only proceeding once he was assured everything was functioning properly, before accelerating with abandon until the fuel gauge neared empty, at which point he would slam on the brakes. The thrill of the near collision was exhilarating. Although it was merely a second-hand vehicle, it was well-maintained and drove almost like new. The jolting sensation during acceleration imparted a wild and liberating feeling. Interestingly, this was not even a proper second-hand car. The previous owner had never intended to sell it, and Lin Feng had simply taken it for his own use. There was a unique freedom in driving someone else's car, unburdened by the worry of damaging components through rough handling. In contrast, his own new car required meticulous care and cautious driving. One could not be so reckless. Thus, while Lin Feng would take great care of his own new vehicle, he found a certain thrill in joyriding in someone else's car, especially when the owner was either unaware or resigned to the situation. This almost predatory freedom always left him feeling particularly at ease. After more than half an hour, Lin Feng was the first to exit the kitchen, a hint of an unnatural flush gracing his cheeks. As he turned the corner of the hallway, he encountered Zhou Yu sitting on a small stool by the fireplace, her hands cradling her cheeks, her wide eyes suddenly turning to him. The young girl wore a pink down jacket, her pigtails askew, her face flushed from the warmth of the fire, yet her gaze remained strikingly clear. Though she appeared like an undeveloped child, with a voice as soft as milk, she was already a middle school student, and she had heard the faint sounds from the kitchen through the slightly ajar door. In that moment of eye contact, Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat, suddenly aware of an awkwardness. He approached, seated himself beside her, and poked at the charcoal in the fireplace with a pair of tongs, causing sparks to fly and casting alternating shadows on their faces. Are you cold? Lin Feng asked, attempting to strike up a conversation, gesturing towards her down jacket. Do you need another coat? Zhou Yu shook her head, her eyes still fixed on the kitchen's direction, softly inquiring, what is Aunt Zhao doing? Just as she finished speaking, her expression shifted, her face turning crimson. She's cooking, Lin Feng replied, striving to keep his tone casual. She'll make you a cream cake for dinner. Really? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled momentarily before she lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, a hint of discontent evident. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated her reaction. He glanced towards the kitchen, where the sound of mixer could be heard, steady and monotonous. "She's just tired," he reassured her. Zhouya remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a childlike confusion. "Uncle Lin Feng, will they all live here from now on?" "Yes," Lin Feng nodded, "as long as they listen and work hard." "Like Aunt Lina?" Zhouya tilted her head. "I noticed Aunt Lina hasn't been talking much lately." Lin Feng picked up a nearby can of nuts, cracked a walnut, and handed it to her. "Everyone has their own way of living. Here, the most important thing is to live well." Zhouya accepted the walnut, chewing slowly, refraining from further questions. The flames in the fireplace gradually dwindled, leaving only the glowing embers, radiating gentle warmth. A chime from the kitchen signaled the oven's preheating, breaking the corridor's tranquility. Chapter 66. Silent anxiety. The dinner table buzzed with liveliness, more so than usual. Wang Yu brought in the last dish of stir-fried vegetables, glistening with droplets of water under the warm yellow light. Lina, head down, divided the sliced cream cake onto plates. The leash on her collar loosely draped over the chair's back, swaying gently with her movements. Zhao Bingbing sat in a corner, sipping her half bowl of congee in small bites, her gaze occasionally darting towards the adjacent room. Su Yao, after taking her medication, leaned against the headboard, her complexion still bearing a sickly flush. The 20-year-old girl was as thin as a wisp of bone, her fingers unconsciously picking at the bedsheet, like a bird trapped in a cage. Lin Feng occupied the main seat, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table, his gaze sweeping over the others at the table. Wang Yu's work uniform sleeves were stained with oil from repairing the drilling machine earlier that afternoon. Lina's hair was meticulously styled, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of numbness. Zhao Bingbing's fingers bore the wrinkles from washing vegetables, a stark contrast to her former self adorned with expensive nail polish. Despite their varied expressions, they undeniably infused the villa with a newfound vibrancy. "Ice Bing," Lin Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence at the table. This affectionate address rang clear in the quiet dining room. "You spent a long time at the company and know many people. Do you happen to know any doctors?" Zhao Bingbing's hand holding the spoon abruptly halted, steam rising from her bowl of congee, momentarily obscuring her flushing cheeks. She instinctively raised her eyes, meeting Lin Feng's calm gaze before hastily lowering her head, her ears reddening. "Sister Zhang from the finance department husband is a surgeon at the city hospital. His surname is Liu. Before the blizzard, Sister Zhang mentioned he was reassigned to the fever clinic for support, and since then, we haven't been able to contact him." A subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped the dining table. Wang Yu's hand holding the empty plate froze mid-air, surprise flickering in her eyes before she quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy the dishes. Lina's movements while cutting the cake slowed slightly, her lowered eyelids concealing her emotions. Lu Ruo Shui tightened her grip on Zhouya's hand, a cool sensation passing through her fingertips. "The fever clinic?" Lin Feng seemed unaware of the group's unease, his tone remaining unchanged. "That place is probably empty by now. And there's Dr. Wang from the emergency department." Zhao Bingbing's voice retained an air of unnatural restraint. He used to handle the company physicals and is quite skilled. However, his home is in the old city area, too far from here. After the blizzard, he likely won't be able to come out. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of the tablecloth. Lin Feng refrained from further inquiries, simply placing a piece of cake on Zhouya's plate. "Try Aunt Zhao's cake. It's quite delicious." Zhouya picked up a small spoon, delicately sampling the cream, her heart no longer as tranquil as before. The name Ice Bing resonated within her, like a pebble tossed into still water, sending ripples across her thoughts. She noticed Zhao Bingbing's reddening ears, Wang Yu's tense profile, and her mother's hands quietly tightening beneath the table. After dinner, Wang Yu and Lina began clearing the dishes while Zhao Bingbing returned to her room to check on Su Yao. Soon, only Lin Feng, Lu Ruo Shui, and Zhouya remained in the living room. The crackling flames in the fireplace cast flickering shadows of the three onto the wall. So Ya clutched Lin Feng's sleeve, searching for words, but then heard Lin Feng instructing Wang Yu. "It seems the pressure valve on the drilling machine has some issues. You should check it. I'll accompany you to take a look." Wang Yu responded affirmatively, and the two walked towards the tool room, one after the other. Zhouya watched their figures disappear around the corner of the hallway, the unexplainable unease within her resurfacing. As night deepened, Zhouya lay in bed, tossing and turning. She quietly got up to pour herself a glass of water, and as she passed the hallway, she noticed the tool room lights still on, the door slightly ajar. Inside, Wang Yu's low voice mingled with Lin Feng's occasional responses and the faint sound of metal clashing. Compelled by an unseen force, she paused at the door's edge. This should be fine. It was just the ceiling ring that had aged. Wang Yu's voice was tinged with a hint of breathlessness. And it was fortunate that you discovered it in time. Lin Feng's voice sounded quite near. Remember to prepare a few extra ceiling rings for tomorrow, as parts are prone to wear in this kind of weather. After a brief pause, Zhouya heard the rustling of fabric and Wang Yu's slightly panicked murmurs, Lin Feng. The sounds behind her grew increasingly indistinct, and Zhouya's heart raced as though it might leap from her throat. She was unaware of what transpired within, only feeling her cheeks burn as she hurriedly turned and dashed back to her room, burrowing beneath the covers while trembling uncontrollably. She recalled Lina's collar, Zhao Bingbing's flushed ears, and her mother's eyes filled with concern. Was it true that everyone was like this with Lin Feng? The crowd was growing, and it seemed each person had their own way of drawing close to him. Sister Wang, you could repair machinery. So Lin Feng would stay with her in the tool room. Zhao Bingbing could bake cakes, and Lin Feng would call her Bingbing. Aunt Lina, though often silent, was also frequently sought after by Lin Feng. And what about herself? The more Zhouya pondered, the more fear gripped her, and tears fell unbidden. Sleep eluded her, and she ran barefoot to Lu Ruoshue's bedside. Lu Ruoshue had yet to sleep, lost in thought as she gazed out at the swirling snow. Moonlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a glow upon her face that revealed the anxiety in her eyes. Mom, Zhouya's voice was thick with emotion. I just saw Uncle Lin and Sister Wang Yu in the tool room. Lu Ruoshue snapped back to reality, embracing her daughter tightly. What happened? They've been in there for quite some time. Zhouya struggled to articulate her feelings, overwhelmed by a mixture of sourness and bitterness. Uncle Lin called Aunt Zhao Bingbing, and Sister Wang Yu too. She choked on her words, clinging to her mother. Mom, will we become less important? With more and more people around Uncle Lin, will he stop liking us? Lu Ruoshue's heart felt as though it had been violently twisted, leaving her breathless. She looked down at her daughter's tear-streaked eyes, where fear and unease mirrored her own deep-seated anxieties. Zhao Bingbing could create exquisite pastries, manage household chores, and even had knowledge of basic nursing, proving far more useful than her own skills in cooking simple meals. Wang Yu could repair machines and patrol the estate, making her an indispensable laborer within a villa. Lina had her own value, one that neither she nor Wang Yu could replace. All she could do was cook, tidy up, and lull Zhouya to sleep. In this apocalyptic world, what did that amount to? Her late husband's gentle visage suddenly flashed before her eyes, recalling his laughter as he remarked that every dish she made was imbued with intention. Yet now, this intention seemed so trivial beneath the weight of survival. She feared not only betraying her deceased husband's affection, but also the prospect of herself and her daughter becoming marginalized, unable even to warm themselves by the villa's furnace. Mom, do you also like Uncle Lin? Zhouya suddenly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes searching her mother's. It's perfectly fine if you do. Sister Wang Yu and Aunt Zhao are just like that, aren't they? As long as we can stay close to him, as long as we are not abandoned. Her daughter's words struck Lu Ruoshue like a bolt of lightning, shattering the defenses she had so carefully maintained. Indeed, in this world where human life was as inconsequential as grass, could loyalty and dignity truly outweigh a bowl of warm porridge or a secure corner? She observed Zhouya's reddened nose, recalling her daughter's cries for Uncle Lin in the night, and Lin Feng's protective figure before them. The wind and snow howled outside, while the embers in the fireplace gradually turned to ash. Lu Ruoshue took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes. When she opened them again, the hesitation in her gaze had been replaced by resolve. She gently patted Zhouya's back, her voice hoarse yet firm. "Yeah, do not fear. Mom knows what must be done." Regardless of how much restraint she had to cast aside or the psychological barriers she had to overcome, She must secure their place within this villa, for Zhouya, and for the singular warmth they could grasp in this brutal apocalypse. Chapter 67. Departure to the hospital. The early morning light filtered through the curtained seams, casting a slender beam upon the carpet. The embers in the fireplace retained but a final trace of warmth, and the air was suffused with the aroma of toasted bread and hot milk, softening the unique silence of the apocalypse. Lin Feng had slept soundly the previous night, having released his pent-up stress, while Zhao Bingbing prepared breakfast, prompting Zhouya to come and rouse him from slumber. Lin Feng occupied the head of the dining table, holding a slice of toast slathered in jam, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. Wang Yu was bent over her bowl of porridge, appearing somewhat fatigued. Rising early had left her a bit drowsy, but it was of little consequence. After all, one rarely heard of land left uncultivated. Lina held a cup of milk, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim, the metallic clasp of her collar glinting coldly in the morning light. Recently, she had been quite compliant. Lin Feng was not of a malevolent disposition, and she had earned a chance to dine at the table. The transformation in her demeanor was stark. She had once been passive, reluctant to engage in even the simplest tasks, yet now she had come to terms with reality, becoming both open and proactive. Zhao Bingbing was feeding the recently fevered Su Yao with small bites. The girl's complexion remained pale, yet she exhibited a hint of vitality compared to the previous day. Swallowing the warm rice porridge with small sips, sitting together, they resembled sisters. It was nearly impossible to discern their mother-daughter relationship. If Su Yao regained her health, the dynamic would be even more delightful. Observing the people at the table, Lin Feng suddenly felt an urge to simply succumb to this moment. For there was ample food and safety here. Why venture out? Lu Huaxue slid a fried egg before Zhouya, softly urging, "Hurry and eat. It will be unpalatable when it cools." Zhouya nodded, yet her eyes occasionally darted toward Lin Feng, as if burdened with unspoken thoughts. After breakfast, I have something to discuss. Lin Feng swallowed the morsel of bread, his voice calm as it pierced through the ambient sounds at the table. One could not remain lost in a haven of gentleness. Preparation was essential for survival in the apocalypse. This was no child's play. All actions momentarily halted, and all eyes fixed upon him. Within this villa, Lin Feng's words had always carried the weight of command, allowing no room for hesitation. "I need to go to the city center." He took a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, his tone unaltered, as though he were merely stepping downstairs for a newspaper, the hospital and pharmacy, to gather some medical supplies. The city center? Wang Yu's head snapped up, the spoon clinking against her bowl. "Isn't it too dangerous to go there now? I heard online yesterday that there were fires in the West District and Xinxing, and many people have fled to the city, resorting to violence when they couldn't find food." Her voice brimmed with evident concern, her fingers instinctively tightening. The wrinkles in her work pants more pronounced. The maintenance manual for the drilling machine lay open on the kitchen counter. She had initially planned to inventory the spare parts for the pressure valve today, but the news of Lin Feng's impending trip to the city had utterly derailed her focus. Zhao Bingbing's hand paused in feeding Su Yao, and the girl seized the moment to shy away from the spoon, coughing softly. Instinctively, she drew her daughter closer, her gaze towards Lin Feng tinged with apprehension. A place like the hospital must be deserted by now, right? Even if there are leftover medications, they've likely been ransacked. Moreover, with the power and water outages in the city lasting this long, who knows if... She left her sentence unfinished, yet everyone comprehended her meaning. In this apocalypse, hospitals, much like large supermarkets, were among the first places to be looted, becoming breeding grounds for danger. The patients unable to evacuate the unattended corpses might still retain their integrity in the cold, yet one could never predict whether something far more terrifying lurked within. Lina's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, she lowered her head, burying her face in the warmth rising from her cup of milk. Though she had never ventured into the city post-apocalypse, she had pieced together the grim tableau of ruins from snippets shared in company chat groups. Bloodied corridors, shattered glass, scattered empty cans, and dried bloodstains painted a chaotic and gruesome picture, akin to a toppled palette of colors. She had indeed contemplated escaping her current identity. Being a dog was an unbearable burden. However, she understood that remaining by Lin Feng's side was her only means of survival, ensuring she could enjoy good food and drink. This realization filled her with anxiety for what would happen if Lin Feng encountered misfortune. Would she still be able to experience these days free from hunger and cold? Uncle Lin, must you really go? Zhou Ye's voice trembled with emotion, her small hands tightly gripping Lu Ruoxue's garment. Just yesterday, Sister Wang Yu had mentioned that the roads in the city were blocked by snow, rendering vehicles unable to enter. Lu Ruoxue gently patted her daughter's back, her gaze towards Lin Feng betraying her own worries. Should we perhaps wait a little longer? Wait for the snow to melt somewhat, or check if anyone from the group has ventured out to assess the situation. She recognized that she had no right to question Lin Feng's decision. Yet the haunting images of the homeless man electrocuted by the power grid, the corpses piled in the snow, and the glaring red paint on the old locust tree made her heart race with dread. The city was 100 times more perilous than the villa's outskirts. Even with a gun, Lin Feng's solitary venture was fraught with risk. He lifted his gaze to Wang Yu, noticing the oil stains on her sleeve. The hydraulic hoses of the drilling rig are aging quickly. If someone gets injured without disinfectant and bandages, an infection would be tantamount to a death sentence. Last time when Zhou Yu fell and scraped her knee, you used the last of the iodine, didn't you? Wang Yu's face flushed slightly as she instinctively tugged at her sleeve. That day, while Zhou Yu was playing in the yard, she had slipped beside the iron frame, injuring her knee and bleeding. Wang Yu had rummaged through the medical kit only to find a half-empty bottle of iodine, with cotton swabs long expired. In the end, she had to resort to using strong alcohol, causing Zhou Yu to weep in pain. And then there was Su Yao. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the girl in Zhao Bingbing's arms. She has just recovered from a fever, but what if it returns? Without antipyretics and antibiotics. Are you prepared to watch her suffer through it? Zhao Bingbing's lips turned pale as she held Su Yao tighter. The memory of her daughter babbling in a feverish haze haunted her, along with the despair of knocking on every door in the neighborhood only to be met with silence. Like an icy shard piercing her heart, she understood Lin Feng's words. Medical supplies were indeed a matter of life and death. Yet the dangers of the city left her unable to find peace of mind. I am fully aware of your concerns, Lin Feng said, rising to his feet, his military boots resonating firmly against the floor. However, there is no need to worry about the villa's safety. He approached the control panel at the entrance, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. The surveillance footage on the wall instantly switched, revealing the electric fence surrounding the villa, the locks on every door and window, and the compartments in the basement, all clearly visible. Only I possess the controller. He picked up a keychain hanging by the door, shaking one of the black remote controls. Once I leave, all doors and windows will automatically lock, and the fence will remain electrified, set to the highest sensitivity. Not even a mouse could breach it without being electrocuted. The lock icons on the screen turned red one by one, emitting faint clicking sounds, as if an invisible barrier was slowly closing. Wang Yu watched as the window in her room was secured, the frost on the glass gleaming coldly on the screen, and her anxiety eased slightly. No one can enter or exit. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable certainty. You are to remain in the villa, conduct regular patrols, and inventory supplies until I return. Chapter 68. Arrival at the city hospital indeed. Lin Feng's space contained some medical supplies, salvaged from a pharmacy section during a previous raid on a supermarket. However, the assortment was far from comprehensive. That place was never a proper pharmacy. It resembled more of a welfare corner for supermarket employees, offering only cheap and limited stock. Initially, he believed these supplies would suffice. But he recently realized the inadequacy of the stock, most of which were common fever and cold medications, with a majority being in pediatric dosages. Given that the youngest in the villa, Zhou Yu, was already 15, and with more adults expected to inhabit the villa, it was evident that these supplies were woefully insufficient. Moreover, with the impending calamity of the undead looming, he was no sorcerer. Should the time come to confront zombies, the sound of gunfire would only attract more of them. At times, he even entertained fanciful thoughts of searching for an ice throne atop a snowy mountain or the Frostmourne, believing it would be preferable to engaging in a firefight. Yet, fantasy aside, The reality remained that he must seize the opportunity before the zombie outbreak to raid the hospital and city pharmacies. He was not afraid of crowds. Even the most brazen individuals feared firearms. Should he encounter the reckless, a few well-placed shots would surely convey the lesson of dimensionality reduction. In this era, a strong fist could not compare to a sturdy firearm. When reason fails, bullets speak the loudest. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. As for my end, there is no need for concern. He retrieved a modified rifle from the tool room, the barrel fitted with a scope, the body wrapped in non-slip tape, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. This weapon had an impressive range. A snowmobile fully fueled could traverse 300 kilometers. In the face of the foolish, whether to flee or fight would be his decision. Wang Yu observed the rifle, recalling how Lin Feng had expertly shot the shoulder of a military coat just days prior, remembering the bullets that had seemingly vanished. Her initial worries gradually transformed into an inexplicable trust. She knew Lin Feng was not an impulsive man. Having decided to go, he must have already devised a plan. Lina quietly lowered herself, crawling to Lin Feng's feet as she always did, bowing her head in anticipation of his orders. She understood she had no right to speak, so she expressed her attitude through obedience. Wang Yu, you are responsible for monitoring the surveillance, checking the electric fence and doors every hour. Lin Feng slung the rifle over his shoulder. Bing bing, the household chores are in your hands. Ensure nothing goes awry. Both women nodded simultaneously, their voices tinged with a tense seriousness. Understood. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the collar around Lina's neck. Keep an eye on the supplies in the basement. Do not allow any unauthorized individuals to approach. Lina lowered her head further, her hair concealing much of her face, softly uttering an acknowledgement. Though it may have felt somewhat excessive, Lin Feng could not determine how long he would be away, so it was prudent to assign them tasks to ensure stability. Primarily, he feared their idleness. When people became bored, their thoughts could easily wander, and who knew what chaotic ideas might emerge. In the current situation, the greatest fear within the villa was the volatility of human emotions. Keeping them occupied would not only pass the time, but also stabilize their minds, preventing unnecessary complications. Suddenly, Zhouya leapt from her chair, running to Lin Feng with her small face tilted upward. Uncle Lin, you must be careful. I want to give you my talisman. As she spoke, she untied a small peach with charm from around her neck, tiptoeing to place it in Lin Feng's hand. It was a charm her grandmother had obtained for her in childhood, said to bring peace and safety. The charm was smooth from frequent handling, still warm from the girl's touch. Lin Feng accepted the charm, tucking it into his pocket, and gently ruffled Zhouya's hair. Do not worry, Uncle will return soon. Lu Ruoxue stepped forward, handing him a thermos. Inside is freshly made jerky and steam buns for you to eat on the road. The thermos was heavy, clearly packed to the brim. As her fingers brushed against Lin Feng's sleeve, they trembled slightly before she quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring, "Come back early." Lin Feng replied, offering no further words as he turned to open the side door. A cold wind swirled with fine snow, striking his face with a biting chill. He took a deep breath, his military boots crunching into the snow as he walked towards the courtyard's exit. The courtyard, kept tidy through regular snow removal, appeared pristine, while the snow outside the walls had already piled thickly. When rebuilding the courtyard walls, they had deliberately raised the height. In retrospect, it was indeed a wise decision. Had they not done so, the encroaching snow would have likely buried the walls, rendering them ineffective as a barrier. Lin Feng gazed at the vast expanse of white beyond the wall, contemplating that he should clear the snow outside when time permitted. Although there appears to be no immediate threat, one can never be certain how long this snowfall will persist. Should the accumulation of snow rise ever higher, completely enveloping the walls, then all prior fortifications would have been in vain. Exercising caution is prudent, particularly in this apocalyptic world where every detail may hold the key to survival. The engine of the snow vehicle roared in the tranquil morning, its tracks carving two distinct paths through the snow. Wang Yu and Zhao Bingbing leaned against the kitchen window, watching as the green off-road vehicle gradually vanished at the end of the road until it was entirely consumed by the swirling snowflakes. Zhouya clutched the hem of Lu Ruoxue's clothing and softly inquired, Uncle Lin will be all right, won't he? Lu Ruoxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the vast expanse of white outside, her grip on her daughter's hand tightening. The snow vehicle sped across the snow at a steady 60 kilometers per hour. Lin Feng held the steering wheel, his keen eyes scanning the ruins along the roadside. Occasionally, shadows of a few individuals flitted among the remnants of buildings, wielding steel pipes or stones. Upon seeing the speeding vehicle, their eyes gleamed with greed. Yet none dared to pursue. In this deep snow, two legs could never outrun four wheels. On one occasion, while passing a collapsed supermarket, 5 or 6 men brandishing axes obstructed his path, shouting for him to leave the vehicle and food behind. Lin Feng did not even slow down. Instead, he rolled down the window and fired a shot into the snow at their feet. The gunshot echoed in the desolate street, and shards of ice sprayed up, hitting their pant legs. The group scattered in an instant, retreating in a flurry back into the ruins, no longer daring to show themselves. Lin Feng expressionlessly raised the window, shutting out their foul language. To him, they were merely stones in the road, obstacles to be crushed without wasting time. 2 hours later, the outline of the city center hospital came into view. Lin Feng drove the snow vehicle into an alley behind the building, ensuring the area was clear before concealing the vehicle. The white body of the car seemed to be erased by the snow, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. He patted the rifle at his waist, adjusted his scarf to cover half his face, and approached the hospital entrance. The revolving door had long been smashed, with shards of glass glinting coldly in the snow. The wind swept through the vast hall, emitting a mournful sound akin to the wails of countless patients. It was unclear if anyone remained inside, yet for safety's sake, Lin Feng cautiously held his gun and slowly entered the hospital. Chapter 69. Stockpiling medical supplies. A faint airflow resonated within the filter canister of the gas mask, carrying a heavy scent of rubber mixed with activated charcoal. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the outpatient hall of the city hospital, his rifle slung across his shoulder. The cold metal beneath his fingertips providing a stark reminder of his surroundings. His gaze surveyed the frozen silence. A collapsed triage desk lay atop an overturned wheelchair, its metallic frame glinting a dull gray in the snowy light. Scattered medical records were frozen to the ground, their pages curling into brittle waves, the ink blurred by the melted and refrozen snow. Most striking was a dark red patch of ice in the center of the hall, irregularly spreading like a congealed net, ensnaring several curl bodies. These corpses were clad in hospital gowns, many peacefully curled up, as if seeking warmth in the chill. Some lay on the ground with bent legs and hands clasped across their chests, appearing merely to be asleep. Others leaned against the wall, their heads slightly bowed, chins resting on their chests, the edges of their gowns stiffened and frozen. Still others lay across benches, arms hanging limply, fingertips barely grazing the ground, as if in their final moments they had wished to grasp something, yet ultimately fell short. The low temperature preserved the last postures of the deceased, their skin taking on a waxy, ashen hue, devoid of any contorted struggle, only the tranquility of being consumed by the frigid cold. The doctors capable of escape had long since fled. In such bitter weather, with power cut off, even a hospital could not endure for long. Without heat, machines rendered inoperative. The most basic conditions for treatment had become a luxury. The immobile patients were the most tragic. Those with family willing to take them away were fortunate. Yet ultimately, they merely exchanged one location for another to await death. Illness remained untreatable and food scarce, merely prolonging their suffering for a few more days. The rest, abandoned and uncared for, had likely frozen to death in the past few days. Even if they had not succumbed to the cold, starvation would have claimed them soon enough. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. A fleeting sense of sorrow brushed Lin Feng's heart, yet he understood the futility of his emotions. It was not just these patients. Even the able-bodied faced the same fate. Those who could endure might catch a breath or two in this icy world. Those who could not would simply become forgotten mounds of frozen earth by the roadside. No one would linger for the dead. The living must continue to strive for the next morsel. In this harsh reality, there was little room for excess emotion. Lin Feng adjusted the straps of his gas mask, ensuring it fit snugly against his face. He was no microbiologist, unaware if any unknown viruses lingered upon these bodies or how long pathogens could survive in a 20-degree below zero environment. Caution was the first rule of survival in this world, especially within what was once a bustling medical facility. He stepped forward, his military boots crunching on the mix of ice shards and glass fragments beneath him, the sound echoing clearly in the vast hall. The echoes collided with the peeling walls, bouncing back as if countless ears were listening from the shadows. First, to the pharmacy. Lin Feng had some recollection of the hospital's layout and relied on his memory to navigate the corridors. As he passed the emergency room, the sliding door was blocked by some object, leaving only a narrow gap. He squeezed through, the heavy scent of blood mingling with antiseptic wafting through the filter canister, becoming ever more pungent. A body covered by a white sheet lay on an emergency bed, the edges of the sheet soaked in blood, frozen into a hard shell. Nearby, an four stand lay toppled on the tray, the transparent liquid within long since frozen into icicles, resembling irregular crystals. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the medicine cabinet on the wall. Most of the glass doors had been shattered, the contents scattered across the floor, with empty packages occupying the majority. He did not linger in the emergency room, but turned towards the inpatient department. The elevator to the inpatient ward had long ceased functioning. The cabin stuck between floors, revealing a dark opening. Lin Feng opted for the stairs, where a thin layer of ice coated the steps, requiring considerable effort to maintain his balance with each step. The stairwell contained more bodies, some curled up on the landing, covered by a thick jacket they had scavenged, likely seeking warmth in their final moments. Others leaned against the railing, legs extended as if resting after fatigue, only to never awaken again. As the cuffs of his military trousers brushed against their fabric, he sensed a dry roughness. The surgical ward on the third floor remained relatively intact. Upon pushing open the fire door at the end of the corridor, Lin Feng heard a faint click, the sound of metal scraping. He immediately raised his gun in defense, aiming at the source of the noise, a fallen four stand gently swaying in the draft, its wheels spinning on the icy surface. Each bed in the ward was covered with blue and white striped sheets, though most had been disheveled, edges curling as if the patients had attempted to pull the covers over themselves in their final moments. Lin Feng approached the nurse's station and opened a drawer. The first drawer was filled with used syringes, their needles glinting coldly in the light. The second drawer contained unopened surgical packs, revealing silver hemostats and scalpels within the green cloth. The bottom drawer held a neat row of suturing needles, the sterilization date still remarkably recent. He placed his hand on the drawer, silently reciting a mantra. A familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him. The metal drawer along with its instruments vanished in an instant, leaving only an empty cabinet. The perception within the space became remarkably acute, allowing him to discern the surgical packs neatly stacked in the corner of the supplies area, adjacent to the canned goods scavenged from the supermarket, each separated by an invisible barrier. This heightened awareness surpassed anything he had previously experienced, as if every corner of the space unfolded in his mind, capturing even the minutest speck of dust. Lin Feng furrowed his brow but did not pause in his actions. He entered the ward, collecting each mattress, quilt, and the metal bed frames into the space. The moment the cold iron frame contacted his palm, a slight tremor resonated within the space, as if its capacity had been stretched. The area originally designated for the cans instinctively receded, creating sufficient room for the beds. He then turned his attention to the monitoring devices in the corner. Although the hospital had lost power, the displays, wires, and sensors of these devices were invaluable, particularly the intricate circuits that could be dismantled to repair the villa's electrical system. As he stored the third monitor into the space, he distinctly felt the boundaries of the space expanding, the taut saturation dissipating, replaced by a sense of spaciousness. The capacity had indeed grown. Lin Feng paused, leaning against the cold wall, closing his eyes to sense the changes within the space. What was once a discernible range of 10 meters now seemed to stretch to 15, and his control over the interior was increasingly robust, allowing him to adjust the placement of items at will and even categorize similar supplies automatically. This was perhaps what evolution entailed. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. Previously, while hoarding supplies in the villa, the space had often emitted slight tremors, albeit less pronounced. It appeared that frequent utilization of his abilities, especially when amassing a large quantity of similar items, indeed facilitated the evolution of the space. Suppressing the fluctuations in his heart, Lin Feng continued his search. Chapter 70. Medications and amusements. The pharmacy shelves have been thoroughly emptied by him. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, analgesics, bandages, gauze, iodine, and alcohol swabs, all collected into the space, provided their packaging was intact, regardless of expiration dates. He did not overlook the larger equipment either, meticulously storing the X-ray machine's operating table, the sterilizer from the disinfection supply room, and even the centrifuge from the laboratory. The medical area within the space gradually took shape, encompassing everything from needles and threads to large apparatuses, resembling a compact mobile hospital. As he traversed the corridors of the inpatient department, the filter canister of his gas mask began to emit a warning alarm, the sharp buzzing sound particularly jarring in the silence. Lin Feng retrieved a spare filter canister from his backpack, replacing it. The new activated charcoal brought a refreshing airflow, enabling him to delve deeper. He had thoroughly explored the hospital, glancing at his watch to note he had already spent 2 hours within its confines. Sunlight streamed through the frost-laden windows, casting mottled patterns on the floor that softened the contours of the corpses. They had simply succumbed to the sudden harsh winter, without struggle or suffering. Their breaths halted in silence. He felt no lingering attachment as he turned to exit the inpatient department, retracing his steps back to the outpatient hall. Pausing momentarily at the dark red ice stains, he ultimately chose not to linger. These bodies were of no concern to him. He had come with a singular purpose, to stockpile supplies. The instant he stepped out of the hospital's entrance, Lin Feng removed his gas mask, the frigid air rushing into his nostrils, imbued with the distinctive crispness of snow. He lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, conducting a brief inventory of the supplies he had collected within the space. Over 1,000 surgical instruments, nearly 10,000 boxes of various medications, 8 large devices including monitors and X-ray machines, as well as a multitude of smaller instruments and unexpired vaccines and serums of unknown utility. The haul far exceeded his expectations. He did not leave immediately, but instead headed towards the chain pharmacy diagonally across the hospital. The glass door had been smashed, yet it remained largely intact, likely because survivors deemed its value inferior to that of the supermarket. In the end times, the most pressing concerns were always food and warmth. While there was indeed a demand for medications, it was not urgent enough to warrant a frantic heist. Medications could last for a long time without spoiling. Food, on the other hand, if not seized today, might be entirely scavenged by others tomorrow, and missing out could mean starvation. Only when one fell gravely ill would they suddenly recall the significance of medications. Even so, most would merely grab a few commonly used drugs without the frenzy seen with food. Thus, even if someone had visited the pharmacy, the quantity taken would be minimal. The shelves likely still held a substantial stock of medications, ample for him to collect. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng stepped through the gaping hole. Inside, most of the shelves retained their original state, though the lower shelves were somewhat disheveled, while the upper ones remained largely intact. The shelf displayed an array of cold medications, fever reducers, stomach remedies, and trauma treatments, including several rows of children's syrups and probiotics. Lin Feng scanned the labels, gathering antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and first aid supplies into the space. The packaging of these medications was more complete than those in the hospital, with newer production dates, perfectly filling the gaps in the villa's reserves. In the storeroom behind the cash register, entire boxes of alcohol swabs and iodine were neatly arranged, alongside unopened blood pressure monitors and glucose meters. Lin Feng raised his hand to collect these boxes one by one, the medical area within the space gradually filling up. The once empty corners now becoming densely packed with supplies, yet showing no signs of overcrowding, clearly indicating that the expansion of capacity was no illusion. The pharmacy contained no corpses, only a few scattered empty packaging bags, likely taken by the few survivors who had passed through. Lin Feng's collection process proceeded remarkably smoothly. He could even hear the howling wind and snow sweeping past the street, yet there was no sound of any living person. When the last row of shelves was emptied, Lin Feng glanced at the reserves within the space. The stock of ibuprofen alone exceeded 50 boxes, with a small mountain of cephalus-borne antibiotics. Enough bandages and gauze to last 6 months, and combined with the equipment and apparatus obtained from the hospital, the villa's medical reserves had far surpassed initial expectations, sufficient to handle everyday injuries and even minor surgeries. He turned to exit the pharmacy, shoving the gas mask into his backpack and readjusting his rifle. The snow began to fall once more, fine snowflakes landing on his shoulders, instantly melting into water. Lin Feng looked towards the direction of the villa. The distant skyline was shrouded in storm, reduced to a blurred expanse of white. The snowflakes stung his face slightly, prompting him to retract his neck, his gaze sweeping past the shop signs at the street corner. Having come this far, it would be unwise to return with only medical supplies. He first headed east towards an alleyway, leading to a restaurant bearing a sign for home-style cuisine. The glass door was completely shattered, with icicles hanging from the doorframe like a curtain. Upon entering, he found the stove overturned, the freezer door hanging askew, with the frozen meat long vanished. Leaving only a thick layer of ice debris, no grains of rice remained. In the corner were several empty bottles, and the ground was littered with gnawed bones. Clearly having been ransacked, Lin Feng turned and left, lacking even the inclination to glance back. Turning west led him to a commercial street, where the roll-up gate of a clothing store had been pried open. He pulled it open. The store's heating had long ceased. Puffer jackets and cotton coats hung on the racks, covered in a thin layer of snow. Lin Feng casually touched a military green coat. The fabric was thick, the zipper intact. It appeared quite new. He selected several sweaters and jackets from the women's section, knowing that Wang Yu and the others had long worn their work clothes to tatters, and a change into something new would facilitate their tasks. He stored all the clothing into the space. Before the apocalypse, this had been an expensive brand store, and he had hesitated to purchase even one item. Yet now he could wear them at will. The cash register drawer had been pried open, coins scattered across the floor, frozen in the ice like a string of cheap silver beads, and he couldn't be bothered to bend down to collect them. Finally, he found a tranquil bookstore at the street corner. The wooden door creaked as he pushed it open. The bookshelves mostly stood upright, their spines covered in dust, while the heater in the corner was frozen solid. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the labels, noting that the parenting and recipe sections had been rummaged through the most, likely by survivors who had taken what they needed. He pulled out a few survival manuals and first aid guides and picked up an unopened medical dictionary. It was still usable. The books were not damaged. In the corner lay a hand warmer, which he tested by plugging it in, but it showed no response. So he tucked it into his bag as well. By putting the books into his space, he ensured that he would have something to occupy his time during moments of boredom. Continuing his journey, he found that the restaurant, convenience store, and hardware store were either smashed to bits or completely empty. However, Lin Feng stumbled upon a very inconspicuous corner that housed an adult novelty shop. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was present before quietly slipping inside and thoroughly rummaging through the store's contents. Even in the apocalypse, life must go on. If one is to survive, there must be a touch of pleasure. One cannot solely focus on the grim aspect of survival. These items might not serve any practical purpose, yet they could add a splash of color to the oppressive end times, providing a much-needed diversion from the monotony of daily life. With a heavy bag in hand, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Upon leaving the shop, Lin Feng kicked an empty tin can by his feet, producing a clattering sound. He glanced at the sky. The leaden clouds hung low, as if they might collapse at any moment. It was time to return. He murmured to himself as he turned back. His space now contained not only medical supplies, but also a considerable amount of clothing and books. He hadn't returned empty-handed, though he was not entirely loaded either. Chapter 71. Capture like a pig. Just as Lin Feng intended to retrieve his snowmobile and head back the way he came, a coarse shout rang out behind him. "Hey, you! Stop!" He halted, turning around to see 5 burly men blocking the alleyway. The leader, a scarred-faced man, brandished a sharpened steel pipe, the rusty and glinting coldly in the dim light. The other 4 men wielded an assortment of weapons, a couple of axes, a metal rod, and a short, stout fellow clutching a jagged piece of concrete that seemed somewhat comical. Their cotton jackets were filthy and worn, clearly the attire of those who had been scraping by in the ruins for an extended period. At that moment, 5 pairs of eyes fixated on Lin Feng, akin to starving wolves stalking solitary prey, their gazes brimming with greed and malice. Lin Feng had anticipated such an encounter, yet after not seeing anyone in the hospital or pharmacy, he assumed this area had already been scavenged. He could only mourn for them. Venturing out in such frigid weather, they were risking their lives. "What are you staring at?" The scarred man stepped forward, dragging the steel pipe across the frozen ground with a grating sound. Dressed quite warmly. "Did you steal those from a wealthy household?" Lin Feng's eyes scanned their weapons, noting the absence of firearms. This level of armament could only classify them as insignificant thugs in the apocalypse, unworthy even of the military-grade groups. His silenced handgun still rested at his waist, and the rifle in his space could be retrieved at any moment. Dispatching these 5 would be a mere matter of raising his hand. However, he remained motionless. He had no desire to engage with them. Encountering a few obstructive wild dogs on the road, unless bitten, no one would deliberately stop to contend with them. To him, these thugs were no different from wild dogs. As long as they did not attack him, he had no intention of wasting ammunition. But it was evident that they would not let him go so easily. "Take off your jacket, and let us see if you have any food." The stout man behind the scarred leader shouted, weighing the concrete block in his hand. "Be sensible and don't resist, or you'll leave here horizontally." Lin Feng tugged at his military green coat, which he had just acquired from a clothing store. The thick fabric was indeed eye-catching. He had no inclination to waste words with this group, so he turned to slip past them through a narrow gap between the buildings, just wide enough for 1 person to pass, sufficient to evade them. "Trying to run?" The scarred man, evidently taken aback by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, roared and charged at him, swinging the steel pipe toward Lin Feng's back. As Lin Feng sidestepped at the last moment, he caught sight of the rope tucked under their arms. They were not only intent on robbery, but also intended to capture laborers. Such small-time gangs were common in urban areas. Lacking the capability to seize major strongholds, they relied on blocking alleyways to capture solitary wanderers, binding them as free labor. The steel pipe struck the adjacent brick wall, sending shards of ice scattering. The scarred man stumbled forward due to inertia, exposing a vulnerability. If Lin Feng had chosen to act, he could have easily incapacitated the man by kicking his knee, just as he had done with the jacketed man previously. Yet, he refrained. From his peripheral vision, he noticed a plastic tag pinned to the scarred man's waist, on which the words Hui Min Supermarket were scrawled in a crooked manner. Hui Min Supermarket, he recalled, was a branch of a sizable chain, likely well-stocked before the blizzard. More importantly, while the stout man had been shouting earlier, Lin Feng had caught a mention of reporting back to the supermarket, hinting at the possibility of acquiring additional canned goods and perhaps even a doctor being present there. A doctor? Lin Feng's footsteps halted. The villa was in need of someone with medical expertise. Wang Yu had struggled with cleaning and stitching wounds during her last treatment of Zhouya. If there truly was a doctor at this supermarket, it warranted further investigation. "Hey, still standing there?" The scarred man had regained his composure and charged at Lin Feng again, this time aiming for his shoulder. Lin Feng finally made a move. He did not draw his weapon or retaliate. Instead, he sidestepped according to the man's force, deliberately slipping and stumbling against the wall, feigning a display of fright. "Please don't hit me." He lowered his voice, intentionally trembling. "I'll go with you. I'll be obedient." The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this seemingly robust man to be so easily intimidated. He exchanged glances with the other 4, each reading surprise and satisfaction in the other's eyes. "Smart move." The scarred man sheathed the steel pipe and signaled to the stout man, "Tie him up." The stout man promptly produced the rope and stepped forward to bind Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng willingly raised his arms, allowing the coarse rope to tighten around his wrists, even letting out a few pained grunts to enhance the performance of his fear. Nearby, 2 other wanderers who had been captured by the gang were huddled together in terror, trembling even more as they witnessed Lin Feng being bound. Let us go. The Scarman gestured with the steel pipe. Move quickly. We need to get back to the supermarket before dark. The 5 men escorted Lin Feng and the 2 other captives towards Hui Min's supermarket. The snow barely reached their ankles, yet each step sank deep, and Lin Feng deliberately walked unsteadily, occasionally stepping on the scarred man's heel, eliciting impatient reprimands from him. He kept his head bowed, concealing the calmness beneath. These 5 men were not worth his ammunition, nor did he wish to reveal his capabilities. They sought laborers, so he would allow them to capture him. After all, once they reached the supermarket, the dynamics of who was truly the laborer would become unclear. The outline of Hui Min's supermarket grew clearer amid the swirling snow. Its large sign reduced to just the words Hui Min, the other characters having been destroyed by some impact, their edges coated in icicles. In front of the entrance, several makeshift watchtowers made of wooden boards and metal sheets were stacked, and he could vaguely see figures moving inside. The scarred man, evidently familiar with the area, shouted from a distance, "It's me, Lao San. I brought back 3 laborers." The figures in the watchtower peered out to assess the situation, remaining silent, but shifting the iron gate blocking the path slightly. Lin Feng was pushed through the supermarket's entrance, where a mixture of sweat, mildew, and a faint meaty aroma assaulted his senses. His nose twitched. There was indeed fresh meat, likely just processed. It seemed this supermarket not only had a doctor, but also possessed a more substantial stockpile of supplies than he had anticipated. His gaze quickly swept the surroundings. The hall was cluttered with various items piled haphazardly, and a few individuals clad in similar tattered cotton jackets squatted on the ground, gnawing on something. Upon seeing the scarred man enter, they merely lifted their eyelids before returning to their meals. The sound of chains dragging in the corner suggested the presence of captives. "First, take these to the warehouse, and later hand them over to the overseer." The scar-faced man instructed the short, stout fellow, who complied while the former eagerly grasped a steel pipe and ventured deeper into the supermarket, likely to claim his reward. Lin Feng was escorted by the short man and another burly figure towards the warehouse. As they turned a corner, he caught sight of a crooked notice affixed to the wall, inscribed in red paint, a reward of 1 can of food for capturing a laborer, an additional half a block of compressed biscuit for capturing a woman. He pondered whether a doctor might be present within. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. If a doctor were indeed here, then his capture would not be in vain. As for his captors and the so-called overseer, he felt the reassuring weight of the silenced pistol at his waist, its cold metal a steady presence beneath his padded clothing. Once he discerned the doctor's location and familiarized himself with the layout of the supermarket, these men would merely be refuse to be disposed of at his convenience. The door to the warehouse swung open, releasing a wave of musty odor. Lin Feng was thrust inside, the sound of the door locking behind him echoing ominously. He leaned against the frigid wall, surveying the other 2 trembling vagrants, and gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 72. A hell on earth. When the iron door of the warehouse was pulled open, a hot wind, mingled with the stench of alcohol, sweat, and a sickly sweet odor, struck Lin Feng's face, causing his nostrils to flare in discomfort. He was shoved forward by 2 burly men, their military boots squelching on the sticky floor, producing a nauseating sound. The interior of the supermarket had been transformed into a fortified stronghold. Shelves that once displayed snacks had been toppled and piled haphazardly into makeshift barriers, while steel pipes jutted out from the gaps, their ends sharpened like the fangs of a ferocious beast. More than 30 bandits gathered around a central bonfire, some bare-chested, revealing backs adorned with tattoos, while others sat on filthy cotton garments, clutching bottles of liquor or gnawing on half-eaten chunks of meat, their murky eyes glinting with a feral light in the flickering flames. The confined space of the supermarket was stifling, the air thick with the acrid scent of low-quality liquor, the sourness of sweat-soaked clothing, and an inescapable fishy sweetness. The odor resembled that of a slaughterhouse, yet it bore a repulsive, rotten quality that clawed at Lin Feng's throat. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and his heart sank. In the left corner stood a massive iron cage, its steel bars glinting ominously. Inside, a dozen women huddled together, their clothing in tatters, their exposed skin marred with bruises and bite marks. A skeletal woman was being dragged out by two bandits by her hair, her throat emitting hoarse cries, her nails carving deep grooves into the cold ground in a desperate attempt to escape. The other women in the cage merely stared blankly, their hollow gazes reminiscent of dust-covered glass, even blinking seeming an arduous task. "Let her go." One bandit suddenly erupted in laughter, kicking the woman behind the knee. "Weren't you quite vocal yesterday? What's wrong today?" The woman collapsed heavily to the ground, her forehead striking the iron bars with a dull thud. One bandit roughly tore open her clothing, while another raised a bottle to pour its contents in her mouth, the liquid streaming down her chin, soaking her thin garment. Her piercing screams were drowned out by the raucous laughter surrounding her, amplifying the sense of hopelessness. Lin Feng's fingers curled tightly within his sleeve, his nails digging into his palms. He had witnessed the horrors of a post-apocalyptic world, seen people kill each other over scraps of food. Yet he had never encountered such unadulterated cruelty, where suffering was a source of amusement. What chilled him further was the food clutched by the bandits. After the shelf had been toppled, a veritable mountain of supplies lay exposed on the floor. Unopened cans of fruit were stacked neatly, the packaging of compressed biscuits glistening in the firelight, and several boxes of bottled water leaned against a wall, their labels still clearly visible. Most conspicuous was the iron rack beside the freezer, where half a frozen pig hung, its icy sheen glimmering, clearly preserved before the blizzard. Food was abundant enough for these individuals to survive the winter, yet the bandits gathered around the fire feasted upon dark, blood-streaked chunks of flesh. One bandit, sporting a scruffy beard, opened his mouth wide, sinking his teeth into a piece of meat, dark red juices spilling down his chin and dripping onto his exposed chest, mingling with dirt and sweat, creating a grotesque, abstract painting. The crunching sounds as he chewed filled the air, the blood on his lips waving with each movement, his eyes brimming with a near-manic excitement. Lin Feng's gaze abruptly landed on the cooking area. A dark iron pot sat atop a makeshift fire, bubbling with a grotesque broth that shimmered with an unsettling sheen. Shreds of meat clung to the pot's edge, deeply discolored. Scattered across the ground in the corner of the cooking area were several slender bones, their marrow completely extracted, and remnants of singed hair still clung to them. These were certainly not pig or cow bones. Their size and shape bore an eerie resemblance to human phalanges. A wave of nausea rolled through Lin Feng's stomach, and he fought to suppress the urge to vomit. They were consuming human flesh, not out of hunger, nor for survival, but from a pure, inhumane brutality. The cans and frozen meat were disregarded. They chose to feast upon their own kind, as though only through such acts could they unleash the malevolence that lay within. "What are you staring at?" The burly man escorting Lin Feng noticed his scrutiny and violently prodded him with the steel pipe. "Behave yourself. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Lin Feng lowered his head, concealing the chill rising within him. He complied, quickening his pace as he was pushed towards the labor area at the back of the supermarket. There, a dozen similarly bound vagrants were huddled together, young and old alike, curled up on the cold ground, their expressions as blank as stones. As he passed the central bonfire, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to a makeshift medical station in the corner. Constructed from a few overturned cardboard boxes, a dim emergency light hung above, casting a yellow glow on a woman in a white coat, crouched on the ground, tending to a bandit's arm. Her coat was soiled and darkened, the cuffs and hem tattered, yet the original tailored cut remained evident. Her long hair was tied back with a blood-stained rubber band, a few strands falling across her face, obscuring much of it, leaving only her sharply defined jawline and tightly pressed lips visible. Her movements were steady, expertly using tweezers to apply alcohol-soaked cotton to the bandit's festering wound. The edges of the wound were a sickly bluish-black, as if something had gnawed at it, and it oozed a pale yellow pus. She wore a pair of worn rubber gloves, her actions marked by a professionalism that belied her role as a temporary medic. "Be gentle." The bandit winced, baring his teeth in pain, but did not dare to push her away. Instead, he gruffly shouted, "Dr. Yang, make sure this one is clean. I don't want a repeat of last time, where it got rotten down to the bone." "Dr. Yang?" Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. This title, along with the steady hands amidst the bloodshed, brought back memories of a news report he had seen before the world fell into chaos. About a brilliant doctor named Yang Sichuan, who had conquered a rare blood disease by the age of 28. The report stated she was not only skilled in surgery, but also made significant contributions in virology, making her a candidate for the youngest academician in the medical field. He never expected to encounter her here. Dr. Yang seemed oblivious to the bandit's complaints, focused solely on stitching the wound with precision. Her technique was swift, each stitch puncturing the flesh accurately, tying off with a firm tug, embodying an undeniable professionalism. All done. She set down the needle and thread. Her voice as cold as ice. Avoid water for the next few days and change the dressing on time. If you dare to eat anything unclean again, not even a deity can save you. Got it. The bandit chuckled awkwardly, not angered at all. Instead, he rummaged through a nearby box, producing an unopened bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the cap and offering it to her. You must be thirsty, Dr. Yang. Have some water. Yang Sichuan did not respond. She merely stood up and discarded the used cotton ball into the nearby metal bin. Chapter 73. Confirming the position, Lin Feng observed that the surrounding bandits regarded her with unabashed greed, akin to ravenous wolves fixating on a lamb. One lanky individual even instinctively licked his lips, his gaze roving over her tied-up long hair and slender waist. Yet none of them dared to approach, as if an invisible shackle restrained them. Damn it, this woman is truly a treasure. Someone by the fire murmured, were it not for her ability to heal. I would have silence. A burly man interjected, kicking him sharply. The boss said, Dr. Yang is off limits. Anyone who breaks the rules will have their hands chopped off. The man immediately fell silent, his head bowed in resentment. Yet he could not help but steal glances in Yang Sichuan's direction. Lin Feng instantly comprehended the situation. These bandits relied on Yang Sichuan's medical skills, particularly in treating infections and festering wounds caused by cannibalism. They were both covetous of her beauty and fearful of losing their only lifeline, thus maintaining a peculiar balance in this contradiction. Yang Sichuan appeared unfazed by the gazes surrounding her. She tidied her medical kit and turned to return to her shelter, but paused momentarily as she passed by Lin Feng. Her eyes swept across his face without lingering. Yet upon noticing the hemp rope binding his wrist, her brow imperceptibly furrowed. Where are you looking at? Get to the labor zone. The burly man escorting him shoved Lin Feng again. Stumbling forward, his gaze involuntarily shifted back to the medical station. Yang Sichuan had already returned to the cardboard shelter, the emergency light illuminating her gaunt silhouette. A bandit eagerly offered her a piece of compressed biscuit. She took it but did not eat, merely placing it on the box beside her. Lin Feng knelt among the laborers, the cold ground seeping through his thin military trousers. Penetrating and chilling, his gaze skimmed over the huddled vagrants, over the despairing women in the iron cage, over the bandits devouring human flesh by the fire, finally landing on a half slab of frozen pork. The abundance of supplies starkly contrasted with the madness of cannibalism. The order of civilized society had been utterly shattered here, leaving only raw, twisted evil. And Yang Sichuan stood as the sole, contradictory light in this darkness. She was neither imprisoned nor free. She exchanged her medical skills for temporary safety, yet was constantly surrounded by greedy eyes. Lin Feng's fingertips gradually loosened within his sleeve, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks on his palm. His purpose for being here was to find a doctor. Now he had succeeded. Moreover, she was an extraordinary genius proficient in surgery and virology. As for how to extricate her, Lin Feng's gaze fell to his waist, where his silenced pistol was concealed. The rifles and ammunition in the space were sufficient to turn this supermarket upside down. Yet, he refrained from immediate action. He needed to wait. To ascertain the guard distribution here, to confirm whether Yang Sichuan truly wished to accompany him, and most importantly, to await the opportune moment to eradicate these beasts clad in human skin. Although Lin Feng never considered himself a good person, he had never hesitated to eliminate those who impeded him when capable, if they resorted to such brutality due to starvation. He might have been able to understand them to some extent. After all, In the apocalypse, hunger could drive even the most rational to madness. However, they possessed ample food, yet still committed such atrocities. At this juncture, Lin Feng no longer regarded them as human. How were they any different from those barbaric beasts? He had never appreciated films rife with bloodshed and savagery, nor could he tolerate the existence of such monsters in reality. If that were the case, it would be better to send them to hell sooner rather than later. Tentacled beastmen, goblins, minotaurs, they all deserved to die. The firewood crackled in the flames, casting flickering shadows around. A woman's shriek emanated from the iron cage, this time shorter, swiftly muffled, leaving only suppressed sobs. The black pot on the stove continued to bubble, the sweet, greasy stench growing ever stronger, infiltrating everyone's lungs as if to engrave the sins of this inferno into their very bones. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, only a frozen chill remained in his gaze. The ground of the labor zone was sticky and cold. Lin Feng curled up in a corner, feigning drowsiness, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the medical station. Yang Xishuan was tending to a bandit who had lost a finger. He had likely been injured during a raid for supplies. The severed digit was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled, shattered bone protruding from the flesh. Lin Feng was ever vigilant, not only to clarify the other party's stance, but also to verify the authenticity of her medical skills. She crouched on the ground, her head slightly bowed, strands of hair falling over her brows and eyes. The hemostatic forceps she wielded clamped the artery with precision, her movements devoid of hesitation. As if merely handling a piece of pork, the bandit grimaced in pain, cursing under his breath, yet she did not lift her eyelids, methodically wrapping and knotting with gauze, each action exuding a trained calmness. Lin Feng noticed her fingertips trembling, not from fear, but from extreme restraint. When the forceps met the shattered bone, her knuckles would tighten sharply, turning pale as if she were gripping not an instrument, but a searing branding iron. Yet her gaze remained cold, like a frozen lake, devoid of any ripple. Dr. Yang's skills are truly remarkable, someone nearby remarked. If it were anyone else, that finger would have been lost. Yang Xishuan did not respond, her movements in packing up the instruments almost brusque. Amidst the clanging of metal, Lin Feng faintly heard a soft scoff escape her throat, laced with an unspeakable derision. At that moment, a corpulent man approached, his knife sheathed at his waist, and the demeanor of those around him indicating he was likely the small leader of this band of brigands. Having just devoured a piece of meat, dark red stains still lingered at the corners of his mouth, his gaze glued to Yang Xishuan like a snake ready to strike. "You've worked hard, Dr. Yang," he said, inching closer to her, nearly brushing against her shoulder. "Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a shoulder massage?" The surrounding bandits erupted into laughter, with whistles and lewd remarks echoing. Yang Xishuan's body instantly tensed, akin to a cat that had been touched on its last nerve. She did not turn around, but slowly set down her medical kit, her fingers groping the bottom of the box before suddenly withdrawing a scalpel. The blade glinted coldly under the emergency light. She did not point it at the small leader, but resolutely pressed it against her own neck. "Step away." Her voice remained icy, yet held an air of irrevocable determination. "Touch me, and this knife goes in." The small leader froze, his lewd grin solidifying into shock. "Have you lost your mind?" He instinctively took a half step back, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "If I die, none of you will survive." Yang Xishuan tightened her wrist slightly, the blade already leaving a shallow mark on her neck, blood droplets seeping forth. The infected wound would rot to the bone, and the fevered would ramble incoherently. The next time someone was bitten to death, there would be no one to stitch them up. They could choose for themselves. Her voice was not loud, yet it struck like a hammer upon every heart. The laughter around them vanished instantaneously. Even the crackling of the fire seemed to still. The bandits' expressions turned grim, the greed in their eyes replaced by fear. They may disregard the lives of others, but they could not ignore the wounds on their own bodies and the infections that could come knocking at any moment. Outside, they were not the only force. Conflicts were unceasing, and injuries were inevitable. If they were wounded and found no doctor to treat them, it would be too late for regrets. The little leader's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he fixated on the surgical knife pressed against his throat. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and spat disdainfully. Damn it, how audacious! He turned and kicked one of the bandits beside him, bellowing, "What are you staring at? Get to work." The crowd quickly dispersed, and no one dared approach the medical point again. Only then did Yang Sichuan slowly lower the surgical knife, her trembling fingertips wiping away the droplets of blood from her neck. Her back pressed against the cold cardboard box. Her chest heaved violently, clearly exhausted from the earlier confrontation. Lin Feng crouched in the shadows of the labor zone, observing everything with clarity. He was finally convinced that this woman was not an accomplice of the bandits, nor was she merely surviving. She was resisting in her own way, leveraging their most cherished asset, life, as a bargaining chip, wagering her own existence to carve out a sliver of hope in this hell. Such a person possesses principles, resilience, and, most importantly, immense value. This is precisely the type of doctor that the villa requires. Furthermore, as long as her life remains unthreatened and her principles untouched, she can still collaborate with these bloodthirsty demons, indicating that bringing her back could indeed be feasible. Surely, she would not prefer this perilous existence over a normal life at the villa. He subtly shifted his position, inching closer to the medical point. The hemp rope binding his wrist had long been cut open with a blade concealed in his boot, and with a bit of force, he could easily break free. Now, he merely awaited an opportunity. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the supplies piled in the corner, the numbed woman within the iron cage, and the dark pot simmering with human flesh by the stove. The opportunity would soon present itself, and those bandits, still gnawing on human flesh by the fire, would remain oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. Chapter 74. Midnight discussions. The supermarket descended into an eerie silence in the latter half of the night. The flames of the fire dwindled, leaving only dim red embers flickering in the ashes, casting grotesque shadows on the slumbering bandits. Occasionally, the bars of the iron cage in the corner emitted faint clinking sounds as the woman inside twitched in her sleep before returning to stillness. The black pot on the stove continued to emit faint steam, with a sickly sweet odor pervading the enclosed space, thick and suffocating. Lin Feng curled up in the shadows of the labor zone, his eyes bright and alert. He counted the footsteps of the patrols, occurring every half hour, with two bandits moving in tandem, their steel pipes dragging across the ground with a jarring clatter, their route as predictable as the hands of a clock. At 3 a.m, the final patrol passed, and Lin Feng made his move. He deftly flipped his wrist, the concealed blade in his palm, slicing through the hemp rope binding his wrists. It was a razor blade extracted from the surroundings, sharp enough to easily cut through frozen meat, and at that moment, severing the coarse rope felt as effortless as slicing through thin paper. He moved with utmost quietness, suppressing even his breath to ensure he would not awaken the slumbering vagabonds beside him. As he rose, his military boots tread silently on the shards of glass. He glided along the shadows of the shelves, akin to a nocturnal feline, skillfully avoiding the sprawled-out drunkards on the floor. His objective clear: the makeshift office at the innermost part of the supermarket, Yang Sichuan's compartment. The office door was reinforced with steel plates, currently ajar, leaving a narrow gap through which a single person could pass. Perhaps the bandits deemed it unnecessary to lock it tightly, as they believed that a doctor reliant on them for survival would neither attempt escape nor dare to run. As Lin Feng slipped through the door's gap, a faint scent of disinfectant greeted him, contrasting sharply with the foul odors outside. The compartment was far more orderly than the chaotic exterior. A few unopened medical boxes were piled in the corner, and a clean canvas was spread across the floor, where Yang Sichuan lay curled up, covered by a military coat evidently borrowed from the bandits. The emergency light was set to its dimmest, casting a yellowish glow under which her tightly furrowed brow was visible. Even in sleep, it remained unrelaxed. Just as Lin Feng's foot touched the ground, the figure on the canvas suddenly opened her eyes. There was no panic, no scream, only a tautened body and a sudden alertness. Yang Sichuan's hand darted toward her pillow, where a surgical knife lay pressed, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light, aimed directly at Lin Feng's throat. "Don't make a sound," Lin Feng lowered his voice, remaining motionless as the knife's tip pressed against the skin of his neck. "I am here to take you away." Yang Xishuan's pupils contracted, her grip on the knife tightening, the blade nearly embedding itself in his flesh. "Take me away? Where to?" "To a place where you can live in safety." Lin Feng met her gaze, articulating the conditions clearly. "A villa with electric fencing that can shield you from external dangers. There is ample food, so you won't go hungry, nor will you have to resort to those unsavory alternatives. The medical supplies are plentiful, with a dedicated medical room where you can treat patients at ease and pursue your profession. Free from the wounds of these beasts and without the need to press a surgical knife against your own throat for survival." His words flowed steadily, each syllable clear and powerful, as though declaring an established fact. Yang Xishuan's knife trembled slightly, not from fear, but rather from the pent-up anger and despair that had suddenly found an outlet. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with sharp mockery. "The place you speak of, does it have clean beds? Sufficient medical supplies? It sounds like paradise. But tell me, is the path to paradise paved with the bones of others? Am I to witness you slaughter these individuals one by one while you smile at me, assuring me of my safety? I will not force you to shed blood." Lin Feng's voice remained calm. "You only need to do what you are meant to do. The fate of these individuals is not your concern." "Not my concern?" Yang Xishuan laughed, her laughter tinged with an indescribable melancholy. "Do you think I would believe you? A man who can navigate from the labor zone to here would have clean hands? You rescue me merely because you believe I still hold value. Once my value diminishes, how are you different from these people outside? I'm not like them." Lin Feng's tone remained steady. "You can see that. See that?" Yang Xishuan scoffed, her laughter laced with self-mockery. "All I can see is that you are better at pretending than they are. In this place, who isn't fighting for survival? Your way of living is to deceive a desperate doctor into following you. And then what? To barter my medical skills for your rations? Or to treat me as a pet to flaunt before others." He paused, adding, "Believe it or not, but remaining here, you know the outcome. The man who touched your shoulder last night made his intentions clear. Your surgical knife can save their lives, but cannot shield you from their sordid thoughts." His words pierced Yang Xishuan's heart like a needle. She abruptly turned her head, gazing at the flickering light outside the compartment, where she could still envision that little leader's lecherous stare. Her breath quickened, and her grip on the knife began to loosen. Lin Feng spoke the truth. Each day, she calculated how long her value would last, weighing her next act of rebellion, and whether the surgical knife in her hand could genuinely cut through. She had grown weary of this constant state of anxiety. Yet trusting this sudden stranger felt akin to leaping into an unfathomable ice abyss. Who knew what awaited her below? She began, her voice tinged with an unfamiliar hesitation. "How do I know you aren't deceiving me?" "What if?" "There are no what ifs," Lin Feng interrupted, pulling a small bottle of iodine from his pocket and placing it on the canvas before her. "It is unopened, with a recent date. There is plenty more at the villa." Yang Xishuan's gaze fell upon the bottle of iodine, its surface pristine and devoid of any blemish. A stark contrast to the one in her hand that had been repeatedly diluted. It was a rare glimpse of the cleanliness belonging to a civilized society. She stared at the bottle of iodine for a long time, so long that Lin Feng thought she might refuse, before finally hearing her almost whisper, "What do you want me to do? Come with me." Lin Feng's voice finally softened, and that was all there was to it. After speaking, he handed Yang Xishuan a bottle of sleeping pills. Yang Xishuan slowly set down the scalpel, its blade making a faint sound as it grazed the canvas. Her fingertips were icy, and when she reached for the bottle of sleeping pills that Lin Feng offered, it felt as if she was touching a searing iron. "I will not kill." She suddenly raised her head, her gaze imbued with a final resolve. These individuals deserved their fates. Yet she could not bear to hand them the knife herself. "They are merely asleep." Lin Feng did not force the matter. What followed was none of your concern. Yang Xishuan gripped the pill bottle, her knuckles paling. She was acutely aware of the implications of Lin Feng's gesture, more so than anyone else. Was there a distinction between this and murder? Perhaps there was, or perhaps there was not. Yet this was the only opportunity for her to escape this place. Even if the man before her might be deceiving himself, perhaps just having escaped a den of wolves only to fall into a tiger's mouth. She was already on the brink of collapse. Each day, she witnessed those women being violated, saw them commit murder, tasted human flesh, and inhaled the nauseating stench. Her rationality was nearly exhausted. Taking a deep breath, she clenched the pill bottle tightly in her palm, as if making a sacrificial decision. I will only be responsible for administering the drug. When I step out of this door, if you deceive me, you may stab me with the scalpel. Lin Feng calmly replied. Yang Xishuan said no more, merely bowing her head to retrieve a clean pair of rubber gloves from a medical kit, her fingertips trembling. Lin Feng understood. She had acquiesced. This tug-of-war of dialogue finally bore fruit. He glanced at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 3:30. The rendezvous was set for 6:30, 3 hours hence. Prepare yourself. I will wait for you at the back door. He turned and exited without uttering another word. Inside the compartment, Yang Xishuan fixated on the bottle of sleeping pills until the shadow cast by the emergency light lengthened against its surface. She slowly donned the rubber gloves, and when her fingertips touched the cold bottle, the trembling finally ceased. Whatever lay ahead was at least better than this. She reassured herself. Outside, the charcoal fire continued to burn, illuminating the supermarket that was on the verge of a dramatic upheaval. Meanwhile, the woman in the compartment was making a decision that would alter the course of her remaining life. Chapter 75. Waiting and scheming. The moment Lin Feng laid back down in the labor area, the footsteps of the patrolling guard had just rounded the corner. He swiftly rewrapped the hemp rope, tying a knot that appeared secure, yet could be easily undone, then curled back into the corner. Resting his head on his knees and feigning sleep, his muscles relaxed, but his nerves remained taut, like a bowstring, making it difficult to truly rest in such an environment. He adjusted his breathing, allowing the rise and fall of his chest to become smooth and rhythmic. His military boots softly brushed against the frozen ground, producing a slight crunch that mingled with the surrounding chorus of snores, perfectly masking his deliberate movements. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he could perceive the activity throughout the supermarket. The red glow of the charcoal fire seeped through his eyelids, casting a hazy warmth in the darkness. He could see the bandits slumped beside the fire, some with mouths agape, drool dripping down onto their clothing, frozen into tiny beads of ice. Others curled up in a ball, clutching a half-eaten, darkened piece of meat, their fingers twitching unconsciously, as if still tearing at their prey in dreams. Occasionally, sounds of fabric rustling emanated from the direction of the iron cage, signaling that the women inside were shifting, their movements as delicate as a cat's, likely fearful of awakening the demons outside. That deep-seated fear, ingrained in their bones, lingered even in their dreams. The air was thick with a complex amalgamation of odors: the burnt scent of smoke, the acrid smell of sweat, the sharpness of cheap alcohol, and the pervasive, cloying stench of flesh. Lin Feng's nostrils flared. It was the distinctive aroma of human flesh being roasted and stewed, like a decaying sweetness that clung stubbornly to his nasal passages. He was waiting for the clock to strike 6:30, for any sign of movement from Yang Xishuan's end, for this absurd farce to reach its predetermined conclusion. His consciousness sank like a diving bell into the depths of the sea, slowly and steadily descending through layer after layer of icy thoughts. His earlier patience with Yang Xishuan was not born from any sense of pity. In this apocalypse, compassion had long since frozen into shards of ice. He needed a doctor, one who could truly tend to wounds, manage infections, and even grasp the intricacies of virology. Wang Yu was meticulous, and Zhao Bingbing understood basic nursing, but in the face of knife wounds or sudden high fevers, their iodine and antipyretics would be utterly insufficient. Yang Xishuan's value could not be exchanged for mere kin goods or weapons. The knowledge she possessed was the most coveted currency in the villa. This was why he did not treat her as he did Li Na, forcing her into submission through ropes and threats. What did Li Na have? Other than her obedient body, her worth was limited to cleaning and running errands. Stripped of these, she had no right to survive. Thus, she had to depend on others, surrendering herself entirely to secure a meal and a place by the warm stove. This was her fate, and the fate of the vast majority of the weak in this world. Lacking ability, one could only barter with the most primitive capital for survival. But Yang Xishuan was different. Her scalpel could stitch up festering wounds. Her knowledge could predict potential outbreaks. These were tangible, irreplaceable skills. Such a person was not meant to be tamed like a pet. Granting her dignity, providing her with a degree of freedom, and even allowing her to retain that meager bottom line was, in fact, a far more advantageous transaction. Lin Feng never considered himself a stud. No matter how many women were in the villa, there had to be a limit. They were helpers, embellishments, but should not become a burden. He sought a team where each member could fulfill their role, rather than a group of mere decorative vases vying for attention. Yang Xishuan's inclusion could fill the most critical gap within the team, far outweighing the mere addition of another woman. The phrase studying is truly valuable. Once ridiculed in the pre-apocalyptic world, now resonated with profound clarity in his mind. Yang Xishuan could survive in this hellish realm through her scalpel and virology knowledge, even instilling a sense of caution in those beasts. It was not her beauty, but the depth of her intellect that mattered. This value warranted his patience, his willingness to negotiate terms amicably, as long as she could contribute within the villa, diligently tending to wounds and studying viruses. What was the harm in granting her dignity? Even a private medical room and priority access to medical supplies? Those who are useful deserve commensurate treatment. Yet, all of this hinged on her recognizing her place. The dignity he offered was predicated on her utility. Should that value dissipate or she attempt to challenge his boundaries? That meager pride would shatter more completely than Li Na's collar. His thoughts drifted back to the bottle of sleeping pills he had handed to Yang Xishuan. Resolving the matter with a gun would have been far simpler. The rifles in the space had sufficient range, and the suppressors could muffle most sounds. Eliminating 30 unguarded drunks would take merely minutes. Yet he did not choose this path. The sole reason was Yang Xishuan. Bullets never differentiate. In the chaos of battle, even a stray shot could leave a bloody hole in her. Such wounds contracted within the supermarket, even she, as a doctor, might not be able to cleanly address. He exerted such effort to extricate her, not to return with a half-damaged burden. More importantly, he needed her to be touched by something. Yang Xishuan was too pristine, not in terms of her body, but rather her hands that wielded the scalpel, which had yet to be tainted by true darkness. She resisted by pressing the blade against her own neck, instinctively repulsed by the notion of killing. This purity was a fatal weakness in the apocalypse. A merciful doctor might, at any moment, act against his interests due to that laughable conscience. The sleeping pills were the perfect medium. She would not need to pull the trigger, witness blood splattering on her white coat, or even see those people fall. She merely needed to sprinkle a bit of powder into the soup. The rest would be left to time and the cold. Yet, the deaths of these individuals were ultimately inextricably linked to her. They would succumb to the freezing grip of slumber, penetrated by the frigid winds of dawn, their throats torn apart by prowling wild dogs, or perhaps treated as mere reserves by other forces drawn to the scent of blood. Regardless of how they met their demise, the root cause lay in the potion she had cast into the pot. She would become an indirect accomplice. This connection bound her more tightly than any rope could. It was only when she realized that she, like him, had blood from these beasts on her hands that she would truly relinquish her unrealistic fantasies. Comprehending that they were all merely grasshoppers on the same string. Compassion was feigned, warmth was a facade. Only the binding of interests held any semblance of truth. Lin Feng's breathing remained steady, though the corners of his mouth, unseen in the shadows, curled into a faint arc. He was waiting for her to administer the drug, waiting for its effects to take hold, waiting for the cacophony of snores to fade into silence, and waiting for Yang Xishuan, burdened with an indelible connection, to approach him. Time flowed like congealed syrup, sluggish and thick. He could feel the temperature of the charcoal fire dwindling, the surrounding snores becoming increasingly profound, occasionally punctuated by incoherent murmurs, predominantly revolving around flesh and women. The sound from the iron cage had entirely vanished. Perhaps the women had even exhausted their fear. Lin Feng's fingertips curled gently within his sleeve. Soon, he envisioned Yang Xishuan's state at that moment. Perhaps she was seated in her compartment, listening to the gradually subsiding sounds outside, her palms damp with cold sweat. Or perhaps she was repetitively caressing the empty pill bottle, trying to convince herself that this was merely liberation, not slaughter. It mattered not. Thoughts were inconsequential. Results were what truly mattered. Once she stepped through that door, she would understand that in this apocalyptic world, there was no absolute cleanliness, only survivors willing to dirty their hands and foolish fools clinging to their so-called moral lines, waiting to meet their end. What he needed was never a lofty genius doctor, but rather a comrade who could tread through the thorns alongside him in this icy wilderness. Chapter 76. Administering the drug at 6:30 in the morning, the charcoal in the supermarket had dwindled to mere embers, occasionally spitting sparks that cast fleeting glimmers on the ground. Yang Sichuan clutched the bottle of sleeping pills, the chill of the fingertips penetrating through the rubber gloves, akin to gripping a block of ice. She squatted beside the medical kit, the emergency light dimmed to such an extent that she could barely discern the label on the bottle. Diazepam tablets, potent sedative. Overdose may lead to respiratory suppression. The dosage Lin Feng had provided far exceeded the norm, enough to incapacitate a pack of wild beasts. Let alone these bandits who had spent the entire night drinking inferior white liquor on an empty stomach. The wrinkles of the canvas were repeatedly rubbed by her fingertips, fraying the edges. Memories of Lin Feng's words from the previous night flashed through her mind. He had said they were merely sleeping. Yet she understood better than anyone that in this supermarket at -20 degrees, there was but a thin veil of intoxication separating sleep from freezing to death. A woman's suppressed cough echoed from the direction of the iron cage, delicate as a flickering candle in the wind. Upon raising her head, she beheld a woman, little more than a skeleton, curled in the corner, her bare ankles turned purple from the cold, the scabbed wounds glistening with a purplish hue in the dim light. That was the woman who had been force-fed alcohol the day before, now devoid of even the strength to lift her eyelids. "Dr. Yang, the soup is ready." A coarse voice bellowed from the stove, interrupting her reverie. The bearded bandit stirred the meat soup in the black pot with a metal ladle, the oil bubbling on the surface, exuding a mingled aroma of meat and rust. Yang Sichuan inhaled deeply, stuffing the pill bottle into the inner pocket of her white coat. Her fingertips hesitating at the opening, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the rubber gloves. She stood up, her military boots crunching against the frozen ground, each step echoing as though she tread upon shards of glass. "Today's soup is thick, Dr. Yang. Do come try it." The bearded bandit grinned at her, revealing yellowed teeth smeared with remnants of meat. "You mentioned yesterday that the soup was too bland, so I added extra salt." Yang Sichuan did not respond, merely approached the stove, her gaze sweeping over the dark iron pot. The murky broth shimmered with a greasy sheen, and the submerged meat pieces were vaguely identifiable as frozen pork, likely their rare instance of a proper meal. Perhaps they felt that her compliance in treating wounds warranted a reward. Her gaze fixed upon the ladle at the pot's edge, its wooden handle wrapped with iron wire, fashioned from a broken mop handle. "I'll serve it." She reached for the ladle, deliberately steadying her voice, though her sleeve trembled uncontrollably. The bearded bandit, not giving it much thought, cheerfully stepped aside. "Dr. Yang is so attentive. We rough men would spill it everywhere." The moment her fingertips clasped the wooden handle, Yang Sichuan's heart seized tightly. The warmth of Lin Feng's palm lingered on her skin when he had handed her the pill bottle, his tone flat, as though it were of no great consequence. Yet, she could not discern whether this was indeed the right course of action. Her scalpel was meant to save lives, not to facilitate slaughter. Even if the targets were these beasts, even if they had been tearing at women's clothes by the iron cage the night prior, even if the black pot had been simmering with repulsive meat. "What are you daydreaming about?" The bearded bandit nudged her. "Hurry up, the brothers are waiting." Yang Sichuan snapped back to reality. As the wooden spoon plunged into the meat soup, the splattering oil droplets landed upon her hand, scalding her. She bit down on her lower lip, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood, barely managing to stabilize her actions. The army green pill bottle was concealed within the sleeve of her white coat. Pouring the powder was nearly a matter of instinct. The pot of pork was positioned high, and as she tilted the bottle to pour in the drug powder, it remained concealed. No one could see. The white powder cascaded into the soup, dissolving into tiny bubbles upon contact with the boiling broth, quickly consumed by the swirling oil, leaving no trace behind. Her hands trembled violently. As she ladled the first bowl of soup, The wooden spoon clattered against the iron bowl, producing an ear-piercing sound. "What's wrong with Dr. Yang today?" A lanky bandit squatting by the fire chuckled. "Did you not sleep well last night? Are you thinking about a certain brother?" Laughter erupted around her, filthy remarks piercing her eardrums like poison needles. Yang Sichuan did not lift her head, merely hastening her ladling of soup. As she passed the iron bowl, her fingertips brushed against the lanky bandit's hand, who intentionally rubbed his coarse palm against her skin, producing a disturbing sound. She stifled the urge to retract her hand until she placed the last bowl of soup on the ground, then turned to walk toward the medical station. The crunch of glass under her military boots sounded like stepping on her own bones. "Dr. Yang, won't you drink?" The bearded bandit called out. "This pot was saved for you. I'm not hungry." Her voice muffled within the confines of her white coat, her steps unceasing. Upon returning to her compartment, she pressed her back against the cardboard door, her weight crashing against the frigid surface, only to realize her breathing was already in disarray. Cold sweat soaked her rubber gloves, clinging to her skin uncomfortably, and she tore them off, yet the tremors in her fingertips persisted. The image of the drug powder dissolving into the soup replayed before her eyes like a slow-motion reenactment. She could even smell the nauseatingly sweet aroma mingling with the scent of meat as it invaded her nostrils. Outside her compartment, the sounds of soup consumption echoed, iron bowls clattering, satisfied sighs, and lewd boasts of last night's escapades, like countless maggots burrowing into her ears. "This soup tastes just right," exclaimed the stout little leader, "but can't compare to yesterday's meat." "Of course, pork cannot rival fine meat," someone retorted, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Yang Sichuan covered her ears, her nails digging deep into her scalp. She recalled the scene of her first dissection. The acrid smell of formaldehyde had made her weep, while her instructor had patted her shoulder, saying that to a healer there were only ailments, not gender. Yet now, she was employing the most despicable means to drug a group of living beings, even if they were demons, even if they deserved to die. Yet, she ultimately took action. "Damn, why do I feel a bit dizzy?" The murmuring voice of a tall, thin figure drifted in from outside the partition. Could it be that the alcohol still hadn't worn off? I also had a voice that was somewhat raspy and thick with nasal tones, perhaps due to waking too early. The dawn had yet to break. Yang Sichuan's heart raced unexpectedly, her ear pressed against the cardboard box, clearly hearing the commotion outside. The sound of soup drinking gradually ceased, replaced by a chorus of yawns that spread like an infectious disease. "I cannot remain like this. I need to lie down." Someone shuffled their feet towards the corner, their iron boots thudding heavily against the ground. The soup was too warm, inducing drowsiness. I responded ambiguously to another voice, suggesting we wait until the sun rises to resume work. After all, the snow outside had not yet stopped. The footsteps scattered chaotically. Someone knocked over an empty bottle, while another kicked a metal bowl on the floor, yet no one seemed to care. The heavy fog of sleep washed over this group of bandits, who had been reveling the night before. Yang Sichuan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. She could imagine their current state, likely sprawled on their cots or curled by the fire, their mouths smeared with grease from the meat broth, their eyelids heavy as if glued shut. They probably truly believed it was simply too early, that the soup was too warm, or that the alcohol from last night still hadn't worn off. They would never know that the one who lulled them into a deep slumber was the very doctor they regarded as their lifeline. The bowl of hot soup they had fought over to drink. Chapter 77. Asia bound time passed minute by minute, and the commotion within the supermarket grew increasingly faint. The once alternating rough breaths gradually transformed into long and heavy ones. Occasionally, someone would mumble in their sleep, only to be swiftly replaced by deeper snoring. Half an hour later, the area outside the partition fell into complete silence. Only the occasional crackle of embers from the charcoal fire and the suppressed breathing of the woman in the iron cage echoed within the vast supermarket. Yang Sichuan slowly relaxed her grip. The sweat in her palms had soaked through the cuffs of her white coat. She crouched down and rummaged through the bottom of the medical box, retrieving a new scalpel, one she had hidden away, sharper than the one pressed against her own throat. The blade glinted coldly under the emergency light, reflecting her pale and tense face. She had no idea when Lin Feng would arrive. nor did she know if the bandits outside were truly in a deep slumber. All she knew was that from the moment she poured the powder into the soup, there was no turning back. The trembling in her fingertips finally ceased, replaced by a near-numb calmness. She stood up and gently pushed open the cardboard box door, moving like a cautious cat along the wall. What lay before her was a scene of disarray. The tall, thin figure slumped against the iron cage, his head resting on the railing, emitting faint snoring sounds, his mouth cornered dripping with frozen drool. The man with the bushy beard lay by the fire, half his face buried in ashes, clutching a half-eaten piece of frozen pork, sleeping like a dead pig. The portly leader lay sprawled on his cot, his military boots resting on the belly of another bandit, his snoring vibrating painfully against the eardrums. Over 30 bandits lay scattered across various corners of the supermarket, like toppled dominoes, utterly defenseless. Yang Sichuan's gaze swept over them without lingering, heading straight towards the labor area. Lin Feng was curled up in the same corner as when she had left, as if he had never moved. It was only when she approached that he slowly lifted his head. Morning light filtered through the broken window of the supermarket, casting a play of light and shadow across his face. His gaze was calm and unperturbed, like a frozen lake, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. They're all asleep. Yang Sichuan's voice was quiet, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Lin Feng stood up, giving a gentle tug at his wrist, and the seemingly secure hemp rope loosened, falling to the ground with a soft sound. He bent down to pick up the rope, his fingers twisting the rough fibers before turning to head towards where the bandits had stored their supplies. Soon, Lin Feng held a bundle of new hemp rope, thicker and sturdier than the one previously used to bind him, its ends smoothed down, clearly treated with care. His footsteps were light, his military boots barely making a sound against the ground mixed with ice shards and dust. The first target was the tall, thin figure nearest to him, who lay slumped against the iron cage, his head still resting on the railing, snoring like an old bellows. Lin Feng crouched down, pressing his left hand against the back of the man's neck with just enough pressure to prevent him from waking, while his right hand swiftly wrapped the rope around his wrist. The man's wrist was as thick as a piece of deadwood. Lin Feng wound the rope around it 3 times, each loop cinched tightly. The knot pressed into the hollow of the wrist. Using his knee to pin down the man's forearm, he pulled sharply, and the knot tightened instantly, embedding into the frozen flesh. The tall figure murmured in his sleep, his fingers instinctively curling, but he could not break free. Lin Feng did not pause. The rope extended from the wrist to the ankle, also wrapped 3 times, the knot pressing against the bony protrusion of the ankle, ensuring that no matter how the man struggled, the knot would only tighten further. Finally, he wound the ropes at the wrist and ankle around the iron cage railing twice, securing another knot. The entire process took less than half a minute, executed with fluidity as if completing a well-rehearsed routine. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in the iron cage had awakened at some point, peering through the gaps in the bars, her eyes shining astonishingly in the morning light. When Lin Feng's gaze swept past her, she immediately recoiled into the shadows, even holding her breath, clearly intimidated by his indifferent stare. Next was the man with the bushy beard. He lay by the fire, half his face buried in ashes, clutching a piece of frozen pork tightly, his greasy fingers digging into the meat. Lin Feng carefully extracted the piece of pork, tossing it into a distant trash bin. His movements light. The man with the bushy beard smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the flavor of the meat in his dreams. Although he knew they likely wouldn't awaken, Lin Feng remained cautious, making as little noise as possible. He knelt beside the man, avoiding the hot embers, first pulling his arms behind his back, crossing his wrists together, and wrapping the rope in a cross pattern, tying a secure knot just below the shoulder blades. This position maximally restricted arm movement, making it difficult for even the strongest individual to escape. Next came the ankles. Lin Feng deliberately wrapped the rope an extra time below the knees, ensuring even bending his legs would be a challenge. When he reached the portly leader, the man suddenly turned over in his sleep, nearly kicking Lin Feng in the chest with his military boot. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, sidestepping while pressing down on the man's shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through the greasy cotton jacket. The leader mumbled a garbled curse before sinking back into a deep slumber. This heavy-set man was the largest of the bunch, and Lin Feng took extra care in binding him. The ropes around his wrists and ankles were wrapped 4 times. The knots small and tight, the hemp strong enough to withstand any struggle. The supermarket was now filled only with the faint sound of the ropes rubbing against each other, akin to silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves. Lin Feng's movements never faltered. From the labor area to the fire pit, from the iron cage to the outside partition. He moved like a precise machine, following a predetermined route to prevent any oversight. Yang Xishuan stood still, watching him weave through the sleeping bandits. The morning light outlined his tall silhouette, his jawline taut, his gaze focused without a hint of disturbance. His fingers were long and well-defined, yet remarkably steady as he gripped the coarse hemp rope, the force of his knots seeming calculated to perfection. Neither too loose to allow escape, nor too tight to rouse them immediately. One of the bandits twitched suddenly while having his ankles bound, emitting a muffled groan from his throat, as if on the verge of awakening. Yang Xishuan's heart leapt to her throat, her grip tightening instinctively around the scalpel in her hand. Yet, she had underestimated the dosage of the medication she had administered, perhaps too frantic to notice. Even if Lin Feng moved a bit more vigorously, they would not awaken. Lin Feng paused for merely half a second, then deftly secured the final knot with increased swiftness before rising to approach his next target. The groans of the bandit swiftly transformed into deeper snores, as if the earlier commotion had been naught but a figment of a dream. Yang Xishuan observed Lin Feng's silhouette, suddenly feeling the surgical knife in her palm grow warm. More than 30 individuals, from robust men to diminutive thugs, were bound tightly without exception. Their wrists and ankles formed right angles, their bodies curled into a humiliating posture, resembling a string of livestock awaiting sale. Their snores continued to rise and fall, yet at this moment, they bore an added layer of irony. After Lin Feng conducted a final inspection, his gaze sweeping across the area to ensure nothing was amiss, he straightened up. He brushed off the dust from his hands. His military green jacket had collected some ash, yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. All set, he turned to Yang Xishuan, a hint of imperceptible fatigue lacing his steady voice, stating that they needed at least 6 hours of rest, sufficient time for them to handle the aftermath. Following his gaze, Yang Xishuan looked at the bandits tied up like Zongzi. The morning light streamed through the broken windows, illuminating their faces and exposing the grotesque scars and greedy expressions of slumber. The rough hemp ropes dug deeply into their flesh, leaving crimson marks on their pallid skin. She suddenly recalled Lin Feng's words from the previous night. The fate of these individuals has nothing to do with you. Yet, gazing at the myriad bound bodies before her, she realized that from the moment she poured the powder into the soup, she could no longer remain an outsider. A spark from the charcoal ignited, producing a faint crackling sound in the silent supermarket, startling the woman inside the iron cage into a shiver. Lin Feng approached the window, pushing it ajar. The wind and snow outside had ceased, revealing a faint dawn on the horizon. Chapter 78. Method of disposal. Lin Feng's military boots struck the frozen ground, producing a steady sound that resonated clearly in the hushed supermarket. He turned towards the labor area, where the men, bound for the entire night, still huddled in the corner. Upon hearing footsteps, they all raised their heads, their eyes a mixture of numbness and vigilance. Untie them. Lin Feng kicked a utility knife towards them, its blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. The first to react was a weathered middle-aged man, who stumbled over to grab the knife, his fingers trembling as he awkwardly sliced at the ropes binding his companions. The sound of fibers snapping echoed, reminiscent of ice melting in early spring. "Thank you," came a hoarse voice in gratitude, eyes flitting over Lin Feng, momentarily lingering on the gun at his waist, causing his Adam's apple to involuntarily bob. In those eyes, one could detect gratitude, fear, and a subtle scrutiny, as if evaluating whether this man, who had suddenly liberated them, was a savior or another abyss. At this point, Lin Feng showed no pretense about possessing a firearm. After all, though these men had been brought here against their will, It remained uncertain whether they were good or bad. Having a gun served as a deterrent. Lin Feng disregarded their glances and proceeded towards the massive iron cage. The rust on the steel bars glimmered a dark red in the morning light. He grasped the railing, his fingertips grazing over the polished welds. With a clang, the sound of chains and locks reverberated throughout the supermarket as he forcefully swung open the cage door, a gust of cold wind and snow swirling in, stirring up dust that settled on the faces of the women inside. Like startled beasts, they huddled together, their exposed skin covered in goosebumps, the vivid bruises stark against their pale complexions. "Come out." Lin Feng's voice, devoid of inflection, carried an undeniable command. The woman closest to the door hesitated, extending her hand. Her fingertips barely grazed the icy ground before retracting sharply, her eyes reflecting a fear like an unbroken fog. Suddenly, a gunshot erupted, the bullet grazing the iron bars of the cage and igniting sparks against the opposing shelves. All actions froze in an instant. The liberated men stood petrified, the ropes they had held falling to the ground. The women inside the cage clamped their mouths shut, forgetting even to breathe. Yang Sichuan stood at the doorway, her lab coat rustling in the wind, her grip on the surgical knife tightening. Lin Feng exhaled the smoke from the gun's muzzle, still warm to the touch. He surveyed the terrified faces of those startled by the gunfire, his gaze as cold as the snowstorm outside. "Do you not understand human speech?" The first to emerge from the cage was the thin woman who had been intoxicated the previous night. Her knee was still bleeding, but she paid it no mind, scrambling towards Lin Feng's feet like a dying fish gasping for air. With the first one out, the others awakened from their stupor, scrambling to follow, their tattered garments snagging on the railing and revealing more scars, yet none dared to slow their pace. A dozen women crowded in the open space, supporting one another, yet too fearful to draw too close, their fear gradually giving way to a more complex emotion, a yearning for life mingled with reverence for the man before them. "Drag them out." Lin Feng lifted his chin, indicating the bandits bound like Zhongzi. The sunlight streamed through the broken windows, illuminating their faces. Their snores remained heavy, with remnants of greasy broth clinging to their lips, oblivious to the impending doom. The freed men exchanged glances, no one daring to move. To drag a group of armed bandits, especially while they slept, it felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Despite being tied, the relentless torment they had endured left them paralyzed with fear. "Do you not wish to act?" Lin Feng's fingers lightly caressed the trigger. If so, they could remain together. The middle-aged man was the first to react, gritting his teeth as he seized one of the bandits' arms, his muscles taut as stone. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to freeze to death here?" The others, jolted from their daze, rushed forward. The process of dragging was exceptionally arduous, the bound bandits resembling heavy sandbags, creating a discordant noise against the floor. Someone slipped, falling hard to the ground, shards of ice embedding in their collar, yet they ignored the pain, scrambling to their feet to continue pulling. The women in the cage, driven by the instinct to survive, were also stirred. Two of the stronger ones reached out to push the nearest bandit away from themselves. Their movements were clumsy and rigid, yet they bore a fierce determination, as if pushing not against a person, but against the nightmare that had weighed upon them. The snow at the supermarket entrance was trampled into a slush, mingling with mud and ice shards, transforming into a deep brown paste. One by one, the bandits were dragged out and tossed onto the open ground, like heaps of discarded refuse. Over 30 individuals lay sprawled haphazardly, their bound limbs swaying slightly in the cold wind, resembling abandoned puppets. "Strip them." Lin Feng uttered 2 words, his military boots crunching over the ice particles, producing a delicate sound. The middle-aged man's hand froze in midair, the color draining from his face. This was too bang. Another gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the snow less than a foot from his toes, the splattered snow obscuring his face. "I said strip them." Lin Feng's voice revealed neither anger nor joy, yet it made it abundantly clear that this was not a suggestion, but an order. Trembling, the middle-aged man extended his hand, unbuttoning the cotton jacket of the nearest scarred bandit. The sound of fabric rubbing against itself pierced the quiet of the morning, revealing a filthy sweater beneath. With his eyes closed, he yanked it off, the threads of the sweater carrying bits of flesh, scattering in the cold wind. With the first act completed, the subsequent actions flowed naturally. The liberated men tore at the bandits' clothing as if seeking to vent the fears and humiliations of recent days upon those fabrics. Cotton jackets, sweaters, and trousers were flung onto the snow, swiftly accumulating into a small mountain. The bandits emitted vague groans in their slumber, perhaps awakened by the cold piercing their skin, stirring shallow consciousness. Their skin turned a purplish hue in the frigid -20-degree temperature, fine beads of ice forming on their body hair, and the white mist expelled during breathing gradually weakening. The corpulent little leader appeared most disheveled. As his cotton coat was torn apart, a grotesque tattoo emerged on his chest. Yet he now hunched in the biting wind. Yang Sichuan stood at the supermarket entrance, the cuffs of her white coat flapping in the gusts, revealing the prominent veins on her wrists. Her gaze shifted from the exposed bodies to the distant, white expanse of snow. Ice droplets clinging to her lashes slid down her cheeks, freezing into tiny crystals at her chin. Her hand, which gripped a scalpel, relaxed and tightened, ultimately falling to her side. She uttered nothing and took no action. It's time to leave. Lin Feng glanced at his watch. The skin of the bandits had frozen solid, akin to hardened cardboard, and they were likely to awaken soon, but not for long. He held no interest in witnessing these carnivorous beasts struggling in their death throes. He nodded towards the group of released individuals, signaling them to depart. He had no interest in them, and they were of no use to him. The men exchanged glances, none daring to inquire further or express gratitude. They picked up the relatively intact clothing from the ground and rushed into the blizzard without a backward glance. Their footprints left chaotic impressions in the snow, swiftly concealed by fresh flakes, as though they had never existed. What remained were the dozen or so women who had emerged from the iron cage. They huddled at the supermarket entrance, seeking warmth from one another, their eyes following the direction in which the men had vanished, only to return to Lin Feng, filled with a bewildered plea. A younger woman attempted to step forward but was pulled back by another, shaking her head. They all remembered the days spent in the iron cage, aware that approaching too easily could lead to an even more terrifying fate. Lin Feng adjusted the sling of the rifle on his shoulder, the metal clasp glinting in the morning light. His gaze swept over the women. Their faces bore the remnants of unhealed bruises, some missing nails, others lacking front teeth, and some with arms twisted unnaturally. Each scar narrated tales of past suffering. Yet, his expression remained devoid of emotion, as if he were observing a pile of inconsequential stones. You must choose your own path. He casually uttered this phrase before turning towards the back door of the supermarket, not looking back or casting another glance. Yang Sichuan hesitated for a moment before quickly following, the hem of her coat brushing against the icy particles on the ground, leaving behind a faint trace. At the supermarket entrance, only the women remained, alongside the bodies on the ground, gradually losing warmth in the cold wind. The wind whipped the snowflakes against their faces, stinging painfully. Some began to sob quietly, soon swallowed by the biting wind. Others gazed at the direction Lin Feng had disappeared, their expressions hollow, while some picked up tattered cotton jackets from the ground, clumsily wrapping them around themselves, their eyes cast toward the blurred outline of the distant city. No one knew where to go. Chapter 79. The aftermath of the supermarket. Once Lin Feng's figure vanished around the corner, the dozen women who remained clung together, none daring to move or speak. The first to crawl out from the iron cage was a gaunt woman named Chen Lan. Her knees still bled as she clutched a torn piece of cloth tightly with her numbed hands, her knuckles turning white. She gazed in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, then at the scattered bandits on the ground, suddenly shuddering, not from the cold, but from an overwhelming sense of confusion. What do we do? A young girl spoke with a trembling voice, her hair disheveled and a clear fingerprint visible on her left cheek. Should we run to? Perhaps flee outside the city. We might find an uninhabited place. Run? Chen Lan forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Where we run? The snow isn't even knee-deep, and we lack decent shoes. We'd freeze to death on the road. Besides, is it safe outside the city? Those uninhabited places could harbor unknown dangers. Her words doused the last flicker of hope in the girl's eyes. Indeed, these women bore broken nails, twisted arms, and some were so tormented they could barely stand. Even if they escaped this supermarket, how long could they survive? Moreover, in this world, anyone still wandering about could hardly be considered alive. They were beasts, carnivorous beasts. If they dared to leave recklessly, their good fortune would merely result in being captured and subjected to unspeakable humiliations. Their misfortune would likely lead to being butchered for sustenance. They had witnessed such scenes during their time here. Those bloody images and desperate cries had long been etched into their very bones. This world has never shown mercy to the weak. Leaving the sanctuary of the supermarket would be akin to throwing oneself into a den of wolves. Furthermore, the supermarket contained ample supplies. When Lin Feng departed, he did not take everything with him. Although the provisions were not insignificant, he had reserves in his space as well. Perhaps it was a semblance of compassion. Had he taken all the supplies, these women would likely not survive 2 days. Conversely, if they could not safeguard these resources, they would meet the same fate. Their survival depended on their own fortunes. Lin Feng could not expend energy caring for those who were irrelevant to him. To live, they must strive for themselves and not rely on others. For them, remaining in the supermarket was a potential lifeline, yet it could also lead to their demise. The cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes into their collars, and someone began to weep softly, their sobs spreading like contagion, yet sounding feeble against the empty street, consumed by the howling wind. Just then, a woman who had remained silent stood up. Her name was Zhao Min, a former cashier at the supermarket, who had been scanning items for customers the day before the blizzard. Now, a gruesome scar ran from her brow to her jaw, a result of being burned by bandit cigarette butts. She picked up a sharpened steel pipe from the ground. The rough surface hurt her palm, yet it strangely calmed her. What good is crying? Her voice was hoarse, as if sandpapered, yet it carried a force that pierced through the storm. Will crying stave off hunger, or spare us from those beasts returning to spare us? The weeping gradually ceased, and all eyes turned to her, filled with astonishment, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. Leaning on the steel pipe, Zhao Min slowly walked to the open space, her gaze sweeping over the frozen, purple bodies of the bandits before returning to her companions. The gentleman was right. The path is for us to choose. But what kind of path do you wish to select? Will it be to flee the supermarket, only to freeze to death in the snow, or to be captured by the next wave of beasts and returned to that iron cage? She paused, the steel pipe creating a small dent in the frozen ground. This world is no longer one governed by reason. When we were locked in cages, who pitted us? When those beasts feasted on human flesh, who regarded us as human? If we do not harden our hearts, we will only be trampled beneath others' feet. She raised her voice sharply, the scar quivering in the morning light. This supermarket has food, drink, and the weapons they left behind. Why should we leave? Why can't we stay here? Stay here? Chunlan instinctively took a step back, fearing that other bandits might come. So what if they do? Zhao Min's eyes sparkled with intensity. We have steel pipes, axes, and knives they didn't take. They could lock us in cages. We can keep them outside. It's far better than running like frightened dogs, allowing ourselves to be slaughtered. Her words fell like a stone, rippling across the still waters of the women's hearts. Indeed, they had nothing left to lose. Life in the iron cage was hell, and the wind and snow outside were also hell. Why not choose a hell where they could have some control? Just then, a sudden, violent struggle erupted in the snow. Damn, who the hell tied me up? The scar-faced bandit suddenly opened his eyes, his murky pupils bulging with pain and fury as he frantically twisted his wrist. Bound tightly by a hemp rope, the coarse fibers quickly rubbing raw against his frozen skin. As he gazed upon his bare torso, surrounded by the remnants of shredded cotton garments, his roar erupted like that of an enraged beast. Where the hell are my clothes? Who dares to strip me of my attire? His piercing gaze slithered over the women standing at the entrance of the supermarket, and upon recognizing their faces, both familiar and cloaked in an unsettling fear, a grotesque grin spread across his scarred visage. Was it you wretched lot, taking advantage while I slumbered? Just wait until I free myself from these wretched ropes. I shall strip each of you bare and hang you from the railings. You will learn what it means to suffer. The women recoiled in terror, one young girl collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. The haunting memories of torment surged forth like a tidal wave, and the howls of the scarred man sent chills down their spines, transporting them back to the suffocating darkness of their prison. "Don't come any closer, please." One of them trembled, raising her arm, yet lacking any proper weapon. "Are you afraid?" The scarred man chuckled with malevolent delight, his teeth clattering ominously. "Had I known you would tremble, you should have unbound me while you had the chance. Now, kneel and beg, and perhaps I might grant you a morsel to eat." He strained against the ropes, but the coarse twine dug deeper into his flesh, nearly embedding itself within his bones. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain, continuing to bellow furiously. "You skinny monkey, and you, with the scarred face. I remember you both. I shall be the first to end your lives. You will taste the agony of being devoured alive." At that moment, Zhao Min took a decisive step forward. The sharpened end of a steel pipe aimed directly at the scar man's eyes. "Try to break free," she challenged. Her voice, though soft, resonated with a chilling resolve, the scars on his face glimmering in the morning light. "These ropes were tied by that gentleman himself. If you can free yourself, I will gladly give you my life." The scarred man halted abruptly, meeting Zhao Min's fearless gaze, lowering his eyes to the purple bruises encircling his wrists from the ropes. His furious growls gradually morphed into heavy breaths. Chapter 80. The Awakening of the Lambs. At this juncture, more of the bandits began to awaken. "Damn it, I'm freezing to death." The man with the scruffy beard shivered violently, cursing loudly as he grasped the situation. "Who dares to lay a hand on me? Do you know who our leader is? This entire area around Huiman Supermarket is under our dominion. You'd better untie me quickly, or I shall slaughter your entire family." The portly little leader awoke a bit later, initially blinking in confusion before the biting cold sent a shiver through his body. Upon seeing the steel pipe in Zhao Min's hand and the women's indifferent gazes, he first froze in surprise, then his expression morphed into one of fierce hostility. "How audacious! A bunch of caged bitches daring to rebel? Zhao Min, is it? I remember you. You used to be quite fierce. Soon my brothers will make you feel the pain." He twisted his robust body, attempting to break the ropes with sheer weight, but the twine remained steadfast, only tightening painfully against his flesh. "Untie me. Do you hear me?" The little leader bellowed, his spittle freezing in the biting wind. "I will count to 3. 1, 2. Counting to 10 will do you no good," Zhao Min interrupted coldly. "Save your energy. In this 20-degree below zero weather, let's see how long you can last." Her words poured over the bandits like a bucket of ice water, awakening them to their dire predicament. The frigid wind sliced against their skin, their exposed chests and arms turning a sickly shade of purple, beads of ice forming on their skin, and even their breath stung with pain. It dawned on them how utterly debased they had become, bound and naked in the snow, while the very women they once tormented now stood armed, watching them with icy detachment. The arrogance that once filled the air deflated like a puncture balloon. The bearded man was the first to falter, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his voice tinged with desperation. "Sisters, it was all a misunderstanding. We wronged you in the past, but we were forced. In this harsh world, one must be ruthless to survive. Please show us mercy." He struggled to conjure a smile more pitiful than tears. The scarred man, too, began to panic, glancing at his increasingly purple fingers, finally relinquishing his bravado. "It was my fault. I spoke out of turn. Please spare me this once. I have an 80-year-old mother waiting for my return." The little leader initially attempted to maintain his composure, but as the numbness spread to his toes and his vision blurred, he, too, could no longer uphold his defiance. "Ladies, no, esteemed sisters. I was blind to the truth. Take whatever you want from the supermarket. I have a secret. There's a large stockpile of canned goods in the West Warehouse. Just let me go, and I will lead you there." Their pleas grew quieter and more pitiful, shifting from threats to desperate supplications within mere minutes. The once mighty bandits now resembled lost souls, shivering in the cold, pleading for mercy. "Release you?" "Jianlan Suden Li Laoget." A sound laced with profound sorrow. "When we were caged, why did you not set us free? When we watched our companions being tortured to death, where was your sympathy? She picked up a shard of ice from the ground and hurled it mercilessly at the little leader's face. Now you know fear is too late. The little leader shuddered from the impact but dared not retaliate, merely gaping in horror, his previous ferocity utterly supplanted by terror. The women observed this scene, the pent-up anger and humiliation within them finding an outlet. They ceased to tremble, their expressions gradually transforming from fear to a chilling calm. Time passed slowly, and the bandits' cries grew ever fainter. Their skin turned ashen, akin to pieces of purple cardboard, lips cracked and bleeding, their breaths barely visible in the frigid air. The bearded man's teeth chattered uncontrollably. The scarred man's eyes flickered between open and closed, ice crystals clinging to his lashes. The little leader suffered the worst, his face resembling a piece of frozen liver, the fierce tattoos on his chest now mere distortions of blue and purple. Ultimately, silence enveloped the scene. The bodies in the snow remained rigid, frozen in their final struggle, some mouths agape, as if to scream, fingers reaching forward, grasping at nothingness. The biting wind swept through, stripping away their last vestiges of warmth. Zhao Min inhaled deeply, turning to the women. All right, it is time to get to work. She stepped into the supermarket, dragging out several empty burlap sacks, dragged them to the alley behind and piled them together. The women exchanged glances, but ultimately, it was Qianlan who first picked up a sack. Supporting one another, they exerted all their strength to haul the frozen bodies into the alley. The task was arduous. Some slipped, others shed tears from the cold, yet none halted their efforts. After clearing the bodies, Zhao Min directed everyone to gather weapons. Steel pipes, axes, and several knives discarded by the bandits were all collected and placed behind the shelves at the entrance of the supermarket. From this day forth, we will take turns guarding the entrance. She stood before the empty cage that had once imprisoned them, the sunlight casting mottled shadows through the bars. Pair up, keep a close watch during the day, patrol at night. No one is allowed to slack off or show mercy. We must account for all supplies in the supermarket and distribute them fairly. No one is permitted to take more than their share. Injured sisters may rest first. The rest will split into two groups, one to organize the storeroom, the other to clean. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. The women listened silently. Some nodded, while others began to act, the once numb expressions in their eyes gradually igniting with a faint glimmer of hope. While organizing the shelves, Qianlan discovered several unopened boxes of sanitary pads and anti-inflammatory medication. Clutching the boxes, she suddenly sank to the ground, weeping. It was not sorrow, but a release mingled with the bittersweet relief of survival. Zhao Min approached, offering her a clean cloth. Once you've finished crying, we must get back to work. From now on, we must rely on ourselves. Qianlan nodded, wiping her tears, holding the box tightly in her embrace. The sunlight streamed through the supermarket's windows, illuminating the scattered supplies, the diligent figures of women, and the neatly arranged weapons at the entrance. The cold wind howled outside, yet within the supermarket, a new order was quietly establishing itself. Once the prey, they had now taken up arms, using this abandoned supermarket as their stronghold, carving out a fragile yet resolute space for survival in a frozen apocalypse. The accumulating snow in the alley gradually concealed the stiff bodies, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the women understood that from the moment they chose to remain, everything had irrevocably changed. No longer were they lambs for slaughter. They intended to survive in this wasteland and to live as humans. Chapter 81. Delusions and desperation in the upper floor cubicles of the abandoned office building. The cold wind slithered in like a hissing serpent through the shattered window panes, swirling debris and dust as it struck the frozen faces of the occupants. Xiao Wang huddled in a corner, clutching a half-frozen energy bar. The plastic wrapping had grown slick with sweat from his body heat, only to quickly freeze in the frigid air. His phone screen still glowed, inundated with messages from the company group, each one steeped in unrelenting despair. Changji's fever has intensified. Technician Xiao Li had sent a photo, revealing Zhao Chong sprawled on a broken office desk, his face pale as parchment, his arm, pierced by a crossbow bolt, swollen to a purplish hue, with the edges of the wound exhibiting eerie gray spots. I touched his forehead, hot enough to fry an egg. If this continued, The message concluded with a crying emoji, glaring amidst a screen full of gray text. What options do we have left? Someone replied, their tone heavy with numbness, almost spilling from the screen. The antipyretics had long run out, the alcohol was finished, and surely we couldn't use snow to cool him down? It's all that Buzzcut's fault. If he hadn't insisted on raiding the warehouse, we wouldn't have faced the wolves. What's the use of saying this now? Everyone has fled. It's just us left. What about the supplies? Have we accounted for them? Xiao Wang sent a voice message, his throat hoarse as though rubbed raw by sandpaper. Each word tugging painfully at his throat. In their frantic escape from the warehouse yesterday, most supplies have been lost, and now each person only carried a few scraps, unable even to sip warm water. We have 3 bags of biscuits, half a bottle of mineral water, and half a pack of moldy bread left. Old Zhang, responsible for the inventory, sent a voice message, his teeth chattering audibly in the background. This is hardly enough to fill our teeth. Let alone consider Chong Gu still lying there. The group fell silent. Only the message prompts flickering and disappearing, like a swarm of mice peeking out from the darkness before retreating back into their holes. Everyone understood what these meager supplies signified. In this dilapidated building, at minus 20 degrees, devoid of food, medicine, or heat, they were no different from the frozen corpses outside, separated only by the last breath of life. Their mission had utterly failed. Initially relying on their numbers, they believed the opposing force was merely armed with a few primitive guns and outnumbered. A surprise attack should have succeeded. Yet reality had struck them hard. Several had perished, many were wounded, and the few remaining were terrified, fleeing in panic. The original group of 20 to 30 was now reduced to a scant third, each face etched with fear, devoid of the bravado they had possessed at the outset. Their calculations, once tinged with luck, shattered under the weight of real firearms, leaving only the remnants of survival and the specter of death. Xiao Wang raised his head, entering the cubicle to gaze at the others. 8 men, 3 women, and the unconscious Zhao Chong, a total of 12 souls. Some leaned against a radiator, long since cold, the surface coated in thin ice, yet they clung to it as if it were a lifeline. Others curled beneath desks, wrapped in tattered cotton jackets they